Chapter 1, Transmigrating into Versatile Mage. Lu Jun had transmigrated into the world of Versatile Mage. What a cruel twist of fate. A parallel world similar to Earth, yet it's plagued by demons running rampant and magic reigning supreme. Humans are not only at a distinct disadvantage but also embroiled in constant internal conflicts. The danger level of this world ranks among the top. He sighed, lowering his gaze to touch the pendant hanging around his neck, a metallic piece, pure platinum in color, shaped like a crouching white tiger. It gleamed faintly, cold and firm to the touch. This pendant had been a souvenir from Lu Jun's trip to Sichuan, purchased casually at the White Tiger King Tomb scenic area. In Earth legends, the four sacred beasts Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird are revered as supreme beings. Similarly, in Versatile Mage, they hold immense power, representing the pinnacle of existence and showing kindness to humanity. In the original timeline, the protagonist Mo Fan possessed an Azure Dragon pendant, initially resembling a pitch-black mudfish. Over time, it transformed into an absolute cheat item. Mo Fan also absorbed and refined the power of the Vermilion Bird totem, combining the might of two sacred beasts to save the world. The Black Tortoise totem had been inherited by a minor character after its decline, while a White Tiger totem had never appeared. Unexpectedly, it had now chosen Lu Jun. I only wanted a replica to show off online, but you handed me the real thing, Lu Jun muttered, speechless. Mo Fan had transmigrated into this world after obtaining the Azure Dragon pendant. Likewise, Lu Jun suspected that the White Tiger pendant had caused his own transmigration, merging him with a counterpart in this parallel universe. This pendant would likely serve as his cheat, potentially allowing him to inherit the power of the White Tiger totem. Fortunately, in his previous life, Lu Jun had been a solitary soul with no attachments, living alone, eating alone, and having no one to worry about. Though he claimed this world was dangerous, deep down, he was eager to explore it. Magic, a supernatural ability, who wouldn't want to wield it? Perhaps this eagerness explained his calm reaction to transmigration. The White Tiger pendant. TCH. If Mo Fan could rise to world-shaking power with the Azure Dragon pendant, why can't I? I'll follow my heart and act as I please. Lu Jun exhaled deeply. In the original timeline, Mo Fan had his flaws: arrogance, lust, and recklessness. However, his chivalry and pursuit of justice were undeniable, even if they often brought calamity upon him. Lu Jun, come down for dinner. A gentle female voice suddenly called from downstairs, causing Lu Jun's heroic thoughts to dissipate. Before embarking on his grand journey, he needed to learn how to deal with his family. He pursed his lips. Who would have thought that transmigrating would also come with a bonus non-blood-related older sister? The body he inhabited belonged to someone from a blended family. His parents, both beginner-level mages, had perished during a demon attack 7 or 8 years ago, leaving him to be raised by this older sister. Thanks to the merging of his memories, Lu Jun found that his habits, personality, and even mannerisms were identical to those of the original body's owner. In essence, he was the original Lu Jun, albeit with the added memories of his past life. At 15 years old, fresh out of middle school, Lu Jun clearly remembered every detail of his 15 years in this world. After living through so many trials together, it didn't take him long to adapt to his new life. Standing in his room, Lu Jun looked at his reflection in the mirror, a black-haired boy with youthful features, whose future potential for handsomeness was evident. He wore a black and white short-sleeved shirt and shorts, with a White Tiger pendant hanging around his neck. Handsome as always, even in another world, he smirked smugly. Coming. He called out to his sister, tidying his appearance. Carefully tucking the White Tiger pendant into his shirt, he walked downstairs on the creaky wooden steps. Although their parents had passed away, they had left behind a 3-story house with 100 square meters per floor and some savings. Without these resources, it would have been impossible for his sister, Lu Mai, only 12 or 13 at the time, to support them both. Over the years, Lu Mai had grown into a capable mage herself, joining the city's demon hunting squad and ensuring they no longer had to scrape by. As Lu Jun descended, he saw his sister lounging on the sofa. Her mature, enchanting appearance caught his attention, tall and curvaceous, with a slender waist and round hips. Her posture accentuated her impressive curves as she reclined, a loose outfit failing to hide her fair skin and the delicate collarbones just above her ample chest. Her long, shapely legs stretched across the sofa armrest, with her feet gently swaying, her toenails painted a striking crimson. Lu Jun momentarily froze, swallowing hard before rushing to the dining table and devouring his food. Lu Mai glanced at her little brother, puzzled. This brat would usually run over to massage her legs whenever he saw her. Why had he been acting distant lately? She had been cooking and working hard to support him every day, yet he hadn't shown any appreciation. Recalling her brother's recent brooding demeanor, she seemed to understand. Leaning on the sofa with her hand propping up her delicate chin, she playfully asked, Are you worried about your magic awakening? Don't stress about it, she reassured him. You've already been admitted to Bo City's top magic high school, Tanlin Academy. Even if you don't awaken magic, I can take care of you for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Lu Jun raised his head. His heart skipped a beat as he took in her mesmerizing figure. Just as no girl could resist the phrase "I'll take care of you," no boy could resist the idea of being pampered by a doting older sister. In truth, he wasn't worried about awakening magic. With the white tiger pendant, a relic tied to this world's supreme powers, even someone with no talent could awaken extraordinary abilities. What truly concerned him was the impending disaster in Bo City 3 years from now. Yes, fate had placed him in the starting location of the original story, Bo City. He had even confirmed that a boy named Mo Fan had used connections to enroll in Tanlin Academy, making him Lu Jun's classmate. The wheels of destiny were beginning to turn. Bo City was a small southern city on the outskirts of the Yangtze River Delta, with a population of nearly 1 million. High-level mages were exceedingly rare there. Yet, in 3 years, it would be overrun by demons and utterly destroyed. Lu Jun knew the disaster was orchestrated by the Black Vatican, one of the series' ultimate antagonists, a group of world-destroying lunatics who embodied humanity's darkest forces. This catastrophe had been a pivotal moment in the original story, marking Mo Fan's lowest point. For now, it seemed almost impossible for Lu Jun to alter the outcome. But 3 years was a long time. For now, Lu Jun decided to take things one step at a time. Smiling at his sister, he said, "Don't worry. With both our parents being mages, I have a high chance of awakening magic." Lu Mai waved dismissively. "There's no need to pressure yourself. I'm almost a mid-tier mage now. By then, taking care of you will be a breeze." Lu Jun smirked inwardly. When the white tiger pendant reveals its power, we'll see who ends up taking care of whom. Of course, he knew his sister was only joking to ease his anxiety. Tomorrow was the opening ceremony, marking the start of his new life and the moment of his awakening. Chapter 2, Lu Jun meets Mo Fan and Zhangxia. Early in the morning, Lu Jun woke up. He noticed that his elder sister had already prepared a steaming hot breakfast in the living room downstairs. While eating a piece of bread, she was leisurely watching dramas. Lu Mai didn't attend a magic university. In fact, entering a magical academy in this world wasn't that easy. After graduating from high school, she became a professional mage, joining a demon hunting team. Her work was sporadic. Sometimes she'd go months without any tasks, but a single assignment could earn enough to live comfortably for half a year. Most of the time, she just relaxed at home, and Lu Jun couldn't help but envy her. Honestly, as long as one awakens magic, they can live quite well anywhere in the world. In the world of versatile mage, there's no advanced technology. Phones, electric vehicles, and other modern conveniences are all powered by magic. Mages are categorized into 5 major levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, super, and a legendary forbidden curse. The system is simple and easy to understand. However, there are many different types of magic, divided into 4 broad categories: elemental magic, dimensional magic, white magic, and black magic. The last 3 are rarely awakened as a first element and are extremely rare. Within the elemental magic category alone, there are 7 types: earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, ice, and light. The earth element is also referred to as the rock element. Basic mages are those who've just awakened, typically possessing only one element. Upon reaching the intermediate level, they can awaken a second element, and at the advanced level, they can gain a third. This means that in this world, even at the peak forbidden curse level, a mage can have a maximum of 5 elements. Each element progresses independently. For example, when an intermediate mage awakens a second element, they must start from the basic level and work their way up. I wonder what element I'll awaken and what kind of talent I'll have. Could I be born with dual elements? Lu Jun pondered. In this system, the only exception was innate talent similar to special physiques in fantasy novels. For instance, the protagonist Mo Fan was born with dual elements. More specifically, he had dual elements at every stage: 2 in the basic stage, 4 in the intermediate stage, and so on. He remained optimistic. Strong talents have their way of thriving, and even ordinary talents can live a decent life in this world. After breakfast, Lu Jun called out, "Sister, I'm heading to school." "Wait a moment." Hearing this, Lu Mai got up and approached him with a bright smile. Lu Jun's face turned slightly red. His sister was quite tall, nearly 1.8 meters. Suddenly, he felt himself being pulled forward. Before he could react, he was enveloped in a warm, soft embrace, a faint fragrance filling his nose. Her encouraging words reached his ears, "Go for it. I've got your back." Lu Jun was initially stunned but soon calmed down. The phrase "wealthy and generous" popped into his mind. His hands instinctively rested on his sister's supple waist. The curve of her hips made it easy for his hands to settle there. He lowered his head and muttered a quiet okay. Initially, Lumai looked at her younger brother with warmth and affection. But she soon realized something felt off, ticklish and strange. Looking down, she noticed this cheeky boy and blushed slightly, playfully scolding, "Let go." Hee. Embarrassed, Lu Jun quickly released his sister's warm embrace. After bidding farewell to Lumai, Lu Jun headed to Tanlin Magic High. The streets were bustling with students coming from all directions. He was assigned to Class 8 of the first year. On the vast magic training grounds, 20 classes totaling 1,500 students gathered for the opening ceremony, which would also include their awakening ceremony. Standing at the front of his class's lineup, Lu Jun glanced behind him, noticing 2 students arguing. He overheard familiar names. "Mo Fan, you got in through the back door. You probably won't be able to awaken anything. You might as well give up now and save the awakening stone's energy." A boy named Zhao Kunsen sneered sarcastically. Next to him, a dark-skinned, skinny boy stood up angrily to defend his friend. "Mo Fan, ignore this idiot. You're going to awaken a fire element and show him what's what. Let him see who's really got low standards." Hearing this, Lu Jun looked at the 2 boys. The cheeky-looking one was Mo Fan, and the skinny, monkey-like one was Zhangxiu. Lu Jun was surprised. Although he was familiar with the storyline of Versatile Mage, he hadn't memorized the exact class Mo Fan was in. Knowing he was in Tanlin Magic High was enough. It was such a coincidence. Lu Jun stared intently, memorizing their appearances. He couldn't help but feel emotional. Who would have thought that these 2 ordinary students would grow up to be extraordinary figures? The former would become the strongest forbidden curse mage, a versatile god of magic, while the latter would achieve great success. However, his staring didn't go unnoticed. Mo Fan, sharp as ever, frowned, wondering which lackey of a noble family was eyeing him now. Mo Fan was well aware of the trouble he had stirred as a child by hanging out with a Mu clan princess. It had made him the target of disdain among the wealthy families of Bo City. Unintimidated, Mo Fan met Lu Jun's gaze head-on. Their eyes locked, and Lu Jun, feeling awkward, was the first to look away. Truly, Mo Fan had the boldness befitting a protagonist. Lu Jun knew that while Mo Fan came from a humble family, his father worked as a driver for a powerful noble family, the Mu clan. The Mu clan, known for its mastery of ice magic, was the most influential family in Bo City, though it was just a branch of a larger clan based in the capital. Having lived in a noble family's estate since childhood, Mo Fan had unknowingly absorbed their atmosphere. Combined with the challenges he faced growing up, this instilled in him a wild, determined spirit. Having seen the heights of power, how could Mo Fan not strive for it? He never cowered in big moments and never gave up easily, a true testament to his unyielding character. Lu Jun thought for a moment and casually remarked, "Magic awakening has nothing to do with academic performance. It's not like better grades increase your chances of awakening or poor grades reduce them. It's all about probability. Anything is possible, regardless of one's status. Of course, having mage parents increases the chances. Take the Mu clan, for example. Renowned worldwide for their ice magic, their inherited magical genes are so strong that failures are practically unheard of." After hearing this, the trio reacted differently. Mo Fan looked surprised. This person seemed to be defending him, a rarity aside from Zhangxiu. Meanwhile, Zhao Kunsen, who initially wanted to retort, hesitated. He couldn't refute the example involving the Mu clan and instead felt a twisted sense of pride. Don't get it wrong, Zhao Kunsen wasn't a member of the Mu clan. He was merely the lackey of Mu Bei, a prominent Mu clan member. At this moment, the first student in their lineup, a handsome and confident young man, glanced back and gave Lu Jun an approving nod. Unsurprisingly, this was Mu Bei, a character with significant importance later in the story. Initially at odds with Mo Fan, he showed his true colors during Bo City's Calamity 3 years later, cooperating with Mo Fan to ensure their classmates' safety. Lu Jun remained composed. With one statement, he managed to offend no one, a skillful display of conversational tact. But internally, he sighed. In this magical world, the gap between the privileged and commoners was despairingly vast. The ruling class was firmly entrenched, and many took pride in serving the nobility, making Mo Fan's defiance and rebellion against his so-called masters seem out of place. Though it might appear like a cliched underdog story, the deeper reason for the ridicule and disdain Mo Fan faced stemmed from his background. Born into a servant class, he dared to rebel and even kill his oppressors. However, when Lu Jun thought about it, what other choice did people have? For example, among the categories of black magic, curse, shadow, undead, and poison, each could kill someone silently and invisibly. Even law enforcement couldn't detect such methods unless they were skilled mages themselves. Offending someone powerful often meant certain death, leaving people no choice but to curry favor with the elite. Lu Jun silently vowed to become a forbidden curse mage. Only by reaching the pinnacle of power could he live with dignity in this harsh world. Chapter 3, Magic Awakening. Mu Bei, you're up first. On the large playground, the homeroom teacher, Zhu Mushan, smiled as he spoke. He had high expectations for this student. Mu Bei was a descendant of the Mu family in Bo City, and his uncle, Mu He, was one of the family's key figures and also a school director. Whether as a corporate employee or a teacher, currying favor with this student was critical for personal achievements. The awakening stone resembled a solid compass, suspended in midair, with a clear handprint on it. Mu Bei appeared calm, but his heart was filled with nervousness as he placed his hand on the awakening stone. Suddenly, the awakening stone emitted a starlight glow. These lights formed interconnected star marks that crawled like unique veins up to Mu Bei's right hand. A chilling frost enveloped his entire body, and a transparent layer of ice appeared on the compass. He awakened the ice element worthy of being a Mu family member. Whoa! Ice is one of the most coveted elements for magicians. The beginner spell Ice Vines is both offensive and controlling. The first-year students couldn't help but exclaim. Among them, Lu Jun watched this scene with mixed emotions. Mu Bei, Mu Bei. While others might not know, Lu Jun was well aware that the school director, Mu He, was not just Mu Bei's uncle but actually his father. Mu Bei was an illegitimate child, and Mu He was also a high-ranking member of the Black Vatican, an absolute villain. 3 years later, Mu He would unleash the monsters outside the city, leading to the destruction of Bo City. He would go on to commit many atrocities, nearly becoming a demon who slaughtered millions. When Mu Bei discovered the truth, he chose to stand on the side of justice, even turning against his own family. Born in darkness, with a soul stained by it, he acted with righteousness and became a classic example of redemption. At this moment, Mu Bei exhaled in relief, feeling prideful. Ice element. It was the same element as Mu Ningxu, the Mu family's little princess. He imagined practicing together with her in the future. He cast a glance at Mo Fan, who stood at the end of the line, and sneered. A swan could never associate with a toad like him. The gap between them would only grow larger. Recalling events from childhood, Mu Bei's lips twitched. Mo Fan had once dared to elope with Mu Ningxu. What was he thinking? Such reckless behavior. While the kids didn't take it seriously, the adults held a grudge. Mo Fan's father, Mo Jiaxing, had been dismissed from his job, and the Zhao family, who were third-class servants, were also exiled from the Mu family's service. It was fortunate they weren't driven to ruin, or they would have perished in some corner. Next, Caillou Yueying. Next. Lu Jun saw students awakening various elements like earth and wind, all within the 7 major elemental categories. Fire and lightning were rare among them. However, some students failed the awakening altogether, leaving them devastated. Awakening wasn't cheap, even for the beginner level. It cost 10,000 yuan per attempt. Only schools could provide it for free. The high school entrance exam acted as a filter. Those who didn't pass had to give up learning magic due to its cost. It wasn't that the country didn't want everyone to awaken, the resources simply weren't enough. Even Mo Fan had only been admitted to Danlin Magic High School after his father humbled himself to secure a spot through the school director, Mu He. Soon, a female student placed her hand on the awakening stone, and a brilliant golden light shone, looking exceptionally divine. The visual effect outshone the others. Yet, the homeroom teacher, Zhu Mushan, sighed sympathetically. What a pity it's the light element. Lu Jun noticed the girl covering her face and crying, leaving him speechless. The surrounding students didn't miss the chance to comment, mocking and gloating. Light element, huh? One of the weakest elements early on. Only water is worse. Yeah, light's beginner spell Radiance is basically a flashlight. It's harmless and can only blind monsters temporarily when maxed out. Each magic tier only allows for one fixed spell. Beginner magicians only get one skill, and if it's something useless like light, they're doomed. Even ordinary people can take down a light element magician. Lu Jun knew this was a common misconception in small cities with limited knowledge. Even teachers held this view. Every element had immense destructive power when fully cultivated. The difference lay in rarity, not strength. So, he spoke up, light element isn't weak. At the super tier, the Holy Judgment Sword is known as the strongest single-target spell. It guarantees death for opponents of the same tier, surpassing fire and lightning. The room fell silent. Mo Fan, Mu Bei, and others stared at him in surprise. It was their first time hearing this. Zhu Mushan frowned and asked suspiciously, Lu Jun, where did you hear this? Lu Jun sighed internally and replied casually, the library. The Magic Association publishes detailed records of every element's spells from super tier downward. Anyone can look it up. The Magic Association was the world's highest authority, overseeing all matters related to magic, from continental to national levels and beyond. Hearing this, the girl's despair turned into joy. reigniting her determination. She thanked Lu Jun profusely, and several other girls looked at him with admiration. Zhu Musheng, feeling embarrassed to be corrected by a student, couldn't help but retort, "You do realize it's the super tier? How many people ever reach that level? I've taught so many classes, and even reaching the intermediate tier is rare." He wasn't wrong. The saying "there are no weak elements, only weak magicians" was a myth. Without a strong foundation, reaching the higher tiers was impossible. Lu Jun, uninterested in giving face to mediocre teachers, calmly countered, "Isn't the light element's beginner spell effective against undead? Same-tier dark magicians can't stand up to it. In our country's ancient capital, plagued by the undead empire, light magic is the most sought after. The ancient capital, once the historical on Earth, became a haven for undead monsters due to its many burial grounds. It was common knowledge that light countered darkness, a trope as old as literature itself." Zhu Musheng said nothing further, feeling outclassed by the student's knowledge. Mo Fan and Zhang Xiao exchanged whispers. "Who is this guy? His showing off even beats Mu Bei." Finally, it was Lu Jun's turn. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. His awakened talents and magic element would determine his future. He hoped for something extraordinary; anything less would make him a mere bystander during future crises. Closing his eyes, Lu Jun's spiritual world appeared as a void, pitch black and empty. At the same time, a gentle magical energy from the awakening stone flowed through his arm and into his mind. Suddenly, raindrops began falling in this spiritual void, each drop carrying a mysterious force. Normally, with closed eyes, one would see nothing. But the magical energy allowed the spiritual world to manifest visually. Lu Jun saw a small patch of stardust in his void, tiny and dim compared to the vast darkness, a blue glow representing the water element. But that wasn't all. A red stardust appeared, representing fire. Next, green stardust for wind. Brown for earth. Gold for light. Purple for lightning. Just as Lu Jun thought it was over, another surge of magical energy entered his body. His heart leaped with joy. Was this dual elements by nature? No. It might even be dual elements at every tier. Chapter 4, Western White Tiger, Metal Element? Being born with dual elements or possessing innate dual elements across all levels is a vastly different concept. The former refers to awakening two magic elements at the primary stage but reverting to the standard one element per level later on, essentially gaining one extra element compared to others. However, innate dual elements across all levels mean an additional 5 elements at the pinnacle. This is not a simple matter of addition but rather a multiplicative advantage. Lu Jun's guess was indeed correct. The fusion of parallel world counterparts was not merely transmigration, it was the superposition of two origins, doubling the benefits. This was true for Mo Fan and equally true for him. Standing in the large training field, Lu Jun struggled to suppress his excitement. This magical world was far too dangerous, and no cheat was excessive. For instance, Mo Fan would later become the strongest human, wielding all elements and forbidden curses, yet even he could only barely rank among the top 20 against the world's monstrous threats. The Southern Pole monsters, Pacific monsters, Atlantic monsters, Kunlun monsters, Ancient Capital monsters, Northern Asian snowfield monsters, Egyptian monsters, Sahara monsters, Amazon monsters, each was terrifying beyond measure. Even at his peak, Mo Fan couldn't completely resolve any of them. However, before Lu Jun could fully savor his delight, the white tiger pendant around his neck emitted a radiant platinum glow. A sharp power surged, shattering the energy transmitted by the awakening stone and replacing it. This energy coursed along his arm and entered the spiritual world of his mind. Buzz. In the void of his spirit, a sharp platinum light slashed through, akin to a supreme flying sword tearing the world apart, creating a new realm of platinum stardust out of thin air. In the dim spiritual universe, the blue and platinum stardust now glimmered side by side. Lu Jun was caught completely off guard by this sudden change, staring blankly. Even with his extensive knowledge, he struggled to identify this platinum stardust's element. The white hue was somewhat reminiscent of the summoning element's dimensional magic, but its brilliance was far more dazzling. Soon, he received an answer. A stream of messages flowed from the white tiger pendant around his neck. This was a new magical element never before seen in the original timeline. Name the metal element. The metal in the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was classified as part of the elemental magic category. Of course, Lu Jun muttered to himself. The western white tiger represents the metal attribute. Plus, given that the planet is predominantly composed of metal, it's strange that the original timeline had all sorts of magical metals and even the lightning element but lacked a metal element. This anomaly always puzzled me. Even the wood element, essentially the plant element, exists and is categorized under white magic. Lu Jun forced himself to calm down and observe the unexpected new element for a moment. In the outside world, the students saw Lu Jun enveloped in a hazy mist of water, as the metal element, being more introverted, did not manifest externally. Seeing this, Lu Jun glanced around and breathed a small sigh of relief. This development was excellent. One of the most troublesome aspects of the magical world was internal human strife. Talented individuals were often targeted by the Black Church, noble families, and other dark forces. At the same time, some authoritarian factions within the Magic Association deemed extraordinary talents as threats and dealt with them harshly. With both innate dual elements and the metal element, Lu Jun was essentially stepping on multiple landmines, drawing the attention of both the dark and the light sides of humanity. No wonder humanity struggled against the monsters. Beside him, Zumushan noticed the change in Lu Jun's expression and tried to comfort him. The water element is pretty average, but its primary magic, water barrier, has decent defensive capabilities. For some reason, Zumushan had a feeling that his comment might come back to bite him. Sure enough, Lu Jun smiled and replied, "The water element is great. Along the coastal regions plagued by sea monsters, like Shanghai and Hangzhou nearby, the water element will be quite valuable." Internally, he was pleased. Knowing the trajectory of future events, he was aware that the water and ice elements would become the most crucial. In about 10 years, the glaciers in the extreme south would melt, causing global sea levels to rise and submerge nearly all coastal regions. Massive oceanic monsters would invade, and even Mofan could only delay the catastrophe. On top of that, Mofan was a terrible swimmer. With the water element, Lu Jun's chances of survival would be much higher along the resource-rich coasts, where water element resources would abound. However, at this primary stage, the water element was indeed unimpressive. Only at the intermediate level would it gain a semi-control, semi-destruction spell. Among the 7 elemental systems, only the lightning and fire elements possessed pure destruction spells at every stage, from primary to super. These elements symbolized extraordinary power most directly, which explained their popularity. "They'll be calling me daddy in the late game," Lu Jun encouraged himself. He hoped the unique metal element would give him some surprises. Before long, the whole class had completed their awakenings. Zhangzia awakened the wind element, a system known for its exceptional evasion abilities. Finally, it was Mofan's turn. Lu Jun paid close attention as he awakened. As expected, a purple lightning glow appeared first, followed by a fiery red radiance. Innate dual elements, the violent and destructive lightning and fire. However, this scene was overshadowed by a neighboring student, Zhu Zhaoding, whose lightning element awakened brightly, drawing everyone's attention away from Mofan. Lightning element. Only 1 in 1,000 awakens it. It's the strongest among the elemental systems. So envious. Ugh, why am I water element? Why couldn't I get lightning? Someone stop me, I'm going to the rooftop. The ground's already littered with light element bodies. Lu Jun shook his head. His luck was holding steady, his actions hadn't yet triggered a butterfly effect. The future remained unchanged for now. In this magical world, foreign knowledge wasn't everything. Personal effort and opportunities mattered far more, and destiny wasn't something one could simply manipulate. Mofan looked around nervously, realizing no one had noticed his dual awakening. At first, his face darkened at the wasted opportunity to flaunt his power, but after some thought, he concluded it was better to keep his innate dual elements hidden. Then he noticed Lu Jun staring directly at him, causing his expression to stiffen. The homeroom teacher soon noticed Mofan's awakening and praised him, the fire element. Second only to lightning. Across the entire school, maybe only 30 or 40 people awaken it. Mu Bei and Zhao Kun-san looked visibly upset. Meanwhile, Zhang Zia took the chance to mock them. Mofan, however, showed no joy. After stepping off the podium, he approached Lu Jun, placed a hand on his shoulder, and led him to a corner. "Lu Jun, you didn't see anything, right?" Mofan whispered near his ear. Suppressing a laugh, Lu Jun glanced at the inconspicuous, tiny black pendant around Mofan's neck and replied coldly, "Call me bro." "Bro, bro, bro," Mofan said quickly, not missing a beat. "Call me dad," Lu Jun teased. To his shock, Mofan almost blurted it out. Hey, were you really about to say it?" Lu Jun was astonished, clearly underestimating Mofan's shamelessness. "Haha." Mofan chuckled awkwardly. "Alright, just don't tell anyone." "I'm not interested in gossip," Lu Jun replied flatly, shrugging off Mofan's arm. "As long as you don't reveal it, I won't either. By the way, your situation falls under what's called an innate talent." "Innate talent?" Mofan asked, confused. "Exactly," Lu Jun explained. "Some people are born with exceptional abilities, and magic is no exception. Innate talents come in many forms, yours is just one example. You've heard of Mu Ningxu from Bo City, right? She has an innate talent as well." That's why she's already been accepted into the Imperial Capital University. I see, Mo Fan muttered, falling into deep thought. His usual arrogance slightly receded as he realized even the girl he used to tease had grown so powerful. Determined not to fall behind, he felt motivated to improve himself. Believing Lu Jun's words for now, Mo Fan decided to trust him, especially since Lu Jun seemed to know a lot. Knowledge was a form of strength worth befriending. The awakenings complete, each class returned to their studies. Lu Jun had no intention of exposing Mo Fan. It wouldn't benefit him and would only make enemies. He preferred for Mo Fan to grow steadily. After all, given the future disasters, even 10 Mo Fans wouldn't be enough. Shortly after, under the guidance of their homeroom teacher, Lu Jun began his first magical training. Chapter 5, Elementary Metal Magic. The process of casting magic is incredibly simple and consists of just 3 steps. First, meditation. Second, control. Third, release. As the name suggests, meditation is for enhancing spiritual power and stardust magic energy, thereby improving cultivation. Control is about arranging the stars, and finally, following a fixed casting model to release the magic. Lu Jun immersed himself in his spiritual world. 2 pieces of stardust, 1 blue and 1 platinum, shone brightly, with each containing 7 radiant stars floating within. Stardust, as the name implies, represents the dust of stars. For an elementary mage, their cultivation is insignificant within the vast spiritual world, making the name quite fitting. Each element corresponds to 1 piece of stardust, containing 7 stars. Connecting these 7 stars forms a star path, which is the foundation for casting magic. At the intermediate level, stardust evolves into a star cloud, containing 49 stars. Casting magic then requires combining 7 star paths into a star atlas. In the magical world, casting spells before reaching the advanced stage is highly rigid. Each element has only 1 magic per stage. At the elementary level, mages are limited to 1 skill per element, requiring teamwork to leverage individual strengths. Upon reaching the intermediate level and mastering 2 elements, having 4 skills provides some flexibility. Alternatively, one can rely on external aids, introducing the concept of magic tools. These are akin to equipment or treasures that can be used once in a given period, whether for offensive purposes like slicing magic tools or defensive ones like shield magic tools. That's why natural talents are so precious, Lu Jun thought to himself. Talents come with unique abilities, followed by spiritual seeds and soul seeds that can significantly enhance the power of one's magic. Lu Jun shook his head in reflection. Spirit seeds and soul seeds are akin to the concept of heavenly flames in other tales, exclusive to elemental systems. Ordinary magic involves mundane water, fire, or lightning without any special effects or overwhelming power. However, refining a spiritual or soul seed grants control over unique elements like extraordinary water or fire, far surpassing peers of the same level. These treasures are incredibly expensive and can only be integrated at the intermediate level for spiritual seeds and at the advanced level for soul seeds. Unless born with these talents, such opportunities feel distant. At this moment, Lu Jun ignored the metal element stardust and focused on the water element. After much deliberation, he decided to invest his efforts into the water element since the metal element couldn't be revealed. Additionally, it lacked a template for elementary magic, making it impossible to control its stars. Buzz. However, as Lu Jun's thoughts connected with the water element stardust, the white tiger pendant hanging around his neck trembled. Information surged into his mind, leaving him pleasantly surprised. It was the star arrangement for elementary metal magic. Haha, I knew the metal element wouldn't leave me hanging. Without a doubt, the white tiger pendant was a high-level magic tool with unique capabilities. Though the issue of metal magic was resolved, Lu Jun remained committed to training the water element first, as it was crucial for his school assessments. During his initial training, Lu Jun ventured into the blue stardust. The 7 azure stars, initially calm, became agitated upon sensing his intrusion. Each star carved elegant paths in the stardust, evading his grasp. After some time, Lu Jun achieved nothing, not even capturing a single water element star. This was normal, as every magic element had a distinct temperament that required the mage to learn to harmonize with it. For ordinary people, it typically took about a year to successfully cast their first elementary spell, a decent achievement. After school, Lu Jun returned home, mentally exhausted. Most people could meditate for 5 hours, but controlling stars limited them to just 2 hours due to the intense mental strain. When he arrived home, he sensed a peculiar whirlwind surrounding the house. Dense wind element energy filled the air, leaving him astonished. "Sis, I'm home," Lu Jun called out upon entering the living room. Soon, he saw his sister, Lu Mai, floating 3 feet above the sofa, surrounded by a green glow. She slowly opened her eyes, smiled, and said, "Your sister is now an intermediate mage, specializing in wind. From now on, You can walk around the city with pride. Hearing this, Lu Jun was shocked. Reaching the intermediate level at 20 was impressive, comparable to students from Pearl University. Even so, it had taken his sister 2 years to pass this stage. How about you? Lu Mai asked with concern. What element did you awaken? After some hesitation, Lu Jun decided to reveal his dual elements. They had always relied on each other, so there was no reason to hide it. Moreover, considering the metal element Stardust, he would need her support to gather resources for training. I awakened 2 elements, he said. Lu Mai was momentarily stunned, her red lips slightly parted, and her eyes widened. Innate talent? Dual elements? Her pride in advancing to the intermediate level vanished instantly. Wait a second, she rushed to him with urgency. Don't tell anyone else. If word gets out, people with ill intentions might target you. Keep it hidden until you reach the intermediate level and can protect yourself. By the way, which 2 elements are they? I'm not stupid, Lu Jun replied. Water and metal. Huh? Lu Mai blinked in confusion. She understood water but had no idea about metal. She asked repeatedly until Lu Jun demonstrated the sharp, platinum-colored magic energy unique to the metal element. Only then did she believe him. A brand new element? Lu Mai's expression turned serious. Looking at her brother, she sighed, Little brother, you're destined to be a great mage, standing shoulder to shoulder with figures like the first Emperor and Faraday. Seeing his sister remain supportive, Lu Jun felt relieved, though slightly embarrassed. The magical world's basic framework mirrored his previous life but replaced science with magic. For instance, the first Emperor was not only the originator of the earth element but also the founder of the undead element, creating magical marvels like the Great Wall and the royal tombs. Finally, Lu Mai asked curiously, what's the elementary metal element skill? You should know that improperly controlling stars to cast spells could either be ineffective or harm yourself. Metal element, huh? Lu Jun recalled the information from the White Tiger pendant. His expression turned peculiar. The elementary metal magic skill was called forging. As the name implied, it involved crafting objects from metal, anything from swords to bells, mirrors, or towers. These could then be infused with magic, transforming into magic tools nurtured within the metal element Stardust. They would evolve alongside the user's cultivation. Unlike ordinary magic tools, which were one-time use, metal element magic tools could be used repeatedly as long as the Stardust's energy wasn't depleted. Even the weakest elementary magic tool, when activated, was unrivaled among mages of the same level. Offensive tools were stronger than fire or lightning elementary spells but had limited duration, making them suitable only for emergencies. With this discovery, Lu Jun saw a way to overcome the awkward period where the water element only provided defensive spells. He decided to develop the metal element into a destructive force. The metal element, associated with sharpness and killing power, had always been regarded as the strongest in combat, surpassing even fire and lightning in reputation. Based on the description of its elementary magic, it certainly had the potential. However, without forging materials, controlling the stars wouldn't be effective. Thus, Lu Jun decided to seek his sister's help in gathering suitable resources. The choice of materials was crucial. While the metal element Stardust could only accommodate ordinary metals at the elementary level, using high-quality alloys could provide significant advantages, including effects comparable to spiritual seeds or innate talents. Forging a magic tool for the metal element required extreme caution, as the stars merged into the tool. If it were destroyed, the entire element would be severely crippled. Metal alloys, huh? Looks like I'll have to ask a few of my university friends for help. They can probably pull some strings to access certain labs, Lu Mai mused, telling her brother to wait for news. Then, with a smile, she added, welcome home, and congratulations on becoming a mage. Chapter 7, The Lethality of the Metal Element. In the courtyard, Lu Jun finally laid eyes on the special alloy produced by the magic laboratory. Shaped into a heavy sword, it was a pitch-black, gleaming strip about 4 feet long, approximately 1.2 meters, exuding an impression of immense weight. Zenjin, the hardest metal in the world, comes from the depths of the universe and is mined from fallen meteorites. If it weren't for its lack of magical properties or special effects, one might mistake it for a powerful magic metal, Lu Mai introduced. She continued, this alloy, made with Zenjin as the main component and blended with other metals, boasts exceptional properties. It can withstand the strength of a commander-level demon without breaking and remains completely undamaged even under the attacks of high-tier mages. Demons were humanity's greatest enemy, categorized from the lowest servant level to warrior level, commander level, lord level, and king level, corresponding to the 5 human magical stages: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and beyond. Typically, demons possessed immensely strong bodies and demonic magic. Their combat ability was equivalent to 7 or 8 mages of the same level. This applied even at the servant level, and the gap widened significantly at higher tiers. Only a handful of extraordinary individuals, those gifted with superior talent, magical equipment, and spiritual seeds, could single-handedly confront demons of equivalent rank. TSK, this must take super-tier fire magic to melt. What a steal. Lu Jun realized how much of a bargain it was to acquire this alloy for just 1,000,000 yuan. Go on, try it out. Lu Mai urged excitedly, her curiosity evident. I haven't seen any of the skills of this new magic element yet. If it's powerful, I might awaken it in the future. Hearing this, Lu Jun admired his sister's boldness and confidence in the new element he had pioneered. Beginner level 1, Forge middle. Sharpen. Lu Jun guided his star energy, casting the beginner level metal magic. A platinum-colored star trail appeared, resembling a sharp flying sword. This faint white streak didn't dissipate but instead hovered midair as a phantom, connected by 7 shining stars. Picking up the heavy Zenjin sword, he directed the streak to fall upon it. A sizzling sound echoed as the black alloy, though incredibly hard and unyielding, was marked with glowing red lines under the influence of the magic. Buzz. Gripping the heavy sword with both hands, Lu Jun imbued it with a platinum glow that spread across its length, as though infusing it with a mystical vitality. Soon, his face turned pale as his mental energy dimmed, his metallic stardust running dry. Clang. The Zenjin sword emitted a resonant hum. Its black surface gleamed anew, now interwoven with golden patterns, exuding an aura of majesty and sanctity. Success. It's transformed into a demon-slaying weapon. Lu Jun exclaimed in delight, sensing the sword's ability to merge into his metallic stardust for nurturing. This was a defining characteristic of magical equipment. Once imprinted with a mage's spiritual signature, it could be stored within their mental world, becoming a mark. When infused with energy, it would reappear in the physical realm. The mental world served as a sort of independent space. For metal mages, they were restricted to a single piece of exclusive equipment, akin to a life-bound magical treasure that accompanied them for life. The newly forged Zenjin sword now bore intricate golden patterns. When inactive, it retained its metallic sheen. In combat, it radiated a platinum brilliance, bestowing unparalleled slaying power. Lu Mai was astonished. She hadn't expected such a masterpiece to emerge. Within the beginner stage, this magical weapon was undoubtedly top tier. Its durability alone surpassed many soul-level artifacts, instantly multiplying its value several times over. Her own shield, worth only tens of thousands, could barely withstand a full power strike from an upper mid-tier servant-level demon. As Lu Jun immersed himself in his thoughts, a smile spread across his face. The Zenjin sword, sharpened by metal magic, had reached new levels of durability, developing the additional effect of fortitude. It could now endure the strength of a mid-tier commander-level demon without breaking, hinting at its potential for immortality. Advancing to intermediate, advanced, and super-tier magic would allow further enhancement by integrating various metals, imbuing it with multiple effects. This is like Mofan's innate devouring seed, but with minerals instead of spiritual seeds. A unique feature of the metal element, offering the potential for everyone to craft their own treasures. Lu Jun noticed a similarity. The so-called devouring seed was essentially a special spiritual seed. Ordinary seeds could occasionally grant additional effects, such as healing for water magic or poison for plant magic. However, these effects were typically replaced when the seed was upgraded. The devouring seed, on the other hand, retained all effects, stacking them together. If someone's natural talent included this effect, reaching the advanced stage and obtaining both spiritual and soul seeds would allow them to unleash triple-layered effects with a single skill vastly superior to ordinary mages. That said, while the Zenjin sword was unyielding, its lethality wasn't solely determined by its sharpness. Even the sturdiest blade would be no better than a blunt stick without proper refinement. The true power of the weapon came from magic, beginner-level forge middle. Sharpen, mid-level enhance, and high-level metallic radiance. Test its combat capabilities before you end up with a dud, Lu Mai suggested, bringing over a 10-centimeter thick steel plate out of curiosity. Buzz. Lu Jun raised the Zenjin sword, channeling his energy. The golden pattern shimmered brilliantly as he swung the blade down. Instead of the anticipated metallic clash, the sword seemed to cut through effortlessly, as though slicing through mud. With a metallic clang, the black blade cleaved the heavy steel into 2 halves, leaving its tip embedded in the ground. The severed pieces bounced aside. Cuts through steel like butter. Lu Jun inhaled sharply. However, the effort had drained his stardust completely, and the sword dissolved into platinum light, retreating into his mental world. Within his platinum stardust, a sword imprint floated, nourished by the warm aura of his white tiger pendant. 10-centimeter steel plate, Lu Mai marveled, examining the smooth cross-section. A servant-level demon's Keratinous armor shouldn't be this tough. The destructive potential was staggering. Beginner lightning or fire mages might need 3 or 4 spells, heavily shielded by their teammates, to kill a weaker servant-level demon. In contrast, the metal element offered a chance to slay with a single strike. Yet, as an experienced hunter of over 40 demons in 2 years, Lu Mai quickly identified a flaw, frowning. But it's melee only. This element has a big problem. Mages were too fragile. Even at super tier, getting too close to a low-tier demon could be fatal. Close combat mages were exceedingly rare, especially at the beginner stage. Lu Jun understood. At the beginner level, 50 meters was the critical safety distance. A servant-level demon could cover this in 2 or 3 seconds, the exact time it took for a trained mage to cast a spell. With 2 well-timed spells, they could fend off an approaching threat. While the metal element might have greater lethality than lightning or fire, its lack of range was a critical weakness. This element might be useless, Lu Mai sighed. Fighting in a melee is like a child swinging a blade, courting death with no room for error. Lu Jun also wondered if he had the courage to wield this sword against ferocious demons. A servant-level demon was more terrifying than any tiger or wolf. Casting spells from a distance was one thing, but engaging in close combat seemed an impossible feat. However, recalling the disasters to come, he steeled his resolve. Just as Mo Fan had honed his skills through city hunting before venturing into the wilds, he could also start small and grow steadily. No. Lu Jun declared resolutely. I'll practice metal magic and join the city's demon hunting squad to sharpen my skills. This winter break would be the perfect opportunity to improve himself. Chapter 6, Mastering Magic. Bow City, transitioning from summer to winter, saw leaves swirling in the wind. In the blink of an eye, a semester had passed, half a year gone by. Since awakening his magic, Lu Jun had immersed himself in relentless practice. The looming pressure of future calamities, the desire for extraordinary power, and the tempered steadiness from his past life, along with his pursuit of fame and fortune, had all transformed into a driving force for self-improvement. The world where effort directly translates to strength was truly marvelous. In the first semester, aside from teaching basic knowledge about demons, the school primarily focused on meditation courses, leaving little to no other tasks. At this moment, Lu Jun sat cross-legged in his bedroom, immersed in meditation. The white tiger pendant on his chest emitted a platinum glow, its gentle power soothing his entire body. His pores relaxed as though he were soaking in a hot spring. In his spiritual world, both the blue and platinum stardust had grown significantly. Under the nourishment of this mysterious energy, they were rapidly developing even without meditation. Recently, the white tiger pendant had given Lu Jun another pleasant surprise. As expected of a top-tier auxiliary magic tool, even in its damaged state, it retained the ability to nurture stars on par with Stardust magic tools and Star Cloud magic tools. Stardust magic tools are a type of specialized magic equipment designed to assist in cultivation. Normally, a person can only meditate for 10 hours before becoming mentally fatigued and needing to rest. Even the weakest Stardust magic tools can extend this duration by several hours and restore mental energy. The most powerful ones can allow users to cultivate without actively meditating, automatically nurturing their Stardust and increasing their magical strength. These tools are incredibly precious and are graded by tiers, elementary, intermediate, and advanced, corresponding to Stardust, Star Cloud, and Starsea levels. The white tiger pendant was comparable to the finest intermediate Star Cloud magic tools. Even intermediate mages bathing in its energy could rapidly reach their peak, let alone a newly awakened elementary mage like Lu Jun's swoosh. Water control, resolve. Suddenly, Lu Jun's eyes flashed blue as he gained control over the 7 water element stars. Water vapor surged around him, and a brilliant azure star path formed. Countless water particles condensed in the air, creating a water blue current about 10 feet long and 2 feet wide. It resembled a soft ribbon wrapping around Lu Jun's body, covering most of his area. Its surface glimmered with an ethereal sheen, appearing both flexible and resilient. Water is soft, but when someone falls from great heights onto its surface, its hardness rivals that of rock due to the principles of non-Newtonian fluids. Lu Jun felt that this elementary water magic was similar. Filled with excitement, he realized he had finally mastered the first-level water control spell. For mages, each of the 5 realms is further divided into 3 levels. The spells themselves remain unchanged, but as a mage's level increases, the spell evolves, gaining new variations and enhanced power. For example, the second-level water control, Guardian, allows mages to conjure multiple water ribbons, providing nearly seamless protection. At the third level, water control, Circulation transforms the ribbons into a dynamic, ever-flowing current, making it virtually indestructible unless destroyed in one go by a mid-tier spell. Finally, I can cast water control. It took me 6 months to master both metal and water elementary magic. Compared to Mo Fan, I'm progressing even faster. He's probably only mastered the elementary thunder spell, Thunder Seal, and won't grasp the second fire spell, Fire Burst, until the end of next semester. As for Mu-Ning-Su, she took 8 months to master her first ice spell. To be fair, though, both of them achieved this entirely through their own hard work without relying on Stardust magic tools. Lu Jun reflected. Both of them had to wait until their second year to receive auxiliary support from their families or schools. His own rapid progress was understandable, especially since Stardust magic tools offered minimal help with star control. Their true value would shine in enhancing cultivation and magical energy. Moreover, the White Tiger Pendant was clearly in better condition than Mofan's Azure Dragon Pendant. At first, Mofan's pendant appeared lifeless, only awakening after consuming a school's worth of Stardust magic tools during his second year. It only became equivalent to a Stardust magic tool at that point. To reach the level of the White Tiger Pendant, Mofan's pendant would need to consume the Sacred Spring 2.5 years later. The Sacred Spring, a treasure capable of aiding meteor breakthroughs, was also the cause of disaster in Bo City due to its theft by the Black Vatican. I still have 2.5 years. By next semester, I'll aim to advance both my elements to the second level of the elementary realm. Clenching his fists, Lu Jun stood up, the water blue ribbon swirling gently around him, shrouding him in mist. He looked like an ethereal being emerging from water. Downstairs, Lu Mai sensed the water element's energy fluctuations. When she looked up, she saw a black-haired youth descending the stairs, the water blue ribbon wrapping softly around him. His skin appeared fairer, rejuvenated by the spell's energy. She couldn't help but exclaim enviously, "Water mages are so lucky they come with natural skincare benefits." Hearing this, Lu Jun felt exasperated. Magic was extraordinary. Shouldn't she focus on its power instead? Among the 7 elemental systems, the water element was the only one with a defensive skill at the elementary level, making it as popular as thunder. Other elements had to wait until the mid-tier for defensive spells. Thunder and fire were offensive by nature, with Thunder Seal adding paralysis and Fire Burst causing continuous burning. Ice specialized in control, Earth had Earth Wave for semi-control and displacement, and Wind had Wind Track for pure movement. I was just joking. Lu Mai chuckled before marveling, "I can't believe you've already mastered an elementary spell in 6 months. If I didn't live with you daily, I might suspect you've joined the Black Vatican." Lu Jun ignored his sister's nonsense, dispersing the water ribbon as he retorted, "I've mastered more than just water magic. I could cast metal magic 3 months ago. If you'd delivered the alloys you promised, it wouldn't still be so underwhelming." Lu Mai grew serious, her tone doubtful. "Lu Jun, you didn't actually." After a brief silence, Lu Jun raised an eyebrow and said, "Don't overthink it. When the time is right, I'll tell you everything. The fewer people who knew about the White Tiger Pendant, the better. Once he grew strong enough, secrecy would no longer matter." "Fine." Lu Mai sighed, sensing that her brother had been carrying a heavy burden since awakening his magic. His relentless training over 10 hours a day without fail was frighteningly disciplined for someone his age. She asked, "So, what about the alloys?" "Don't worry," Lu Mai replied, her tone pained. "They've been shipped from the lab. You're such a money-burning beast. $1 million just for elementary materials. And that's only because my friend pulled strings to access experimental products." Lu Jun was stunned. $1 million could buy a house in a second-tier city or even a shield strong enough to withstand meteor-destructive magic. If Lu Mai had invested that amount in herself, her strength would have increased significantly. Feeling both guilty and touched, Lu Jun was reminded that only family would trust and support him unconditionally. This had drained their family's savings, their parents' inheritance, death benefits, and all of Lu Mai's earnings over the past 2 years. "I hope the metal magic's power is worth the investment," he thought. Chapter 8, Practice Test. Lu Mai decisively refused. "The city monster hunting team is out of the question. You're still too young. Monster hunting isn't child's play, it's war. Using the metal element is also too dangerous. In a magical world teeming with monsters, activities like monster hunting naturally evolved. A city generally has 5 major forces responsible for using magic to protect it. 1. The most powerful magic association. 2. The government, including city councilors. 3. The military, including soldiers. 4. Powerful families and clans. 5. The Hunters Alliance, essentially a guild of mercenaries, mainly consisting of freelance mages. The city monster hunting team is a semi-civilian, semi-official group registered under the Hunters Alliance but hired by the government. They primarily operate within city limits, dealing with monsters that accidentally stray into the area, essentially a magical version of city management. Most high school graduates start with the city monster hunting team to gain experience before venturing beyond the city's safety zone to face monsters directly. Hearing this, Lu Jun felt helpless. His older sister was sometimes overly protective. Of course, at the age of 16 and as a first-year high school student, No reasonable adult would allow him to join a monster hunting team. Even school-organized field training wouldn't occur until his second year, during the winter break. Even Mo Fan, the protagonist in the original story, only joined the city monster hunting team during the summer break before his third year and had to disguise himself to look older. People don't achieve success for no reason. Mo Fan was the ultimate overachiever who studied even during summer and winter breaks. However, Lu Jun was no slouch either, getting a head start by a year and a half. He decided to persuade his sister, "You've seen the power of the metal element. You can't dismiss it just because it's dangerous. No magical element is invincible. If it has advantages, we must also accept its drawbacks. Moreover, the metal element has 4 subsequent spells. It's possible there are ways to address its weaknesses, and its potential is enormous, especially when fused with various metals to greatly enhance its power. In the future, I'll have to face monsters anyway." Lu Mai pursed her lips, reluctantly softening her stance. Seeing this, Lu Jun pressed further, "My other element is water. As long as I use the water barrier to block a monster's first attack, my metal element can take care of the rest." "Oh, right." A sudden thought struck him, and he said, "Sister, aren't you a wind element mage? You can add wind path for speed enhancement, giving me dual-layered protection." Finally, Lu Mai sighed and agreed reluctantly, "Fine, but only under my supervision. At least this way, your survival chances are slightly higher." Lu Jun curiously asked, "You broke through to the intermediate level 6 months ago. Have you mastered the intermediate wind spell, Wind Disc? What element are you planning to awaken as your second?" "I mastered it long ago." "The 49 stars were a breeze," Lu Mai replied with a smug hum. "As for my second element, I awakened the earth element. I wasn't satisfied at first, but now I see it can save your life countless times. The earth element's basic spell, Earth Wave, is both a movement and control spell. When upgraded to level 3, it becomes a quagmire trap that can immobilize monsters. You're unbeatable, sister," Lu Jun flattered her obediently but then asked in confusion, "At the intermediate level, you can awaken rarer elements. Why stick to the elemental ones? You think I don't want to?" Lu Mai's eyes filled with mock resentment. "Awakening costs 100,000, let alone the cost of a specialized guidance stone. You've spent millions, I have to save where I can." Lu Jun looked awkward and felt guilty upon hearing this. "Forget it. The earth element isn't bad. At least it scales well with investment," Lu Mai said, brushing the tropic aside. Then she changed the subject. "If you want to join the city monster hunting team, you have to pass my test first." "What test?" "Follow me." Soon, the two arrived at a forested park with a wide 400-meter area, dotted with tall trees. Lu Mai, dressed in a flowing white dress, exuded a high-class elegance that drew countless gazes. She stood tall and cold, her demeanor like that of a snow lotus atop a mountain peak. Meanwhile, Lu Jun stood beside her with a troubled expression. In a serious tone, Lu Mai said, "If you can, while under the speed enhancement of a level 3 wind path, drifting shadows, move through the dense forest without harming yourself and hit the target leaf, I'll let you join the city monster hunting team and permit the use of metal element close combat." Her aura shifted as she extended a slender, fair hand. Her eyes glowed faintly with a green light, and a star path appeared beneath her feet. Her dress fluttered in the wind, highlighting her perfect figure. The surrounding area was swept by a sudden gust. Trees trembled, leaves scattered, and bystanders were startled. Windpath middle swiftness. The elder sister called out crisply, deliberately holding back and only using the first-level windpath spell. With her command, the swirling leaves and dust in the park were immediately directed into a specific trajectory. The forest revealed a unique airflow path, layered with swirling red leaves, forming what seemed like a blood-red tunnel. This path started from Lu Jun's position, stretching to the end of the forest. Along the way, trees swayed violently in the wind, leaning as if to make way, while leaves fluttered down in a storm. Lu Jun instantly felt a powerful gust of wind propelling him from behind. His body became extraordinarily light, as if he could move with just a thought. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His body blurred for a moment, and suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, he dashed forward into the red-leafed wind path at full speed. His velocity reached its peak. Experiencing magic for the first time, Lu Jun's vision became a blur. He was moving so fast that everything ahead became indistinct. Before he could react, a tree blocking the path loomed in front of him. By the time he realized it was a tree, his body could no longer adjust. He crashed straight into it. Thud. The tree trembled from the impact, and a loud crash echoed. Lu Jun let out a cry of pain as his forehead hit hard, blood trickling down. His whole body collapsed to the ground, his head spinning. Lu Mai stopped her magic and started walking over. The surrounding onlookers, uncles, aunts, children, and elderly men were all stunned and began discussing animatedly. "Whoa, A mage. Is that a wind element path spell? So cool. Powerful big sisters are the best. Ignoring the chatter, Lumai quickly approached her brother. Seeing him in such a state, her heart ached, but she kept her expression neutral. Instead, she harshly reprimanded him. Did you see what just happened? If that tree had been a demon instead, you'd already be dead. And you still want to engage in close combat? Half-conscious, Lu Jun heard his sister's scolding. Fortunately, as an elemental mage, his body was naturally strengthened by the magic energy, comparable to that of a trained athlete. He recovered quickly. After a moment of silence, he reflected on her words. Most mages didn't train like this. Wind path was typically used for retreating and maintaining distance. Wind mages would carefully plan their escape routes to avoid obstacles. Only a few elite fighters trained in this manner, but that was something done at the intermediate or advanced level. However, Lu Jun was different. His aim was to charge straight at demons, engaging them in close combat. This required flawless mastery. Any deviation could cost his life. Suddenly, Lu Jun remembered a saying, precision determines the difference between slaughter and butchery. To wield the metal element meant accepting its flaws. He stood up resolutely and declared, again. Lumai smiled faintly but replied, this is only the beginning. I'll make you practice running on the wind path while simultaneously casting water barrier and wielding a sword. You'll keep at it until it becomes muscle memory. Most mages, when facing a demon, would struggle to maintain the mental clarity needed to align their stars and cast spells. Their star paths would often collapse midway. Being able to cast spells steadily was already the hallmark of a skilled mage in smaller cities. But Lu Jun needed to go a step further. His mental fortitude had to be as unshakable as a mountain. Under the winter sunset, the siblings trained together, one casting magic, the other adapting to its effects. Passers-by watched curiously, and the scene was frozen in time like a painting. Chapter 9, The City Demon Hunting Team. In the blink of an eye, a month of winter break had passed. Although it was the southern region, the park's fair trees made it look as desolate as the north. Esteemed Mage. Many people have complained about this park. There's nothing more we can do. How about you train at another venue? I can provide you with a designated training ground, a middle-aged man in a police uniform said, bowing respectfully. It's fine, Lumai replied with a smile, understanding his concerns. We've finished our training here. That's great. I'll leave you to it then. The man sighed in relief and walked away. Lumai turned to look at Lu Jun, who was lying on the ground, gasping for air. His entire body was filthy, and his skin was covered in bruises. Her heart ached with both pity and pride. Over the past month, her brother's progress had been astounding. He had completely adapted to the sudden shifts of wind path flash step and the ghostly agility of drifting shadows. He even reached the level where he could hit falling leaves with a wooden stick. For most mages, adapting to magic didn't take long. Once they grew accustomed to it and calmed their minds, they could adjust quickly. However, Lu Jun's relentless efforts were irreplaceable. Every day, he drained her wind element stardust to its limit before he was satisfied. This intense training had also significantly improved her mastery over wind element magic. She had reached a flawless command of the elementary wind path spell. Struggling to his feet, Lu Jun pulled out some healing ointment and asked, was that the urban management? Is it a big issue? Yes, but don't move. Let me handle it, Lumai interrupted. She knelt down in front of him, pulled him into her embrace, and snatched the ointment from his hand. Gently, she applied the ointment to his bruises with her slender fingers. Caught off guard, Lu Jun found himself enveloped in her warm and soft embrace. The faint fragrance on her body filled his senses. His face pressed against her, and as he looked up slightly, he saw her gentle expression. Months of accumulated fatigue washed over him. His eyelids drooped, and he drifted between wakefulness and slumber. His heart raced with emotion, yet he felt an unparalleled sense of peace. Lumai finished applying the ointment but didn't wake him up. She simply held him quietly. Her gaze softened as she looked down. She knew her brother was carrying many burdens, as if shouldering some invisible weight. This was her way of providing comfort. After a while, her communication device in her pocket flashed. Frowning, she checked the message. Startled awake, Lu Jun sat up and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's time," Lumai said, her eyebrows raised slightly. "The city demon hunting team is active. Your internship opportunity has arrived." Hearing this, excitement ignited in Lu Jun's heart. His spirit lifted, his energy renewed. Everything he had trained for slaying demons was finally within reach. "This is it. The swift-blade swordsman takes the stage," Lumai calmly said. "Follow instructions during the operation. Prepare your metal element weapons in advance. If anyone asks, just say I gave you demon-slaying tools. With their knowledge, they won't be able to tell it's a new magic system. The metal element had the advantage of being easily disguised as magical equipment, unlike Mofan's lightning element, which immediately exposed his dual-element nature. Only when Mofan awakened the shadow element at the intermediate level could he conceal it somewhat, though not for long. Additionally, metal element magic could be pre-summoned, eliminating the need to hastily align stars in close combat. Its drawback, however, was its limited duration. With Lu Jun's elementary level Stardust, he could maintain it for about 10 minutes. For training, Lu Jun used a wooden sword for practice. The siblings didn't linger. Delaying the city demon hunting team's response would only increase the danger to civilians. Lu Mai used Wind Path to speed through the streets and alleys, drawing the astonished gazes of countless passers-by. Lu Jun was in good condition. His 2 magic systems were nearly fully charged. Minor cuts and bruises were insignificant, and with water element magic healing his skin, he wouldn't even be left with calluses or scars. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the scene, a relatively quiet commercial street. Although not crowded, there had been frequent reports of strange chewing noises coming from the sewers, accompanied by a foul stench. The police had investigated several times but couldn't find the source of the problem. Believing it to be harmless, they left it alone. That was until a few days ago when 7 or 8 stray dogs were found dead in the nearby alley, their bodies mutilated and chewed to the bone. A passerby reported the gruesome sight, prompting the police to hand the case over to the city demon hunting team. It's most likely a giant hydrats. Fortunately, it was discovered early before anyone got hurt, Lu Mai said, explaining the situation to Lu Jun as they hurried to the scene. Before they could act, 3 other members of the city demon hunting team arrived, a man and 2 women. The man looked honest and dependable. One woman was short with a round face and a gentle appearance, while the other was tall, strikingly beautiful, and exuded a fiery charm with her red-dyed hair. You're just in time. This is my brother, a water element mage who has mastered the elementary water defense, Lu Mai introduced her teammates. She pointed to each one. The male mage is Zhu Yan, an elementary level earth element mage. The round-faced one is Mu Yuan, a side branch member of the Mu family in Bo City, and an elementary level ice element mage. The tall one is Li Ziyan, an elementary level fire element mage and our team's main offensive power. Lu Jun observed the 3 and noted their roles. He didn't recognize any of them, likely because they weren't part of the team Mofan would later join. This made sense. A city with a population of over 1 million couldn't rely on just a few elementary level mages. Each district had its own team. His sudden addition to the team drew no objections. After all, his sister was a mid-level mage, a prominent figure in Bo City. City demon hunting teams typically consisted of elementary level mages. Mid-level mages wouldn't stay in such a small team when they could earn far more in a large city or join a wilderness hunting group to advance quickly. Lu Mai was at a transitional stage. The limited resources of a small city couldn't sustain her growth indefinitely. She'd eventually have to move to a larger city, which explained why she wasn't mentioned in the original story. As Li Ziya sauntered up to Lu Jun with exaggerated charm, she teased, "Captain Lu, this is your little brother? A 16-year-old boy. I like him." Immediately, Lu Mai stepped between them, her posture protective. "Don't even think about it. He's underage, and that's illegal, you know." The red-haired woman chuckled, amused, but remained undeterred. She didn't believe any young man could resist her allure. It was just a matter of time. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan shyly remained silent, lacking the air of someone from a prominent family. Zhu Yin gave a friendly nod and said, "Hello." Lu Jun greeted them all politely. The atmosphere was relaxed. Civilians had already been evacuated, and with a mid-level mage present, even 10 low-level servants wouldn't pose a threat. Let alone a low-level giant hydrats. Lu Jun, who had studied demonology, knew this creature lived in soil and was skilled at digging. They thrived in city sewers and other hidden places. Their necks could extend, and their eyes emitted penetrating beams of crimson light. These demons reproduced rapidly and survived almost anywhere. Most scavenged human leftovers, only attacking people when starving. Though weak and cowardly, they were everywhere a never-present nuisance. This was why Lu Mai's first assumption about the case had been correct: giant hydrats. Chapter 10, Anomaly in the Sewers. On a deserted commercial street, Lu Jun took a deep breath, relaxing the muscles that had tensed up due to excitement. With his current strength, he could easily slay a giant-eyed rat alone, unless it was the direwolf from Bo City, a formidable threat. Ordinary wolves from the pack were at most comparable to the lower servant-level monsters. The magical world was far from peaceful, with demonic threats everywhere. For instance, the undead haunted the ancient capital, sea monsters menaced the magic city, and Bo City faced the constant threat of wolf packs from the southern ridges, led by the Wolf King. Their power overwhelmed Bo City, even threatening several cities in Zhejiang province. If humanity hadn't invented the magical barriers, which used rare materials to emit waves of energy that scared away monsters below the commander level, their living space would have shrunk by more than half. These barriers also discouraged sovereign-level creatures from attacking without reason. Lu Jun looked toward the shadowy alley between two rows of tall buildings. The entrance was stained with blood. Li Zai asked, "Who's going in first to check the situation and lure out the monster?" Typically, this task would fall to a wind mage, as they were suited for scouting. Lu Mai used to lead by example in such situations, but after advancing to the intermediate level, she no longer took on such dangerous tasks. Now, her role was to unleash powerful intermediate magic from the rear. Zhu Yan offered, "How about I go? With my Earth Element basic spell, Earth Wave, my mobility isn't too bad." Just as Lu Mai was about to refuse and take on the task herself, Lu Jun volunteered, "Sister, let me do it." His words caused a few frowns among the team. Li Zai joked, "Little brother, are you up to the task?" Lu Mai looked at Lu Jun's determined expression. Remembering his training performance, she decisively said, "All right, you're up." The others were surprised. They had assumed Lu Mai brought her brother along to gain experience and build his credentials. They didn't expect her to assign such a risky task to a 16-year-old boy, where a single mistake could mean death. Mu Yuan and the others tried to dissuade her, "Captain, he's just showing off. You can't take him seriously. If he is here to hunt monsters, he'll be treated like everyone else. I'm letting him go because his ability surpasses yours, and he's more capable of self-defense," Lu Mai calmly replied. Her brother's persistence and dedication had impressed her. To her, he already had the qualities of a strong individual, talent and determination. All he needed was experience and a mature mindset. Hearing her words, the team couldn't argue further. However, when Lu Jun skillfully controlled his star paths and released the water element basic spell, Water Defense, in just 2.5 seconds, everyone was stunned. Li Zai was incredulous. He's only a first-year high school student, yet his casting speed surpasses ours. Typically, students only manage to release magic by the end of their first semester in high school. Their star path control was clumsy, and taking 4 to 5 seconds to cast was considered excellent. Lu Mai realized that Lu Jun's talent was extraordinary and explained casually, "I helped him awaken during the summer after middle school." "Oh, I see," Zhu Yan and the others said, understanding. With 3 months of summer vacation, 6 months of the first semester, and another month of winter break, 10 months to master a basic spell was impressive but believable. Lu Jun smiled faintly. Having an intermediate-level sister was a convenient excuse for everything. At the moment, a mist of water surrounded him, forming a shimmering blue ribbon about 10 feet long. The wide arc of the ribbon covered most of the area around him. In his hand, he had already summoned his heavy sword, its dark blade wrapped in streams of water, ready for combat. With that, Lu Jun stepped into the old alleyway. His expression remained calm. Based on his knowledge, the scarlet rays unleashed by the giant-eyed rat could be blocked once with his basic water barrier, nothing too frightening. Following the bloodstains on the ground to the dark end of the alley, he heard strange rumbling sounds, akin to digging. Wait, could they already be tunneling? Lu Jun thought back to the disaster in Bo City 2.5 years later. With the magical barrier, it was impossible for the Direwolf tribe to invade from the wilderness. Even if they attacked, the city's barrier would prevent it from collapsing instantly. The Black Vatican had secretly dug tunnels throughout Bo City's sewers, leading wolf packs into the city for an inside-out attack. The main purpose of these tunnels was to steal the Holy Spring, hidden beneath the Silver Exchange Tower in Bo City. Could the signs already be showing? In the original timeline, the first anomaly occurred a year and a half later, when a team of city monster hunters, including Mo Fan, investigated a magical girls' high school cafeteria where people were killed. Lu Jun pondered. Realizing the site might be a tunnel entrance, Lu Jun resolved not to report it to the Magic Association for now. Doing so might alert the enemy. With powerful figures like Muhi shielding the Black Vatican, reporting one tunnel would lead to another being dug elsewhere, possibly even more covertly. Muhi, at least a high-level mage, could target him or his sister, leading to their deaths. The Black Vatican is clever, covering their activities under the guise of giant-eyed rat attacks. Without foreknowledge, no one could connect the dots. Even if anomalies were discovered, pinpointing their location in the maze-like, stinking sewers would be nearly impossible, he thought. To thwart the Black Vatican's plan, Lu Jun considered preemptively scouting the tunnel entrances. When the disaster loomed, he could destroy them all at once, forcing the Black Vatican to act prematurely and undermining their plans. As for timing the operation, he smirked. A critical event from the original timeline would occur after the winter break in his first year, offering the perfect opportunity. Without revealing his thoughts, Lu Jun memorized the site's location, intending to research Monster Hunter case files for clues linking vibrations and giant-eyed rats to tunnel entrances. As he ventured deeper into the alley, the strange noises abruptly ceased. A suffocating silence enveloped him, and the darkness ahead grew more oppressive, carrying the sour stench of the sewers. Suddenly, a glowing blue eye appeared in the darkness. The eyeball, the size of a basketball, was surrounded by tumorous growths that moved, making his skin crawl. The creature stepped forward, revealing part of its body, a neck as thick as a tree trunk, merging indistinguishably with its head. The head bore only the giant eye and a blood-red maw. The creature stood nearly 3 meters long, its height reaching an adult's chest. Buzz. As soon as Lu Jun spotted it, the creature's massive eye began to contract violently, glowing crimson. In an instant, it unleashed a scarlet beam of energy. Boom. Thanks to his rigorous training, Lu Jun reacted instinctively, tilting his body slightly. The beam grazed his shoulder and blasted a scorched hole in the wall beside him. The acrid smell of charred stone filled the air. Lu Jun's blood began to boil with adrenaline, his face contorted in a mix of fear and killing intent. Chapter 11, The Stunning Sword Strike. At the edge of the alley, almost the moment Lu Jun launched his attack, his 4 teammates noticed it. However, the narrow terrain made it difficult to step in. If they were hit by a crimson beam and skewered like candied fruit, it would be laughable. Be careful. The key was Lu Mai's reliability. She shouted loudly, her slender hands casting magic. A green star track streaked across the air, pointing at Lu Jun, enhancing him. This time, she used a level 3 wind path spell. Wind path, drifting shadows. The streets howled with wind, and the 4 people's clothes fluttered. In the alley ahead, blurry, transparent wind paths extended and spread out, even reaching the walls on both sides with crisscrossing trails. It resembled a grid of wind, like an intricate subway map. A level 3 wind path could increase movement speed to the point of leaving after images, with multiple wind tracks available. The next moment, Lu Jun experienced the overwhelming enhancement. His body felt light, as if he were about to ascend. With water control, wind path, and the shaking gold greatsword, he gazed at the giant-eyed demon rat in the distant darkness. A wild thought flashed through his mind. Some people freeze in fear when faced with danger, sitting down to await death. Others flee quickly, while a few instinctively fight back. Clearly, he was one of the latter. Whoosh! Lu Jun let out a low growl, his figure flickering as he charged at the servant-level demon at high speed. His steps followed the wind tracks, leaving after images in his wake. The water ribbons coiling around him trailed behind under the intense wind pressure, forming thousands of threads of blue water. He reversed his grip on the shaking gold greatsword, its platinum patterns glowing as the blade slashed downward, carving a black arc. The piercing sound of the sword resonated in Lu Jun's ears, lingering endlessly and then gradually fading away. The scene before him slowed, and everything seemed to freeze in place. Silence reigned. By now, Lu Jun had already adapted to his heightened senses at such speeds. His gaze was fixed solely on the grotesque demon ahead. He saw the giant-eyed demon rat's pupils slowly contract, releasing another crimson beam. Buzz. With a sharp push from his foot, his entire body tilted as he scaled the wall, running along it. The slow crimson beam was left behind. A year later, Zhangzhou would be able to leap across cliffs with the acceleration of a level 1 wind path. Now, with a tier 3 wind path, scaling walls was child's play. In an instant, Lu Jun reached the demon rat's face along the wall. He held the shaking gold greatsword in a reverse grip, his body and the sword forming a right angle. Positioned vertically above the demon, the blade's platinum brilliance erupted and plunged into its flesh. With a squelch, he expected the sensation of cutting through steel, a mighty resistance. But the combination of wind path's speed and the sharpness of the metal element was like slicing through tofu. In one breath, the sword traveled along the demon rat's spine, cutting through its entire body. As the resistance on his hands vanished, Lu Jun left the wall. Rotating once in midair, he landed gracefully, the water ribbons around him scattering like petals, blossoming into blue water flowers. Then, he turned his back to the demon rat's corpse and slowly rose, flicking his wrist. The water ribbon slid along the greatsword, spinning off into a blood-red sword flower. The pitch-black greatsword shone brilliantly. A moment later, a bloodline appeared on the demon rat's forehead. Its massive body split into 2 halves and collapsed, the cross-section smooth as glass. A great spray of blood burst forth, shooting half a meter into the air before falling like a curtain call firework. The scene froze. Ah! Li Zai and the others, who had walked cautiously along the alley's walls to witness the fight, were stunned. The red-haired young woman couldn't stop herself from screaming. Her eyes practically turned into hearts as she shouted, "So handsome! You've peaked, little brother." Zhu Yan and Yu Yuan stared in amazement at the figure of Lu Jun at the end of the alley, utterly shocked. Even Lu Mai was slightly dazed. In a brief moment, she saw her brother's back as if he were an unparalleled, towering hero rising with unstoppable brilliance. The four of them were mere bystanders. Lizai had previously thought Thunderfire mages, with their mastery of destruction, were destined to shine. But now, cowering behind others and casting spells seemed anything but manly. A real man wielded a sword and fought demons up close. Several blue water ribbons extended down both sides of the alley, still connected to Lu Jun after the demon's demise, hovering in midair. Lu Jun's boiling blood gradually cooled. He couldn't believe he'd accomplished such a feat and admired himself for keeping his composure after slaying the enemy. He reflected on his mindset, feeling as though he'd broken through some constraint. He was now fearless when facing similar demons and could slay them effortlessly. His basic water control shield hadn't even been broken. In fact, Lu Jun's usual combat style wasn't like this. He relied on Windpath's agility to strike and retreat swiftly. If it weren't for the narrow alley, he wouldn't have taken such a bold risk. The metal element's offensive power was indeed extraordinary. As long as one dared to wield their sword, it would carve out a new world. Zhu Yan approached the demon rat's corpse, examining its firm flesh and smooth cuts. Shaking his head in amazement, he looked enviously at Lu Jun's shaking gold greatsword. This demon-slaying weapon is incredible. No one doubted its origins. With a doting elder sister, it was perfectly normal for her to equip her defensive specialist brother with a lethal weapon. Lu Mai snapped out of her daze, walked up to her brother, and scolded, "Don't go in alone next time. If you encounter a demon, retreat first. Are you hurt?" Her hands anxiously checked him all over. "Sister." Lu Jun felt awkward. One moment, he was a ruthless swordsman, the next, he was a little boy relying on his sister. Nearby, Lizai approached, her tone teasing. "Little brother, how about stripping down tonight and letting Big Sis check your body?" Seeing this, Lu Mai glared at her, directing the team to search the alley for any remaining threats before returning to report. Zhu Yan and Mu Yuan immediately cast magic, Earthwave and Frostvine. Soon, the ground rippled with waves of yellow light, spreading deeper into the dark alley. Frost crawled into the sewer, freezing the manhole cover. The sound of cracking ice echoed from below. This was an example of using basic magic creatively for detection. Otherwise, a mage's fragile body would be at risk if they approached and a demon suddenly appeared. Lu Jun paid them no mind. After this battle, he felt the stardust of his metal element glowing brighter, while the blooded shaking gold greatsword seemed sharper. Combat truly refines magic. A few more fights like this, and I'll soon break through to basic level 2. He pondered. The metal element's level 2 ability, size manipulation, allowed crafted tools to change size. At the basic level, the range of change was limited to a maximum of 3 times. A nearly 4-meter-long sword could become a massive shield in front of him. With the shaking gold greatsword's durability, it could be considered invincible at the intermediate level. Just as Zhu Yan and Mu Yuan finished their search, the white tiger pendant on Lu Jun's chest suddenly trembled. In his vision, a faint blue glow appeared above the demon rat's corpse, like a firefly or a tiny candle flame. It seemed drawn to the pendant on his neck. A servant-level soul remnant. This phenomenon was invisible to others unless they practiced black magic, specifically the necromancy element. Unexpectedly, this white tiger pendant has a similar function to Mofan's little loach, collecting demon souls. Lu Jun was thrilled but slightly regretful. Unfortunately, it's not a complete soul. A remnant soul is worth little, at most 10,000 yuan. Complete souls, known as essences, were the intact souls of demons containing most of their essence. They were exceedingly rare, with less than a 1% drop rate. Their energy was dozens of times greater than remnant souls. As for their value? Even a servant-level essence would cost 5 million. Why were they so expensive? Essences had numerous uses, such as creating stardust magic tools, which required essences from demons of the corresponding tier. In other words, even basic stardust tools cost at least 10 million, and nebula tools tens of millions. It was clear how extraordinary the white tiger pendant was. Moreover, collecting essences was difficult. Only necromancers or special magic tools like soul vessels could gather them, and both were scarce in the country. Chapter 12, The Start of School. Seeing no other dangers, Lu Jun and the others left the alley. The demon corpses would be handled by someone else. Their hides and eyes were quite valuable. Some materials, like blood and bones from unique creatures, could be used for crafting magical equipment. These were similar in concept to residual souls, with the distinction being one focused on the spiritual aspect and the other on the physical. However, their value was far less than Stardust-level magical artifacts. This operation was officially sponsored by the city government, yielding about 100,000 yuan in rewards. Since Lu Jun handled everything on his own, the other 3 took a symbolic share as courier fees, totaling 30,000 yuan. The remaining amount belonged to the siblings, netting them 70,000 yuan, not including the value of residual souls. This reward demonstrated how lucrative demon hunting could be, though it came with immense risks. Lu Mai smiled and said, "Come on, I'll take you to the Hunter Alliance to register. This operation can be added to your record, granting you the title of a junior hunter. It'll make future field operations much more convenient." The group split up, and the siblings headed to the Hunter Hall. It felt like a cross between a large trading floor and a bustling job fair, with people constantly coming and going. A massive LCD screen hung on the wall, displaying the latest bounties, each with listed rewards. The lowest bounties started at 100,000 yuan, while the highest reached millions. Numerous teams were also recruiting mages. Iron Soul's squad heading out to hunt demons, urgently seeking an experienced wind mage. Join now. Assist the military mages at the Snow Mountain Station in clearing a Cyclops demon wolf nest. Over 50 adult servant-level demons. Strong firepower needed. Any white magic, healing, mages available? Someone's dying. Lu Jun felt a strong sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the internet cafe era when players called for teammates in Dungeon Fighter Online and World of Warcraft raids. Before long, Lu Jun successfully registered as a hunter mage at the counter. Meanwhile, several hunters had gathered around his sister Lu Mai. They were all trying to recruit her for their field teams, as mid-tier mages were in short supply in Bo City. Join us, and you can take a 30% share of the profits. How about that? No need, I don't plan on going into the field for now. Lu Mai shook her head, rejecting them. The middle-aged captains of the demon hunting teams left regretfully. Seeing this, Lu Jun realized the dilemma his sister faced. Bo City couldn't support mid-tier mages. To take care of him, Lu Mai's advancement would stagnate, a situation unacceptable for a 21-year-old prodigy. Should he tell her not to worry about him and join a field demon hunting team? Lu Mai would never agree to that, and even Lu Jun found the idea unreliable. He knew how treacherous those teams could be. In the wilderness, one was truly at the mercy of fate. Darkness lurked everywhere, especially in this magical world. Even in the bustling metropolis of the Magic City, production jobs barely offered a better income than urban demon hunting teams. Without access to million-level resources like renting nebula artifacts to combat warrior-level demons, it wouldn't make much of a difference for Lu Mai. Now, Lu Jun deeply understood how hard life was for a commoner in a magical world. Unfortunately, the white tiger pendant was soul linked and couldn't be lent to his sister. "Sis, why don't I go with you to the field?" When Lu Mai came closer, Lu Jun said thoughtfully, "You handle mobility and control as a wind and earth mage, and I'll focus on defense and killing as a water and metal mage. The two of us together could rival an entire team. We could even bring along a few trustworthy people. Little brother. You're just a kid. You're only at elementary level 1, and you want the two of us to go into the field?" Lu Mai found the suggestion amusing and said, "The wilderness is completely different from the city. In the city, demons are like rats, everyone hunts them down, and seeing a couple together is already unusual. But in the wilderness, humans are the rats. We survive in the gaps between demon tribes. Encountering 7 or 8 servant-level demons at once is normal, and with bad luck, there could be more than a dozen or even an entire nest of 50. If you're truly unfortunate, you might run into a demon army with over 50 nests. Just counting the adult servant-level demons alone, their numbers range from 2,500 to 10,000, with plenty of warriors and commanders." She spoke earnestly, "I understand your intentions, but wait until you reach level 2 in your water magic and can block 3 or 4 crimson rays before bringing this up again." Hearing this, Lu Jun felt a heavy weight on his heart. He couldn't let his sister waste her youth. During these peaceful times, she needed to accumulate as much power as possible, otherwise, they wouldn't survive the calamities to come. On the way home, Lu Mai noticed her younger brother deep in thought, frowning. She reached out her jade-like hand, pinched his slightly chubby cheeks, and said affectionately, "All right, you don't need to worry about me. Your job is to focus on studying and aim for admission to a top-tier university. That way, you won't struggle like I do." Lu Jun pushed away his sister's hand, displeased. "Ugh, I'm not a kid anymore." Internally, he made a firm resolution. Lu Mai's wind magic was at mid-tier level 1, and her earth magic was at elementary level 1. By the end of the next semester, he needed to reach level 2 in both of his elemental systems. By then, Lu Mai's second system would likely be at elementary level 3. He couldn't delay any longer. He had to start gathering funds to rent a nebula artifact and help her second system advance to mid-tier as soon as possible. Lu Jun was well aware that with her talent, Lu Mai could have graduated at 18 and entered a top-tier university. But to take care of him, she stayed behind. Even if she had gone, the lack of resources would have quickly caused her to fall behind others. Oh, right, Lu Jun suddenly remembered something. Take the 70,000 yuan for yourself. No need to rent a Stardust artifact for me. Fair enough, Lu Mai said. At your current progress, the school will lend you a Stardust artifact by the second year. Not bad, it's just like when I was the top student. Lu Jun hesitated, then decided to let her misunderstanding slide. He had the White Tiger Pendant, a top-tier nebula artifact that made his cultivation speed skyrocket, far surpassing anything the school could provide. If it weren't for the fact that an elementary mage's mental strength lagged far behind that of a mid-tier mage, limiting his efficiency, reaching level 3 in both systems within half a year would have been effortless. The original Mofan had awakened 2 new systems at the mid-tier with the help of the Little Loach, which had absorbed the Earth Holy Spring. His speed was comparable to Lu Jun's current rate. The White Tiger Pendant was no weaker than a Little Loach at that stage. The slow start for elementary mages was normal. Once he reached the mid-tier, his experience and higher mental strength would allow him to cultivate new systems much faster. Time passed, and in the final 2 weeks of winter break, Lu Jun focused entirely on cultivating. After discovering the Black Vatican's movements in the sewers, the city only sounded 1 orange alert, which turned out to be manageable. Compared to the Blood Red Extinction level alert 2.5 years later, it was nothing. Still, certain ominous signs were beginning to surface, even though the original story portrayed this period as filled with panic. Though eager to contribute, Lu Jun knew the military mages would never let a kid like him join the fight, so he gave up on the idea. Finally, the second semester of his first year began, and he returned to school. In Class 8, the students gathered excitedly, discussing their winter break and New Year's celebrations. The conversation soon turned to bragging about their magical progress. I can already control 2 stars. What? Only 2? I'm at 3. When Zhao Kun-san noticed Mu Bei's expression, he eagerly chimed in, 2 or 3 stars. That's nothing. Mu Bei can already control 5 stars. Even by slacking off next semester, he'll easily reach 7 and cast an elementary spell. No way. Mu Bei's that good? 5 stars. How do you even train to reach that? That's insane. I heard the top student in Class 7, Zhu Zhaoding from the lightning element, also controls 5 stars. Hearing his classmates chatter, Mu Bei felt a little smug but kept a composed demeanor. Zhao Kun-san was proving to be an excellent sidekick. Boasting about his progress openly would be beneath him, but this subtle showmanship was perfect. Chapter 13, Tangyu, the Enforcement Union. Lu Jun returned to school, observing the vibrant and cheerful students around him. He felt a bit disoriented, struggling to adjust. Just moments ago, he was enduring grueling training and engaging in brutal, blood-soaked battles with monsters. Now, he was back in the tranquil and joyful environment of school life. The contrast was overwhelming, like stepping into another world. As he heard his classmates discussing the study god Zhu Zhaoding, Lu Jun couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. Zhu Zhaoding, who stood out during his magical awakening with his rare lightning element, seemed destined for greatness before the end of senior year. However, things would take a tragic turn. When the Bo City disaster struck, Zhu lost his entire family, his parents and grandmother. Later, when he finally settled in Shanghai and found someone he loved deeply, he ended up becoming entangled with sinister forces. Driven by vengeance, he pursued these enemies and met a horrifying fate. Caught in a trap meant for Mo Fan, Zhu Zhaoding was captured and turned into a black beast demon, a cruel and inhumane experiment. Controlled by those same forces, he was forced to kill his own girlfriend. Such examples were countless in this world. Lu Jun sighed inwardly. He wasn't strong enough yet. But if he could grow stronger and had the chance in the future, he wouldn't hesitate to step in and change the fate of those like Zhu Zhaoding. As Lu Jun walked into the classroom, his clean and refined appearance attracted some attention. Several girls were about to greet him, but his sharp and imposing demeanor made them hesitate. There was an air about him difficult to describe that set him apart. It was as if he wasn't just another ordinary high schooler. Lu Jun sat down in his seat. Unlike his peers, who were eager to show off their magical progress, he exuded an unapproachable aura. His classmates instinctively felt their minor achievements weren't worth mentioning in front of him. Soon, Mo Fan arrived, looking spirited and smug. Spotting Lu Jun, his eyes lit up, and he unceremoniously plopped down beside him. "Hey, old Lu. How was your winter break?" Mo Fan asked with a grin. Recognizing the look on Mo Fan's face, Lu Jun immediately knew he was about to show off. Having figured out Mo Fan's dual-element secret, the two had grown closer, their relationship built on a mix of mutual curiosity and camaraderie. Half-jokingly, Mo Fan had started calling him Old Lu. As for why he avoided calling him Lu Jun, Mo Fan once mockingly explained, "It sounds like something out of a cheesy drama, like a character from a love hotel scene." Lu Jun didn't mind. Unfazed by Mo Fan's antics, he responded lightly, Let me guess, you finally mastered your fire element over the break? Or was it the lightning element? Mo Fan's grin froze as he stared at Lu Jun, feeling a pang of frustration. How the hell do you always know? No fun at all. Seeing Mo Fan's reaction, Lu Jun chuckled inwardly. He already knew that over the winter break, Mo Fan not only mastered his lightning element but also spent a month in the library memorizing every scrap of knowledge about the magical world. Before Mo Fan could say more, Zhang Xiao arrived. With his usual goofy demeanor, he greeted, "Hey, Brother Lu, Brother Fan. Good to see you both." Before Lu Jun could reply, the previously noisy classroom suddenly fell silent. Curious, Lu Jun looked around and saw the boys, including Mo Fan, Zhang Xiao, and Mu Bei, staring blankly at the podium. "Good morning, everyone," came a mature and slightly sweet voice from the front of the room. "Your magic practical instructor is currently on sick leave, so starting today, I will be your new practical teacher. My name is Tang Yu." Lu Jun immediately understood. He glanced toward the podium, where a stunningly beautiful woman in a professional outfit stood. Tang Yu wore a tailored black suit and skirt that accentuated her perfect figure. The white shirt underneath strained against her ample curves, making it seem as though the buttons might give way at any moment. Her beauty was undeniable. With her mature charm and alluring fox-like eyes, she exuded a seductive aura. Even Lu Jun was momentarily taken aback. Tang Yu wasn't just beautiful, she was the epitome of allure. Compared to his sister Lu Mai, who had a more composed and gentle demeanor, Tang Yu radiated the confident sensuality of a woman in her prime. She appeared to be in her mid-20s. Still, Lu Jun didn't dwell on her appearance. His knowledge of the original storyline reminded him that Tang Yu was no ordinary teacher. She was secretly a member of the Enforcement Union, sent to Bo City to investigate unusual activity. The Enforcement Union, a powerful faction directly under the Magic Association, dealt with threats to humanity, especially those posed by dark forces. Its members were elite mages, known for their strength and authority. However, despite spending 2 years undercover in Bo City, Tang Yu failed to uncover anything significant and left just before the disaster struck. The Enforcement Union, directly under the Magic Association, represented its authority and was known for being a powerful force. Its members were tasked with handling various complicated issues, especially those involving dark forces. They held supreme judgment and authority in such matters. Every member of the Enforcement Union was a standout in their respective intermediate or higher level domains. The organization offered unparalleled resources, making it the dream destination for most diligent mages. Lu Jun had considered anonymously reporting Mu He and his associates to the Enforcement Union. However, after recalling the internal situation of the Hangzhou Enforcement Union, he decided against it. The Hangzhou branch was one of the largest in the 9 provinces, responsible for cities like Bo City and those in the Fujian and Zhejiang regions. The problem was that the Hangzhou branch had traitors in its ranks. Among the high-level members, 2 were well-known, a counselor's secretary and an enforcement officer from a second-tier city. Even at the lower levels, several hidden moles weren't exposed until much later. Lu Jun racked his brain for every detail he could remember and realized the depth of the issue. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. Bo City's problems couldn't be solved by a few intermediate or even advanced Enforcement Union members. Beyond the monsters, the mastermind behind Bo City's disaster was a force to be reckoned with. They were so well informed that they even knew how many people the Enforcement Union mobilized. How could they be fought under such circumstances? Reporting anything would only alert the enemy. Tang Yu might be trustworthy to some extent, but involving the Enforcement Union is out of the question for now. I'll need to pick the right time to approach her, Lu Jun thought to himself. Looking at the stunningly beautiful teacher on the podium, Lu Jun let out a sigh. The roots of corruption in the magical world run deep. No matter where you go, the same problems exist. Whether it's Hangzhou or Shanghai, the issues are even more pronounced there. Moreover, he was still in Bo City. His family wasn't influential enough to arrange a transfer to another city. If he wanted to attend a magic university, he had to finish high school here first. Alright, everyone, let's head to the training field. I'll demonstrate a basic spell for you, Tang Yu said with a bright and approachable smile, leading the students to the practice grounds. Chapter 14, Dual Element, Beginner Level 2. Stay calm, stay composed, and stay focused. Even while I'm speaking to you, my mind is entirely concentrated on my fire element Stardust, Tang Yu explained patiently on the training field. While speaking, she demonstrated a fire element beginner level 1 spell, Scorch. The entire class surrounded her, watching intently, though it was unclear where exactly their gazes were focused. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, fire elements gathered around Tang Yu, and a vibrant crimson star path appeared. Her aura became intense, fiery, and oppressive. A blazing flame leapt on her fair, jade-like hand, wild and untamed. Lu Jun grew serious. This aura was even stronger than his sister's. The other students, too, were completely stunned, their previous scattered thoughts instantly replaced by awe. Tang Yu then raised her arm, sending the ball of fire flying like an arrow. It streaked through the air, glowing brilliantly, and struck a training dummy in the distance with precision. Nothing happened? Why isn't it moving? It clearly hit. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. The dummy remained unscathed, seemingly unaffected by the powerful aura that Tang Yu had just unleashed. Amid the murmurs of doubt, Tang Yu turned to face her 48 students. A confident, radiant smile graced her lips. Boom. Suddenly, a violent crimson blaze erupted from within the dummy. It wasn't a gradual ignition, it was as if everything combustible within it was incinerated in an instant. The dummy, which had been intact just moments before, was engulfed in a raging inferno. The intense light reflected off Tang Yu's delicate, curled hair, highlighting her fair complexion and adding a fiery glow to her beauty. Her smile, paired with the flames roaring behind her, made her appear nothing short of stunning beyond words. Mo Fan, Zhang Xiao, Mu Bei, and the others swallowed hard, thoroughly mesmerized by the scene. Even Lu Jun turned his head. A beautiful and powerful teacher like this was a rare sight. Tang Yu proceeded to take attendance, identifying the fire element students in the class. The others groaned in disappointment, lamenting that they weren't of the fire element and couldn't have private tutoring sessions with their beautiful teacher. She concluded, "This semester is crucial. The year-end assessment will determine whether you remain in the magic school. Those who fail will be expelled. Next year, there will also be elite class placements and allocations of Stardust magic tools. Your time with those tools depends on your performance. I'll be waiting for you in the elite class." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kunsen sneered at Mo Fan. "Ha, an entire semester has passed, and you still can't control a single fire element star. No matter how talented you are, with your lazy attitude, you'll be gone by next semester." Mo Fan merely chuckled, choosing not to argue. After all, he had already mastered lightning element magic. Mastering fire element magic in a single semester was nothing to worry about. Lu Jun, on the other hand, stroked his chin. While the year-end assessment would certainly be lively, it wasn't his concern. For now, he focused on improving himself. 6 months later, the warm southeastern air crossed the mountain ranges, sweeping over the southern regions. The weather was unpredictable, with a typhoon seemingly on its way. Pitter-patter. On the road to Danlin High School, Lu Jun walked calmly through the rain. Around him, 3 streams of shimmering blue water swirled, forming a water mantle that resembled both a cloak and armor. The torrential rain, instead of soaking him, was absorbed by his water shield. Not a single drop touched him. Passers-by with umbrellas looked at him enviously, their clothes completely drenched despite their efforts. Damn, mages have it good. Forget combat, they make daily life so convenient. At the same time, other Danlin students were on the same road. Mo Fan and Zhang Xia stared at Lu Jun, their jaws dropping. Suddenly, fire and wind elements didn't seem so appealing compared to the elegance of water element magic. Lu Jun really knows how to show off, Mo Fan muttered. The guy's attracting girls from our class and even senior students. On the other side, Mu Bei's group also noticed him. Zhao Kunsen glanced at another water element student, Lu Xiaofu. "You're a water element mage too. Why can't you do that?" Lu Xiaofu turned green with embarrassment. Not every water element mage had that level of control, especially since he hadn't even mastered his stars yet. "SHH, look at the girls in our class," Mo Fan whispered, smirking. Many of the girls, their uniforms half-drenched, were unintentionally revealing their curves. The boys noticed this, their faces turning mischievous, prompting the girls to glare at them angrily and rush toward the school building. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Ms. Tang Yu is here." Not far away, Teacher Tang Yu held up her umbrella, stepping through puddles in her black high-heeled sandals. Her fair and delicate feet, with toes exposed, looked like glistening pearls, presenting a stark and striking contrast. Her graceful figure was hazy and enchanting in the rain. Step by step, she approached the teaching building, maintaining her elegance and composure. Not a drop of rain seemed to cling to her body, and her curls remained perfectly dry, unlike the damp and disheveled appearances of the other female students. Naturally, there was no unintended allure to be seen. Even so, the crowd gawked, their mouths agape, barely stopping themselves from drooling. Tang Yu's shapely figure and swaying hips seemed to ignite a fire that not even the cold downpour could extinguish. Zhang Xia couldn't believe it and muttered, "How did she get through this storm without getting wet?" No one knew better than the residents of Bo City how merciless southern typhoons could be. Raincoats and umbrellas were futile, and if it rained, you got wet. Then, a crimson energy flickered around Tang Yu. The intense heat instantly evaporated all the moisture from her surroundings, leaving her completely dry and immaculate once again. She even helped dry the soaked clothes of the female students nearby. White steam rose and swirled at the entrance of the teaching building. The boys groaned in disappointment, feeling they had missed a rare sight. They finally understood how Tenyu avoided such awkward situations, marveling at her astonishing control over the fire element. At the entrance, the girls whispered among themselves, stealing glances at Lu Jun, whose untouched and refined appearance remained a focal point of admiration. Tenyu's sharp gaze fell on him, and she was astonished by his mastery of water magic. For a student to achieve such skill? While others were oblivious, Tenyu's keen perception immediately discerned his abilities. She recalled the purpose of her assignment to Bo City, her brows furrowing slightly. Coincidentally, Lu Jun glanced in her direction. Their eyes met briefly before they both looked away. Though others might not realize it, he was well aware of Tenyu's abilities. She had already reached the intermediate level and possessed dual elements, fire and shadow. Among her shadow element abilities, the beginner-level spell Shadow Traverse was particularly impressive. As the name suggested, it was a movement and evasion technique that allowed her to traverse through shadows, moving with incredible speed and eluding detection. It was somewhat reminiscent of the Shadow Step ability used by rogues in D&D. She had likely used Shadow Traverse to leap between shadows while traveling to school, only switching to a more conventional approach upon arrival to maintain appearances. Lu Jun sighed in relief. Fortunately, his own water manipulation had improved considerably. After a semester of intense training, both his water and metal elements had reached beginner level 2. He was just a step away from breaking through to level 3, needing only a few more combat experiences to achieve it. His water defense offered seamless, comprehensive defense, while his metal forge ability enhanced his massive gold sword's destructive power. When combined, his battle strength increased exponentially. Chapter 15, Mu Ningxu. Over the past 6 months, Lu Jun had been working with the city's demon hunting team, hunting and killing 7 or 8 minor demon creatures one after another. He had gained significant experience and improved greatly. Meanwhile, Lu Mai's rock element had also reached the peak of beginner level 3. If the two of them worked together seamlessly, their combat strength would rival that of a 20-member team of beginner mages, meeting the standard for venturing outside the safe zone. Although Lu Jun was eager to go hunting right away, he had to wait until the year-end assessment was over. This assessment promised to be quite the spectacle. Lu Jun remembered something and walked over to Mo Fan with a meaningful look. Casually, he said, "The year-end assessment is in a few days. I heard that Mu Ningxu will be attending. Any thoughts on that?" The group had already returned to the teaching building to take shelter from the rain. Mo Fan, upon seeing Lu Jun, was about to make a snarky remark about his flamboyance when he heard those words. His expression turned blank as if he was lost in thought. Back then, that incident had caused a huge commotion, implicating many people. The truth was, Mu Ningxu, in a fit of her princess-like temper, naively decided to run away from home and casually told Mo Fan to take her out. The main issue lay with Mu Ningxu, but naturally, the master could do no wrong. Her father, Mu Zhuoyan, blew the matter out of proportion, and in his anger, implicated the families of numerous servants. As the situation escalated, the truth became muddled, and it was impossible to untangle the grievances and grudges. Mo Fan snapped out of his daze, noticing Lu Jun's mischievous smile. He cursed, "What thoughts could I possibly have? I just want to beat that old dog Mu Zhuoyan." "Good. Spirited as always." Lu Jun gave a cheerful snap of his fingers, and the water-coating windbreaker around him dissolved into a fine mist. The students of Class 8, Year 1, had all gathered by then. Each of them was both nervous and excited, tinged with a bit of melancholy as the year-end assessment would lead to class reshuffling. The friends they had just grown close to might soon be separated. A few days later, the typhoon had passed, and the skies cleared. All 30 classes, numbering 1,500 students in total, gathered on the large playground. The school's leadership, directors, and even figures like Mu Zhuoyan and Mu He were present. Lu Jun, Mo Fan, Zhang Xiu, and Mu Bei stood quietly in the crowd, listening as Mu He delivered an enthusiastic speech. "Today is a particularly special day," Mu He announced. "The school has invited Bo City's most outstanding female mage. At the age of 15, she was directly admitted to the Imperial Capital's Magic Academy as a special exception. I believe many of you have already heard of her legendary story." "Yes, that's right. She is none other than Mu Ningxu. Let us give a warm round of applause to welcome this magical prodigy who, though meant to be your peer, has already ascended to the university level." Mu He concluded his speech by introducing an exceptional alumna. No way. Could it really be the legendary Mu Ningxu, whose natural talent includes the innate ice spirit seed, making her ice magic 3 times more powerful than the average person? The entire student body erupted into discussion. Judging by their reactions, everyone was familiar with Mu Ningxu. No one had expected that the year-end assessment would allow them to witness this legendary magical prodigy. The Ice Spirit Seed, even without considering its various special effects, granted a mage's magic power 2 to 3 times the strength of an ordinary person. For instance, a beginner level 1 ice spell from her would be equivalent to a beginner level 3 spell from others, a staggering difference. To put it simply, unless one possessed a second element like Lu Jun's metal element, challenging Mu Ningxu was tantamount to serving oneself up as fodder. Fortunately, the immense resources, far exceeding 1 million, invested into Lu Jun's metal element paid off, allowing him to complement his other magic and even single-handedly defeat servant-level creatures. However, Lu Jun also knew that Mu Ningxu's talent extended far beyond her innate Ice Spirit Seed. Her true gift was her innate Soul Seed, also referred to as the Ice Element's Calamity Bearer. The Soul Seed amplified power by 4 to 6 times. Although this wasn't fully evident yet due to her current level, once she reached the advanced level and maximized her potential at 6-fold power, she wouldn't just be a candidate for forbidden magic, her innate talent would evolve further at the moment of her breakthrough. An already monstrous Soul Seed, further evolving. What kind of concept was that? We generally describe it in 2 words, a monster. Frankly, having dual elements from birth couldn't compare to being a Calamity Bearer. So what if you had more magical elements? Without money and resources to cultivate them, each element would remain mediocre, perhaps even below average, and you'd still be crushed by others. Additionally, advancing through the 5 major tiers of magic grew increasingly difficult. Many mages spent their entire lives stuck before reaching the advanced level, needing the pure, boundless energy of nature itself to break through. In this regard, even dual-element mages were no exception. Among all innate talents, only Calamity Bearers were the outliers. To make an improper comparison, a Calamity Bearer was akin to the Calamity poisoned body from Battle Through the Heavens. Once they absorbed poison, their cultivation surged uncontrollably, accelerating until it led to their self-destruction. Coincidentally, the element in black magic happened to include a poison element. If a Calamity Bearer emerged with this, they would perfectly resemble the Battle Through the Heavens template, becoming an unstoppable force. The more Lu Jun thought about it, the more urgency he felt. No matter how he assessed his own abilities, he remained dissatisfied. He needed to work even harder. Fan, it's the princess. It really is her. She actually came to our school. At that moment, Zhang Xia tugged excitedly at Mo Fan's sleeve. Mo Fan and Lu Jun both looked up at the stage and indeed saw a stunning figure standing there, proud as a lotus amidst snow. Clad in a pure white high-waisted dress, Mu Ningxu's breathtaking silhouette was displayed to perfection. Yet, what captivated everyone wasn't just her sensual and youthful allure but also her dazzling snow-silver middle-parted long hair. Despite the sweltering heat, the girl standing tall on the stage resembled a snow fairy descended from the icy peaks of heaven, ethereal, untouchable, and impossibly beautiful. The entire student body fell silent for a moment before breaking into fervent discussion. This was Mu Ningxu, the ice goddess of her youth, exuding an innate, bone-deep arrogance. Lu Jun cast a glance at her unique silver hair and mused to himself, her Calamity Bearer talent must already be manifesting. In the end, he felt entirely uninterested in her, unlike the rest of the male students who regarded her as a goddess. Having knowledge of the future, he understood that this girl was a pure disaster, or rather, any Calamity Bearer would inevitably appear on the Magic Association's list of marked individuals. Later on, any association with her would lead to death. The reasoning was simple: when talent exceeded a certain threshold, it became a calamity for the entire species. At this stage, Mu Ningxu's noble background and the support of the Imperial Mu family ensured her allegiance to the aristocratic class. Simply put, they were not on the same path. No matter how beautiful she was, Lu Jun maintained his distance. She was cold to her core. He remembered that more than 1,000 chapters later, it took Mo Fan countless life and death struggles to finally win over this piece of eternal ice, breaking his teeth in the process. While Mo Fan had his flaws, the sacrifices he made for Mu Ningxu were enormous. For her, he risked his life time and again, paying steep prices. Even compared to the most obsessive admirers, his devotion was on another level. If not for their childhood bond and shared ambiguous past, Mo Fan would likely have been nothing more than a fool and a walking ATM in her life. Sometimes, Lu Jun resented the fact that he hadn't been reincarnated as a woman. If that were the case, he could have simply relied on a dedicated supporter instead of striving so hard on his own. Having lived through this life again, Lu Jun was far more mature. Love had to be mutual. Besides, if he had to indulge in lustful thoughts, he preferred older women, whose maturity and charm were far more appealing than that of young girls. With his thoughts wandering, he glanced at Mo Fan beside him. Chapter 16, Annual Examination. As expected, Mo Fan was stunned. This was probably the first time he'd seen Mu Ningxu since that incident 3 years ago. Back then, among the group of children, everyone liked to call her Little Princess, and she truly was the princess in everyone's hearts. She lived in a castle on a hill, wore clothes and accessories far more beautiful than any ordinary girls, and had an irresistibly charming and adorable appearance. But in these 3 years, Mo Fan felt as though she had changed so much that she was almost unrecognizable. She had indeed changed a lot. The once lively and approachable girl now gave off an air of distance and aloofness as she entered her adolescence. Was it her temperament that had changed? Or was it the growing age and vast difference in status that made such thoughts take root in his mind? Lu Jun, observing Mo Fan's expression, guessed that he was probably feeling a bit inferior. It was perfectly natural, and he sighed without mocking him. After all, Mo Fan's persistence in pursuing Mu-Ningxu in the future, despite his humble background, could also be seen as a reaction to that inferiority. Still, Mo Fan and Mu-Ningxu truly walked the path of a fairy tale to the very end, proving they were worthy of each other. Life is tough. I hope Mo Fan and Mu-Ningxu remain steadfast, enduring the hardships of both the dark and light sides of this world, so I can quietly grow stronger, Lu Jun muttered to himself. He thought of the ridiculous actions of the Magic Association, which left him exasperated. From the moment he awakened his metal element and twin natural elements, Lu Jun's enemies were no longer just the Black Church but the entire irrational and dark magical world. Standing beside him were only his sister, Lu Mai, and at most, Mo Fan, Mu-Ningxu, and other geniuses who had been persecuted. They could barely count as allies. Next to him, Zhangxiu, staring at the dazzling Mu-Ningxu, sighed, "Fanj, you should have eloped with the little princess back then." Mo Fan snapped back to reality and, regaining his composure, jokingly scolded, "Did you hit your head on the bathroom door?" Seeing this, Lu Jun teased, "What's the old Mo's current feeling?" "Nothing much," Mo Fan said, regaining his usual nonchalant tone. "I just think that old dog Muzo Oyan did the one thing right in his entire life, having a daughter. If he'd obediently let me be his son-in-law, I might even forgive him for everything he did back then." "Ha ha ha." Lu Jun laughed. "That's what I'd call eating your words, huh?" Mo Fan chuckled slyly. These words were only meant for his friends. After all, he could sense that, unlike most people, Lu Jun and Zhangxiu didn't innately regard the noble families as untouchable beings. Everyone else seemed to possess an ingrained servility deep in their bones. Right on cue, Zhao Kunsen jumped in to mock them. "You think you can get your hands on the swan? You'll never get into the Imperial Capital University. Just wait for the annual examination to expel you." The three of them completely ignored this clown. Lu Jun, however, suddenly recalled something. During this examination, Mu Bei and Mu He had planned to sabotage Mo Fan and have him expelled. They had secretly placed a dark light stone, a mineral that absorbs brilliance, on the testing instrument, the star disk, to reduce Mo Fan's results. To their surprise, Mo Fan's abilities surpassed expectations. Even with underhanded tactics, he still achieved excellent results, drawing the attention of Tang Yu, who spotted the anomaly and insisted on retesting with another star disk. The retest revealed an S-grade result, shocking the entire school. The format of this annual examination was quite simple. To Lu Jun, it was reminiscent of the classic opening chapter of Battle Through the Heavens, only replacing the family stone tablet with a star disk. Instead of testing chi cultivation, they were testing magical energy. The brilliance of the star disk determined one's grade. Needless to say, using a dark light stone to dim the light was a malicious tactic. Lu Jun whispered to Mo Fan, "Be careful during the examination. Mu Bei and the others might try something shady. Before you start, it's best to inspect the star disk thoroughly." Mo Fan frowned. He was already aware that Mu Bei held a grudge against him, but would he really dare to pull something like that in front of so many people? "Try and see," Lu Jun sneered. "The school's funding comes entirely from the Mu family, and the teachers are all their lapdogs. What do you think?" Mo Fan's expression grew serious, but he remained calm. At the very least, a student couldn't openly be persecuted by any faction. Principal Zhu, appointed by the Magic Association, was highly independent and had protected countless commoners. He patted Lu Jun on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude without saying much. Soon, the annual examination began. First up was a girl named Yu, who, like Lu Jun, was a water element user. She was crying before stepping on stage, looking so pitiful that even the teacher, Zhu Mushan, and the entire class were comforting and encouraging her. But when the test started, everyone realized they had been played. The brilliance on the star disk indicated an A-grade result, directly qualifying her for the honors class next year. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the epitome of playing the damsel in distress. Lu Jun glanced at her, recognizing her as Zhangxiu's future girlfriend. Sadly, 2 years later, during the Bo City disaster, she would sacrifice herself to save Zhangxiu, shielding him from a monster's attack and losing her life. It was a tragic story. He thought about the underground tunnels he had investigated this year and resolved that such a tragedy would not repeat itself. Next up was Zhangxiu. His star disk test also lit up brightly, reaching an A+ grade, earning him admiration from everyone. At this moment, Zhangxiu shyly but resolutely declared, "Teacher, I want to take the second test, magic release." The examiner was a bit surprised. "Are you sure? I know that ranking high in the annual examination will determine the time when we receive our Stardust magic tools, so I want to take the release test," Zhangxiu explained. The second test, magic release, was generally for the few elite students who were proficient enough to attempt it. Each year, only a handful of students passed, as mastering magic release within a year was incredibly rare. Unfortunately, Zhangxiu, though capable of casting the wind element basic spell Wind Path, failed due to nervousness. He repeatedly lost control of his stars, causing the star trail to break. Dejected, he walked down. Tang Yu, acting like a gentle older sister, comforted him, "It's okay. With your results, you'll definitely enter the honors class." Zhangxiu asked, "Teacher, I thought I had already mastered it. I didn't expect that a little nervousness would cause my star control to collapse each time. How do you complete magic release so effortlessly?" "Practice, of course," Tang Yu said with a slight smile. "But beyond that, a calm mind is essential. A qualified magician must have solid fundamentals and an unwavering mindset." Lu Jun nodded from the side. To be precise, it required experience in killing. Facing monsters head-on was the only way to forge a strong will. That was how he never lost control of his stars at crucial moments. As time passed, it was finally Zhu Zhaoting's turn. All eyes turned to him. On the podium, Principal Tianlan began to boast about him, describing him as a model student with exceptional character and talent, a lightning element user. Mu Zhuoyan smiled gracefully and softly said to his daughter, "Ningxu, watch your junior's performance carefully." The silver-haired girl lightly nodded in acknowledgement. In the testing area, Zhu Zhaoting, dressed in his school uniform, stood confidently under the gaze of the entire school. Unfazed by the pressure, he began casting his spell. Thunder Strike, Python Mark. Crackle. The basic level, first-tier lightning spell. A long, whip-like electric current extended from his hand, resembling a snake, and struck a wooden target in the distance. A loud bang echoed, leaving behind a charred, broken target. Lu Jun's expression grew tense. He suddenly realized how much the lightning element countered both his gold and water elements. Even a glancing blow could paralyze him, rendering him helpless. But eventually, Lu Jun relaxed. No element was invincible, most countered one another. For example, rock counters lightning, and ice and water counter fire. Once he awakened more elements at the intermediate level, the gaps would naturally be filled. Moreover, lightning element magicians were rare, so there was little cause for concern. Chapter 17, The Face of the Aristocratic Family. In the examination hall, Zhu Zhaoting was full of confidence, enjoying the attention of the entire audience. On the podium, school board member Mu He, with an appreciative look, asked Mu Ningxu, "Ningxu, what do you think?" "Average." Mu Ningxu didn't spare him another glance, her bright eyes focused solely on Mo Fan in the crowd. This led all the male students in Class 8 of the first grade to have a moment of delusion. "She's looking at me." Even Zhu Zhaoting and Mu Bei on the field felt smug. The expressions of the leaders darkened. Mu Zhuoyan stepped in with a laugh to ease the tension, saying, "Haha, it's actually pretty good. Ningxu is studying at the Imperial Capital Academy, where magical geniuses from all over the country gather. The release of an initial stage lightning spell is just basic for them. She's just used to judging by the standards of the Imperial Capital Academy." Coincidentally, Mu He shifted the topic to Mu Bei, leading the leaders toward Class 8. Mu Bei's heart leapt with joy, and he decisively stepped forward for the test. Seeing this, Lu Jun curled his lips. This annual assessment is nothing more than a showcase for the aristocratic families. Who would have expected someone like Mo Fan to appear? Next, Mu Bei achieved an S-grade result. The brilliance of the star path illuminated the surroundings as he easily released an initial stage iced spell, Ice Spread, Freeze. A cold aura spread out, covering the ground with a thick layer of ice that creaked and groaned, freezing the wooden mannequin into a sparkling ice sculpture under the sunlight. The leaders, being astute individuals, understood that Mu He was deliberately promoting him. They all praised Mu Bei's performance. Mu Bei was full of satisfaction, secretly glancing at Mu Ningxu to observe her reaction. To his fury, Mu Ningxu had never even looked at him. Her gaze remained fixed on Mo Fan. "That bastard again." Mu Bei silently fumed, signaling to the examination proctor with a glance. The proctor, a bald man, casually leaned against the star path, covertly placing a dark light stone on it. However, Lu Jun and Mo Fan, who had been on alert, immediately noticed the trick. Mo Fan's eyes sharpened, and he stepped forward, loudly demanding, "What are you doing?" Mo Fan strode to the star path, grabbing the bald proctor's hand and exposing the evidence on the spot. The leaders, startled, quickly looked over. The proctor stood frozen, holding the dark light stone, his face stiff. Under the gaze of the entire audience, all the teachers and students understood what had happened. An uproar ensued. "Wow, someone cheated openly. Doesn't that mean all previous scores are invalid? Disgusting. What if it had been me?" Tang Yu stepped forward, snatching the stone and examining it. With a cold and elegant frown, she questioned sharply, "What's your intention? How dare you plant a dark light stone to harm students? Who instructed you?" The leaders frowned, their minds quickly piecing things together. Mu He's face darkened as he glanced toward the pale, trembling Mu Bei, glaring at him fiercely. At that moment, Lu Jun, quick-witted as ever, leaned over to check the assessment list and loudly declared, "The next person is Mo Fan. Were you targeting him?" With this revelation, the expressions of Mu He and Mu Zouyang shifted. The connection was obvious. The previous person was Mu Bei, followed by Mo Fan. It was like the perpetrator was blatantly signaling their intentions. Mu He's face turned even more ashen. Even Mu Ningxu, sharp and perceptive, quickly understood. Her icy gaze locked onto Mu Bei. Mu Ningxu had a complicated feeling toward Mo Fan. This time, she had even planned to support him. As long as Mo Fan's results were acceptable, she was willing to have the family nurture him. But now, faced with this incident, she couldn't imagine what would have happened if the trick had gone unnoticed. For someone from a commoner background like Mo Fan, it would have been a lifelong humiliation. Determined, Mu Ningxu was about to step forward, but her father, Mu Zouyang, stopped her. His cold words echoed around them, "We'll deal with this at home." "Father." The silver-haired girl called out indignantly and anxiously. "I said we'll deal with it at home." Mu Zouyang, usually doting on his daughter, was firm this time. Indifferently, he added, "Our Mu family matters are handled internally. Outsiders have no right to criticize us." Mu Ningxu hesitated, while Mu He visibly relaxed. To prevent Mu Ningxu from speaking further, he urgently stepped forward and declared, "We must find out who's responsible for this." His gaze turned fierce, filled with murderous intent, as he glared at the bald proctor. "Speak. What's your purpose?" At the same time, Mu Zouyang's cold gaze bore into the proctor. Under the combined pressure of the two Mu family members, the proctor felt despair. He knew that taking the blame alone would at least allow him to survive and ensure his family's safety. Confessing the truth, however, meant certain death and implicating his loved ones. Thus, the proctor stammered out a feeble excuse, claiming it was his decision, motivated by disdain for Mo Fan, whom he believed had taken a backdoor entry. Mo Fan was furious, repeatedly demanding, "Say that again." Tang Yu noticed the absurdity of the situation. Despite her disdain for such corruption, she had to conceal her identity and couldn't seek justice openly. She understood that in such cases, without significant consequences or harm to the victim, punishment was unlikely. The Mu family's influence as local elites made it nearly impossible to hold them accountable. Lu Jun sighed. His sister, being a mid-tier mage, protected him from retribution, but achieving more was a distant dream. He was also keenly aware of Mu He's true strength, a high-tier mage proficient in curse magic. Making a bold stand could lead to a silent and mysterious death. Mo Fan, filled with rage and helplessness, pointed at Mu He and Mu Zouyang, cursing them publicly. While the two were initially willing to endure his insults, they snapped when he began targeting their ancestors. The leaders, noticing the escalation, interjected, "Enough, Mo Fan. We all know you've been wronged. The school will compensate you. This wasn't the fault of the two directors. Why are you making baseless accusations? Clearly, the culprit has been exposed. You should direct your anger at them." Mu Bei, having calmed down somewhat, glanced at Zhao Kunsen, who immediately understood and chimed in, "Yeah, Mo Fan, stop disrupting the test. It's obvious you're being targeted. Reflect on your own behavior." Other sycophants eager to please the Mu family echoed, "Exactly. Apologize already." Lu Jun found it absurd to watch teachers and students alike support such blatant injustice. Ridiculous. Whether in Bo City or the magic capital, nothing changes. Even Mu Ningxu hesitated. Her entire life depended on the Mu family. She couldn't go against her father's and uncle's will. Tang Yu closed her eyes briefly before speaking a few impartial words, though they had little effect, merely calming the audience. Mu He and Mu Zouyang smirked, letting their lackeys handle the situation. This was the power of the aristocracy. Furious, Mo Fan took the initiative to confront the aristocracy directly, walking down a path of open defiance. Mu Zouyang, tired of the commotion, sent his adopted son, Yuang, secretly a member of the Black Vatican, to propose a 2-year agreement. By their graduation and coming-of-age ceremony, the loser would kneel, bow, and publicly apologize to the winner. Chapter 18, Leaving the City, Zonkong Lujun watched with a sense of déjà vu. Yet another school test, yet another 2-year agreement. It was like a copy-paste from Battle Through the Heavens. In fact, just a few days after the coming-of-age duel between Mo Fan and Yuang 2 years later, the Bo City disaster would erupt, a hallmark event. Lujun had already calculated the timing. He sighed, the urgency to grow stronger intensifying. In this kind of society dominated by magic, controlled by clans like these, one needed strength to dictate life and death, to act according to one's will. If Mo Fan had high-level magic power, he could have killed Muhi on the spot, and no one would dare say a word. The Magic Association allowed private duels between mages, provided the time and place were agreed upon to settle personal grudges. The annual assessment continued. Lu Jun, having enjoyed the drama, no longer had the mood to stay. He carefully controlled his mana output, achieved an S-grade result, and then released the beginner-level water spell, Water Guard, Dissolve. Holding back his true potential, he easily secured a spot in the honors class. Mo Fan, with a grim face, also achieved an S-grade result. His perfect display of fire burst shocked everyone. Even Principal Zhu couldn't bear to see such a talented student crushed by the influence of a clan and wanted to mediate. Teachers and classmates once again exhibited their servile attitudes, vying to persuade Mo Fan, utterly failing to understand him. But there was no need to explain Mo Fan's personality: proud, furious, and unyielding. Even Mu Ningxu's secret persuasion couldn't change his mind. After wrapping up the assessment, Lu Jun's first-year studies ended. He went home to prepare for a monster hunting expedition with his sister. "Hey, are you even a real brother?" Mo Fan grumbled. "Something this big happened to me, and you're not even offering some comfort? Come on, I have 100% faith in you. Dual elements, who can rival that?" With a smirk, Lu Jun teased before waving it off. "See you after summer break." Tang Yu quietly watched Lu Jun's departing figure, a glint of curiosity in her eyes. She had noticed his intentional restraint during the assessment and grew increasingly intrigued, deciding to investigate his background. Lu Jun, aware of this possibility, chose to ignore it. His identity was clean, with a mid-tier mage sister to explain his abilities. That was sufficient for now. Back home, Lu Jun entered the door and shouted, "Sis, I'm back. Let's go monster hunting." It was summer. Lu Mai, dressed casually in light summer wear, was sprawled on the sofa watching TV. Her perfect figure was on full display, her curvy hips raised, her long, smooth legs swaying playfully, their fair complexion dazzling. Her bright red toenails were especially eye-catching. She glanced sideways and replied lazily, "In a rush, are we? I've been ready forever. Do you think I'd wait for you?" Venturing beyond the safety zones to hunt monsters required careful understanding of terrain and demon distributions. A single misstep could lead to encountering warrior-class or even commander-class monsters, resulting in a gruesome death. Fortunately, countless hunters and military forces in Bo City had long mapped out the perimeters, detailing known demon strongholds and routes. Lu Mai had been planning a monster hunting trip to fund her cultivation for quite some time. She had meticulously gathered maps, sought out information, and crafted a route. Now that her brother had grown up, he could finally be of use. She had also prepared tents, knives, fire starters, and other necessary outdoor gear. Lacking any experience, Lu Jun was merely a muscle for the trip. He let his sister handle everything but asked with a frown, "Are these maps reliable?" Rolling her eyes, she replied, "Of course they're not as good as the secret routes the old hunter groups mapped out with their lives, but they're the latest public versions. And don't forget, I'm a local. Let's go." Lu Mai stretched lazily, her curvaceous body arching as she tied her hair into a neat ponytail. She walked to the corner and grabbed their gear. They didn't bring much. Mages didn't need much, especially water, which Lu Jun could easily conjure with a spell. They only carried a few bottles for emergencies. As for weight, wind and earth mages could handle most loads, leaving room for any spoils they might collect. Lu Jun had noticed that storage magic items were rare in this magical world. Such items were mostly seen in dimensional magic wielded by spatial mages, who were scarce and typically only appeared at the high-tier level. For their first monster hunt, the siblings didn't plan to venture too far. They aimed for a day trip, leaving in the morning and returning by evening. They boarded a bus operated by the Hunters Alliance, heading toward the city's edge. The view from the window transitioned from skyscrapers to suburban towns and eventually to the wild mountain forests. In the distance, two towering snow-capped peaks appeared, flanking a high city wall with a series of military camps and watchtowers in between. "That's the Snow Peak Outpost," Lu Mai explained softly. "It's where Bo City's military mages are stationed." It's the only passage out of the city and serves as a stronghold to fend off demon wolf hordes and protect Bo City. The bus stopped here. The hunters disembarked in silence, their faces grim. Every monster hunt was a gamble with their lives, leaving no room for laughter. As the siblings passed through the Snow Peak outpost, they saw soldiers and mages patrolling in squads. They were stopped for a routine check of their credentials before being allowed to proceed. What? You two, just a teenage boy and a greenhorn girl barely out of school, think you can leave the city? Are you throwing your lives away? A voice full of disdain rang out. A rugged young officer, wearing a military coat, strode toward them with an imposing aura. Around him, soldiers and hunters alike paused and saluted with respect, calling out, "Commander," or "Boss Zon Kong." The officer glanced at the siblings and looked surprised at Lu Mai. "Oh, a mid-tier mage." Frowning, Lu Mai asked, "And you are? Why are you stopping us?" "Me?" The rugged officer pointed to the ground and declared with authority, "I'm Zon Kong, the commander here, in charge of Bo City's military operations." As his words fell, Lu Mai remained calm, but Lu Jun's heart trembled. Zon Kong was another familiar name and important character in the original storyline. He had always been a mentor figure, sheltering Mo Fan and Zhangxia as they grew stronger. According to the timeline, Zon Kong had indeed arrived in Bo City a year ago, essentially as a form of exile. Currently, Zon Kong's cultivation was undoubtedly high tier, and he had mastery over 3 high-tier elements. Whether his cultivation was complete or not was uncertain, but his strength was enough to face commander-level monsters alone. He was a true prodigy. Moreover, his background was exceptional. Zon Kong was a direct descendant of the Zhou clan, an ancient international family tracing its lineage back to the Qin dynasty and Emperor Qin Shi Huang, also known as the Ancient King. Even someone of his stature was exiled, and the reason was simple: his girlfriend, Qinyuer, was a calamity afflicted, just like Mu-Ning-Su, an ice element calamity afflicted. The 5 continental magic associations held a joint trial. Zon Kong was cast down into the mortal world, and Qinyuer was eternally sealed in the distant Danshan Mountains. Consider the status of the Zhou clan: multiple forbidden curse mages within their ranks and deep international connections. Unlike the Mu clan, which focused on domestic power, the Zhou clan had strong ties with the leaders of various continents. Despite this, they still couldn't protect Zon Kong and Qinyuer. Lu Jun understood clearly. The example was right before him. Their ultimate fate was undeniably tragic. The so-called righteous paths were merciless to geniuses, annihilating potential competitors under the guise of justice. Such cases were everywhere. Lu Jun had long abandoned any illusions about this world. From the moment he transmigrated, he had been preparing for the battles ahead: build high walls, gather resources, and bide your time before making a move. Chapter 19, Monster Hunting. As Lu Jun's thoughts were in a mess, Lu Mai was already negotiating nearby. She said, "I'm an intermediate mage, I won't venture too deep into the monster territory." Zon Kong sneered, saying, "Intermediate mage, do you have the ability to control the star track? Unless you're a high-level mage, you'll always be vulnerable alone. And what's with the boy beside you? He looks like a high school student." Hearing this, Lu Mai felt disheartened and somewhat helpless. She hadn't expected the newly appointed military officer to be so responsible, nor had she anticipated that the monster hunting mission would face difficulties right from the first step of leaving the city. She suddenly realized that Zon Kong's words seemed to have some truth. In the past, her younger brother's maturity and hard work had made her subconsciously forget that he was still just a 17-year-old boy. To be honest, Lu Mai regretted it a little. But when she looked at Lu Jun, she saw the determination in his eyes, and her heart softened. She felt she couldn't let her unwillingness ruin her brother's efforts. Whether it was the city's monster hunting battle or his progress in cultivation, he had become a reliable mage. Just as she was about to argue with Zon Kong again, he suddenly gave up. The officer said in a deep voice, "Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. You're both adults, make your own decisions and bear the consequences." Lu Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave and would end up as useless as regular civilians, with their ambitions turned to empty talk. As they walked out of the city, Lu Jun thought to himself that Zon Kong was extremely righteous, decisive in battle, and someone he could trust. He might be able to cooperate with him in 2 years before the disaster in Bo City. At this moment, Zon Kong looked at Lu Jun's back and smiled. This boy's magical aura was stronger than that of many veteran soldiers. His cultivation must be high. This was interesting. Another officer approached, looking refined. Instructor Bei smiled and said, "What's wrong, big brother? Is there something special about these two? Do we need to send someone to follow them?" "No need," Zon Kong replied, waving his hand. "Let's see if the genius makes it back alive." On the other side, Lu Jun and his sister entered the hilly forest. According to the map, They gradually reached the preset location, which was a well-cleared edge area. The southern ridge was vast, spanning several provinces. The monster hunters of both cities scattered, disappearing without a trace, like a drop in the ocean, each going after their target. Lu Jun stepped over tree branches and fallen leaves, walking along the shaded forest path. Howls of wolves echoed from all directions, making the two of them tense. Due to their lack of experience, they couldn't determine how many demon wolves were nearby, where they were located, or if they had been exposed. Don't worry too much. This area has been cleared by military mages and hunters many times. The echoes in the forest make it hard to determine the actual number of monsters, but there shouldn't be many. In the dark forest, where sunlight couldn't penetrate, Lu Mai was a little tense. It was her first time hunting monsters, just like her brother. How about we add a water defense first? We can cast a buff before heading into battle. Seeing this, Lu Jun sighed and thought for a moment before controlling his star fragments and releasing water magic. A pale blue mist gathered, forming two water cloaks to cover both of them. This way, even if they were attacked, they could react. Normally, mages have limited magical energy and would try to conserve it when venturing out. Water defense at the second level wasn't permanent, and no matter how much magic power you had, it wouldn't last 24 hours. But their situation was different. They were just out to gain experience, so they could return to the city if their magical energy ran out. At the moment when Lu Jun cast the spell, the magical energy ripple spread out, attracting the attention of the surrounding demon wolves. The environment suddenly grew quiet, and an oppressive feeling filled the air. Lu Jun's expression remained calm. He did it on purpose to attract the monsters, making it easier to deal with the enemies in the open. Howl. Howl. Before long, the silence was broken by low growls coming from the dense forest, growing closer. Tree branches shook, and large black figures emerged, surrounding the two siblings. A strong stench of blood and decay filled the air. These creatures had powerful lower limbs, resembling wolves, but were much larger and stood 3 meters tall. Their figures were imposing, far stronger than the giant-eyed ginseng rats. Lu Jun looked at them without any sign of fear or disturbance. If he had to compare, these one-eyed demon wolves were similar to the werewolves of the West, but much taller and more muscular, their combat strength being at the servant level. There were about 7 or 8 of them. If a group of 10 or so low-level mage hunters encountered them, they might have casualties before they could finish off the monsters. But the siblings were relieved. 7 or 8 servant-level demons weren't a big deal. A single middle-level spell would heavily injure them. As expected, it was a cleared area with fewer powerful monsters. Seeing the one-eyed demon wolves appear, Lu Mai quickly controlled her star fragments and cast the first-level magic spell, Wind Path, Drifting Shadows. Buzz. Buzz. Soon, Lu Jun was surrounded by a light cyan wind and deep blue water. He felt the familiar floating sensation and controlled the golden star fragments. A platinum light flashed, and he summoned a magic tool gripping a heavy black sword. The golden star's sharpness and killing power were unleashed. His blood began to boil, and the urge to fight grew stronger. With half a year of experience in monster hunting, he had become more familiar with killing. Roar. Roar. The 7 or 8 one-eyed demon wolves growled, advancing step by step, their paws creaking on the tree branches as they closed in with the intent to surround. Lu Jun paid no attention to them. He activated Wind Path and charged forward, wielding his already terrifying heavy sword. The size spell at the second level of the metal system was activated. Before long, the heavy sword in his hand expanded threefold, nearly 4 meters long, as tall as a 2-story building, with a 30-centimeter wide blade. He swung it powerfully, leaving the air buzzing with wind. Most importantly, the sword's weight also increased for the enemies, making it feel like 1,000 pounds. But for Lu Jun, it still felt the same, as he used it as easily as an arm. Boom. With the wind speed enhancement, Lu Jun's heavy sword swept across, leaving after images, like an 8-meter-wide blue whirlwind spinning. The fierce wind cut through the air, causing pain in the skin, as sand and debris flew everywhere, and the ground trembled, leaving deep scars. Far in the distance, Lu Mai quickly retreated as the fight began. She had coordinated with her brother like this for half a year, one attacking to draw attention, the other safely casting middle-level magic from behind. But she couldn't help but be stunned when she saw this scene. Since Lu Jun had advanced to the first-level metal system, he hadn't shown this kind of power. Was he already touching the threshold of middle-level magic? Although the wind magic was a bit weaker on its own, it still demonstrated incredible potential. With this level of power, the 7 or 8 one-eyed demon wolves couldn't even get close to Lu Jun. They continued to retreat, knowing full well the power contained in the sword's wind. Puchy. Puchy. Unfortunately, Lu Jun was too fast. In just a few seconds, he had reached the center of the wolf pack. He swung his 4-meter heavy sword, severing limbs and leaving bodies disabled, with some even split in half and killed on the spot. Chapter 20, Slaughter in the Dense Forest. Lu Jun swept through the enemy like cutting through vegetables, directly charging out of the encirclement, scattering the formation of the magic wolves. With the pressure lifted, he stopped his random slashes, planted his sword into the ground, and took a deep breath. Though the magic weapon's weight didn't change for him, as an ordinary person, he couldn't swing the sword for too long. When Lu Jun looked back, a scene of carnage lay behind him. One dead magic wolf had been cleaved in half, blood gushing out, while 3 others were severely injured, missing limbs or with numerous other injuries. The area resembled a slaughterhouse, with dismembered bodies lying in pools of blood, the smell of blood strong in the air. Seeing this, even Lu Jun was shocked. Although the magic power consumption was large from expanding his sword 3 times, the resulting damage was considerable. He recalled that to kill a servant-level demon with an entry-level magic spell, one would need to reach level 3 in magic, along with a top-tier spirit seed. Howls of the remaining magic wolves broke his brief trance. Stimulated by the blood scent, their ferocity surged, their bodies covered in dark blood, becoming more aggressive. One of the closest magic wolves leaped toward him like a bulldozer, moving with the speed and force of a van. Whoosh! Lu Jun stepped onto the wind track and easily dodged, weaving through the wolves and occasionally swinging his golden magic weapon to strike. His heavy golden sword had already returned to normal, still maintaining its formidable slashing power, leaving deep cuts that sometimes resulted in dismemberment. After a few minutes of entanglement, Lu Jun occasionally made mistakes, and his sparkling blue wind armor began to dull. Fortunately, the water-based defense held up well, and he endured a few scratches without dying. Eventually, only 3 magic wolves remained. Fearing for their lives, the demons tried to flee, but Lu Jun chased them down, finishing them off one by one. The ground was left covered in blood, with traces of their corpses. After the battle, Lu Jun looked at the grim scene, still in disbelief. He had single-handedly killed 7 magic wolves. His remaining magic power was mostly water-based stardust, with his gold-based magic completely exhausted. His sister, Lu Mai, approached, visibly shocked. She had wanted to help during the fight, but after seeing Lu Jun's overwhelming strength in taking on 7 enemies, she thought it was unnecessary and that it would be better to test her brother's combat abilities. She was ready to use her wind-based intermediate magic, Wind Disc, as backup, but never needed to act. "You really pack a punch with that gold-based magic," Lu Mai remarked, clearly impressed. "I underestimated you. The 2 of us could rival the Hunter team with our efficiency." This was a typical beast versus magic type of strategy. Gold-based magic was particularly effective against magic wolves, a simple, melee-focused enemy, but against a group of human mages with diverse magic skills, it would be more difficult to fight. On the other hand, Hunter teams were most vulnerable when they faced resilient, hard-to-kill demon groups without decisive offensive power, leaving them in a disorganized panic. After the battle, Lu Jun felt confident. From the city hunts to the wilderness, his demeanor had become sharper, and his sword, stained with dark blood, was growing sharper as well. He was nearing the 3rd level of gold-based magic. Aside from this, Lu Jun looked at the bodies around him. 7 faint glowing points rose, gathering in a white tiger pendant around his neck. Unfortunately, they were all residual souls, worth about 10,000. The chance of obtaining an essence soul was about 1%. Lu Jun didn't expect much from it. He had to kill more demons to collect hundreds of residual souls to form essence souls. "Quick, let's collect the odd blood and bones. The blood scent will attract more demons." Lu Mai called to her brother, and they began cutting up the bodies. After some busy work, they collected resources worth about 200,000, including the residual souls in the white tiger pendant. Without the souls, it was only worth tens of thousands. Although this was a lot, it was a dangerous endeavor. Compared to mid-level resources worth millions, it was a far cry. This was still 2 people dividing the spoils. If it had been a hunter team, it would have been a losing venture. They wouldn't charge in recklessly like Lu Jun. Instead, they would set up ambushes, lay traps, and kill demons with the least effort. Looking at the darkening sky, Lu Jun sighed. "It's getting late. My gold magic power is exhausted. Let's head back." Lu Mai nodded. Though she hadn't done much, as an intermediate mage, she still had some power left. She wasn't greedy and agreed, "Let's go back now." The siblings carried their packs and started heading back. Before long, they saw 2 large mountains and the city of the Snow Mountain outpost. The military mages were there, and they relaxed, their bodies loosening up as they entered the outpost. At that moment, Zhang Kong happened to be patrolling. Seeing that the siblings had returned victorious, he was surprised. "Oh? You're still alive?" Lu Jun rolled his eyes and replied, "What do you mean? You were hoping we'd be dead?" "Not at all," Zhang Kong said, stroking his chin. Looking at the 16-year-old boy, he suddenly offered an invitation. How about it? If you graduate from high school, forget about going to the academy and come work for me instead. Give me 2 years, and I'll train you into a top-tier mage. At 20, you could be in charge of a military district easy. Lu Jun could tell Zhang Kong wasn't boasting. Aside from his family's connections, Zhang Kong himself was highly valued by leaders with the highest cultivation and status in the 9 regions. So, Lu Jun thought about it and didn't immediately refuse. He said, "Let me think about it. I'm still far from graduating." Zhang Kong smiled. "No problem, my door is always open for you." In his heart, Zhang Kong was excited. At 16, Lu Jun was already going out to hunt demons. This was a level of bravery and experience even the elite students from top academies in the Imperial City or Demon City didn't have in their first year of university, let alone high school. Mages weren't only judged by their cultivation. In battle, one could easily panic, and even a high-level mage could be killed by a low-level mage. After bidding farewell to Zhang Kong, Lu Mai asked her brother, "Do you plan on going into the military?" She hadn't spoken earlier, not wanting to interfere with the important conversation. Now she asked because she knew her brother had strong convictions. "I'm more inclined to go to university. It's freer." Lu Jun answered calmly. After a year of cultivation and tempering, his confidence had increased. With a clear plan for the future, he aimed for the highest realms of magic. Then he paused and added softly, "And if I join the military, what will you do, sis?" Upon hearing this, Lu Mai relaxed. After a moment, she smiled and replied, "Forget it. Without you holding me back, I'll be even freer." The siblings parted ways once they returned to the city. Lu Mai headed to the Hunters' Alliance to deal with the demon resources, while Lu Jun went home to meditate and recover his magic power. Chapter 21, The Wonderful Use of Magic. Unknowingly, a week had passed. The two siblings went out early and returned late, hunting monsters in the wilderness. However, after the successful first day, they only encountered another group of wandering monsters after several days. In 7 days, they earned just over 200,000. In 2 months during the summer vacation, that wouldn't even reach 1 million. After 2 more years of hunting, they wouldn't even be able to afford the rental fees for the nebular magic tools. Lu Jun felt that this could not continue. They needed to take more aggressive risks. In the living room, Lu Mai frowned and said, "You want to go deeper into the South Ridge Wilderness?" "That's right," he nodded and said. "This method of accumulating funds is too slow. We need to take the initiative. Besides, you saw it, I had no problem dealing with 7 or 8 magic wolves on my own, and you didn't even need to use your intermediate magic. If we work together, wiping out a nest of magic wolves is no problem. 50 standard servant-level wolves, plus some old, weak, or sick ones. This is a crazy idea." Lu Mai fell into thought. Her second attribute, Earth, was stuck at the beginner level 3, and she urgently needed to rent the nebula magic tool for a long time to break through the barrier. After these days of killing, she felt confident and decisively said, "All right, let's go deeper into the wilderness, but to hunt a magic wolf nest, we need to stay in the wilderness for a few days and make proper preparations." The siblings acted decisively. Early in the morning, just as dawn broke, they packed up their camping gear and left the Snow Peak Mountain outpost. For the past 7 days, Lu Jun had become more familiar with Zhang Kong. He had obtained a more detailed demon distribution map from the military, which was far superior to the ones available on the market or from various monster hunting teams. This was made possible by combining the information from several hunting teams and military reconnaissance. This greatly saved Lu Jun's time. Along with the advice he received from veterans and experienced hunters over the past few days, they were now barely qualified as hunters, at least not getting lost, knowing where to find water sources, identifying tracks and droppings to avoid danger, and tracking magic wolves. At this moment, 2 figures were weaving through the dense forest. One was tall and graceful, while the other was slightly shorter and slimmer. Following the military map's instructions, Lu Mai and Lu Jun arrived at a low valley. The two quickly discovered traces of magic wolves' droppings and some animal skeletons. "I'm a wind element mage, I'll go scout the area," Lu Mai said decisively. Lu Jun did not argue or act arrogantly. He watched his sister's elegant figure disappear into the distance and silently crouched in the downwind forest in camouflage. Before long, Lu Mai returned, stepping lightly on the wind trail. Her expression was serious as she said, "It's definitely a magic wolf nest. From a distance, I saw that the lead wolf isn't the warrior, but it has the strength of a mid-level servant, so it's not easy to deal with." The so-called mid-level referred to a monster that was in a transitional phase from a servant to a warrior. Such monsters were significantly stronger than others of the same level and were in a crucial transformation period. Without injury and with abundant nutrition, this transformation could take anywhere from a few months to 1 or 2 years. A mid-level servant was not something a beginner mage could handle. Even if 10 of them came, they'd be easily killed. Only a mid-level mage could inflict heavy damage with a single spell. Can I hold off 50 servant-level wolves by myself? Lu Jun frowned and asked. Have you checked the surroundings? There shouldn't be any other monsters, right? His sister shook her head. None. A monster nest's territory generally won't have other dangerous creatures nearby. The worst thing in monster hunting was when another group of monsters interrupted your plan midway. Lu Jun scanned the surrounding terrain, his sharp eyes spotting a small hill at the edge of the valley. He saw that the hilltop was wide enough to accommodate 3 one-eyed magic wolves attacking at once. If he fell into the middle of 50 wolves, he probably wouldn't last long. But if it was just 3 wolves at a time, he could handle it, as long as his magic didn't run out. Hearing what her brother said, Lu Mai's eyes lit up. Not bad, I've checked that place. The slope is slippery, and there's a lake behind it. If we really can't win, we can use water magic to jump into the lake and easily escape. The two circled around, following the rugged slope to the top of the hill. Lu Jun suggested, we can place some boulders here. If we run out of magic in the fight, we can push the boulders down to physically knock back the magic wolves. Lu Mai confidently replied, that's easy. Watch me, an earth mage, work my magic. Without needing her level 3 earth magic, she used the first level spell, Earth Wave, Shift, to achieve the effect. Boom, boom, boom. She skillfully controlled the star path, and an apricot yellow trace appeared. The ground trembled, and waves rolled like a tide, lifting huge boulders from the foot of the mountain and moving them up. The slope acted like an automatic elevator, moving the boulders without any effort. Soon, the top of the hill was filled with 7 or 8 boulders, each the size of a person. Lu Jun surveyed the area again, walked to the edge of the hill, and looked down. A clear lake appeared below. Everything was set. He had an epiphany. For the first time, he truly understood the magic's wonders. Even a beginner's spell, when used well, could have tremendous destructive power and endless uses. After resting for a while to recover their strength, Lu Mai stood up, smiled, and said to her brother, stay here and don't move. I'll go lure the magic wolves over. Lu Jun's mouth twitched. He immediately retorted, okay, Mom. Lu Mai, who was about to leave, stumbled for a moment, turned around and gave him a playful glare, her eyes full of charm. Before the battle, they shared a light joke, which made both of them feel much more relaxed. Lu Jun summoned his gold element heavy sword in advance, adding level 2 water magic, water defense, guard. Not long after his sister left, he saw a violent sandstorm rising in the valley below from the top of the hill. It was likely Lu Mai's mid-level wind magic, wind disc, that had disturbed the nest. Whir. Next, Lu Jun felt the ground lightly tremble. From a distance, smoke was billowing. He estimated that 50 monsters were chasing after his sister. Soon, Lu Mai's figure flashed by, and she returned, breathless, saying, they're coming, get ready. Okay, you stay behind and cast your spells, Lu Jun said, his expression serious. Holding his heavy sword, he stood at the entrance of the hilltop, his sword now 3 times its normal size, resembling a large door. He stood there like an immovable mountain, exuding an aura of someone who could block thousands of foes. Lu Mai looked over at her brother's imposing figure and was momentarily stunned. An inexplicable sense of security filled her heart. She quickly covered her face, feeling embarrassed by her own thoughts. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Lu Jun didn't have time to think about his sister. He gazed down at the massive beast herd. It wasn't an exaggeration if 50 delivery trucks lined up in the middle of a vast desert charging forward, the shock would be the same. Any creature that stood in their way would inevitably tremble in fear and instinctively try to avoid them. But Lu Jun had been tempered by such experiences. The more brutal the scene, the more intense the killing intent in his heart. The heavy sword in his hand seemed to sense its master's feelings, letting out a faint hum. Fortunately, they were on a mountain peak. When the dust cloud reached the base of the hill, its speed slowed down, and the effort needed to climb up completely stopped the wolves' charge. Chapter 22, Intermediate Wind Disc. When the smoke at the foot of the mountain cleared, Lu Jun saw a group of one-eyed magic wolves crowding together, charging up the mountain one after another, as if they couldn't wait to tear Lu Mai apart. The wolves' anger was easy to understand. They had been basking in the sun and eating well in the valley, but a wind disc had swept away their home, killing many of their clan's cubs and descendants in the process. This situation was now a matter of life and death. Lu Jun held his heavy sword, his gaze fixed on the wolf pack. When 50 magic wolves had closed into 1/3 of the distance, he quickly calculated and decisively said, it's close enough, release the boulders. He wouldn't wait for the wolves to get too close before using the giant boulders, which were a powerful weapon. Because although this was a magical world, the laws of physics still applied. There was inertia and acceleration. At least the basic earth magic couldn't make a boulder strike a demon's lave without first gaining some speed. So, he had to leave some space to accelerate, and 1/3 of the distance was just right. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, Lumai reacted, casting the earth magic, Earth Wave. 7 or 8 boulders, each the height of a person, rumbled and rolled down the slope, speeding up as they went. In the end, they struck like unstoppable meteorites, their speed reaching an unmatchable level. Boom. 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 Splat. Lu Jun saw each boulder crashing into the dense wolf formation, sending up clouds of dust and red splashes. Each boulder would smash 5 or 6 wolves into the air, and the first wolves to be hit were crushed into meat paste under the immense force, their deaths gruesome. The most shocking thing was that the lead wolf, significantly larger than the others, over 4 meters tall, was the first to charge forward to meet the boulders. This advanced one-eyed giant wolf actually used its hard skull to directly smash through the charging boulders, shattering them into pieces, though it only slightly lowered its body, shook its head, and continued charging forward with massive strides. Fortunately, the regular magic wolves were not as terrifying. After the initial wave, 50 wolves were all injured, with 6 or 7 killed on the spot, and several others too injured to move at the foot of the mountain. Howling. But it wasn't over yet. During this time, Lumai controlled the stars, with blue marks on her feet intertwining in 7 distinct star tracks, sketching out a blue whirlwind magic map. After 5 or 6 seconds, the violent wind elements swirling around her body made the surrounding air instantly feel empty, and at the center of it all, her proud figure hovered as the rapidly spinning air currents began to form a massive whirlwind that swept up all the dust. Lumai's feet left the ground, floating in the eye of the storm, surrounded by blue wind currents, resembling a queen of the wind. A tornado surged up, reaching a height of 10 meters, with a diameter of 2 meters. Lu Jun looked at his sister in shock, squinting his eyes. If not for the heavy sword in his hands, he would have been shaken by the storm, with the sand and wind continuously stinging his skin. Intermediate level 1 wind disc, tornado. At this moment, Lumai lightly exclaimed, and the giant tornado around her began to move rapidly, charging down the mountain. The further it went, the stronger the wind became until it reached a peak and then gradually weakened, following a U-shaped curve. Yellow dust filled the air, and the storm howled. Lu Jun could no longer see everything clearly. It seemed like his sister, wielding the furious power of the wind, had gained control over everything. Howl. Soon, the tornado rushed down the mountain, directly crashing into the wolf pack. Lu Jun saw 10 of the one-eyed giant wolves being swept into the tornado, lifted tens of meters into the air, and then violently thrown back down. Boom. 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 Each wolf fell, breaking every bone in its body, its fur shredded by the sand and rocks. With the height they fell from, equivalent to 3 or 4 stories, they met their end. In just 2 waves of attacks, 20 magic wolves were taken out, and even more were critically injured. Howl. The remaining 20 or so wolves hesitated, but the Wolf King seemed to have lost all reason, like a gambler who had gone mad. It howled loudly and charged up the mountain, its speed skyrocketing like a massive truck. Nearby wolves were stirred up and followed the lead wolf. But Lumai's face remained cold. She quickly cast an basic level 2 earth magic, Earth Wave, delay, almost releasing 3 or 4 waves in a second. Boom, boom, boom. As the wolves charged toward the peak, massive pits would suddenly open under their feet, occasionally trapping 1 or 2 wolves. Although the traps didn't cause much harm, escaping from them would take time. Thus, only about 10 wolves remained for Lu Jun to deal with. Hiss. Lu Jun sucked in a cold breath. Letting an intermediate mage cast magic freely was nothing short of a disaster. Lumai smiled faintly, glancing at her brother. Now you know how powerful I am. You hold them off for a while. I'll cast 1 more intermediate wind magic to deal with the advanced wolf. Got it. Lu Jun grew serious, looking down at the approaching wolf pack. He didn't just wait idly, but tightly gripped his golden sword, his gaze fixed on the rapidly charging Wolf King. Just then, the Wolf King locked eyes with him, both of them filled with killing intent. Suddenly, the Wolf King leaped, stepping on a wind track, its figure flashing as it charged downward, using the downhill acceleration and magic to its advantage. It wasn't running, but rather floating, covering several meters in a single step. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lu Jun held his sword diagonally, sparks flying as it scraped the ground, almost becoming a blur. A trail of blue water and green wind followed, with sonic booms ringing in his ears. His focus was entirely on the enormous, fierce wolf that was charging toward him. Boom. In an instant, their bodies collided. Lu Jun, like a blue cannonball, collided with the one-eyed magic wolf. Before the impact, he held his sword above his head. The nearly 4-meter-long heavy sword, with immense inertia, crashed down. The one-eyed magic wolf king, however, reacted quickly. Sensing the deadly danger from the sword, it immediately triggered its inherent demon technique, covering its body in a layer of blood-black energy. Most subjugated demons didn't have such techniques, but an advanced demon like this had already begun awakening some, equivalent to intermediate-level magic. These techniques would further enhance their power once they reached the general stage. The body of an advanced servant demon was already far stronger than that of a basic one, and with the demon technique, its defense was even more formidable. Lu Jun's heavy sword struck down, feeling as though it had cut into a tree. While it left a deep wound, splitting the wolf in two wasn't realistic. A massive impact reverberated through the air, sending waves that kicked up dust, and both figures were sent flying backward at the same speed. The difference was that Lu Jun only flew a few meters before performing a backflip and landing steadily on the ground, groaning as he took several steps back. The Wolf King, however, rolled several times and crashed through several rocky slopes before finally stopping. The one-eyed magic wolves, seeing this, quickly scattered, unwilling to help their leader. In theory, a human's strength and weight shouldn't be able to move a massive beast standing at over 4 meters tall. But don't forget, the heavy sword Lu Jun wielded weighed at least 100 pounds, and the water-based flexibility of his water flow absorbed some of the impact force. He adjusted his stance, looking down at the Wolf King, which had a deep blood mark on its shoulder. Roar! The Wolf King stood, shaking its head, and charged again, but this time, the remaining dozen or so wolves had already closed in on Lu Jun. The situation had become critical. Chapter 23, Metal Element, Basic Level 3: Golden Radiance. Lu Jun was surrounded on all sides but did not panic. Stepping on the interconnected wind tracks, he charged into the pack of wolves, slashing and killing. One strike sent a demon wolf flying, and a spinning slash decapitated a wolf attempting to ambush him from behind. His swordsmanship had no particular style, plain and simple, each strike aimed to kill. However, the wolves were too many. Even with the wind track aiding his movements, Lu Jun was bound to slip up eventually. The pack leader, cunning and opportunistic after suffering an earlier loss, stopped attacking directly and instead directed the others to encircle and hunt him down. Boom. Finally, as Lu Jun swung his sword once more to force back a demon wolf and was about to step onto the wind track to evade, fatigue caused a brief delay. It was during this gap that an advanced stage demon wolf seized the opportunity. With its massive body accelerating, it delivered a fierce claw strike. From a distance, Lu Mai cried out in alarm, "Lu Jun!" She, too, was entangled by several demon wolves. While stepping on the wind tracks to dodge, she used earth ripples to hinder her opponents, attempting to free herself to unleash intermediate-level magic. But the demons weren't fools. Based on her earlier attacks, they recognized Lu Mai as the true threat. This left Lu Mai unable to free her hands. After all, both of her elements were primarily for movement and control. Only her intermediate-level magic had killing power, but completing a star map required at least 4 seconds. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Lu Jun reacted swiftly. He quickly withdrew his arms, bringing the massive, door-sized golden greatsword horizontally in front of him, shielding his body. Clang! The pack leader's strike was blocked by the heavy sword, but the sheer force of the impact was too much for his frail human body to withstand. Lu Jun was sent flying, a heavy feeling in his chest. Around him, ripples shimmered across the azure water armor, scattering countless streams of water. As he crashed into the ground, he saw 4 or 5 single-eyed demon wolves pouncing toward him, teeth bared, aiming to tear him apart. A strong sense of crisis surged within him. If he fell and got overwhelmed, even the water armor wouldn't save him from certain death. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He rolled on the ground to dodge the savage attack and immediately noticed the advanced stage pack leader charging at him again without any hesitation, its robust body exploding with force. Boom. Lu Mai acted just in time, unleashing her level 3 earth wave, quicksand, creating a deep pit under the advanced stage demon wolf. The ground collapsed, turning into a swamp-like mire that caused the pack leader to stumble and its limbs to get stuck, restraining it tightly. Although Lu Jun gained a brief respite, the situation remained dire. They could have jumped off the cliff to escape entirely, but it would have rendered their hunting efforts futile. At this moment, Lu Jun felt the urge to retreat but immediately rejected the thought. His eyes turned resolute. If he couldn't overcome this difficulty, he might as well go home and raise pigs instead of being a mage. Then, in his spiritual world, the metal element Stardust seemed to sense his determination. The previously dim platinum mist began to glow with new vitality, expanding in brilliance. Not only did it grow larger, but his magic power also recovered slightly. After repeated slaughter, the golden element Stardust finally transcended its critical point, reaching elementary level 3, golden radiance. Buzz. 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 Lu Jun, inspired, let out a low shout. He raised the 4-meter-long golden greatsword. Golden patterns spread and outlined on its surface, a layer of sharp platinum radiance enveloping it. With a powerful swing, golden light erupted from the great sword. The golden arc was condensed, dazzling, and crossed over 10 meters in an instant, piercing the air with a sharp whistling sound. Squelch! The demon wolf ahead couldn't dodge in time and was struck squarely on the head. The sound of flesh being sliced resounded as the golden light sliced smoothly through, splitting its body in half. Blood spurted wildly. But the golden light did not stop there. It continued its momentum, cutting through the bodies of 2 more demon wolves before dissipating. What? Lu Mai's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Jun leapt forward, his muscles taut. Gripping his sword with both hands, he struck down at the advanced stage pack leader again. The level 3 golden radiance activated once more. One advantage of the gold element was that techniques like weapon enlargement and golden radiance could be performed without needing to complete the star map. The pack leader, trapped in the sinking mire below, struggled desperately but could only watch as the heavy sword descended. In the next moment, Lu Jun's figure descended from the sky. The blade's cold glint flashed as it slashed toward the pack leader's neck in a decapitating strike. Squelch! When Lu Jun landed, he knelt on one knee, and a geyser of blood shot up behind him, reaching 3 meters high. The massive wolf head, half the size of a human, flew into the air, landing heavily to the side and even leaving a deep trench in the ground. The massive wolf's body convulsed a few times before collapsing silently into the muddy mire. The pack leader was dead. Covered in the wolf's hot, gushing blood, Lu Jun stood up, his entire body drenched in red. The smell of blood was thick in the air. His figure was imposing, exuding a terrifying aura. With one hand, he raised the wolf's severed head high and let out a furious roar. At that moment, the 7 or 8 injured demon wolves around him whimpered in fear, completely intimidated. Perhaps they had never seen such a mage before, one who fought in close combat, charged into their pack, and decapitated their leader single-handedly. Get lost! Lu Jun threw the massive wolf's head into the midst of the wolves and kicked it toward them. Seeing this, the wolves retreated step by step, hesitant to stay. But it was too late. Lu Mai shouted, "Level 1 wind disc, tornado!" Rumble. A fierce wind swept across the mountaintop once again. A tornado over 10 meters high roared through, hurling both injured and healthy wolves down the mountainside to their deaths. With the wolves completely cleared, Lu Jun finally sat down heavily, panting. His muscles ached, and he had to admit he had been putting on a bit of a show earlier. After all, the metal element Stardust had already been drained of magic power after casting Golden Radiance twice. However, when he saw the mountain slopes covered in demon corpses, his heart filled with satisfaction and excitement. Basic Level 3. The next step was to break through the barrier to the intermediate level. This achievement was 2 years ahead of Mo Fan, who had only reached double element Basic Level 3 at the end of his senior year in high school. Moreover, the metal element's killing power was undeniable. The skill Golden Radiance compensated for its previous weaknesses, allowing him to execute mid to short range attacks with lethal precision. The future was promising. An advanced stage servant. Even intermediate level magic might not guarantee an instant kill, yet I defeated it effortlessly. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jun's heart swelled with ambition, yearning to make a name for himself. Meanwhile, Lu Mai walked over, her expression a mix of shock and concern. She couldn't deny the impact of seeing her brother raise the wolf's head, drenched in blood. It was like witnessing the silhouette of an epic hero. At just 16, having reached Basic Level 3, battling and slaying demons who among his peers could stand against him? She struggled to recover, eventually asking, "Are you alright?" Lu Jun grinned and replied, "The heavy sword blocked it, and the Level 2 water defense absorbed the impact. I'm probably fine, but we'll need to go to the hospital for a proper checkup later. For now, let's gather the spoils." Hearing this, Lu Mai's brows arched gently as she smiled warmly. Okay. Before long, she armed herself with a dagger and began finishing off the demon wolves' corpses, her water armor activated to avoid any mishaps. As she went about her task, her mind wandered. She remembered the sacrifices she had made for her brother, giving up the opportunity to attend a prestigious academy, raising a half-grown boy as a single woman, and enduring society's invisible biases. Whether it was her dream of mastering magic or the prospect of a mundane life as a wife and mother, she had known these were out of reach when she made her choice. But now, seeing her brother grow up so quickly and show such promise, a faint sense of loss crept in. When children spread their wings and soared, what about her? Now, with Lu Jun's rapid progress, Lu Mai realized she was still young. There was still time for her to chase the dreams she had once set aside. Dusting off those aspirations, she resolved to climb toward the pinnacle of magic once more. Chapter 24, Servant Class Spirit. Lu Mai was cutting materials, and as she worked, a soft laugh escaped her lips, as sweet and pleasant as the tinkling of silver bells. Is this what it feels like to nurture someone? She thought. It's actually pretty great. The solid satisfaction of planting a seed in spring and harvesting in autumn was deeply alluring. She silently added to herself, but it has to be a younger brother like this, obedient, hardworking, and worthy of a 5-star character card. Only then can one truly experience this kind of joy. Resting nearby, Lu Jun was confused. He glanced at her and asked, "What's so funny, sis? Did you hit the jackpot?" "Nothing." Lu Mai bent down to organize the materials, her graceful back outlined in the light. After a moment's pause, she turned back with a charming smile and said, "Do you think we'll ever become mages?" Hearing this, Lu Jun froze for a moment before replying with firm determination, "Of course we will. We'll become forbidden spell mages, and our names will shine brightly in the river of history." Lu Mai chuckled, "You're dreaming too big. If we siblings can reach the super tier, that'll already be a great success." "Small thinking," Lu Jun muttered, standing up again after a brief rest. They had just killed at least 50 demon wolves in the battle, and now he noticed countless faint, blue, flame-like specks of light gathering toward the white tiger pendant he wore. A total of 50 residual souls were being automatically collected without him needing to do anything. Lu Jun focused his spiritual energy on the white tiger pendant. Inside, he found a vast, blood-red lake of murderous energy, with close to 100 tiny soul fragments floating on its surface. These were the fragments he had accumulated over time. The artifact contained interdimensional space, and at its peak, it could rival soul tools in power. Even now, though its grade had fallen, it still provided effects comparable to nebula-level magical equipment and soul containers. As Lu Jun gazed at the golden red lake, the fragments floating within suddenly began to move, rapidly merging together. Before his eyes, they coalesced into a thumb-sized, ghostly blue flame that radiated a distinct energy. It was a complete servant-class spirit. Residual soul fusion. Just like Mo Fan's little Oach, the white tiger pendant can do this too, Lu Jun thought, delighted. Though the fused spirit couldn't leave the pendant, it still had countless uses. For example, it could nourish stars and raise the upper limit of stardust. Normally, a mage's magic at the elementary, intermediate, or advanced levels could only reach level 3 at most. But by using demon spirits to nourish the stars, one could break through this limit and reach the unprecedented level 4 or even level 5. However, achieving a level 4 elementary spell required nourishing all 7 stars with servant-class spirits, a total of 7 servant-class spirits. Each servant-class spirit cost 5 million yuan, meaning that upgrading a single spell would require an astronomical 35 million yuan, an amount that could purchase 2 soul seeds. For reference, soul seeds for dual-element intermediate mages were considered standard for geniuses from prestigious families. Thus, few were willing to upgrade their stars unless, like Lu Jun or Mo Fan, they possessed a magical artifact capable of collecting residual souls and fusing them into spirits. Only then could they afford such extravagance. A level 4 elementary spell was comparable to half an intermediate spell. It could instantly kill demons of the same tier and even allow one to easily defeat advanced stage servant-class demons. The real advantage lay in conserving magic energy. Intermediate spells consumed 7 to 8 times more energy than elementary spells, so increasing the power of elementary spells significantly enhanced combat efficiency. It was said that certain innate talents could achieve a similar effect, raising the level of all spells in a particular magic system by +1. While others were limited to level 3 for elementary, intermediate, and advanced spells, they could reach level 4. And that was just level 4. Achieving level 5 for elementary magic would require 7 warrior-class spirits, totaling 140 million yuan. And for level 4 intermediate magic? 49 stars would need to be nourished by 49 servant-class spirits. The sheer cost was mind-boggling. Lu Jun recalled that even Mo Fan, in the future, barely managed to reach level 4 with his high-tier magic. His elementary and intermediate spells, however, did reach level 5. Let's take it one step at a time, Lu Jun thought. Given the unique nature of the gold element, any enhancements to his stars would likely manifest in his life-bound artifact, the Golden Greatsword, making its power limitless. Just as Lu Jun was about to withdraw his spiritual energy, another surprise came his way. From the corpse of the advanced stage demon wolf, a complete servant-class spirit rose, the ghostly blue flame quickly flying into the white tiger pendant. Inside the blood-colored lake, 2 servant-class spirits now floated. Ha ha ha. We've hit the jackpot. Lu Jun burst out laughing. Turning to his sister, he exclaimed, "Sis, we got a spirit drop 5 million yuan." Hearing this, Lu Mai was initially stunned but soon overjoyed. Given their efforts and the advanced stage demon wolf's strong soul, this outcome was well within reason. She hurried over but paused to ask, "Wait, where did you get a necromancer's soul container?" Lu Jun glanced at her and replied, It's a secret. Don't ask too much. We'll trade it at the Silver Trade Tower for 5 million yuan. You can use the money to rent a top-tier nebula magical tool for 6 months and push your earth element to the intermediate level. TSK, TSK. If I can reach dual element intermediate at age 22, I might just qualify as a genius. Lu Mai pouted and mockingly retorted, Humphrey. Who are you calling a late bloomer? The siblings quickly worked together to clean up the battlefield, collecting valuable materials from the demon corpses and delivering the finishing blows where necessary. Worried that the scent of blood might attract other demons, they only took key parts before hurrying away. Demon wolves were territorial, and if the smell of blood lingered too long, neighboring wolf packs might come to investigate. Each carrying a load half their height, the siblings moved swiftly using wind tracks. 3 million. The materials alone are worth 3 million yuan. Lu Mai's eyes gleamed as she counted their haul, a hint of financial greed in her expression. Lu Jun chuckled. This single outing had earned them 8 million yuan. After deducting 3 million for renting the nebula magical tool, they'd still have 5 million left. At this rate, by the end of their second year in high school, they might save up 20 million yuan, enough to buy a soul seed. Of course, their situation was unique. Most hunter teams didn't have necromancer's soul vessels, reducing their income by 5 million yuan. Moreover, even with good luck, they couldn't expect a spirit drop every time. As they stepped back onto the wind tracks, they returned to the Snow Peak Mountain outpost. The veteran soldiers stationed there were familiar with the siblings and greeted them with nods and smiles. Only Captain Zon Kong, stepping out to see them, was visibly stunned. His gaze shifted from Lu Jun, covered in blood and radiating killing intent, to the massive bags they carried. Finally, he sucked in a sharp breath and asked, You two didn't just go deep into the wilderness and wipe out a whole pack of demon wolves, did you? Lu Jun muttered under his breath, Why does a military officer have so much free time to hang around here? It was true Zon Kong, having been demoted, was essentially here for rural experience. Lu Mai laughed and, like a proud parrot, replied, It wasn't that big of a deal. My little brother handled it, a whole pack of demons. Zon Kong stared at Lu Jun, his disbelief growing. Is this a high school kid? He had just wiped out an entire wolf pack. And even if the Black Vatican had such capable individuals, why would they be out hunting demons for money? Suddenly, Zon Kong's expression shifted. Whatever he had imagined, he seemed to make peace with it, nodding solemnly. On behalf of Bo City's military, I thank you both. He continued, The one-eyed demon wolves near Bo City form a massive clan with at least 50 packs. Their leader is a winged azure wolf at the commander level. Eliminating one pack reduces our burden by 1/50. Hearing this, Lu Jun waved dismissively and said, Forget the thanks. How about some tangible rewards? Don't tell me it's just another little banner. You brat. Zon Kong chuckled, then after some thought said, We can't offer money, but how about this? During the wild training in the second semester of your second year, I'll exempt you from participation and give you an outstanding evaluation directly. In my opinion, you don't need that kind of kiddie stuff. It's overkill for someone like you. Besides, I'll keep this information confidential. Chapter 25, The End of Summer Vacation. The training during the winter break that starts at the end of the first semester of sophomore year is mandatory for every magic high school student. It is a requirement enforced by the nation to cultivate the qualities of mages and is included in the total score for college entrance exams, accounting for a significant proportion. Generally, elite classes undergo this training first, while regular classes might only participate toward the end of sophomore year or even mid-junior year. Lu Jun was exempted from the training and was overjoyed. After experiencing so much, he found the training unappealing. It was pointless and a waste of time. He preferred to spend the winter break hunting demons and earning money. However, Zon Kong's words carried a deeper meaning. What did he mean by concealing information? Indeed, if he didn't participate in the outdoor training, he wouldn't need to reveal his skills in front of classmates and instructors, allowing him to hide his strength until college. Wait, he glanced at Zon Kong. This handsome uncle had a meaningful gaze. Lu Jun muttered to himself, Could he be imagining me as a Calamity survivor and intentionally looking after me? Only Calamity survivors would possess the ability to kill servant-level demons at this age. After a moment, Lu Jun decided not to explain. This arrangement worked well for him. He could quietly grow stronger. He considered that he owed Zon Kong a small favor and thought about the man's future tragedy. With such character, he was worth saving. After leaving the Snow Peak Mountain outpost, the siblings headed straight to a hospital in Bo City for a full-body checkup. Hunters had to prioritize their health. Many young mages neglected this, only for the consequences to surface in middle age, leaving them half-disabled. Upon confirming no severe injuries or after-effects, they went to the Hunter Alliance to process the materials from the demon wolves and complete their missions, making a small profit. Soon after, Lu Mai spent 3 million renting a star cloud magic tool for 6 months and auctioned off the servant level soul essence, earning 5 million. The Magic Association had its own soul containers, so Lu Jun only needed to transfer the essence from the White Tiger Pendant without exposing himself. Even if someone discovered it, Lu Mai's status as an intermediate mage could handle the situation. Back at home, Lu Mai held a star brilliance bracelet in her hand and smiled brightly. In at most half a year, my earth element will reach the intermediate level dual element intermediate. Originally, she had wanted to rent another one for her brother, but Lu Jun refused. Jokingly, he thought, the White Tiger Pendant is far more useful. His metal element could also push toward the intermediate level, likely within half a year. He planned to spend a few more months mastering the 49 stars, so by the end of sophomore year, he would be a level 1 intermediate mage capable of casting intermediate magic, with his magic awakening for a second time. By the time he graduated high school, he would at least be dual element level 1 intermediate, with dual element level 3 beginner mastery. He would have no problem surviving the Bo City disaster. Clenching his fists, Lu Jun thought about how Mo Fan, by the time he graduated high school, was only barely dual element intermediate and couldn't even cast magic yet. Without the Holy Spring, he would have been at most dual element level 3 beginner at 18. The Holy Spring, huh? Unfortunately, the original story clearly states its link to the Azure Dragon Totem. It has no connection to my White Tiger Totem, so it's not worth pursuing. He sighed, knowing that opportunities like this could only be stumbled upon by chance. Time passed. 2 months later, during which the Lu siblings hunted demons multiple times, their luck was average. They only managed to eliminate 2 layers of wolves. Though they didn't acquire any more servant-level soul essences, the materials they collected still earned them several million yuan. By the end of summer break, after expenses, they had accumulated a fortune of 10 million yuan. However, their boldness seemed to have alarmed the wolf clans. The significant losses made the wolves mistakenly believe that the military from Bo City was conducting a cleanup operation, prompting them to retaliate. This escalated into a level 3 orange alert. Reluctantly, the siblings had to cease their activities. On one hand, the wilderness demons had grown more vigilant, on the other, they needed time to recover. Prolonged killing had made Lu Jun's gaze colder and infused him with an aura of bloodthirst. At this rate, he risked losing himself and becoming indifferent to life. He needed time to cultivate his character and temper his mindset. Conveniently, sophomore year began. Returning to school, Lu Jun reflected on the fruitful summer break. Unfortunately, his water element had yet to break through, still stuck at level 2 beginner. It was used too infrequently, with his metal element carrying most of the load. He had plans for improving his water element, but those required reaching the intermediate level first. At the beginner level, the water element was still too weak. At Tianlan High School, Lu Jun, Mo Fan, and Zhang Zia reunited, all of them placed in the elite class. Mo Fan scrutinized Lu Jun from head to toe and clicked his tongue. "Old Lu, how is it that you seem to change every semester? You've developed an air of authority." Lu Jun said nothing, slumping into his chair and closing his eyes to inspect his spiritual world. 2 stardusts glowed brilliantly, their blue and platinum hues complementing each other. The metal element stardust was clearly 2 sizes larger, crowding the water element stardust to the side. He delved into the White Tiger Pendant. 2 ghostly blue soul fragments, the size of candles, shimmered above the blood-red lake. During the final 2 hunts of the summer, while they hadn't obtained servant-level soul essences, killing hundreds of demon wolves had gathered enough fragments to synthesize one. Now, Lu Jun possessed 2 synthesized servant-level soul essences. Without hesitation, he directed the essences to nourish his metal element stardust. Buzz. Buzz. The 2 ghostly blue soul fragments merged into the platinum stardust, instantly being refined. A warm energy spread throughout, and 2 platinum stars expanded from the size of pinky nails to thumb nails. Lu Jun felt a refreshing coolness in his mind, invigorating his spirit. His memory and focus improved, his total magic capacity increased, and the brilliance of the platinum stardust became even more dazzling. The sword mark crossing the stardust was also nourished. Not bad. Just 5 more soul essences to reach level 4 beginner. Maybe I can gather them over the next 2 or 3 breaks. With the metal element's offensive power, level 4 should rival the strength of intermediate level spells. He nodded in satisfaction but was soon interrupted by the chatter around him. Opening his eyes, he saw excitement brewing. At the podium, the elite class teacher, Old Zhu, who had previously guided a class of outstanding students including Lu Jun, was once again in charge. The elite students, including Miu Bei, were visibly thrilled. The time had come to distribute the Stardust magic tools, and whoever had more time with one would progress further. Old Zhu didn't waste time and said, "The allocation of Stardust magic tools will be based on your annual assessment rankings. The higher your rank, the longer you can use the tool. Of course, our school is very considerate. Each quarter, we will conduct a new assessment, re-rank the students, and adjust the allocation accordingly. What followed left Lu Jun speechless. Old Zeus sternly addressed Mo Fan, as the first-ranked student in the class, you should have had the longest time with the Stardust magic tool. However, due to your disrespectful behavior during the annual assessment, your time has been reduced from 1 month to 10 days as punishment. Both the commoner and aristocratic students jeered. Oh, 1 month reduced to 10 days? That's a heavy price. If he'd held back and behaved, he could have gained a massive advantage. If he'd just agreed to join the new clan, he might have gotten even more. Yeah, why bother having so much pride? Mo Fan, however, remained nonchalant, oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. With Mo Fan punished, Lu Jun, as the second-ranked student, benefited. But possessing the White Tiger Pendant, he found little value in the Stardust magic tool. So, he privately approached Mu Bei and traded the usage rights. Over the next 2 years, he sold them for 1 million yuan as a package deal. Honestly, it was overpriced, but supply was limited. Why not sell to Mo Fan? That guy is broke. Besides, as Lu Jun expected, Mo Fan would soon unlock the Azure Dragon Pendant's functions. Mu Bei was surprised and confirmed multiple times before reluctantly paying up, secretly mocking Lu Jun for his short-sightedness. With the Stardust magic tool, his cultivation speed would soar. With the top 2 holders out of contention for various reasons, Mu Bei felt confident he could topple both Mo Fan and Lu Jun in the next assessment. Mu Bei was ecstatic, thinking, the advantage is mine. Chapter 26, Tricking Mu Bei? The new semester began, and time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed, and the semester was halfway through. During this period, Lu Jun had focused all his energy on water magic. Finally, under the nourishment of the White Tiger Pendant, he broke through to level 3 of water control, circulation. At night, at home, his sister Lu Mai was quietly cultivating on the sofa. A soft yellow glow surrounded her body, and the star bracelet on her wrist shimmered brightly as she meditated on earth magic. Outside in the yard, Lu Jun manipulated his stardust, and a bright blue star trail streaked across the air. The abundant water vapor in the atmosphere was extracted, and countless water droplets converged, weaving into multiple streams of flowing water that shimmered brilliantly, surrounding him protectively. When he touched it with his finger, the rapid flow of water emitted a strong impact force, bouncing his hand back and causing some pain. When the water flowed, it not only self-repaired endlessly but also contained abundant kinetic energy. Even if a demon managed to break through the defense, the shattered water control would generate a powerful shockwave, repelling servant-level demons and providing a moment to catch his breath. It could be said that level 3 water control was indeed a decent defensive skill. Lu Jun nodded in satisfaction, inspecting his spiritual world. The 2 Stardusts were neck and neck, both having reached level 3 in the beginner tier. For someone aged 17, this was truly impressive. Just as he was about to rest, he suddenly received a call. Opening the communicator, he was surprised to find that it was Mo Fan. What could be going on? Earlier that evening, on the rooftop of the teaching building, Mo Fan was fiddling with a newly acquired Stardust magic tool, preparing to cultivate. However, the small mudfish pendant on his neck reacted, directly swallowing all the energy from the Stardust magic tool. Mo Fan was dumbfounded and quickly shook his Azure Dragon pendant. The small mudfish refused to spit it out. Instead, it used the servant-level soul essence to awaken itself, gaining functionality equivalent to the Stardust magic tool. Damn, you're kidding me. Mo Fan was furious but kept telling himself to stay calm. After thinking for a moment, he decided to call Lu Jun originally. In the novel, he would have called Tang Yu, who, as a fire mage, had taught fire students for some time and had a mysterious background that might offer a solution. But now that Lu Jun was here, Mo Fan was more inclined to trust a friend rather than a teacher he barely knew. Moreover, Lu Jun's sister was one of the few intermediate mages in Bo City. She could communicate with the school and surely suppress the issue. So Mo Fan dialed the number. As soon as the call connected, he said, "Dad, come save your son." In the yard, Lu Jun couldn't help but feel exasperated as soon as he heard Mo Fan's opening line. His forehead was full of black lines, and he vaguely guessed the reason. However, he responded sharply, "Yeah, right. Would you call me Dad if it weren't something serious? You just got assigned a Stardust magic tool today. Let me guess, did you break it? Damn, how did you figure that out? Are you a South?" On the other end of the line, Mo Fan first exclaimed in surprise, then awkwardly laughed and said, I mean, a father knows his son best. So now you're trying to pin this on me, huh?" Lu Jun was speechless. This guy was truly shameless. He had a lot to learn. At the same time, a thought struck Lu Jun. He came up with a good idea and said over the phone, Stay where you are, I'll come over shortly. Lu Jun got dressed, informed his sister, and headed to the school. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at the school rooftop. As soon as Mo Fan saw him, he sighed dejectedly, "You're here. The wind on this rooftop is so strong and the night so cold, I feel like jumping off." Hearing this, Lu Jun's mouth twitched. He responded irritably, "Cut the act and show me what's going on." Mo Fan then explained everything in detail. Lu Jun understood the situation and explained while holding his forehead, "This little mudfish pendant of yours isn't ordinary. It's a magic tool that can upgrade itself. You don't need to worry about it being taken away, as it's already linked to your soul and cannot be stolen. However, you must be cautious and not tell anyone else about this." Hearing this, Mo Fan suddenly realized and gained a clearer understanding of the relationship between Stardust magic tools, soul essences, and soul containers. "So what do we do now?" "I have a solution." Lu Jun gave a sunny and cheerful smile. "I have some remnant souls on hand. I can place a servant-level remnant soul into the Stardust magic tool. Then we can temporarily disguise it as intact, allowing it to still emit its soothing energy. However, it'll only last a few days before it completely exhausts its energy. Before that happens, you can hand it over to the next user. I think that would be Mubei, right?" Mo Fan, being sly himself, quickly guessed what Lu Jun intended to do. It was nothing more than shifting the blame. He exchanged a knowing look with Lu Jun, and they both broke into sinister smiles. Mo Fan, still resentful about the annual evaluation incident, was more than happy to mess with Mubei. As for Lu Jun, he had his own reasons. At this point, Mubei was actually broke. The one with money was his father, Muhi, the head of the Black Vatican and the mastermind planning the destruction of Bo City. Hey, Muhi would definitely step in to cover the damages. So in reality, they weren't targeting Mubei but Muhi. Over the past year, Lu Jun had lived with a sense of dread, diligently cultivating partly due to the looming disaster in Bo City. If he didn't mess with this scumbag, he wouldn't feel at peace. The Black Vatican was a terrifying enemy, deeply embedded in official institutions and seemingly omnipresent. Even the purest judgment court had been infiltrated, let alone other governmental organizations. Lu Jun racked his brain and saw a vast, ominous shadow looming, yet he dared not act rashly, relying only on himself to find a way out. He also knew which big names in the original story were clean, but unfortunately, these figures were out of reach. Even if he tried to meet them, most of their entourages likely included Black Vatican members. More details will be explained as the story progresses. After all, it was unrealistic to expect high-ranking individuals, overwhelmed with responsibilities, to act on the words of a mere beginner mage. The likely outcome would be, "Black Vatican, who dares accuse me? On what grounds?" Lu Jun shook off the thought, took a deep breath, and got to work inserting the remnant soul into the Stardust magic tool. The process wasn't simple, but his metal element talent seemed to give him an affinity for understanding magic tool structures. After some experimentation, he managed to complete the task. Only then did Mo Fan breathe a sigh of relief and grin. "Thanks, old Lu." "No problem." Lu Jun smiled and extended his hand. "That'll be one servant-level soul essence." Hearing this, Mo Fan froze, his forehead darkening. "You might as well sell me off. How's that any different from compensating for the Stardust magic tool?" "Ha ha ha, just kidding. I'm just a father hoping his son will succeed so I can bask in his glory someday." Lu Jun was only joking and didn't take it seriously. A remnant soul was no big deal, it was an investment in Mo Fan. Mo Fan sneered, "Yeah, right. When I strike it rich, I'll give you 100 soul essences." On this moonless and windy night, the two left the rooftop, with no witnesses to their scheme. A week later, it was Mubei's turn to use the Stardust magic tool. Completely unsuspecting, he took it home. After using it for a few days, it inevitably broke. He informed his mother, who turned to Mubei's uncle for help. That night, Muhi said, "It's fine. I'll handle it." As a result, Muhi, a school board member, donated 1 million to the school. Tianlan High School reported the damage to the relevant authorities, and the Magic High School Alliance redistributed a new Stardust magic tool. And so the matter quietly passed, with only Mo Fan and Lu Jun knowing the truth. However, Mubei suffered for it. Still dealing with the fallout of the annual evaluation incident, he now faced reprimands from the family elders for the broken Stardust magic tool. While being a student spared him from major consequences, Mubei despaired, realizing he would likely lose all family support after graduating high school and end up no different from an ordinary commoner. Lu Jun thought, that family isn't worth keeping anyway. The sooner you break away, the sooner you can rise. Chapter 27, Half-year changes. Since this matter passed, in the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by, and the first semester of the second year of high school had ended. The top students in the second-year advanced class didn't have a winter break. Instead, they had to go for outdoor training, which would be counted toward their final score for the college entrance exams. Early in the morning, a group of students were excitedly discussing, while among the crowd, Mo Fan and Zhang Zhaohu looked around and frowned, saying, "On such an important day, where did this guy, Lu Jun, go? Did he forget about the training and still think it's winter break? No way." Mo Fan, seeing that their homeroom teacher, Old Zhu, was about to call the roll, immediately decided, "I'll call Lu Jun and have him come over quickly." However, before Mo Fan could make the call, Teacher Zhu spoke up from above, "This outdoor operation will be led by the military, with the practical instructor, Tang Yu, and the Hunter Alliance's Pan Lijun accompanying. Also, Lu Jun has been exempted from the assessment by the military due to special reasons." With that, Mo Fan, Zhang Zhaohu, and even the unlucky Mu Bei were stunned. Mo Fan muttered, "When did Lu Jun hook up with the military? He's really mysterious." The other students were also murmuring, but they weren't envious. They hadn't experienced hunter missions and thought it was just a field trip, or perhaps a wilderness survival test, and they felt it was a shame not to go. In reality, they weren't entirely wrong. Before Zhang Kong was demoted to Bo City, the second-year outdoor training was mostly just a formality. After all, who could bear the responsibility if a child died? Even Zhang Kong's tests used summoned beasts disguised as demons, making the tests safe and within controllable limits. Summoned beasts, as one of the dimensional magic types, are an initial stage magic of the summoning system that can summon a servant-level demon at the early stage. They are practically invincible at the same level. Of course, those with natural talents, like Lu Jun, were another matter. With his gold system combat power, combined with wind and water magic, he could handle all aspects of combat. Not long after, the school buses set off, carrying students toward the Snow Peak Mountain outpost. Soon after getting off the bus, Zhang Kong made a grand entrance and gave the students a harsh warning. He said to throw away all their belongings and required them to survive in the wilderness for 10 days, while also completing a bounty task. Otherwise, the entire class would fail. This caused an uproar among the top students, and even the practical teachers opposed it. "No way, even regular hunter can't complete the bounty, let alone a bunch of students." However, this was futile. Zhang Kong, the chief instructor, forced through the objections and tempted, "The first person to complete the bounty will receive a personal gift from me and basic-level magic tool." This statement ignited the crowd, and the students were energized. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for them to regret it. Zhang Kong revealed the entire plan to the practical teachers, and the teachers began working together to test the students. Mo Fan's group struggled in the wilderness for 10 days before finally reaching their task location, an abandoned den of the one-eyed demon wolves in a valley, where there were no more demons. Instead, what existed was a summoned beast, disguised as a ghost wolf demon. It was just a servant-level demon. As soon as it appeared, its ferocity caused dozens of students to scatter in panic. Zhu Zhaoding, Mu Bei, Zhang Zhaohu, Mo Fan, He Yu, and other excellent students tried to control their stars and release initial stage magic to resist, but the overwhelming power of the beast made it hard to turn the tide. When the ghost wolf demon howled, all the students who were still linking their star tracks lost their connections and had to flee in a panic. Only Mo Fan and Mu Bei successfully cast their magic, but their basic-level spells were ineffective against the ghost wolf demon. Desperate, Mo Fan and Zhang Zhaohu attacked, using wind magic to divert the ghost wolf demon's attention. At that moment, Bei Yang ghost wolf demon lost control, and seeing that someone might die, Zhang Kong's expression changed. He quickly used high-level wind magic, wind wings, to rescue Mo Fan. But Mo Fan was no ordinary person. At a critical moment, he broke through to the second level of fire magic and, through clever use of magic, paralyzed the demon with lightning magic in one hand and shattered the stalactites in a cave with fire magic in the other. The stalactites fell and impaled the ghost wolf demon, pinning it in the cave, barely securing the victory. In a sense, Lu Jun's first demon-slaying experience had been much better than Mo Fan's. The metal system could summon magic in advance, without needing to be distracted in battle, allowing him to gradually adapt and grow to this point. Mo Fan, on the other hand, was purely born with a big heart, and in the end, the brave one received his reward, a magic shield worth tens of thousands. In addition, Bei Yang was injured because of the death of his summoned beast, causing a backlash in the contract, and he held a grudge against Mo Fan. If Lu Jun had been present, he would probably have cursed him for being deserving of it, as Bei Yang was a member of the Black Church, planted inside the military's magic division. The Bo City destruction plan was already in motion, and many frenzied springs were set up in the demon lairs outside the city. The frenzied spring was a drug mixed with Earth Saint Spring, which consumed life potential to massively stimulate the bloodthirst of demons, causing them to go berserk and level up. It seemed that Bei Yang, Fearing discovery, deliberately pretended to lose control and let the summoned beast kill, but he didn't expect to encounter someone like Mo Fan. Fortunately, Zhang Kong didn't discover anything later, as it was all too secretive. While Mo Fan was undergoing wilderness training, Lu Jun, taking advantage of the winter break, teamed up with his sister to hunt down a wolf pack. Intermediate level earth magic rock barrier, stones ridges. Lu Mai's body glowed with apricot yellow magic power as she drew a jagged stone pattern on the ground. 49 stars arranged in a star map were summoned, and she raised her hand with a loud shout. In an instant, layers of earth waves surged forward, and stone walls rose up around the charging pack of wolves, trapping them completely. Only a small window at the top was left open. Puchy. Lu Jun, wearing blue boots that glowed with light, stomped on the ground, shooting up into the sky for more than 10 meters. As he descended, he swung a 4-meter-long heavy sword, activating golden light that pierced through all the trapped wolves, causing blood to spill out and soak the earth. The battle ended easily, with wolves scattered all over the place, the traces of wind, gold, and earth magic everywhere. This area was relatively flat and wasn't as advantageous for Demon Hunter as the valley. However, Lu Jun and his sister still finished the task effortlessly. Their strength had increased greatly in the past 6 months. First, Lu Mai broke through to intermediate level earth magic 2 months ago. Having had prior experience, her mental power was also strong, and with the help of the top-level Nebular magic tool, her battle frequency allowed her to advance quickly. She now had 2 intermediate-level systems. Although her earth magic wasn't as refined, her speed in drawing wind star maps was incredibly fast, and she was on the verge of breaking through to the intermediate second level with Wind Disc, Skynet. As for Lu Jun, both of his systems had reached level 3, with the gold system at its peak. After 4 months of training, he was almost ready to break through to the intermediate level. He estimated it would happen in just a few days. In addition, the 10 million they earned last summer wasn't kept. They went to the Magic Association and bought 2 intermediate-level magic tools, fully gearing up for battle. Chapter 28, Trouble. Becoming someone else's child. Lu Mai obtained a magic artifact called the Light Wheel Ring. It usually looks like a golden bracelet worn on her wrist. It contains the skill Light Wheel Slash. Once activated, it transforms into a light wheel about 10 feet in diameter, slashing through the air. It's the strongest single-target attack, capable of killing an advanced-level servant-tier monster in one blow. Its value is 6 million. This magic artifact compensates for her lack of decisive offensive means. When it comes to evasion, control, defense, and group attacks, her wind and earth dual elements are a top-tier combination. As for Lu Jun, he selected a magic artifact called Azure Cloud Boots. Wearing these boots grants protection and cost 4 million. The boot's wind step skill offers 2 modes. The first mode is an explosive burst of energy, launching the wearer over 10 meters into the air instantly. It allows for short glides in midair and even a second jump for another burst. The second mode is a sprint feature, providing continuous energy output similar to Wind Track for prolonged mobility. These boots are perfectly suited to Lu Jun's circumstances. While his sister's support makes things easier, he would otherwise become a stationary target, drastically weakening his metal element's power. Furthermore, the decision to purchase intermediate-level magic artifacts considered his nearing advancement to the intermediate stage, ensuring the items would remain useful for the long term, like buying slightly larger clothes for a growing child. Besides, he would soon attend a magic academy, where independent combat would become more common. Overall, the 10 million was well spent. Their combat strength improved, ensuring safer monster hunts. Gains outweigh the expenses. For instance, Lu Jun approached the wolf pack's remains, where glowing orbs gathered from all directions. Among them was a thumb-sized one from the head wolf, a servant-tier Solescence. During this holiday, the siblings had cleared out 2 monster dens and were lucky enough to obtain soul essences from both, with a combined value of 10 million. Including materials, their total earnings reached 15 million. It seemed their luck from the previous semester had accumulated and exploded now, though the odds of such drops were still only around 1%. However, Lu Jun planned to save for high-quality spirit seeds. His goal was to amass at least 25 million. For reference, Mo Fan's Thunder Element Spirit Seed, 1000 Strikes, with its special effects, cost 28 million. It might take another 6 months, and even if he managed to save enough, he wouldn't buy a Water Element Spirit Seed right away. Instead, he'd first prioritize equipping his sister with a Wind Element Spirit Seed. On the one hand, she contributed the most during battles as an intermediate mage. On the other hand, Lu Jun was still far from advancing his water element to the intermediate stage. Lu Jun, we should retreat for now, Lu Mai suggested after collecting materials, her expression serious. I have a bad feeling. The recent activity of the demon wolves seems too energetic and frenzied. I'm worried something might go wrong. Previously, That advanced level demon wolf we encountered was on the verge of evolving into a warrior tier. Fortunately, we killed it early, otherwise, we'd have been in real trouble. Warrior tier monsters belong to an entirely different realm. It typically takes 7 or 8 intermediate mages to take one down. Lumai's dual intermediate level abilities barely equaled the combat strength of 2 intermediate mages. The siblings' 2 ordinary intermediate level magic artifacts wouldn't pose much of a threat to a warrior tier monster. Only high-grade artifacts valued in the tens of millions could effectively counter such foes. If they encountered a warrior tier monster, even a newly evolved one, they would stand no chance. Yeah, no more risks. Let's wait until my metal element advances to the intermediate stage. Together, we should be able to handle a warrior tier monster, Lu Jun agreed, his gaze deep. Crouching by the demon wolf's den pool, he dipped his fingers into the murky water. His water element stardust reacted faintly, and he thought to himself, this is a frenzy spring. The Black Vatican has made their move. Perhaps their back-to-back solescence drops weren't mere luck. These advanced-level demon wolves might have been stimulated, significantly enhancing their soul quality. Despite Hunter's relentless efforts to clear out monsters, encounters with them had only become more frequent. This indicated a serious problem. Monsters were reproducing at a higher rate, and migrating groups from outside were increasing. Over the past 6 months, Lu Jun had largely mapped out both cities' underground tunnels, but he couldn't monitor the Black Vatican's activities in real time. He was also wary of exposing himself to their notice. We'll take it one step at a time. Shaking his head, he hoisted a large bundle of materials on his back. Stepping onto Wind Track, he and his sister headed back. Not long after, the siblings spotted the Snow Peak mountain outpost from afar. They noticed a dense crowd gathered and were intrigued. Huh, strange. Why are there so many people today? Amid the crowd at Snow Peak Mountain, Mo Fan stood tall, listening to the commanding officer's praise. He puffed out his chest, exuding pride. Liu Bei, Zhao Kunsen, and others wore sour expressions. Around them, all the other students looked at Mo Fan with envy and admiration, making him the center of attention. Ahem, very impressive. To fight a monster at such a young age, the rest of you should learn from him, the commanding officer, Zhang Kong, coughed lightly while inwardly lamenting the abundance of freakishly talented youngsters. Yet another high schooler had managed to kill a servant-tier monster on their own. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel regretful. Initially, he hadn't taken the magic artifact reward seriously, as there were no actual bounty tasks. But now, he had no choice but to deliver it. The kid wouldn't accept anything less as compensation. While he sighed, the crowd erupted into exclamations of surprise. Looking over, Zhang Kong spotted Lu Jun returning from hunting. The siblings exuded a striking presence, commanding attention. Lu Mai had her jet black hair neatly tied up, showcasing her fair, slightly sweaty face and neck. She wore an off-white blouse outlining her curvaceous figure, with a conservatively cut neckline unable to hide a hint of alluring cleavage. Draped in a windbreaker, she radiated the charm of a capable, wild elder sister. Lu Jun was even more striking. Covered in dried blood stains with a massive pack of blood-soaked materials on his back, he seemed to have emerged from a mountain of corpses. Their imposing appearances, blending elegance and savagery, left the sheltered students stunned and speechless, their gazes averting instinctively. Wait, is that the exempted student, Lu Jun? He actually went monster hunting. And who's that woman? She's stunning but way too intimidating. Some boys couldn't resist Lu Mai's fierce charm but found her aura too overwhelming to look directly at her. Zhang Kong greeted the siblings before turning to the students with a sly smile. You lot, don't think a little experience with monsters during training makes you invincible. There's always someone better out there. Look at them now, you know why Lu Jun got an exemption. At your age, would you dare hunt monsters in the wild? Liu Bei, Zhao Kunsen, and others swallowed hard, a sense of inadequacy washing over them. Even Mo Fan, despite his cocky personality, was deeply shaken. The gap was undeniable. Suddenly, his recent servant-tier kill didn't seem so impressive. Meanwhile, Tang Yu frowned thoughtfully, connecting this scene to her own investigations. Lu Jun nodded in acknowledgement to Zhang Kong and greeted Mo Fan and Zhang Xiao before remembering the school's wilderness training session. Without lingering, he and his sister quickly left to process their solescences and materials. Chapter 29, Advancing to the intermediate level. After Lu Jun and his sister left, the entire class erupted into chatter. Many girls were captivated by Lu Jun's cold and aloof demeanor, while secretly admiring Lu Mai's strong and independent character. They chattered curiously, unable to resist discussing the two. Lu Jun was known for his high cultivation, excellent academics, and good looks, but his low profile and reserved nature made him an enigma. No one even knew he had a sister, let alone what she did. Now that a small part of his life had been revealed, it only added to his mysterious allure, sparking a desire in everyone to learn more. The boys, on the other hand, were equally stunned and had mixed emotions. Mo Fan, in particular, was deep in thought. His pride wouldn't let him give up easily, and he began to wonder if he wasn't working hard enough. Resolving himself, Mo Fan decided to join the city's monster hunting team to earn money and gain experience. If Lu Jun could do it, there was no reason he couldn't. Meanwhile, Lu Jun was oblivious to his classmates' thoughts and didn't care about them either. On the way home, his sister teased him, saying, "Oh, I saw the way those girls looked at you. You just need to beckon them over, and they'll be yours." Lu Jun replied bluntly, "But I only want to be with my sister." Hearing this, Lu Mai's face reddened. She playfully pushed him away and scolded, "Don't say such things." The black-haired boy smirked but said nothing more. As usual, the two stopped by the hospital for a checkup before heading to the Hunters Alliance to process their collected materials and soul essences. The bones and blood of monsters were valuable resources for summoners, magical equipment, and items like healing potions and tracking powder essential tools for monster hunting. Lu Mai said, "I'm planning to extend my use of the Star Cloud magic till for another 6 months. It'll cost 3 million. Having become accustomed to rapid cultivation progress, she couldn't imagine going back to a slower pace. With another month or two, her wind element would reach the 2nd level. Lu Jun agreed. Money was just a resource, and since they were both in their growth phase, it was not the time to be frugal. After returning home, they washed up and began their individual meditation sessions on the sofa. Buzz. Lu Jun directed his spirit into the white tiger pendant. Within the blood-colored lake, specks of light floated, with one complete servant-level soul essence shining the brightest. After hunting down 2 monster lairs and gathering over 100 remnants, he had once again synthesized a soul essence. Carefully guiding a faint blue flame into his spiritual world, he saw that his metallic element stardust had already expanded to its limit. The platinum orb of light was encased in a thin membrane, a sign that he had reached the peak of the basic level. Breaking through this faint barrier would transform the stardust into a star cloud, advancing him to the intermediate level. For weeks, he had carefully worked on weakening the barrier, which now appeared fragile and ready to give way. With the soul essence providing a final push, the breakthrough would be seamless. Unlike the rare cases of dual-element breakthroughs aided by treasures like Mo Fan's, most mages had to rely on consistent effort and time to advance. Those from influential families who entered academies with intermediate cultivation and mastery over magic had usually achieved this state by the end of their sophomore year. Thus, Lu Jun's advancement midway through his 2nd year was perfectly reasonable. Even Mu Ningxu likely reached this level at his age. The soul essence merged with one of the platinum stars, causing it to expand significantly. Among the stardust, 7 stars flickered, 3 of which shone exceptionally bright, nearing the threshold of 4th level basic magic. Boom. The platinum orb within the barrier surged with a sharp brilliance, building up energy until it suddenly burst through the membrane. In the vast darkness of his spiritual universe, it was as if a sword had cleaved the heavens, revealing a resplendent platinum star cloud. The original platinum orb expanded rapidly, growing 7 or 8 times in size. 49 stars emerged, forming a mesmerizing constellation-like structure. Lu Jun felt an intense headache as an overwhelming surge of magic power poured out, pushing the boundaries of his spiritual realm. His mental strength gained substantial solidity, growing significantly stronger. In the real world, his body radiated platinum light, and a sharp aura swept through their living room and courtyard. Startled by the sting on her skin, Lu Mai awoke from her meditation. Seeing her brother's transformation, she smiled warmly. An intermediate mage, at 17 years old. When Lu Jun opened his eyes, they gleamed with sharp intensity, making it difficult for others to meet his gaze. He heard his sister's gentle congratulations. "Congratulations." Hee, Lu Jun couldn't help but grin, feeling elated. At that moment, the white tiger pendant transmitted another piece of information. His new intermediate level metal magic was called weapon manipulation. At its 1st level, he could perform sword flight, using the planet's magnetic fields to control his heavy metal sword with precision, allowing him to strike targets hundreds of meters away with ease. What excited him most was how his metal element had evolved with the star cloud. Not only had its size increased significantly, but the enhanced effects of his abilities were remarkable. The tremor sword, for example, could now expand up to 9 times its original size, reaching a length of 12 meters and a width of over 1 meter. Lu Jun imagined all sorts of possibilities. With the sword's ability to fly, he could ride on it like a legendary swordsman. Of course, compared to the seamless elegance of merging with a sword in cultivation stories, this was a little less grand. Still, it was undeniably impressive. After all, this was just the intermediate level. There was no need to aim too high yet. Moreover, standing on a massive sword the size of a small hill wouldn't even trigger vertigo. It could carry multiple people with ease. This effectively gave him control over the skies as an intermediate mage. His water element's intermediate level spell, Tidal Wave, complemented this perfectly with its long-range capabilities. Both elements were exceptionally well matched in their progress. At first, I thought the sword size changing ability was just decent, but paired with weapon manipulation, it becomes incredibly versatile. It even has two modes, shrinking down to a single blade for precise assassinations or expanding into a massive weapon to crush opponents. Against warrior-level creatures, it could penetrate their bodies on impact. Lu Jun's excitement grew as he considered the endless possibilities. With flight and flexible weapon use, his combat strategies would be nearly limitless. And that's not all. He remembered that his golden sword could now incorporate a second type of metal, significantly enhancing its properties and potentially adding unique effects. Invincible, truly invincible, he thought. Lu Mai walked over, noticing her brother grinning foolishly. She gently touched his forehead, her face filled with confusion. "What's wrong with you? Acting all silly?" Chapter 30, Second Awakening. As his sister leaned forward, the tight curve of her figure stretched the fabric of her light beige sweater. Lu Jun stared ahead, his eyes twitching slightly as the faint white skin and deep cleavage beneath the round neckline caught his attention. Quickly, he shook off Lu Mai's hand and turned his head to the side. "Nothing, really. The intermediate tier metal magic skills are quite impressive," he said, diverting his thoughts. Hearing this, Lu Mai didn't notice her brother's unusual reaction. She sighed and began calculating the costs on her fingers. Intermediate tier metal magic requires the fusion of another magical metal. Luckily, it's just materials around 10 million should be enough. But no matter how much we save, we can't seem to set aside enough. "Don't worry about the magical metal for now," Lu Jun said, calming his mind. "Currently, my magic tool only has the fortification effect. The second effect should be something with more offensive power. I'll take my time choosing." After advancing to the intermediate level, Lu Jun's natal magic weapon was also nourished. With the convergence of 49 stars, the power of metal magic depended heavily on this sword. Originally, the fortification effect had already made it nearly indestructible by commanding level monsters during his advanced stage training. Now, it felt like even quasi-monarch level creatures would struggle to damage it. "True," Lu Mai nodded. "You're about to enter university soon. By then, you'll have access to various magic tool laboratories. With your connections, you'll be able to select from an abundance of options." She bit her lip and asked, "What element are you planning to awaken for your intermediate tier magic?" "Me? Psychic, curse, or undead," Lu Jun replied without hesitation. He had already planned his path. He was leaning toward awakening the psychic element alongside another because, based on his research, these three elements held great opportunities in the future, each with unique advantages. If nurtured properly, they could rival Mofan's lightning and fire elements. Especially the psychic element. Having lived in this world for a year and a half, Lu Jun's memories of the original work had become somewhat blurred. Awakening the psychic element would allow him to access the deepest layers of his mind, ensuring nothing would slip through the cracks. Though the psychic element was often underestimated due to its lack of direct combat abilities below the high tier, it was essentially a bug-tier magic element. First, it was unrivaled in mage duels, countering all other elements. The key was its ability to prevent opponents from completing their magic, breaking their star connections. A mage unable to cast magic was no different from an ordinary person. Lu Jun recalled vividly how Mofan repeatedly struggled against psychic element mages. Though he ultimately won each time, the process was always incredibly frustrating. Without psychic tools or the assistance of teammates, he would have been entirely helpless. Second, the psychic element allowed one to evade hostility from magical beasts. With higher cultivation, it could even control them, making it the ultimate survival tool in the wild. Lu Jun knew his metal element talent could be concealed during the intermediate stage, but it would become too conspicuous by the advanced stage, making it clear he wasn't solely relying on magic tools. By then, he had three plans. Plan A, stay hidden until invincible, gaining the backing of the state to ensure no one dared to touch him. Plan B, expose his abilities early, relying on various factions to maneuver through the situation. Plan C, if all else failed, leave humanity behind and ally with the magical beasts. He envisioned something akin to the Kunlun Empire, which was friendly toward humans, or the Black Curtain Empire, which might welcome a human defector. As long as he survived, he could plot his future accordingly. Of course, Plan C was the last resort. Lu Jun would only consider it if his back was against the wall. After all, he still had his sister. Living peacefully in the human world was preferable, but if pushed too far, he wouldn't hesitate to seek revenge by any means necessary. Unaware of her brother's thoughts, Lu Mai frowned and said, "Those three elements are so niche. It'll be hard to find mentors, and their progression is challenging. Why not choose another elemental type?" Shadow magic could also work, you're missing a mobility skill. I already have metal and water elements. Choosing another elemental type, like lightning or fire, would overlap with what I already have. What I lack is control. The psychic element is perfect for that. Lu Jun remained firm in his decision. He knew the psychic element was different from elemental magic. It didn't have soul seeds or spirit seeds. Its enhancement paths were flexible, often leading to bizarre and unpredictable skill trees. After all, no powerful mage in the late stages lacked unique abilities beyond the standard magic systems. Fine, do as you like, Lu Mai said helplessly. Let's go to the Magic Association for your awakening. The siblings left and headed straight for Bo City's landmark building, the Silver Trade Tower. It was the tallest and most luxurious building in the city, standing out from its surroundings. Many institutions were based there, and the underground levels housed Bo City's treasure, the Holy Spring. Standing at the tower's entrance, Lu Jun looked up at its imposing structure, casting a massive shadow that seemed to envelop him. The sight evoked memories of an event 1.5 years later, the invasion of the One-Eyed Wolf Pack. A winged blue wolf of commander level perched atop the tower, looking down arrogantly as the city below descended into chaos. It had become a den of magical beasts, a scene etched in his mind. This time, with his presence, things might turn out differently. The siblings entered the Magic Association's reception area inside the tower, where a female assistant greeted them with a smile. How may I assist you, esteemed guests? Given their previous dealings with lessons here, the Magic Association had granted them top-tier privileges. We're here for a magic awakening. Keep it confidential and take us to a private room, Lu Mai said directly. The assistant nodded without asking any questions. This way, please. With your privileges, the awakening is free of charge. Lu Jun was delighted. There was nothing better than getting something for free. Soon, they entered a sleek, silver, high-tech room. A star disk stood in the center, and the required awakening stones had already been placed according to their request. One was a transparent crystal representing the psychic element, and the other was a black stone representing the curse or undead element. The former was self-explanatory, while the latter indicated that curse and undead elements were closely related, with undead magic evolving from curse magic. Only at the pinnacle did the two fully diverge into separate systems. Either one was acceptable, depending on his luck. I'll leave you to it, the assistant said, leaving quietly and closing the door behind her. Under his sister's urging, Lu Jun took a deep breath, placed his hands on the star disk, and closed his eyes to begin his second awakening. A faint hum filled the room as a strange magical energy flowed from the star disk, surging into his mind. In the infinite darkness of his spiritual world, nothing seemed to change at first. Then, a peculiar sensation arose. In the corner next to his blue and platinum stardust, a small, transparent stardust appeared, with 7 semi-transparent stars faintly visible, almost blending into the background. Psychic element awakened. Immediately afterward, a dark red hue emerged behind the transparent stardust. If the first felt serene, this one exuded ominousness. Within his spiritual world, the metal stardust remained the most radiant, occupying the central space. The water stardust came next, followed by these two new additions. This is the curse element. After some observation, Lu Jun confirmed it, feeling a surge of excitement. The curse element was highly versatile. Domestically, it was among the strongest for close combat and synergized perfectly with his melee-oriented path. In the future, with a super-tier spell-like body possession curse, it was said to be the only method in the original story for a human to achieve the physical attributes of a magical beast. Though this was a forbidden technique of the Zhu clan, it likely required super-tier magic to achieve such monstrous effects. Despite his newfound skill in weapon manipulation, he had no intention of abandoning close combat. However, as enemies grew larger and stronger, rivaling the scale of Godzilla, his own physical strength needed to match. Imagine wielding monarch-level physical strength combined with metal element destructive power. It'd be like Ghosts playing as the Dark Sword Master. Chapter 31, Spiritual Power Realm. Lu Mai was pleasantly surprised when she saw this and said, the second curse element is pretty good. Its initial and intermediate spells are shockingly powerful in the early stages, hard to defend against, and it provides the strong control skills you were missing. Nearby, Lu Jun smiled and nodded, sensing the connection between his mind and the stardust of the curse and psychic elements. His spiritual will felt tangible, as if he'd awakened some strange abilities. However, this was something to explore gradually. He could already guess the essence. It was all about spiritual cultivation. His sister's claim that rare magic systems are hard to improve wasn't a concern for him. After all, no one understood magic better than he did. Dimensional magic's space, summoning, sound, and chaos, along with white magic's psychic and black magic's curse, all derived their power from the level of one's spiritual cultivation. There are 9 levels of spiritual cultivation, ranging from the 1st to the 9th realm. The first 3 realms enhance magic equivalent to the power of a spiritual seed. The middle 3 realms compare to a soul seed. The final 3 realms make one nearly invincible. Thus, as Lu Jun's spiritual realm improves, both elements benefit from the bonus, saving time and effort. At that point, a basic spell from his psychic or curse element could achieve the effect of an intermediate or even advanced spell for others. This was the innate advantage of dual elements. With more elements, spiritual power naturally doubles that of others. Currently, Lu Jun's spiritual power was infinitely close to the first realm. Once his water element advanced to the intermediate level, he would step into the first realm. Even so, he remembered from the original timeline that Mo Fan's spiritual realm only reached the late stage of the second realm after advancing his dual elements to the high level. So while it seemed simple, it was actually quite challenging. For the next year and a half of his second year of high school, Lu Jun didn't plan to focus heavily on his psychic and curse elements. Mastering their basic spells at level 3 would suffice. The rest of his time would be spent controlling the stars of his metal element's intermediate magic. In half a year, he aimed to advance his water element to the intermediate level, which would again require time to control stars. The timeline was tight. After awakening, Lu Jun stepped out of the Silver Trade building with Lu Mai. The two chatted and laughed as they headed home. Little did they know, not long after they left, Mo Fan using the alias Fan Mo walked into the Hunter Alliance Hall on the first floor. He began searching for a City Hunter team to join, slightly earlier than in the original timeline. Realizing the gap between himself and others, Mo Fan was determined to catch up. As expected, he ended up joining Kai Shang's team. At the same time, he heard about the famous siblings, Lu Mai and Lu Jun, which added to his pressure. Unaware of this, Lu Jun spent the rest of his winter break immersed in controlling the stars of his metal element. Before returning to school, he barely managed to connect 2 star paths, with 5 more to go before forming a star map. He also took some time to control his newly awakened psychic and curse elements. With his rich experience and enhanced spiritual will, he could likely cast basic spells within 1 or 2 months. By then, Lu Jun would possess 5 spells, significantly enriching his arsenal. When Lu Jun entered the honors class, the previously noisy classroom suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at him with peculiar expressions as he walked in. Momentarily stunned, he ignored them and calmly took his seat. Mo Fan quickly came over and clicked his tongue, saying, "Old Lu, you're hiding something big. Be honest, what's your cultivation level now?" "Nothing special. My sister bought me a magical tool," Lu Jun replied vaguely, changing the subject. "Where's Zhangxiu?" Sigh, Mo Fan sighed and motioned with his mouth. "Over there, cozying up with his girlfriend." Following Mo Fan's gaze, Lu Jun saw Zhangxiu chatting happily with Hiyu. Inwardly, he noted that things were back on track and silently wished them well. Mo Fan, on the other hand, lamented, "You guys are all sellouts, prioritizing romance over friendship. Our iron triangle is falling apart. Give me a break." The iron triangle never existed. Lu Jun scoffed. He and his sister enjoyed their freedom. Who needed Mo Fan as a third wheel? Many classmates curiously approached him to ask questions, some with ulterior motives. Feeling annoyed, he applied to the school to study at home. Fortunately, Principal Zhu, knowing his extraordinary cultivation, approved without hesitation, emphasizing only that he should return a few months before the college entrance exams to secure admission to a world-class university. Thus, with the envy of his classmates, Lu Jun casually left the class shortly after arriving. From then on, he became a legendary figure at Danlin High School, and as his reputation grew, the stories surrounding him became increasingly exaggerated. When he returned home, Lu Mai looked puzzled. "Why are you back?" Lu Jun remained silent, staring at the dining table in the living room. It was covered with lavish dishes: Buddha's delight, roasted goose, Boston lobster, tomahawk steak. Placing down his bag, he sighed, "When I'm home, you cook instant noodles. The moment I leave, it's a feast. I'm hurt." "Don't be mad," his sister said with an embarrassed laugh, quickly inviting him to sit. "Join me for dinner." Lu Jun facepalmed. Only a sibling could do something like this. He vented his frustration by eating, his appetite as a mage noticeably larger than ordinary people due to the energy consumption of hunting monsters. Over the next 2 months, Lu Jun focused on controlling the stars of his metal element. Although he hadn't yet mastered intermediate magic, he could already cast basic first-level spells of the psychic and curse elements. Excited about his new abilities, Lu Jun began experimenting. First, he tried the psychic element's basic spell, Spiritual Ripple, Pacify. In the living room, he traced a transparent star path, his bright eyes glowing. A faint, transparent ripple spread from his forehead, engulfing his test subject, his sister. During the process, Lu Jun experienced a peculiar sensation, as if he were touching an undulating mental lake. He could vaguely sense her emotions. With a flick of his will, he smoothed out the ripples on the lake's surface, leaving it as clear and calm as a mirror. After casting the spell, Lu Jun asked about her experience, following an instinct to communicate through pure thought rather than speech. Unexpectedly, his voice resonated directly in Lu Mai's mind. "How do you feel now?" "Huh?" She blinked, her mood subtly shifting. Her tone remained calm as she replied, "I was nervous about being your test subject, but your magic made me relax, leaving me thoughtless and tranquil. Other than that, I feel nothing." "Wait, you can hear my telepathic voice?" At first, Lu Jun was incredulous, then thoughtful. It aligned perfectly with the effects of a psychic element basic spell. Still, the ability to manipulate emotions at will felt alarmingly powerful, almost like playing God. Moreover, while basic spells were just the tip of the iceberg, Lu Jun marveled at his apparent awakening of a true superpower telepathy. In Eastern culture, this resembled the Buddhist ability of divine insight, while in the West, it mirrored a psychic warlock's mental prowess. The sacred connection of minds was undeniable. Meanwhile, Lu Mai finally recovered, her emotions fluctuating as she expressed astonishment at the psychic element's wonders. Chapter 32, Spirit Ripples and Mist of Fear. The more Lu Jun studied the psychic element, the more discoveries he made. This intent force was the most direct manifestation of spiritual cultivation and could unlock various passive abilities when combined with the psychic stardust. Abilities like telepathy were just the basics. Recently, after using the metal element to slay demons, Lu Jun noticed his perception had become extremely sharp, akin to a legendary mind's eye in swordsmanship or a martial artist's intuitive foresight. This greatly enhanced his combat and survival abilities, allowing him to sense threats like the saying the cicada senses the autumn breeze before it moves. Even though the psychic novice tier level 1 spell Spirit Pacify was not particularly powerful, the level 2 spell Psychic Impact became terrifying. The principle was the same, using intent to probe others' mind lakes. The former calms, while the latter stirs, creating storms that disrupt the opponent's focus and render even mid-tier mages unable to cast their spells. Upon reaching level 3 Psychic Wall, one could construct a protective barrier over their own or their allies' mind lakes, effectively blocking external spiritual intrusions. This concept of a mind lake, as Lu Jun deduced from his spellcasting experience, seemed to correspond to a mage's spiritual world, that mysterious inner realm. From this, he derived an insight: if a mage's spiritual cultivation was high, their mind lake would be vast. Attempting to disturb such a vast lake with novice-tier spells would require much more effort and might even be as futile as a breeze over an endless ocean, having no effect at all. Thus, psychic mages were wary of those with strong spiritual realms. However, Lu Jun felt there was no need to worry about this below the high-tier level. Looking at someone like Mo Fan, who was high-tier dual element but only in the second realm, Lu Jun felt confident he could easily toy with those at the same level. For experimentation, Lu Jun also tested his curse element novice-tier spells. He immediately noticed a distinct difference. While controlling the curse stardust and its star patterns with his spiritual energy was similar, the resulting force was a strange, eerie energy. This time, his test subject was still Lu Mai, though he made sure to control the spell's power. Level 1, Must of Fear. Lu Jun's eyes turned a blackish red, and an ominous aura emanated from his body. Lu Mai, seeing this, momentarily felt dazed. Darkness engulfed her vision, and she vaguely perceived a pair of blood-red eyes looming above Lu Jun's head. The gaze was high, cold, and bloodthirsty. The next moment, her heartbeat quickened, her breathing became erratic, her body stiffened, and cold sweat poured down as her heart constricted painfully. Sensing that her mind lake was on the verge of collapse, Lu Jun quickly cast the psychic novice-tier spell Pacify. A gentle breeze seemed to brush through, calming Lu Mai's emotions until her mind was like still water. Moments later, the magic dissipated. Lu Mai, gasping for breath, collapsed on the sofa, drenched in sweat. The transition from extreme fear to extreme calm left her mentally exhausted, appearing completely drained. Witnessing this, Lu Jun panicked and attempted to slip away, guilt-ridden for pushing Lu Mai to this state. "Lu Xiaojun, stop right there." As expected, Lu Mai's teeth-gritting voice came from behind. Before he could react, a soft yet forceful impact struck his back. Lu Mai pounced on him, pinning him down. Her long legs wrapped around his waist, and her arms encircled his neck, her limbs clinging to him like an octopus. She grabbed both sides of his face and tugged hard. "You little brat. What happened to controlling your power?" Lu Jun's mind went blank as he struggled to breathe, mumbling, "I'm sorry, it wasn't on purpose." "Not on purpose?" Lu Mai vented her anger by rousing him further, trying to release her lingering fear. To be fair, if it had been an ordinary person under the fear curse, they might have suffered a heart attack and died instantly. Its dual purpose of control and damage made it an exceptional skill. The two continued their scuffle in the living room, their playful fight growing increasingly chaotic. Eventually, Lu Jun's expression turned awkward as Lu Mai's soft breathing tickled his ears. The sensation of her curvaceous figure pressing against him made him blush. He stammered, "See, can you get off me?" "What? Are you in your rebellious phase now?" Lu Mai initially seemed annoyed but then noticed his reddening ears and realized what was going on. She released him, stood up, and brushed her hair back with a teasing smile. "Oh, so you're shy, huh?" Looking up from his position, Lu Jun saw her from an angle that accentuated her elegance and beauty. Her confident demeanor and graceful curves made his throat dry. "What's the matter? It's not like we haven't bathed together as kids." She laughed, patting his back before stretching languidly. "Anyway, you've made me all sweaty. I'm going to take a shower." Without waiting for his response, Lu Mai headed for the bathroom. Once the door closed, she leaned against it, her hand clutching her chest as her face turned crimson. Memories of Lu Jun's heroic figure in battle and the strong sense of security he exuded flooded her mind. In the living room, Lu Jun remained dazed for a while before snapping out of it. He tried to meditate but found his thoughts scattered. Frustrated, he cast Pacify on himself. A refreshing sensation washed over him like a bucket of cold water. His racing emotions calmed instantly, allowing him to regain focus. Reflecting on his earlier experiments, he observed his spiritual world, where the blackish red and transparent stardust clusters of curse and psychic elements lay close together, slightly dim from exertion. So that's it, Lu Jun mused. Psychic and curse are two sides of the same coin, both rooted in the soul. One doesn't harm the body, while the other damages it, forming the distinction between white and black magic. He realized that the two elements shared a deep connection. If he could master this link, it might lead to the creation of fusion magic, with shared mana pools within the stardust. As he practiced further, he found that the psychic element could indeed amplify the curse element's effects. For instance, combining psychic impact with curse would create an almost impossible-to-defend attack. This also allowed him to conceal his dual-element talent. Psychic element's transparent nature was subtle and inconspicuous, and any noticeable effects could be attributed to curse magic or special artifacts. From now on, his second material element would officially be curse. Of course, the paths of psychic and curse diverged significantly after mid-year. Though their origins were similar, they led to vastly different outcomes. Lu Jun was pleased with his progress. The psychic element gave him an edge in duels, promoting balance and equality, while the curse element added deadly and mysterious offensive capabilities. Together with the metal element, these four magics covered a wide range of combat scenarios. Chapter 33, Adulthood and Purchasing Spirit Seeds. Time flew by, and a year had passed. During the second semester of his second year and the first semester of his third year in high school, Lu Jun stayed at home focusing on cultivation, controlling his stars, and breaking through his levels. The little incident between the siblings remained unspoken, leaving subtle marks in their hearts. Now, Lu Jun had reached the age of 18 by traditional reckoning, just barely considered an adult. During this period, Lu Jun had already fully mastered the intermediate magic spell, weapon control, in his metal element nebula. Additionally, he had cultivated the first-level spells Spirit Ripple and Fearful Mist of his psychic element and curse element to level 3. Each level of Spirit Ripple had distinct effects that he had already thoroughly understood. As for Fearful Mist, its effects consistently extended from soul damage to physical impact, progressing to Shadow at level 2 and Nightmare at level 3. The Shadow effect amplified the curse characteristics to their extreme. Targets struck by Fearful Mist would bear a lingering shadow, constantly haunted by the sight of a pair of crimson eyes, inducing repeated terror. Unlike the one-time activation of level 1 Fearful Mist, the level 2 Shadow effect triggered multiple times, with each activation becoming progressively more intense. Ordinary people often succumbed after 1 or 2 episodes of cardiac arrest, unable to survive 3. Mages fared slightly better, but the effect still took about 10 days to fade. Imagine being marked by Fearful Mist in a battle where every millisecond mattered. Just as you were concentrating on controlling your stars, those crimson eyes would suddenly appear, disrupting your focus. It was an infuriatingly sinister ability. At level 3, Nightmare took things further, delving into the target's inner fears and materializing their most horrifying memories. If not handled properly, this could lead to a 2 to 3 second daze during combat, as the target became immersed in their nightmare. Thus, curse mages excelled in prolonged battles, weaving traps throughout the confrontation, gradually ensnaring their opponents. By the time their targets realized it, it would already be too late to recover. Moreover, during the summer, Lu Jun had tested his spells on demons and discovered that Fearful Mist worked even better on them. A single glance could cause servant-level demons to suffer heart spasms and freeze for 1 or 2 seconds, while those with weak souls might even be frightened to death on the spot. This progress had not consumed much of his time, thanks to the enhancement of his cultivation efficiency by the White Tiger Pendant. In just 8 months, he had completed these advancements. The remaining 4 months were spent refining his water element, which finally reached the critical point for a breakthrough. In the courtyard, Lu Jun sat cross-legged, surrounded by spiraling blue water currents. Dense water vapor condensed in the air, while the sound of tides faintly echoed within his body. In his spiritual world, a platinum-colored nebula dominated the center. Beside it, a blue light cluster containing 7 spinning stars formed a swirling vortex of azure water, layer upon layer of waves crashing against a membrane of light. The metal element was rigid and straightforward, breaking through in one go. In contrast, the water element was soft and persistent, eroding obstacles over time. Finally, with a subtle pop, the azure membrane shattered. A radiant burst of blue light surged forth, rapidly expanding to occupy a vast area, birthing 49 blue stars. The water element nebula had broken through to the intermediate level. At the same time, Lu Jun felt his spiritual consciousness grow stronger, his range of mental perception extended, and his spiritual realm officially advanced to the first tier. Inside the house, his sister, Lu Mai, seemed to sense something and walked out, smiling gently. "You've advanced to the intermediate level in the water element?" Lu Jun opened his eyes, his excitement evident. The disaster in Bo City was now only 6 months away. Although recent days had been calm, they were merely the prelude to a coming storm. With both his elements metal and water reaching the first level of the intermediate stage and his other elements at level 3 of the basic stage, his safety had greatly improved. He still had the second semester of his 3rd year to become proficient in the intermediate water element spells. There's still some time left in the holidays. "Let's go to Magic City and purchase a spirit seed," Lu Jun suggested to his sister, smiling. Over the past year, it wasn't just him who had made rapid progress. With his nurturing, or rather, his support, Lu Mai had accumulated significant resources. While enjoying luxury, she used both nebula magic tools and specialized wind element magic tools. The latter was similar to nebula magic tools but focused solely on enhancing a single element, and the effects could stack. Now, Lu Mai had achieved level 3 in her wind element and level 2 in her earth element, making her a top-tier individual below the advanced level. With the addition of a spirit seed, Lu Jun believed she might even be able to take on 2 warrior-level demons single-handedly. She was likely just slightly behind Tangyu, who was already attempting to break through to the advanced level. However, Tangyu was 2 to 3 years older than Lu Mai. "Spirit seed?" Lu Mai paused, her anticipation evident. She nodded. "All right. We've accumulated 25 million over the past year. Unfortunately, we didn't encounter any warrior-level demons. Otherwise, with 40 million, we might both have been able to obtain spirit seeds." To be honest, spirit seeds were something she had never dared to dream of in the past. She had believed her life would cap at the intermediate level. Unexpectedly, with Lu Jun's help through the metal element, she was now able to aim for the advanced level. "Let's head out immediately," Lu Mai said, packing her clothes in a hurry. Bo City was a small city where intermediate-level resources were the ceiling, whether it was the local Cyclops wolf packs or the resources within the Magic Association itself. Only a world-class city like Magic City had abundant resources, encompassing everything below the Forbidden Curse level. Spirit seeds could be purchased as long as one had the money, and there was no shortage of top-quality options. Magic City was some distance from Bo City. The siblings first traveled to the nearby city of Xiamen, where they took a high-speed train. In the world of magic, city regulations ensured protective barriers, as otherwise, demon attacks would render everyone vulnerable. They stayed overnight in a bustling city center hotel before visiting an auction house recommended by the Magic Association, saving them the trouble of finding connections. This was one of the advantages gained from their 2 years of demon hunting. By trading materials and essences, they had established connections with major organizations like the Demon Hunting Alliance and the Magic Association. The former had granted them senior demon hunter certificates, while the latter treated them as VIPs. Lu Jun did not accompany his sister to the auction house, as it was her choice of spirit seed. Instead, he remained in the hotel, focusing on controlling the recently advanced water element nebula. After 7 or 8 hours, Lu Mai returned, carrying a cold, mechanical monobox containing the spirit seed. Her face beamed with joy, and even her steps seemed livelier. Seeing her, Lu Jun scratched his head and smiled. "So, what kind of spirit seed did you buy?" He felt no jealousy or dissatisfaction. They were family, after all. In a year or 2, they could easily earn back the money together, and he would acquire his own spirit seed. Besides, once he entered a magic academy, his abilities would guarantee periodic allocations of spirit seed fragments. Collecting 10 fragments would allow him to fuse a water element spirit seed with ease. Lu Mai gave a mysterious smile and teased, "Why don't you guess?" "I can't guess," Lu Jun said, exasperated. He directly opened the mana box, and immediately, a surge of abundant water vapor filled the room, illuminated by brilliant blue radiance. This is a water element spirit seed? Lu Jun was stunned. He looked up at his sister, her radiant smile under the blue light making her appear otherworldly. In that instant, Lu Jun understood. He stared blankly at Lu Mai, feeling as if a stone had lodged in his chest, making it hard to speak. Sigh. You should have just bought one for yourself. There was no need for such a surprise, he finally said, rubbing his forehead. Even he didn't realize his voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Lu Mai replied softly, you need the water element spirit seed more. I don't know what's been chasing you these past 3 years, making you so anxious. Is it the new magic or the metal element? I'm not sure, but I believe power should give you a sense of security. Chapter 34, Tidal Waves. Lu Jun's thoughts were swirling, his emotions surged, and no matter how many words he wanted to say, it was hard to express. Once he had been alone, striving in the pursuit of fame and wealth, where everything he earned was for himself. Now, he felt that some things were more important than others. Beside him, Lu Mai urged, hurry up and refine this spirit seed. I spent 23 million on this top-grade water-type spirit seed, called Tidal Waves. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun calmed his emotions and said little, keeping his feelings in his heart. However, the price of this water-type spirit seed was beyond his expectations. It appeared flawless, yet it was very cheap. He knew that Mofan's future thunder-type spirit seed, 1000 June, would cost 28 million. He roughly guessed the reason. First, Magic City was by the coast, near Japan, so water-type resources were abundant. Second, thunder-type resources were relatively rare, which raised the price due to scarcity. Next, Lu Jun stretched his hand toward the azure light in the magical energy box. The surface of Tidal Waves water seed was crystal clear, resembling a crystal. Inside, however, were swirling patterns, as though layers of waves rising on the sea, and if you listened closely, you could hear a faint sound of tides. When Lu Jun placed his hand into it, it felt like it was submerged in a highly dense mercury-like substance. The buoyancy caused compression and repulsion, but soon the azure water mass dissolved, and thousands of threads of water flowed into his palm and his body, bringing a refreshing sensation that filled him entirely. Lu Jun closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, feeling this strange element. He was being baptized by the pure and vast water elements, as if he were in the ocean, with powerful tidal waves hitting rocks one after another, smoothing and refining, growing tighter and more compact. As a result, Lu Jun's skin became delicate and luminous, revealing a kind of toughness. His muscle density increased, his blood thickened, and his capillaries were silently transformed. His vitality soared. Originally, after advancing to the intermediate body, his physique was comparable to that of a top-tier athlete. Now, after refining the spirit seed, it might have reached a non-human level. Meanwhile, in his mental world, the deep blue water-type nebula seemed to be forcibly squeezed by a denser water element. Suddenly, pure water elements surged from within, quickly turning into a rich blue. The whirlpool expanded, the thick water flow rotated slowly but steadily, like an unfathomable ocean abyss standing firm in the universe. For the first time, the water-type nebula pushed the gold-type nebula aside and occupied the center. Boom. In the outside world, Lu Jun's entire body radiated blue light, waves of tidal energy burst forth, leaving the room soaked. Under Lu Mai's nervous gaze, Lu Jun opened his eyes and smiled. She hurriedly asked, how is it? It's very powerful. Lu Jun carefully sensed the vast energy contained in the azure nebula. All his water-type magic effects would now be tripled. This was terrifying. Normal spirit seeds doubled or tripled the effect. This one was maximized, meaning one water control spell could equal 3 of others. He had barely managed to withstand the Magic Wolf's progression before, but now, even a battle general level Magic Wolf's paw could be blocked. The most important thing was that it had a special effect, called Tidal Waves. The spirit seed itself was named after it. Anyone who had played by the ocean knew that the tides, though seemingly insignificant at first, were actually the culprits that had claimed countless lives. The first wave might be easy to resist, but the second and third would gradually tire you out. By the time you wanted to return to shore, you would be shocked to find you had no strength left. The waves kept rising, and your body swayed with the tide. The buoyancy and impact pulled at your body. Even if someone on the shore tried to rescue you, it was still the energy of the whole ocean to fight against. In terms of magic, this meant that every time the azure water hit an enemy mage, it would take a bit of their stamina or a magic power. The amount was small each time, but it added up. That magic power would then blend with the water, increasing the power of the next magic attack by 20%. After the third hit, it would be 40%, and so on. The key is to hit the target, but this is easy for water-type magic. The intermediate skill, Violent Waves, summons a flood, A large-scale area attack. Lu Jun was overjoyed. This spirit seed perfectly complemented the water-type mage's intermediate skills. The triggering probability of violent waves was very high. Compared to that, water control required the enemy to get close, and only then would a turbulent flow reach them. The chance of triggering it in combat was lower. Just imagine when he used 5 intermediate spells in a row, adding 100% more power from the spirit seed's bonus. The 5th wave would have 6 times the power of a normal water mage, approaching advanced level strength. Moreover, this wasn't even the limit. As long as Lu Jun had enough magic energy and time to build it up, summoning a giant tidal wave would be a breeze. But the more powerful the magic, the more mental cultivation is required to control it. He thought about it and guessed the limitation. With an ordinary mage's mental power, they would likely lose control by the 3rd or 4th wave, since it was still just a spirit-level water. But Lu Jun was different. The more he practiced his mind and curse powers, the higher his Mendel realm became, and his power was endless. This effect feels familiar. Could it be from the sea battle city in Japan? Lu Jun wasn't sure, but he knew one thing for sure, his water-type magic had truly taken off. What was once a supporting role was now a powerful offensive force. A single spirit seed had completely changed the situation. Maybe no one will survive the 5th wave of violent waves. Tidal waves, rather than being a single effect, is more like 2 effects, stealing someone's stamina and magic power. TSK. In his mind, he had already constructed several complete battle systems with his 4 major magics. Delaying time, his mind and curses were very good at breaking enemy spells. Then, he would unleash violet waves, sweeping the battlefield clean. One word, invincible. Seeing her brother so overjoyed, Lu Mai smiled and said, "As long as you're happy. It's getting late, so go to sleep early. We'll head back tomorrow." That night, Lu Jun couldn't sleep in his excitement and meditated the whole night. Before leaving, he glanced back at the dazzling lights of Magic City. This place was beautiful and prosperous, but it was no longer where he belonged. Next time, he would return with a more glorious identity. The next day, the siblings returned to Bo City in the evening. Upon arriving home, Lu Jun decided to come clean with Lu Mai. "Sis, I need to tell you something. Don't be shocked." "Oh?" Lu Mai seemed to have expected this, replying gently, "Go ahead. Do you know about the Black Vatican?" Then, he revealed everything about the sewers, the theft of the Earth Holy Spring to lure demons into the city, and his suspicion of an insider within the upper echelons of Bo City. Though he called it a guess, it was actually his way of easing his sister into the truth, hiding some parts of the story. "What?" Lu Mai was shocked. "Are you serious? No wonder you've been so troubled these past 3 years. Why didn't you report it to the tribunal? If it were just this, I wouldn't be so concerned. The problem is, I suspect that the upper echelons have been infiltrated by the Black Vatican and that there are insiders planted. Reporting it anonymously might just tip them off." Lu Jun sighed and said vaguely, "There are members of the Black Vatican in Bo City's upper ranks. The situation in Hangzhou is even more complicated, and we can't rule out the possibility of similar infiltration. The protagonist's water-type magic has truly started to rise, and the battle for Bo City is fast approaching." Finally, thanks to the readers for their ideas on the water-type spirit seed. Though it wasn't used directly, there will be a part later that requires many water-type supporting characters, so it was a welcome addition, and they'll still have a chance to appear. Chapter 35, Reveal. Lu Mai furrowed her brows and said, "If it were any other organization being infiltrated by the Black Vatican, I would believe it, but the tribunal has the oath tree. One swears an oath under this divine tree, and it absolutely cannot be violated, otherwise, one's cultivation will be nullified. Every member who joins must undergo this verification. The tribunal is definitely the purest force." Upon hearing this, Lu Jun pressed his lips together. This was the difficult part for him. Others found it hard to trust him and preferred to believe the tribunal. But fortunately, his sister trusted him unconditionally. She quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. She said, "Forget it, since you're a mind mage with poor intuition, don't involve the tribunal. Find people you trust and cooperate with them. Let's investigate and gather evidence first." Hearing his sister's gentle support, Lu Jun felt touched. He already had a plan to deal with the Black Vatican. Even if they didn't need anyone else, the two of them could handle half of the crisis in Bo City. The only thing to worry about was future retaliation from the Black Vatican. Many people were afraid to provoke them because of this. They'd anonymously report things to avoid involving their families. However, Lu Jun was too familiar with the internal structure and distribution of the Black Vatican. Their influence was spread throughout the world, deeply rooted in human society, with the highest leader being the white-robed Pope, followed by the 7 red-robed cardinals. The red-robed cardinals were like local leaders, generally listening to the Pope's declarations but not his orders. The Black Vatican's influence in Bo City was just a part of the whole. Originally only one red-robed cardinal had been present. However, reality didn't play fair. In the future, 3 red-robed cardinals would arrive in Bo City to stir up trouble. The current operation in Bo City was planned by one of these cardinals, Salin. Her traditional forces were overseas, acting as a powerful figure. She was specifically responsible for her subordinates, such as the Grand Deacon Muhi and Headmaster Wu Ku. Salin's real name was Yi Chang, and she was also the stepmother of the protagonist Mo Fan, as well as the biological mother of his sister Yi Xingxia. The relationship was quite complicated. Of course, the two sides had long since severed ties due to the Bo City disaster. Later, Mo Fan relentlessly pursued them, and his sister Xinxia killed her mother, which could be called a classic example of filial piety. Lu Jun knew that the disaster in Bo City was just a precursor to the ancient city's spirit disaster. Even if he provoked them, Bo City's local power wasn't strong enough, and Salin was currently focused on the ancient city, so she wouldn't be able to intervene for a while. For the short term, he had nothing to fear regarding retaliation. As for the future, well, let's wait and see if she survives the ancient city first. He secretly made up his mind. Moreover, there was a great opportunity waiting for him in the ancient city. The Black Vatican's resources in the mind and curse systems were rich, and his choice of these two systems was largely due to the Black Vatican. He had them in the bag. However, Lu Jun had to admit that dealing with Muhi and Wu Ku would be quite difficult. The former was a high-tier mage, while the latter had surpassed tier limits. Muhi was in charge of creating the frenzied spring and digging tunnels in Bo City. Wu Ku controlled the weather, blending the frenzied spring with the rainwater, causing a violent storm that would send monsters into a frenzy. The Bo City disaster began with this torrential rain. Fortunately, Lu Jun clearly remembered that Salin had instructed that Muhi and Wu Ku's identities must not be exposed. They were unlikely to act themselves, so the remaining issue was dealing with the monsters. It wasn't particularly hard, but it wasn't simple either. Although he would love to tear apart the script and eliminate a few people, his strength wasn't yet enough. It would be best to play along, pretend to be unaware, cooperate with them, and save Bo City, avoiding forcing Muhi and Wu Ku to act. He didn't want to add unnecessary difficulty for himself and would keep his advantage by staying ahead of the game, taking a long-term approach. Soon, the next day, Lu Mai followed her brother to the Hunters Alliance to investigate. Sure enough, the frequency of the giant Hirats movements in the sewers had risen significantly over the past year. There had even been sightings of advanced stage one-eyed magic wolves within the city. This was a bit outrageous, indicating that a tunnel from the underground might lead to the wilds outside the city. Once the monster tide began, it could bypass the Snow Peak Mountain checkpoint and invade the city. It would lead to countless deaths. We need to do an on-site inspection. Lu Mai realized the seriousness of the situation and said solemnly, such a big event has not been reported, and there's no reaction from the city's upper echelons. You were right, there's an internal spy from the Black Vatican in the higher-ups. The siblings planned to investigate and inspect the sewer breach. At night, in the library of Mingwen Girls' School, 2 girls were reading and researching materials. One was sitting in a wheelchair, with a soft demeanor and flawless beauty, but unfortunately, her legs were too weak to stand. The other girl was healthy, with a rather delicate appearance. They were chatting and laughing. The girl in the wheelchair frowned and said, "Lin Yunner, do you smell something strange?" The healthy girl named Lin Yunner sniffed and nonchalantly said, "Indeed, there's a smell. The school cafeteria is next door, it's probably leftover food that wasn't disposed of properly, normal." "It's not that." The girl in the wheelchair, Yi Xingxia, felt a vague sense of unease and said, "I think something's wrong. It's late, let's leave." Lin Yunner paused for a moment and said, "Xinxia, are you unable to bear the smell?" "Well, it's already late, so you should head back to the dorm. I'll keep reading." Upon hearing this, Yi Xingxia hesitated but then bit her lip and said nothing. "Then I'll head back to the dorm. Be careful, though. I've heard about students going missing recently." The carefree girl waved her hand, letting the one in the wheelchair leave. Before long, Xinxia was heading back to her dorm alone in the wheelchair. She felt as if some terrifying creature was watching her from the darkness, tightening her clothes and accelerating the speed of the wheels. Could it be ahead? Suddenly, voices appeared in the dark road ahead. Xinxia was startled, quickly raising her head to look at the campus path. She saw a man and a woman dressed in trench coats, their aura strong. Lu Jun slightly paused upon seeing the girl in the wheelchair and said, "Are you Xinxia?" Seeing it was a living person, Xinxia felt relieved but then puzzled. "Who are you?" "My name is Lu Jun, a friend of your brother. I don't know if he's mentioned me to you," he casually said, but in his mind, he was thinking that Mo Fan's sister had always kept a low profile. He had never been introduced to her, probably afraid that he was too handsome and might steal her away. Just kidding, who would dare touch the daughter of the red-robed Cardinal Salin, who would almost become the Pope in the future? And her father was even more complicated. His complexity far surpassed Mu Ningxu. Lu Jun always kept his distance from her. "Oh, it's brother Lu Jun, my brother mentioned you," Xinzia said softly, but inside, she thought to herself. Mo Fan often said that Lu Jun was arrogant, but after seeing him today, she wasn't so sure. Lu Jun scrutinized the beautiful girl thoughtfully. His mind flipped through the dusty memories, and he realized something that should have happened 6 months ago. Ah! Just as Lu Jun was about to speak, a shrill scream suddenly cut through the night sky, coming from the direction of the library. Not good, it's a monster. His spiritual energy sensed a malicious and turbid aura ahead. Without time to explain, he activated his azure cloud boots, exploded with speed, and turned into a blur as he rushed forward. Chapter 36, Saved in Time. Mingwen Girls High School, Library. Lin Yun'er sat collapsed on the library floor, her eyes filled with terror as she stared at the gigantic creature emerging from behind the bookshelf corner. The giant-eyed scarlet rat's greedy eyes gleamed as it stared hungrily at her. She screamed sharply, trying to control the stars to release magic, but she failed repeatedly. The demon gave Lin Yun'er no chance to react, charging at her violently. With a roar, its massive body lunged forward, casting a shadow that completely engulfed the petite girl, leaving her face filled with despair. Just as Lin Yun'er was about to meet her end, a loud shout echoed from the distance, tidewater barrier circulation. Splash! In an instant, countless droplets of water in the air gathered together. The abundant water elements condensed into several continuous, life-giving streams of azure water, forming a protective circle around the girl. The barrier was nearly 10 feet in diameter, covering her completely without a single weak spot. Buzz! The giant-eyed scarlet rat crashed into the tightly rotating water barrier. Its massive claws landed on the turbulent, condensed water flow, creating sparks as it scraped against the rapidly spinning streams, as if cutting through steel. Blood splattered, accompanied by a powerful impact force. The next moment, the giant-eyed scarlet rat's body was flung several meters away, slamming into a tall, heavy bookshelf. A chain of bookshelves collapsed with a thunderous rumble, raising clouds of dust. The power of the water barrier spell, enhanced by a spirit seed's threefold amplification, had undergone a qualitative transformation. In the distance, Lu Jun, dressed in a black trench coat, arrived just in time. Azure light emanated from his legs, and a fierce wind circled around him as he unleashed a level 3 water barrier circulation spell in a single second. With a solemn expression and his hands glowing with azure brilliance, he remarked gravely, "An advanced level servant creature, almost on the verge of evolving into a warrior-level blood-striped giant rat. How can such a thing exist in the city?" Moments later, the pile of books trembled as the massive demon struggled to rise. It pushed away the scattered books and staggered out, one of its claws trembling slightly and covered in blood. The creature glanced at Lu Jun with a hint of fear in its eyes. Demons possessed keen instincts and could easily sense the overwhelming killing intent and magical aura radiating from him. It began retreating step by step, looking for a chance to escape. Buzz! But Lu Jun had no intention of letting the demon leave. With a casual motion, he grasped the void, and a heavy, jet-black vibrating gold greatsword materialized in his hand. Golden light erupted from the blade as he gripped it with both hands and swung it down forcefully. A streak of white gold sword energy several meters long slashed through the air. In the blink of an eye, a dark radiance flashed, accompanied by a fierce gale. With a sickening squelch, the advanced level giant-eyed scarlet rat was sliced cleanly in half on the spot. Blood sprayed wildly, staining the library red. The residual energy of the sword strike didn't stop there. It swept across the book piles and pierced through the walls, sending rubble flying. Everything happened so quickly that Lin Yun'er, still on the ground, stared blankly at Lu Jun, who seemed like a deity descending from the heavens. Her heart was shaken to its core. Lu Jun's expression remained indifferent as he flicked the blood off his sword. With his metal element magic now at the intermediate level, any demon below the warrior level was no match for him. His 12-meter-long greatsword alone could strike fear into his foes. "Are you alright? What's your name?" He walked over to the girl and politely extended a hand. Lin Yun'er, still in a daze, snapped out of her trance at his question. Stammering, she replied, I'm Lin Yun'er." Hearing this, Lu Jun nodded knowingly. So it was indeed her. In the original timeline, this girl should have died 6 months ago. She had been alone in the library when a demon dragged her away and devoured her. But things were different now. With Lu Jun around, he had already identified the sewer breach near Mingwen Girls High School. He kept an eye on it daily and occasionally cleared out any demons. Additionally, Mo Fan, spurred on by Lu Jun, had joined the city's demon hunting team early, effectively reducing the demon population in the city. In short, the butterfly effect was at play. The two girls had remained safe until now, maintaining their habit of visiting the library until tonight's accident. Before the Bow City disaster, being out alone at night was already risky. Unluckily for her, she had encountered the sewer breach. An accident was inevitable, sooner or later. The only difference was the timing. This time, Lu Jun happened to save her and advised, try not to go out at night. This world is far more dangerous than you imagine. Call your family immediately. Lin Yunner nodded frantically, still shaken. She quickly took out her communicator and called her sister. Before long, several cars arrived at the school. Police officers and school administrators sealed off the area to investigate the incident and comfort those involved. A heroic-looking woman entered the scene. Lin Yunner ran into her sister Lin Yuxin's arms, and the two sisters hugged tightly. Lin Yuxin, her eyes red, looked at Lu Jun and walked up to him, extending a hand. I'm Lin Yuxin, a member of the Bow City Sacred Spring Guard. I've heard a lot about you, Hunter Lu. Thank you for saving my sister. Lu Jun smiled politely, shook her hand briefly, and said, it's nothing. I just happened to be here. No matter what, I'm grateful, Lin Yuxin said sincerely. I can't imagine what I'd do if I lost my sister. I'd probably live the rest of my life in guilt for not being there for her. The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Lin Yunner, now somewhat recovered, also expressed her gratitude earnestly. Seeing her sister still trying to smile despite her exhaustion, Lin Yuxin apologized, sorry for the sudden incident. My sister is still shaken. We'll head home to rest. Here's my contact information. Let's properly connect another day. Soon, the sisters left for home. The investigation at the scene would continue for a while to identify the vulnerabilities. However, the sewer system's complexity meant such incidents could only be deemed accidents. Watching Lin Yuxin's departing figure, Lu Jun fell into thought. As a Sacred Spring Guard, she was one of the few intermediate-level mages in Bow City and was the first to detect the signs of the impending Bow City disaster in the original timeline. Having saved Lin Yunner and obtained Lin Yuxin's contact information, he now had another reliable ally. At that moment, Lu Mai, who had observed everything, approached and sighed, it seems there really is a breach. I've recorded everything on video as evidence. The two completed their statements and returned home. At home, Lu Mai asked, what's your plan? Lu Jun, having already considered his options, named a few key individuals. Lin Yuxin from the Sacred Spring Guard, Yang Zhu from the Magic Association, and Zhang Kong from the military can all be notified. The Bow City military commander, Zhang Kong. Your actions will indeed require his support. Lu Mai nodded. The Sacred Spring Guard needed no further discussion. The Black Vatican's primary target was the Sacred Spring itself. If there were traitors, they wouldn't need a large-scale operation, they could simply allow the theft to proceed. Thus, the Sacred Spring Guard was undoubtedly an ally. However, not everyone will trust you. The military may have traitors, and I'm afraid the information might leak. Notify them one by one in 6 months when Bow City activates the Sacred Spring. I boldly speculate that the Black Vatican will strike during that time. At that point, we'll launch a decisive strike. The Black Vatican won't have time to react, and we'll have done our best. Lu Jun sighed, knowing that while they could block the demons flooding into the city, they were powerless against the horde outside. Against an entire monster tide, even an intermediate mage was insignificant. Lu Mai frowned slightly but acknowledged that this was the best course of action. Without knowing who the traitors were, maintaining the status quo was the safest strategy. Thank you, sister. Lu Jun exhaled deeply, relieved to share the burden he had carried for 3 years. Lu Mai smiled gently, we're family. No need to thank me. The two had an honest discussion, set clear goals, and resumed their cultivation with renewed urgency, one focusing on star control and the other on improving their nebula. Chapter 37. The duel commences. The second semester of the 3rd year of high school passed by in the blink of an eye, and in just 4 months, it was time for graduation at Tianlan Magic High School in Bow City. With graduation imminent, the atmosphere was heavy with the melancholy and sorrow of youth. Most of the magic students lacked the qualifications to apply to the top magic academies. Their next step would be to enter society to become city demon hunters, join patrol teams, and so on. It would take decades of hard work, and only by their 30s might they achieve the status of intermediate-level mages. Their lack of talent was one thing, but the real problem was their lack of background and resources. The prides of the heavens at the magic academies were almost all in their early 20s when they became intermediate-level mages, and many were equipped with spirit seeds. Take Lu Mai and Lu Jun, for instance. A casually rented nebula magic tool or a random spirit seed cost tens of millions. With the nourishment provided by a nebula magic tool and a decent talent, Breaking through in 6 months was entirely possible. Without any of these resources, it was normal to take until middle age to reach the intermediate level. In the classroom, many students were taking photos, writing in yearbooks, and leaving messages for each other. Those with keen instincts for socializing had already started networking. Lu Jun, Mo Fan, and Zhang Ziyao were among a group of friends chatting about the future. Lu Jun wore a trench coat, his features maturing with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. The influence of his water element's gentleness and his metal element's sharpness gave him a calm and refined demeanor with a touch of steel. He listened to their conversation in silence. At that moment, Zhang Ziyao expressed his concern. "Fanj, your duel with Yuang from the Mu family is just a few days away. Are you sure about this? I heard he's been using a Stardust magic tool day and night and has reached the 3rd level of the basic rank. Why don't you just run away since it's almost graduation?" "Run? There's no way I'm running. I'll make Mu Zoan kneel and apologize." Mo Fan cursed loudly before confidently proclaiming, "Relax. That Yuang? I can take him down with one hand." At this stage, Mo Fan had reached the 3rd level of both his fire and lightning elements at the basic rank. With his experience hunting demons, his mindset as a strong contender was beginning to take shape. Elsewhere in the room, Zhao Kunsen strutted about in a gaudy suit, wearing a smug grin as he mingled with his classmates. After licking Mu Bei's boots for 3 years, he had finally been accepted into the Mu family as an insider. Now, while others fretted over their uncertain futures, Zhao Kunsen's strategic connections seemed to be paying off. He'd even become a minor leader in one of the Mu family's businesses. Many classmates looked on with envy, wishing they could have done the same. Suddenly, Zhao Kunsen's gaze landed on Mo Fan and the others. He deliberately raised his voice, saying, "Oh, I nearly forgot. We've got quite the show before graduation. Someone here thinks they can challenge the Mu family's talented heir." The room burst into laughter. The contrast was stark. Zhao Kunsen, who spent years ingratiating himself with Mu Bei, had only just been accepted into the Mu family. Meanwhile, Mo Fan could have had Mu Zoan's favor outright but chose the hardest path instead. Whether out of jealousy or disdain, no one believed in Mo Fan. As always, Mo Fan remained unfazed. Not long after, a teacher called Mo Fan out of the classroom. Lu Jun observed thoughtfully, guessing it was Principal Zhu preparing to discuss opening the Holy Spring with him. Originally, the Holy Spring of the Earth was a welfare resource meant for the geniuses of Tianlan Magic High School. Over time, it had gradually become the exclusive domain of the Mu family's heirs. Although the principal didn't think highly of Mo Fan's chances, he still encouraged him. This highlighted the Black Vatican's terrifying capabilities. They always prepared multiple contingencies. Had everything gone according to their plans, Yuang, secretly a member of the Black Vatican, would have easily obtained the Holy Spring. But unfortunately for them, Mo Fan stood in their way. After school, as most students left, Lu Jun walked out and saw Mo Fan being pulled aside by a middle-aged man with a simple and honest demeanor. Unsurprisingly, it was Mo Jiaxing, Mo Fan's father. Lu Jun guessed he was trying to plead with the Mu family, even though deep down, he probably doubted his son's chances. Nevertheless, he provided unwavering support behind the scenes, a traditional yet touching fatherly love. Lu Jun sighed inwardly. With high school coming to an end, he picked up his communicator and said, "Get ready. The plan begins." A few days later at the Mu family manor, the night was ablaze with lights. A procession of luxury cars arrived from all directions, and distinguished guests gathered in droves. Mu Zoan took this duel very seriously, inviting all major forces in Bo City, General Zhang Kong of the military, Deng Kai from the Demon Hunting Alliance, Yang Zhuo from the Magic Association, and Principal Zhu from Tianlan Magic High School. However, notable young experts like Lu Mai and Lin Yuxin, who guarded the Holy Spring, declined the invitation. Being more focused on magic itself than on politics, their absence went unnoticed. As in the original timeline, Mo Fan arrived with his usual fearless demeanor, confidently attending the event as if he were just here for the free food and drinks. General Zhang Kong, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. Meanwhile, deep within the Mu estate, Mu Ningxu was arguing with her father. For 2 years, she'd been preoccupied with the matter involving Mo Fan. As soon as the summer break began, she returned to negotiate with her father, hoping to cancel the duel. Her efforts were in vain. Mu Zoan sneered, saying, "That little punk dared to insult me in public. Isn't he proud and noble? Tonight, I'll teach him that in the real world, you need backing and power to survive. Of course, with Zhang Kong and Principal Zhu protecting him, I'll only give him a lesson, not take his life." With that, Mu Zoan turned and left to greet his guests. Left alone, Mu Ningxu stood silently, letting out a soft sigh. She had already spoken to Mo Fan, but she knew the man too well. His pride wouldn't allow him to back down. Soon, the highly anticipated duel between Mo Fan and Yuang began. Mo Fan took the initiative, using his skillful mastery of basic-level fire spells to dismantle Yuang's ice spells one by one. Slowly but surely, he gained the upper hand, forcing Yuang to reveal his defensive equipment, his boots of swiftness and shield. For someone from a common background to achieve this level of mastery was nothing short of extraordinary. But this was the despair brought by the big families. With their vast wealth, even repeated failures could be offset by their abundant resources. When Yuang activated his armor magic tool and easily shrugged off Mo Fan's fire burst, rupture, everyone pronounced Mo Fan's defeat. While many admired Mo Fan's talents, they pitied him even more. No matter how hard he tried, fairness was an illusion in this world. With 3 magic tools at his disposal, Yuang essentially had 3 extra skills. In the end, Mo Fan, in a fit of rage, unleashed his hidden lightning element, delivering a decisive blow and defeating Yuang. A dual-element mage at birth. This revelation shocked the major figures of Bo City, propelling Mo Fan into the spotlight. While Yuang lay defeated and forgotten, representatives of the city's various forces rushed to recruit Mo Fan. General Zhang Kong and Yang Zhou from the Magic Association offered particularly generous terms, the latter being the highest bidder. Although Western magic society was notoriously ruthless, Bo City still had a few people of integrity. They quickly moved to conceal Mo Fan's dual-element nature, ensuring his safety during his early growth stages. Yang Zhou whisked Mo Fan away to the Silver Trade Building for seclusion and the baptism of the Holy Spring, aiming to help him break through to the intermediate rank as soon as possible. Back at the Mu family manor, the gathered dignitaries continued to network and negotiate, exchanging interests behind closed doors. Upon arriving at Silver Trade Building, Mo Fan was surprised to see 2 familiar faces. Holy crap, Lu Jun, you're here too? Chapter 38, Alliance Nighttime. Lu Jun and Lu Mai stood in front of the landmark Silver Trade Building. This 100-meter-tall skyscraper, with its crystalline glass surface, stood like a lone silver sword towering over the brightly lit city. At the top of the building, one could take in the entire city of Bo and gaze down upon the world below. Normally, this place was bustling with people, with streams of light illuminating its every corner. However, tonight, it was dim and lifeless, with sparse foot traffic. This was because most of Bo City's influential figures were gathered at the Mu family manor. Moreover, it was a holiday for students, and office workers were also enjoying their day off. Not just the Silver Trade Building, but much of Bo City had come to a standstill. The entire city seemed to be on a collective break. This was precisely why Lu Jun had chosen this moment to make his move. The streets were vast and interconnected, allowing for quick movement and unrestrained combat without the risk of harming civilians. Then, he heard a loud and carefree voice behind him. Old Lu, so this is where you've been hiding. You're really something, ditching us to avoid watching me thrash Yuang. Turning around, Lu Jun saw Mo Fan approaching with a knowing expression. With a calm tone, he said, I believed you would win against Yuang, so I came here to wait for the victor at the Holy Spring, that victor being you. Mo Fan understood but couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off. You're such a poser, he remarked. Nearby, Yang Zhou, the middle-aged president of the Magic Association, observed Lu Jun with a peculiar expression. He was well aware of Lu Jun's potential, which wasn't any less than Mo Fan's. Considering Lu Mai's cultivation level, which far surpassed his own, Lu Jun could easily qualify for the Holy Spring but had given up the opportunity. Of course, now that Mo Fan's innate dual-element talent had been revealed, it left Lu Jun far behind, making him the most suitable choice for the spring. Lu Mai nodded politely to Yang Zhou, who returned the gesture with a smile. However, he couldn't help but feel puzzled about why this pair of siblings had come to the Silver Trade Building. Seeing Yang Zhou also present, Lu Jun patted Mo Fan on the shoulder with a meaningful smile and said, Go on, enjoy your Holy Spring soak. Lu Jun had no interest in the Holy Spring. Its energy had already diminished significantly and was on the verge of depletion, making it useless for someone of his intermediate level. Furthermore, it attracted too much trouble, especially from the Black Vatican. It was better to let Mo Fan follow his original path and remain the primary target of the Black Vatican. If his calculations were correct, Mo Fan's dual-element talent had already been exposed. While Lu Jun felt a bit bad for adopting the better-you-than-me mindset, Mo Fan's tenacity was undeniable. Even Salin, that future mother-in-law figure, had shown mercy to him in the early stages. Such luck wouldn't extend to himself. This opportunity was best left to Mo Fan, to draw the fire while he played it safe from the sidelines. See you later, Mo Fan said, brimming with confidence. When I come out, I'll be an intermediate mage. Old Lu, then you can call me Big Bro, and I'll take care of you. Lu Jun smirked. You'll have plenty of chances to call me Dad later. Soon after, Mo Fan was taken to the Holy Spring by Yang Zhou. Not long after, A valiant female guard emerged from the building. Lin Yuxin waved and smiled warmly. "Hello, sorry for the wait. We had to prepare for activating the Holy Spring today. Why aren't you two at the Mu family manor enjoying the banquet? What brings you to this little place of mine?" There was no doubt that the Holy Spring lay beneath the Silver Trade building. Even on holidays, the guards wouldn't let down their vigilance. Lu Jun adopted a serious expression. "I came here to tell you something and to ask for your help." "Huh?" Lin Yuxin tilted her head, confused. "What is it?" "As long as it doesn't go against my principles, I'll do my best to help." "Wait a moment," Lu Jun said, glancing at his watch. "We're still waiting for one more person." Lin Yuxin was puzzled but remained patient. Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed in the quiet streets. From the shadows emerged Tangyu, her tall, slender figure exuding charm. She was dressed in a professional outfit, a white blouse accentuating her curves, a black skirt outlining her shapely hips, and black stockings highlighting her long, graceful legs. She looked like a queen of the night, or perhaps a black orchid blooming in darkness. Tangyu approached with graceful steps, her gaze sweeping over the group. When she saw Lu Mai and Lin Yuxin, she looked surprised. However, she quickly focused on Lu Jun, her expression serious. "Who exactly are you? And how do you know I'm a member of the Judgment Court?" Tangyu had been keeping an eye on Lu Jun since high school, impressed by his water magic mastery in his first year and his commanding presence during the Snow Mountain mission in his second year. She had planned to leave Bo City tonight and return to Hangzhou after failing to find any traces of the Black Vatican for 2.5 years. Yet just as she was about to leave, she received a mysterious phone call that exposed her identity. Her hidden status, carefully maintained for so long, had been discovered, leaving her both shocked and alarmed. Despite her caution, she had chosen to come to the Silver Trade building to meet this person, suspecting they meant no harm. "Relax, Teacher Tang," Lu Jun said, shrugging. "I'm just a local kid from Bo City, with no ties to any other organizations. As for how I figured out you were from the Judgment Court, well, you made it too obvious. I just guessed." He couldn't help but rant a little. A Judgment Court member, claiming to be undercover, had made herself a glaring focus by parachuting into the school as a mysterious and stunning teacher, attracting attention from all sides. In games like Werewolf or Goose Goose Duck, a role meant to stay hidden had instead turned into the center of attention, with everyone scrutinizing her every move. How could people not figure it out? Still, he was the sheriff of justice, with sharp eyes capable of identifying all the wolves in the pack. His deduction was spot on. Tangyu blushed slightly at his remark, realizing he had a point. She tried to maintain her composure. "So, what do you want from me?" "I've discovered traces of the Black Vatican," Lu Jun said, his tone serious. "Their target seems to be the Holy Spring and possibly the destruction of Bo City." His words shocked both Tangyu and Lin Yuxin. The latter finally understood why she had been called here. "Wait a second," Tangyu said, her brow furrowed. "I've been investigating for so long without finding anything. Why do you say the Black Vatican is here?" Lu Jun smiled faintly and turned to Lin Yuxin. "You've noticed something unusual underground, haven't you? Monsters digging their way to the Holy Spring and even stealing some of its water." Lin Yuxin froze for a moment before replying, "How do you know that?" "Although we sealed it off, I've always suspected there was more to it." Lu Jun then laid out all the evidence he had gathered, piecing together the truth. The information complemented what Tangyu and Lin Yuxin already knew, forming a complete picture. They were 70 to 80% convinced. Tangyu sighed. "I came to this city following a lead, but I found nothing after 3 years. I never imagined the higher-ups had covered it up, and the Black Vatican was operating in the underground tunnels, something I hadn't considered. I'll report this to the Judgment Court immediately. In a few days, we can organize a joint operation to sweep Bo City." "Don't," Lu Jun quickly interjected. "I plan to take action tonight." Chapter 39, Destroying the Underground Tunnels. Tangyu asked, puzzled, "So soon?" To avoid alerting the enemy, Lu Jun replied without mentioning the traitors in the Hangzhou Trial Council. Those individuals held positions of power, making it too difficult to incriminate them. "Instead," he said, "I suspect their actions will take place within the next few days. We can't wait, we must strike first." Standing nearby, Lin Yuxin took a deep breath and asked, "What do you plan to do?" "I'll back you up anytime." Lu Jun unhesitatingly took the lead, saying, "Seal off all the underground tunnels leading outside the city. We must act quickly, and I've already identified the relevant locations." "That would require sufficient manpower and authorization to act within the city," Lin Yuxin said calmly. "Right now, we can trust Yang Zhou from the Magic Association and my guard team." Decisively, the four entered the Silver Trade building to meet Yang Zhou. Although Tangyu felt the plan was rushed, as a trial council member, she displayed decisiveness. She believed in taking action, even at the risk of being wrong, rather than doing nothing. Yang Zhuo had just arranged for Mo Fan to undergo the baptism of the Holy Spring when he heard the group's words, his expression turning astonished. Nearby, Guard Captain Liang spoke up, "Aren't you being overly sensitive?" Hearing this, Lin Yuxin frowned and said, "Isn't this enough evidence? Recently, the underground chamber housing the Holy Spring was almost breached. Doesn't that warrant vigilance? At the end of the day, all you have is speculation." Captain Liang tried to argue further but was interrupted on the spot by Lu Jun. Feeling exasperated, Lu Jun thought, "It's no wonder Lin Yuxin and Tang Yu trust me more. They each hold some clues, and our relationships whether as savior or student foster easier belief. But these seasoned officials, they are on the side of caution. I'll act first. If I'm wrong, I'll take full responsibility. But if I'm right, you'll owe me compensation tenfold," Lu Jun said impatiently. He wasn't here for their permission, he was here to notify them. At critical moments, bold action must prevail. Tang Yu fully supported him, revealing her identity on the spot. With an icy tone, she declared, "I am a member of the Hangzhou Trial Council. I am now temporarily taking over the Bo City Magic Association. Making a student bear the responsibility, aren't you ashamed? I'll take full responsibility. My uncle is the Hangzhou Chief Justice." Those present were slightly stunned. Yang Zhuo, a man of action, said solemnly, "Very well. The Magic Association authorizes this operation. I also trust Miss Tang Yu. Please identify the locations." The three women looked to Lu Jun calmly. He requested a map, circled the key points, and said, "These locations all must be sealed to prevent outside monsters from invading. At least mid-level mages should be deployed." After further discussion, the group split up to act. Tang Yu, with her shadow and fire magic, Lu Mai, with her wind and earth magic, and Lin Yuxin, also a mid-level water mage, could individually destroy the tunnels. Both Tang Yu and Lin Yuxin instructed Lu Jun, "You stay here, you're just a student." Unbeknownst to them, Lu Jun was already a dual-element mid-level mage and had mastered mid-level spells. "Yes, I should stay in the Sliver Trade Building," Lu Jun replied calmly. This wasn't for his safety. In fact, destroying the tunnels was the safest part of the plan, as the enemy wouldn't have time to respond before it was done. Instead, he felt instinctively that the Black Vatican would launch one final, desperate counterattack. They would inevitably deploy heavy forces to storm this place and forcibly seize the Holy Spring. Lu Jun intended to test the waters against the Black Vatican and defend Bo City. As he had thought 3 years ago, one day, he would reverse his fate. Every tragedy could be shattered with power, leading to a perfect ending. A mage's duty is to protect the people and slay monsters. Though Lu Jun couldn't yet fully realize this, his heart was already set on this path. Soon, only Yang Zhuo, Guard Captain Liang, and Lu Jun remained at the scene, along with 7 or 8 mid-level mages stationed at the Yin Trade Building. Yang Zhuo suggested, "Let's head to the rooftop of the Yin Trade Building. From there, we can oversee the entire Bo City and wait for the signal." The night wind howled as Lu Jun stood at this vantage point for the first time, overlooking Bo City. The view was expansive, and his chest swelled with determination. His fists clenched as he felt a mix of tension and anticipation. The three waited patiently for a long time until they saw thick smoke rising in a certain part of Bo City. Then, with a whoosh, a flare shot into the sky, a special signal. Lu Jun's heart surged with joy, and he whispered, "That's the underground tunnel at Mingwen Girls' High School. My sister succeeded." Soon, the radio crackled with a familiar, soothing voice from Lu Mai, "The B-Point tunnel has been destroyed and completely sealed." One after another, smoke signals and flares rose in various locations, bringing good news in quick succession. Standing nearby, Yang Zhuo wasn't idle either. Using the Magic Association's authority, he broadcast a message citywide, "Attention, citizens, tonight, a special exercise is being conducted. Please remain indoors and do not wander outside. Any unusual sounds are nothing to worry about." Everyone in Bo City heard the announcement. Though puzzled and curious, they placed their trust in the state. As a result, they stayed indoors obediently. Afterward, Yang Zhuo set down the radio and smiled wryly at Lu Jun. "Tonight is truly insane. Based solely on your words, we've mobilized the trial council, the guard unit, and even myself. You won't regret it," Lu Jun said calmly. "By tomorrow, you'll be grateful." Mu Manor, the city's prominent figures were still present, enjoying themselves. However, He excused himself with an apology and led the defeated Yuang away. Once they were alone in a back room, His usually gentle demeanor changed. His expression turned sinister and ruthless as he glared coldly at Yuang. "You useless fool. Do you realize how much trouble your failure has caused for the Black Vatican's plans? Spare me, sir. Just give me one more chance." Yuang immediately knelt, sweat pouring down his face. He knew all too well the Black Vatican's punishments for failure worse than death itself. He could be transformed alive into a black beast demon. Ha, He sneered with disgust. Just as he was about to speak further, he heard Yangzhou's citywide broadcast. His expression shifted to one of suspicion and unease. Moments later, his communicator buzzed with a report from a Black Vatican member. Bad news, Deacon. The underground tunnels we built throughout Bo City have been discovered and are being destroyed one by the Magic Association. He, recalling the earlier broadcast, paled and cursed. Damn it. How did those idiots in the Magic Association find out? More bad news poured in, reporting the destruction of over half the tunnels within minutes. He's anger surged, but his years of leadership allowed him to suppress it. Taking a deep breath, he calmly instructed over the communicator, notify the Pontiff to begin the operation ahead of schedule. We've prepared for so long, and the rain summoner sent by Lady Salin is already in place. The arrow is on a string, it must be released. The tunnels cannot be salvaged in time, they'll all be destroyed before we can respond. But our primary goal isn't destroying Bo City or even the Holy Spring. It's conducting an experiment. His tone grew darker as he commanded, once the monster hordes outside the city succeed in drawing attention, you will move in with full force. Launch an all-out assault on the Silver Trade building and attempt to seize the Holy Spring. Finally, he smashed the communicator in fury, his chest heaving with rage. What should have been a nearly foolproof plan had been completely derailed. Turning to the kneeling Yuang, he kicked him hard, sending him flying. He wished he could act personally, but his responsibilities to a larger mission Lady Salin's grand plan took precedence. Chapter 40, Torrential Rain Drip, Drip. Lu Jun stood on the top of the towering Silver Trade building. Suddenly, he paused, reaching out with his hand. A cold sensation spread as droplets gathered on his palm. The rooftop wind grew fiercer, and the night sky was covered with dense clouds, dim and lightless. It's going to rain, he murmured to himself. Without a doubt, this was the work of Wu Ku. A super mage, combined with a half-water disaster bringer, could summon great powers to manipulate the weather of an entire region. In the future, it could become even more terrifying, capable of altering the climate of an entire country, creating even greater disasters. Hoo-la-la. Soon, raindrops began to fall, growing heavier. The environment became saturated with moisture, and water elements thickened. The only strange thing was that the rain was unusually murky, carrying a peculiar smell. Lu Jun stared at the water in his palm. It was none other than the Frenzy Spring. By this time, the operation in Bo City had concluded. Rolling smoke descended in all directions, and all the tunnels had been destroyed in less than half an hour. Oddly, there had been no attacks from the Black Vatican during this period. As Yangzhou was about to speak, he abruptly turned his gaze toward the edge of Bo City. 3 beams of white light shot into the sky, illuminating a vast area. He stood there dazed. As the person in charge of the Bo City Magic Association, his face showed an expression of terror as he trembled and said, 3 beams of light, a demon invasion, blood-colored warning, a city massacre. In an instant, Yangzhou urgently picked up his communicator and issued a command, attention all mages in the city, blood warning issued. Quickly organize grassroots into family units and retreat into the safe zones. Fortunately, it was a rest day, and everyone was staying home quietly. With the earlier warnings, there was no chaos, and evacuation was carried out in an orderly manner. On the rooftop of the Silver Trade building, Yangzhou let out a sigh of relief and said to Lu Jun with gratitude, luckily, you warned me in advance and sealed off the sewers leading out of the city. Otherwise, the internal and external threats would have overwhelmed Bo City, and who knows how many people would have died. Lu Jun frowned, gazing toward the edge of Bo City, uncertain of the situation there and whether they could hold out. In the original storyline, due to internal sabotage, the powerful individuals from the noble families, including the Demon Hunting Alliance's Denkai, the Magic Association's Yangzhou, and others, were busy clearing thousands of demons inside the city while rescuing people, leaving everything in chaos. Outside the city, the demon hordes were left to the military to handle, but they ultimately had to abandon the defensive line. Yangzhou continued communicating information, issuing instructions. In an instant, a majestic golden barrier rose over the city, resembling an overturned golden bowl, covering most of the area. Moments later, Yangzhou spoke gravely to Captain Liang, bad news. I just received a report that the leader of the One-Eyed Wolf clan has appeared, a commander-level winged sky wolf with over 100 warrior-level wolves. We're short on manpower. I'm planning to provide support. Here. Captain Liang understood and solemnly replied, don't worry. I will protect the Holy Spring. Besides, we have 2 powerful individuals here, Hunter Lu Mai and Enforcer Tang Yu. Both are as strong as you, if not stronger. Yangzhou nodded, sighing, what worries me most is the hidden threat of the Black Vatican. However, resisting the demon invasion takes precedence. When the time comes, wake Mo Fan and have him lead a few intermediate mages and 2 students to escort the holy spring into the safe zone. He glanced at Lu Jun and signaled to Captain Liang, expressing his confidence. He believed there should be no problem, given Tang Yu and Lu Mai's strength. Both were top-tier intermediate mages and far surpassed him. Yang Zhuo's body glowed with green light as a gust of wind howled around him. Using the wind element's primary spell, Wind Track, he transformed into a shadow, leaping between tall buildings and disappearing from Lu Jun's sight in an instant. Meanwhile, the heads of the noble families in the Mu clan manor, along with Bo City's key figures like Zhang Kong, Deng Ke, Principal Zhu, and others, frowned upon hearing Yang Zhuo's broadcast. They couldn't figure out his intentions until the blood warning shocked them into action. Quickly, everyone, head to the Snow Mountain outpost and resist the demon hordes. Mu Zhuoyang shouted urgently. The others reacted swiftly, gathering mages without delay and heading toward the city's edge to provide support. Zhang Kong, decisive as always, unleashed the advanced wind element spell, Wind Wings, and was the first to rush over. Bo City's high command had all gathered at the edge of the city, with Yang Zhuo being the last to arrive. When he reached the outpost, he was stunned by the scene before him, his soul and body trembling. Ayuyuyuyuyu. From behind the mountains came waves of terrifying roars, reverberating like thunderclaps that shook the mountain ridges. The tremors spread to the outpost, causing the massive stone barriers to quiver slightly. Through the misty rain, a blurry figure leaped into the air, landing atop the highest pine tree in the distance. The creature had the body of a wolf but stood half upright. Its grotesque head bore 3 glowing red eyes filled with ferocity. 3-eyed demon wolves, bone-thorn wild wolves, and other warrior-level wolf demons appeared, each massive in size. A rough count revealed over 100 of them. Considering a single warrior level could handle 7 or 8 intermediate mages, Bo City would need at least several hundred intermediate mages to fend them off. Additionally, endless waves of servant-level wolf demons surged over the mountains. Their crimson, bloodthirsty eyes dotted the rain-soaked horizon like stars, sending chills down spines and making one's scalp tingle. From above, the blue-black tide of demons stretched across the landscape, engulfing mountain after mountain and covering the ground inch by inch. More than a dozen small hills were packed with black masses. Thousands of servant-level demons and overwhelming force. And that wasn't all. As the wolves howled in unison, a colossal figure soared through the gray skies. Its body was silver-white, with wings spanning 30 meters that obscured the heavens. It exuded a heavy pressure that swept over the area. The commander-level winged sky wolf. The demon landed elegantly in the center of the wolf pack, like a king surrounded by its guards. Its arrogance was unmatched. In an instant, the howling ceased, and the rain became the only sound in the oppressive silence. A palpable sense of dread filled the air. At the edge of the outpost, over 1,000 military mages stood in formation at the forefront, with 2,000 to 3,000 demon hunters and rogue mages behind them. The military mages remained composed and steadfast, while the others panicked, unable to hide their fear. Facing a commander-level demon, no one in Bo City could stand against it, let alone bring order to the chaos. At the forefront stood Zhang Kong, his face resolute, a dark green military coat billowing in the wind. To his left and right, rows of military mages stood tall in cyan windbreakers, their garments fluttering as they stood like statues, exuding a natural authority. Zhang Kong's voice was loud and firm, "Don't be afraid. It's just a minor commander. I killed one a few years ago. This one is merely delivering itself to me. I'll handle the commander level. The rest of you hold the line. I've already requested reinforcements from nearby cities. They'll arrive soon." He sternly added, "Remember, behind us are our families and loved ones. There's no retreat." Chapter 41, The Black Vatican. In the curtain of rain, Lu Jun watched the gradually distant figure of Yang Zhuo. His vigilance reached its peak. He knew that the Black Vatican would never give up on the Holy Spring. Was this a strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain? As for the border, he thought it shouldn't be too much of a concern. A few years ago, Zhang Kong was already a member of the national team. The World College Competition, held every 4 years, is a global competition among universities, representing the strength of each country's reserves, comparable to the Olympics of Earth if not even more prestigious. Thus, looking across the universities of the world, Zhang Kong was among the top experts. Having reached the advanced level early on, he had definitely single-handedly defeated commander-level monsters. Now, Lu Jun's side was the real key. Fortunately, neither Captain Liang nor Yang Zhuo had consciously regarded him as combat power, and the Black Vatican likely thought the same. Little did they know, a hidden blade was sharp. After Yang Zhuo left, Captain Liang spoke to him regretfully, "Let's go. We'll head to the basement and wake up that student." What a pity, this could have been a great opportunity. However, Given this situation, we'll have to wait for the disaster to subside before soaking him again. Lu Jun, however, remained motionless. He overlooked the vast buildings of Bo City and said faintly, "It's too late. The Black Vatican is here." Boom. 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 As soon as his words fell, a series of explosions resounded amidst the torrential rain. Captain Liang hurried to the railing and looked down, only to see flames erupting from every street and alley. Even the rain could not obscure the fiery spectacle. Explosions rang out across various locations. The previously orderly evacuation turned into panic, and chaos seemed to spread rapidly. Lu Jun's sharp eyes caught sight of shadows darting out from the darkness, some from the sewers, others from certain houses. They moved at high speed, turning into afterimages rushing toward the most prominent landmark in the center, the Silver Trading Tower. A simple glance revealed at least hundreds of them. In addition, black-robed figures emerged one after another. Magic flared in their hands as they indiscriminately launched attacks wherever there were people. Captain Liang gasped when he got a clear look at those shadows. Their pitch-black bodies, monkey-like faces, grotesque, twisted limbs. It was nauseating. Those are the Black Vatican's black beast monsters. Damn it, we can't leave now. He hurriedly descended the stairs, saying, "I'll go fetch the student and the holy spring from the basement. You follow me. I'll see if I can attempt a breakout to join up with the scattered teams outside." But the next second, Lu Jun's earpiece connected with his sister's urgent voice. "Lu Jun, stay where you are. Black Vatican members are attacking civilians near me, causing a blockage. I won't be able to reach you anytime soon." Tang Yu, Lin Yuxin, and others were similarly delayed by various factors, scattered across different parts of Bo City. By the time they finished destroying the underground tunnels and returned, the Black Vatican had already acted. Lu Jun understood the enemy's strategy: divide, encircle, and strike. Exploit weaknesses and eliminate them one by one. A portion of their forces acted as a distraction, while the main forces concentrated on breaking through vulnerable points. With Yang Zhou gone, the Silver Trading Tower was left defenseless. From his memories, Lu Jun recalled that among the Black Vatican, there were only a few notable individuals. However, their lower-level cultists and priests were numerous, capable of ambushing and nearly annihilating the mages who destroyed the underground tunnels. Now, their sudden assault revealed an astonishing force. Captain Liang had already gone downstairs to retrieve the holy spring. As the crisis loomed, Lu Jun instead revealed a mocking, wild smile. "Finally, you're here. I've been itching for a fight." His eyes glowed faintly with a platinum brilliance. He stretched out his hand, and in almost an instant, he controlled the star paths of basic metal magic. A heavy golden sword materialized about 3 feet long, roughly 1.2 meters, slamming heavily into the ground. Immediately after, Lu Jun began drawing the star map for intermediate gold magic. Weapon control, flight was his target spell. Since mastering the stars a year ago, he had grown increasingly proficient through constant hunting of demons. Buzz. 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 In just 3 seconds, a platinum star map unfolded beneath Lu Jun's feet. 49 stars aligned, interwoven by 7 star paths, releasing a surge of magical energy imbued with a sharp, magnetic quality. Soon, under the effect of the magnetic field, Lu Jun's legs left the ground. He hovered in midair, floating to the very top of the Silver Trading Tower, standing atop an antenna. Surrounding him, fierce winds howled, and heavy rain poured down. His coat flapped wildly as he gazed over Bo City from the rain-soaked pinnacle, exuding unparalleled dominance. Whoosh! Under the powerful magnetic force, the heavy golden sword rose from the ground, transforming into a dark flying sword. It streaked through the rain like lightning, traversing 800 meters in one breath. Activating its enlarged and enhanced state, the sword expanded to a length of over 3 jong, approximately 12 meters. Wrapped in platinum brilliance, it slashed down with immense force, breaking the sound barrier. The resulting shockwave turned rain into spiraling waves, layer upon layer like tides, creating a spectacular sight. Shriek. Throughout Bo City, a piercing sonic boom echoed, akin to a supersonic fighter jet flying at low altitude. The sound stung eardrums, and before anyone could react, a massive platinum light streaked across the night sky. Boom. 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 The 3 jong heavy golden sword slammed down with the force of a super-heavy truck, obliterating everything in its path. Concrete walls crumbled, and buildings collapsed as it plowed through an entire street, scattering debris and rubble. The 20 or so black beast monsters that had just appeared along the street had no time to react before they faced the full brunt of the heavy golden sword. Splat. Splat. Like skewered kebabs, they were crushed into minced flesh, blood splattering everywhere. Limbs flew like grotesque blossoms of blood-red lotus, filling the air with a gruesome mist. The entire area trembled as the sword finally lost its momentum, with its tip embedded into the ground. On a nearby street, Tangyu stood in stunned silence. She had been surrounded by black beast monsters from all sides, only for this sword to descend from the sky and sweep away all her enemies, leaving just a few scattered survivors. It felt surreal. She stared at the massive, dark duck-like sword embedded in the ground, which was taller than her entire body. Not long after, her earpiece transmitted Lu Jun's calm voice, "The black beast monsters in your area have been dealt with. Escort the civilians to the safe zone, then support the borders." After ending the call, she instinctively turned around, looking up through the pouring rain at the towering silver trading tower. At its peak stood a blurred figure, radiating unmatched arrogance. With a mix of disbelief, Tangyu muttered, "Was that your doing? What kind of magic equipment is this? Wait, but what about the holy spring?" At the tower's summit, Lu Jun's hands glowed with platinum light. Holding the earpiece, he replied calmly yet domineeringly, "It doesn't matter. I will take action." After ending the call, he activated water magic. Controlling the basic water's spell tidal wave, Water Guard, he continuously released it. Instantly, the surrounding water vapor condensed into several streams of vibrant blue water, circling him in endless cycles. They formed a protective barrier that enveloped him completely, leaving no gaps. The fierce winds and rain were entirely blocked, leaving Lu Jun's once-soaked clothes dry. In the rainy environment, the Water Guard spell seemed to grow even stronger. Surrounded by the azure streams, standing high above, Lu Jun became an even more prominent target. Chapter 42, Metal Element, Demon Slaying. Lu Jun stood atop the straight antenna, overlooking Bo City. The dense cluster of buildings was clearly visible, and his expression grew somewhat pensive. In the original timeline, the Winged Wolf had occupied the Silver Trading Tower, instilling fear in human society and reigning like a king. But now, the roles had reversed. He stood under the vast sky, causing the members of the Black Vatican to tremble in terror. Time and space had flipped, the scene swapped. There was an ethereal feeling of life's impermanence. The gears of fate turned, altering their forward direction. After a brief silence, Lu Jun broke into a reckless smile and softly recited, "Every 10 steps, I kill someone. In 1,000 miles, I leave none behind." A swordsman cultivates his body, rides the wind, and slays demons across the heavens and earth. Some might call Lu Jun immature, but his indomitable will to rewrite fate could not be suppressed. Vaguely, he seemed to grasp the essence of sword cultivation. Lu Jun's right hand shimmered with a bright platinum radiance. He slowly raised it, and the 12-meter-long gold metal heavy sword on the distant ground quivered slightly. Its massive frame lifted gradually, then roared into the sky. Meanwhile, his left hand clenched, shrinking the sword into a 3-foot blade radiating sharpness, modest but formidable. Buzz. 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 Under his willpower and dual-hand control, the metal flying sword darted through the city as though sketching elegant strokes on a muddied canvas. In the rainy night, killing intent surged. Waves of air sliced through the downpour from time to time, crisscrossing in deadly arcs. The splashing rain transformed into torrential sprays. Amidst the powerful momentum, blood blossoms bloomed in the darkness, ghastly yet strikingly vivid. Although the rainy night was pitch black, making visibility nearly impossible, Lu Jun's spiritual senses expanded. Through his first realm of spiritual realm, he locked onto numerous targets and executed precise strikes. In a flash, more than 30 black beast monsters were eradicated. Upon releasing intermediate metal magic for the first time, Lu Jun realized how challenging weapon control was. Its ability to change size and weight, the precision required to control its golden edge, and its multi-dimensional combat across land, sea, and air demanded immense mental focus and spatial awareness. Without proper mastery, not only would its power be diminished, but it could also lead to accidental harm to allies. Furthermore, although weapon control compensated for the metal element's short-range combat limitations, its range depended on one's spiritual cultivation and level. The higher one's tier, the greater the range of control. Fortunately, Lu Jun had awakened psychic magic at the intermediate level, which significantly resolved these issues. It also contributed to his spiritual cultivation. With his current Tier 1 spiritual sense, his extended range was sufficient for sweeping through the intermediate level. If the metal element were to become widely utilized, Lu Jun would undoubtedly be among its finest practitioners, having trained rigorously to master it. The more he slaughtered, the more grateful Lu Jun felt for the strong support and mysterious traits of the psychic element. These traits enhanced his water, metal, and curse elements, amplifying his combat power in every aspect. Eventually, due to the flying sword's flamboyant movements and its colossal form when in heavy sword mode, it became impossible to conceal. Even in the rain, many people witnessed it firsthand as it slaughtered demons and displayed unmatched prowess. Look! On top of that skyscraper, who was that? A mage? Under the safety enchantments, civilians in the safe zone marveled. A young girl pointed excitedly at the skyscraper, exclaiming, "So cool. Is he the one killing the Black Vatican's monsters?" Her words drew everyone's attention to the indistinct figure atop the skyscraper. Despite the obstructing rain and night, the azure water cloak he wore was still strikingly eye-catching. The 3-foot-long platinum sword gliding through the city appeared to be this mysterious powerhouse's magical tool. One man roared in approval, "Kill them. Wipe out those damned Black Vatican scum." "A true hero," exclaimed an experienced mage with admiration. "This kind of magical tool must be of the highest grade." Amid the crowd, Mo Jiaxing pushed Yi Xingxia in her wheelchair, gazing up at the scene. Zhangxia stood close to Hiyu, their hands tightly clasped, their eyes firmly fixed on the towering skyscraper and the silver sword above it. Even Mu Bei and Zhao Kunsen were present. Initially terrified by the sudden crimson alarm, they were now gradually reassured by this commanding display of power. This time, Zhangxia wasn't inspired by the lone figure of himself slaying the leader Tear-winged Cyan Wolf in the original timeline. Instead, he was drawn to Lu Jun's majestic demeanor as he executed judgment on the Black Vatican. Hiyu, still alive, found the love and responsibility shown in times of disaster no less profound than the thirst for vengeance. Zhangxia gripped Hiyu's hand tightly and said resolutely, "Hiyu, I want to be like that powerhouse to protect people from harm. I want to join the military." He understood that with his cultivation of basic level 2 upon graduating from high school, even if he were accepted into a university, he wouldn't receive much attention. Joining the military was a viable path. "I understand," Hiyu said softly. "And I want to hold up my half of the sky. I'll become a strong, independent female mage. Let's go together. Quick, quick, quick." Many people eagerly took out their phones. "Record this and upload it online. This is just too cool, slaughtering the Black Vatican scum." Though these people seemed to lack urgency and seriousness, if Lu Jun were here, he would find comfort in their reactions. Compared to the original timeline, where Bo City was shrouded in grief, families were broken, and sorrow was overwhelming, this scene was the greatest acknowledgement of humanity's guardianship. Suffering doesn't make people grow, experience does. The smiles had merely shifted from one group to another. While Bo City rejoiced, the Black Vatican suffered. Boom. 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 On a certain street, the massive 3-jong-long heavy sword plowed through, like a giant tractor carving a deep trench in the area. When the sword lifted again, the trench was filled with mangled corpses, resembling a slaughterhouse. 2 Black Vatican members, cloaked in black, cowered under the ruins of a crumbling wall, trembling with fear. They had narrowly escaped death. Yuang, pale and gasping for breath, asked, "Are you still planning to seize the Holy Spring?" Beside him, his partner Bei Ying's face was grim. "Let's observe first. If force doesn't work, I'll try a cleverer approach under the military's guise." "Good luck, then," Yuang muttered, already terrified. "That guy might not recognize my identity." "It's up to you." Buzz. 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 Moments later, atop the skyscraper, Lu Jun raised his hand, and in the rainy night sky, a streak of platinum light resembling a rainbow shot back toward him. The 3-foot-long platinum sword returned, hovering around him, radiating murderous energy like a dormant white flood dragon ready to strike. Looking down at the city, Lu Jun murmured, "This should be enough. Time to conserve mana." At least 150 black beast monsters had fallen under his sword, leaving behind a trail of blood. Tang Yu, Lu Mai, and Lin Yuxin had all broken free and, following his instructions, headed toward the border outposts. The mages within the safety enchantments, mobilized by official organizations, continuously supported the front lines. As Bo City regrouped, the demon wolves and monsters would soon face an unyielding iron fist. The remaining black beast monsters that roamed the city after evading the sword net paid a heavy price in blood just to reach the base of the silver trading tower. At this range, using metal element attacks wasn't cost-effective. Lu Jun's metal element nebula only had about 20% mana left, making close combat a more efficient option. The problem lay in the high consumption rate of the intermediate-level weapon control, which could sustain continuous operation but drained energy rapidly. Chapter 43, Intermediate Tidal Wave, Total Annihilation. Captain Liang had returned to the rooftop of the building, panting heavily. "This is bad. I opened the basement, and black beast monsters got in. I had no choice but to run back inside. We'll hold this place for now and wait for the external mages to come as reinforcements." Before he could finish, he looked up and saw Lu Jun wielding a platinum light magical tool, ending a massacre. Rushing to the railing, he looked down at the scattered corpses, utterly stunned. Captain Liang gasped. "Are you really a high school graduate?" Beside him, Mo Fan was dumbfounded. He had been restraining himself from devouring the Holy Spring to focus on cultivation. But a few hours ago, someone dragged him into this, talking about the Bo City Red Calamity. Now, after meeting Lu Jun and learning the full story, Mo Fan swallowed hard and said with a peculiar expression, Lu Jun, you've been hiding this for so long. You're already at intermediate level? Amateurs focused on the magical tool, while experts saw the magic energy. Long-term use magical tools existed. For example, in the original timeline, future National Institute contestant Guan Yu wielded a claw, and Mo Fan later used the black dragon armor. However, the rule was clear: the greater the power, the higher the energy consumption. No magical tool could function without the support of an intermediate-level nebula. What now? Captain Liang asked worriedly. Can your magic energy hold out? At that moment, the building gave a slight tremor. Over 100 black beast monsters were slamming into its walls, piling up like a black tide. Behind them were several black-robed cultists. Kill all these monsters, Lu Jun said coldly. Black beast monsters were a signature creation of the Black Vatican, made from humans using psychic and curse magic. They were mid-level servant-class creatures, slightly stronger than one-eyed magic wolves. Their strength lay in numbers and their teamwork. Hearing this, Captain Liang's mouth twitched. Over 100 of them. Even a few intermediate mages would hesitate to face such a horde. Thinking of reinforcements, he quickly asked, what about Vice Captain Lin and the others? They left, Lu Jun replied calmly, wiping the blood from his black metal longsword. I told them not to worry about it. At these words, Captain Liang felt the world spinning, completely speechless. They're coming up, Lu Jun noted, seeing dried, terrifying black figures scaling the building's surface like a black tide engulfing the silver-white tower. Lu Jun despised these black beast monsters. As cursed humans, they didn't produce soul remnants or soul essences, making them worthless prey. In 2.5 years as a demon hunter, Lu Jun had gathered 6 servant-level soul essences. His metal element nebula had already strengthened 6 stars. He was just 1 soul essence away from metal element basic level 4. Right now, Lu Jun was eager to head into the wilderness to hunt magic wolves. He had no time to play around with these minor monsters. Crash. Just as Captain Liang was about to speak, he was shocked to see Lu Jun begin casting a spell. A radiant blue light burst forth from Lu Jun's body, illuminating half the city's skyline. Waves of water gathered one after another, growing higher each time. Lu Jun's eyes gleamed with blue light as a radiant star map unfurled beneath his feet, depicting a scene of floods ravaging the earth. Half a year ago, Lu Jun had already broken through to the intermediate level, and his control over tidal wave was now highly proficient. Within a single breath, the vast energy around Lu Jun had fully gathered. With a powerful punch, the torrential rain swirling in the sky converged upon him. The spiraling whirlpool formed by his water barrier surged wildly and cascaded downward. Violent wave, expulsion. Boom. In the stunned gazes of Mo Fan and Captain Liang, Lu Jun unleashed a roaring, surging blue river, 10 meters wide and 30 meters across. It poured down with an overwhelming momentum. A standard tidal wave might only reach a width of 10 meters, offering greater range than the intermediate level fire burst, wild blaze, but Lu Jun's violent wave was enhanced by his tidal spirit seed, tripling its power. From a distance, the 100-meter-tall silver skyscraper looked as though it were enveloped by a colossal blue waterfall. The torrent flowed like a cascade, as if the Milky Way had descended from the heavens. Bang! 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 The black shadows climbing up the building smashed into the torrent one after another. With the heavy impact of the water's force, their bodies were deformed on the spot. Thud. Thud. Over 20 black beast monsters were swept down the 100-meter-high skyscraper by the overpowering wave, slamming into the ground and turning into pulp. Blood blossomed like flowers and spread across the ground, dyeing the blue floodwaters a dark crimson. The remaining 80 or so black beast monsters panicked and scattered, attempting to attack the silver trading tower from other directions. However, the entrances had long been sealed by Captain Liang, leaving them no time to break through. Lu Jun wouldn't give them the chance either. Taking a deep breath, he once again commanded with a voice full of divine authority, tidal wave. The water element energy that had dissipated moments ago gathered again around Lu Jun. Even the dark red glow from the slain monsters below surged upward, drawn into the water currents. The second tidal wave came with increased power. Boom. This time, the torrent glowed with a deep blue light. It spanned 39 meters, crashing down with devastating force and sending water splashing dozens of meters into the air, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. Thud. 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 Dozens more black beast monsters on the ground were crushed by the overwhelming torrent. Tidal wave. Lu Jun's eyes glowed, one black, one white, as his will commanded the surging magic energy. His aura was overwhelming, his stance majestic, as half the sky behind him was bathed in a radiant blue glow. The third tidal wave swept forth. This time, the torrent widened to 46 meters, submerging 3 entire floors of the building. The combined power of the 3 successive waves created a massive flood that surged forward, pushing over 50 remaining black beast monsters 800 meters away. From a bird's eye view, the affected area of Bow City resembled a disaster zone, with streets submerged and small buildings in the flood's path leveled completely. Every single black beast monster had been annihilated, crushed by the impact, torn apart by whirlpool forces, or drowned. Whoosh! Lu Jun slowly withdrew his magic. The blue glow around him faded, and even the water elements in the vicinity were drained. Above the silver trading tower, the rain clouds parted, creating the bizarre spectacle of a rainless zone. This. At least peak intermediate level power. What kind of spirit seed is this? Captain Liang stammered. Then, realizing something, he exclaimed in shock, "You have dual intermediate elements?" Previously, he had thought Lu Jun's powerful magical tool would have drained his energy reserves. But now, with this display of overwhelming water element magic, it was clear Lu Jun had at least 2 nebulae. Of course, Lu Jun replied nonchalantly. "My water and curse elements are both intermediate." This was a lie. Within Lu Jun's spiritual world, his platinum-colored and blue nebula occupied the central space, each distinct in form, one resembling a heavenly sword, the other a whirlpool. On the edges, smaller nebulae in black and translucent hues seemed to linger quietly. Metal was his true intermediate element, but Lu Jun wouldn't admit it. Mo Fan's mouth twitched. After witnessing Lu Jun's formidable magical tool and this powerful display, Mo Fan realized the gap between them had only grown wider after a year of effort. Chapter 44, Fraud? Betrayal. Ignoring the 2 others, Lu Jun carefully reflected on the water element spells he had just cast. He had to admit that large-scale area of effect spells were incredibly useful. With one attack, he had wiped out over 100 servant-class demon creatures. Even a high-level mage at the peak of their power couldn't achieve something this absurd. Moreover, the unique effect of tidal wave was unlikely to be as powerful in the hands of ordinary water mages. By the time he cast the 3rd wave, he felt a bit out of control and had to rely on his mental energy to guide it. This spell was clearly a perfect match for him, and only in his hands could tidal wave demonstrate such devastating power. Meanwhile, Captain Liang was still in a state of repeated shock, unable to recover for a long time. Even the 2 members of the Black Vatican hiding in a remote part of Bow City swallowed nervously. Bei Ying hesitated and said, "We can't force this. I'll use strategy instead." Adjusting his disguise, he restored the upright and stern demeanor of a soldier. Riding on his summoned shadow wolf, he leaped across the water and charged toward the building while shouting, "Captain Liang, are you there? I'm from the military sent by General Zhang Kong. How's the Holy Spring holding up?" At these words, the 3 people upstairs were stunned. They looked down with varied expressions. Captain Liang heaved a sigh of relief, Mo Fan frowned, and Lu Jun, recognizing the newcomer, smirked playfully. In no time, both sides gathered at the top of the building. Out of breath, Bei Ying maintained a serious expression. He saluted and said, "I'm Bei Ying, under General Zhang Kong's command, here to retrieve the Holy Spring so the military can secure it and prevent it from falling into the Black Vatican's hands." Captain Liang was overjoyed. Fantastic. With the military involved, there's no way anything could go wrong. What's the situation outside the city now? Hearing this, Mo Fan felt something was off but hesitated to speak. Wait a moment, Lu Jun decisively interrupted. "I have a question." Bei Ying's heart skipped a beat, sensing danger, though he maintained a stern facade. "What's your question?" Lu Jun sneered. "First, we've already cleared out the Black Vatican. What are you doing here? Stealing credit? Second, I'm suspicious of your identity. Comrade, what nonsense are you spouting?" Bei Ying's tone became agitated. "How could you doubt the military's integrity?" Captain Liang tried to ease the situation, but Lu Jun acted swiftly, casting a combination of psychic magic and curse magic that he had rarely used. His eyes, typically black and white, gleamed with an eerie light. His left eye turned pitch black while his right eye glowed pale white. Psychic Impact and Mist of Fear, both basic level spells, were unleashed simultaneously. His eyes emitted a powerful mental force laced with an ominous chill. The psychic cripple broke through Bei Ying's mental defense, and a level 3 nightmare clouded his mind. Bei Ying froze in place, his face contorted with terror. Reflected in his eyes were black and white hues. Captain Liang was startled. "What are you doing? Attacking the military?" Lu Jun ignored him and coldly questioned, "Who are you?" Bei Ying trembled violently, his face twisted. Lu Jun frowned, sensing that the dream he had crafted was being disrupted by another force, a residual psychic imprint from the Black Vatican's brainwashing. Fortunately, Bei Ying was only a basic level mage, and the mental barrier wasn't strong enough to resist Lu Jun's dual element mastery. Finally, Bei Ying revealed the truth. I'm Bei Ying, a black-robed priest under the High Deacon Hu Jin of the Black Vatican, infiltrating Bo City's military. Captain Liang was stunned, his worldview shattered for the umpteenth time that day. Lu Jun released his hold, and Bai Yang collapsed to the ground, gasping in terror. He clenched his teeth and glared at Lu Junyu. Bai Yang tried to channel his magic, but as soon as he activated his star path, the red eyes of his nightmare reappeared in his mind, disrupting his spell. He cried out in pain, clutching his chest as the mist of fear's curse took hold. Lu Jun smiled faintly. Psychic and curse magic were indeed the perfect countermeasures against the Black Vatican Shadow Wolf. Kill him, Bai Yang commanded, hoping to use his summoned beast to turn the tide. However, no matter how much he shouted, the Shadow Wolf didn't move. Instead, it bowed its head submissively in front of Lu Jun, who was calmly petting it. This scene was beyond eerie and utterly mysterious. Seeing this, Bai Yang fell into despair. There was nothing more powerless for a summoner than having their pet betray them. Lu Jun's pale eyes gleamed as he stroked the Shadow Wolf. Return. The massive wolf, standing 2 meters tall, vanished into the summoning plane. Basic level summoning could only sustain the summoned beast for a short time, as the energy from the star path was quickly depleted. Only with intermediate level contract summoning could a mage maintain their summoned beast permanently. Bai Yang sat on the ground, utterly defeated. Mo Fan, who had been watching, was dumbfounded. First, it was the spirit seed, then curse magic. He couldn't wrap his head around any of it. Ever since the Holy Spring had been brought up, he'd felt like an outsider in the battle. Captain Liang sighed deeply, his expression complicated. I never expected so many traitors among Bo City's higher-ups. What should we do with the Holy Spring? I feel like it's not safe to hand it over to anyone. Mo Fan narrowed his eyes, an idea forming in his mind. He hesitated for a moment before boldly suggesting, why don't I absorb it? What? Captain Liang was taken aback. What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like, Mo Fan said firmly. The Black Vatican won't stop targeting it, and even if we hand it over to higher authorities, it might still get stolen. Since the enemy wants it so badly, why don't we just destroy it? There isn't much energy left in the Holy Spring anyway, so better to use it than lose it. Captain Liang hesitated, his expression numb from the absurdity of the day. Mo Fan turned to Lu Jun with pleading eyes. Among the three of them, Lu Jun held the greatest authority due to his overwhelming strength. Ultimately, it was up to him to decide how the Holy Spring would be handled. Lu Jun smirked, understanding Mo Fan's intentions. It makes sense. Most importantly, Mo Fan was supposed to use the Holy Spring to advance his cultivation, but the situation interrupted him. I think letting him absorb it is acceptable. Wahoo! Mo Fan cheered excitedly, blurting out, Brother Lu, no, Dad. You're the best. Captain Liang said nothing, watching as the two teenagers essentially decided to commit sanctioned theft. After some thought, he chose to turn a blind eye. Mo Fan sat cross-legged, facing away from the others. Quietly, he fed a small vial of the Holy Spring's essence to the little loach Pendant, using its energy to break through the intermediate level barriers for his fire and lightning elements. In the end, while the process differed, the outcome was the same. Lu Jun had his own considerations. Beyond the practical benefits of helping Mo Fan grow stronger and using the Holy Spring to bait the Black Vatican and other forces, he knew that future calamities required the awakening of the Azure Dragon Totem. Without it, they were doomed. Besides, Lu Jun thought with a smirk, he wasn't doing this for free. Bo City had been largely preserved with minimal losses. The various factions owed him a favor. Surely a few million in compensation wasn't too much to ask. As a precaution, Lu Jun secretly kept a single drop of the Holy Spring for use in the plans for the ancient capital. While Mo Fan focused on refining the Holy Spring, Lu Jun sat cross-legged, recovering the energy in his 2 star clouds. Outside the city, the demon horde was still present. The battle wasn't over yet. Chapter 45, The Battle Against the Wolf Pack. Buzz. 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 On the rooftop of the Silver Trading Building, an indeterminate amount of time had passed. Mo Fan stood with lightning and fire interweaving around him, radiating brilliance into the sky. Purple and red hues illuminated half the heavens, while his pupils reflected thunderclouds and crimson skies. Breakthrough. Dual Element Intermediate Level 1. Lu Jun couldn't help but feel envious, pondering whether his own white tiger pendant might still hold traces of totemic power. After graduating from university and traveling the world, perhaps it was time to seek out clues. Ha ha ha. Your Mo Fan has done it again. Dual Element Intermediate Level. Old Lu, I don't think I'm any worse than you now. Mo Fan checked his cultivation and, as the wind and rain subsided, felt reinvigorated with confidence. Standing nearby, Lu Jun, having recovered most of his mana, splashed cold water on his enthusiasm. Yeah, right. You haven't mastered the control of stars yet. Talk to me in a year when you can actually release intermediate spells, Mo Fan. Hearing this, Mo Fan's face fell. Without any connection to Tangyu, he didn't have access to Star Atlas scrolls to assist with spellcasting. Even after breaking through to the intermediate level, he could only cast basic spells for now, albeit with greater endurance. Turning to the two of them, Lu Jun issued instructions. Captain Liang, take Mo Fan and return to the safe zone. While you're at it, clean up any remnants of the Black Vatican. I'll head to the border battlefield to provide support. Neither of them objected. Mo Fan, in particular, felt an urgent need to return home after everything that had happened to check on his sister Xinzai and his father. One more thing, Lu Jun said, glancing at Bei Yang, who was paralyzed on the ground. Take this guy back for interrogation. Extract some information. Privately, he regretted that only Bei Yang had shown up. Yuang hadn't dared to make an appearance, but with Bei Yang captured, figures like Mui might remain stable. The rest of their network, however, was likely to be exposed. Escaping monks would leave their temples behind. Buzz. 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 Summoning his gold-heavy sword, Lu Jun connected his mind to the stars without displaying his star atlas. Amid a tremor, the massive black gold sword floating around him expanded ninefold in an instant, reaching a length of 12 meters. With a light tap of his toes, Lu Jun's figure ascended, standing steadily atop the enormous black sword as if it were as solid as the ground itself. In the next moment, with a sharp whoosh, Lu Jun soared into the sky, a streak of platinum light disappearing into the rainy night, leaving behind powerful gusts of wind. Witnessing this, Captain Liang and Mo Fan stood dumbfounded. Despite the numerous shocks they had already endured that day, they were left reeling by this display, exchanging disbelieving looks. Captain Liang muttered, "Why does it feel like Lu Jun doesn't belong in our world?" Mo Fan's face turned dark, seething with envy as he muttered, "That guy, Lu Jun, even manages to show off while leaving." Determined, he swore to himself that he would one day obtain a magical tool capable of flying on a sword. Meanwhile, back in the safe zone, people with phones raised were taking pictures and exclaiming in excitement. Whether a mage or a member of the Black Vatican, such events were usually far removed from their lives. Today, they had witnessed it all: Lu Jun's sword flight, his battle against demons, massive waterfalls flooding streets, and the Black Vatican being crushed. Though they couldn't see his figure clearly, the spectacle alone was a treasure trove of material. Many eagerly shared their photos and videos on social media platforms like WeChat Moments, Zhou, Xiaongshu, Dian, and Weibo. News of the events in Bo City spread rapidly, and discussions about the figure of Lu Jun fighting 200 Black Vatican members and demons went viral. Scarlet Alert, official mages fighting evil, united as one. Cheer, cheer, asking for a friend. What do you do when you encounter a scarlet disaster in Bo City? OMG, that swordsman in Bo City is so handsome. Such a sense of security. Don't ask why I'm calling him handsome, ladies. Does anyone know how to contact him? Unbeknownst to Lu Jun, the event was still escalating in popularity. Meanwhile, he continued soaring through the sky on his sword for the first time, reveling in the freedom and exhilaration. Reciting a casual poem, he looked down at the rapidly receding landscape, the rain and wind rolling around him. His coat flapped violently in the wind, exuding an air of wild arrogance. Though the experience was somewhat average, as the relentless rain and wind would have torn through his skin if not for his water element defense, the sheer size of his wall-like sword kept him firmly grounded. The speed was impressive, second only to the high-level wind magic wings of the wind. Before long, Lu Jun spotted the battlefield in the distance. Waves of one-eyed wolves surged like a tide, covering the mountains and plains in a sea of green and black. Both sides were locked in fierce combat, their eyes bloodshot. 1,000 military mages formed the backbone of the defense, unleashing synchronized basic elemental spells. Brilliant flames and frost blasted out in waves, each volley taking out numerous monsters in showers of blood and gore. Meanwhile, other mages and monster hunters flanked the wolves from both sides, harassing and distracting them. Their lack of discipline made them ill-suited for frontline battle, but their skill made them valuable for such roles. In the wilderness, flashes of dazzling light erupted as monsters attempting to break through were forced back by waves of earth waves, retreating several kilometers. However, over 100 warrior-class monsters remained unaffected, nearly reaching the front lines of the military mage formations. The official and freelance intermediate mages began making their moves to stop them. "Where's my sister?" Flying high above, Lu Jun peered down at the chaos below. He wasn't too concerned for Lu Mai's safety. Her dual-element wind and earth cultivation was at intermediate level 3, and her survival skills were top-notch. Unless a commander-class wind wolf intervened, there was no chance she'd be in danger. At the edge of the battlefield, Lu Jun spotted the colossal commander-class ruler wolf, locked in a fierce aerial battle with a wind mage wielding wings of the wind. Opting not to get involved, Lu Jun turned his focus back to the battlefield. His psychic magic led him to sense Lu Mai's presence amidst the chaos. A towering three-eyed demon wolf, standing 10 meters tall, roared as it charged toward a group of mages. Its immense momentum resembled a speeding truck, threatening to crush the formation. Just as it was about to rip through the ranks, a thick yellow light surged, gathering vast earth element energy. Intermediate spell, rock barrier, stone ridges. Soon, layers of rolling earth waves converged into towering rock walls, rising 15 meters high. Even the warrior-class demon wolf couldn't leap over them in time. Boom. A deafening crash resounded as the massive wolf collided with a cliff, its entire body rebounding from the impact. The barrier remained unscathed. The walls didn't stop there. Rock walls rose from all directions, forming a cage-like fortress. Even the formidable warrior-class demon wolf was tightly confined in a small corner. In the distance, a cold, tall female mage pressed her hands to the ground before slowly standing up. Over the past 6 months, Lu Mai had improved significantly. Her mastery of the earth element at intermediate level 3 far outclassed her level 1 abilities. Even without a spirit seed, she could contend with regular warrior-class monsters. Chapter 46, Elementary Level 4 of the Metal System. In midair, Lu Jun saw the continuous rock walls trap the demon wolf and immediately realized it was an excellent opportunity. Buzz. 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 He decisively controlled the massive flying sword beneath his feet, diving down like a fighter jet on a death-defying charge. The dark metal-heavy sword exuded the beauty of steel's raw power, embodying the ultimate violent aesthetic. The sword tip pierced through the air, stirring up turbulent gusts and glowing with friction-generated heat. A sharp screech resounded across the battlefield. All the mages in the area, their hair blown back by the fierce wind, looked up in shock, thinking some flying demon beast was attacking. When they looked up, it was already too late. The sword descended from the sky. Boom. 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 The 12-meter-long massive sword struck, plunging straight into the spine of the bone-spurred demon wolf trapped between the overlapping rocks. The terrifying impact shattered its spine, exposing bone fragments and splattering flesh and blood. The once powerful body turned into a mangled mess. A young man stood atop the hilt of the black heavy sword embedded in the wolf, towering and solitary amidst the chaos. His coat fluttered in the wind, surrounded by swirling sand and rain. Below him lay piles of wolf corpses, blood flowing in streams and cracks spreading across the ground. The sight left everyone breathless, an overwhelming shock rippling through their hearts. "Am I late?" A clear voice echoed from the mist. The hunters nearby snapped back to reality, realizing they were still on a battlefield. However, the surrounding one-eyed demon wolves had already been temporarily scared away. Tang Yu, stepping out from the shadows and standing atop a towering tree, muttered to herself while gazing at the figure, "Who was this?" As the rain gradually dispersed the dust, dozens of mages finally saw the scene clearly and were left dumbfounded. A giant 3-story-high sword stood tall, its tip piercing through the demon wolf's body. Blood and viscera spilled everywhere as its broken spine jutted out. The young man standing on the sword's hilt calmly leaped down from a height of over 10 meters. With his water element control, the fall's impact was entirely mitigated, leaving him unscathed. He waved his hand, and the massive sword trembled, slowly withdrawing from the wolf's corpse. It shrank into a regular-sized heavy sword and returned to his hand. With a calm demeanor, Lu Jun uttered words drenched in cold brutality, "All dealt with." Hearing this, Tang Yu finally relaxed. She had to admit that the young man before her was not only charming but also reliable. His display of power, instantly killing a warrior-level beast, greatly inspired the nearby mages. She sincerely invited him, "Why don't you join the judgment court? With your talent, you'll surely become a great mage someday." In the distance, a graceful figure glided over. It was Lu Mai, Lu Jun's sister, riding the wind element. She landed just in time to hear Tang Yu's words, scoffed lightly, and turned to her brother with a smile. "Look at you, showing off already. You're not hurt, are you?" "I'm fine." Lu Jun dismissed her concern with a wave. He then replied to Tang Yu, "We'll talk about it later. Right now, we need to focus on the demon horde." "All right." The three of them temporarily formed a team and rallied a group of basic-level mages, pushing forward to sweep through this side of the battlefield. As for the warrior-level wolf's corpse, no one paid it much attention for now. The cleanup would be handled after the battle, and military mages would ensure fair distribution of resources. Unfortunately, Lu Jun didn't obtain a complete warrior-level soul essence, only a fragment. He glanced at the blood-soaked battlefield, somewhat regretful. Had he arrived earlier and fully participated, he might have been able to collect enough fragments to synthesize a full soul essence. Demon soul essences and remnants dissipate quickly after death, and his white tiger pendant's absorption range was limited. Ultimately, he needed to kill beasts himself to truly reap the rewards. Boom. Boom. Soon, waves of water surged around Lu Jun with a flick of his hand, tides rose and swept across the mountains and fields. The torrents mixed with mudslides, swallowing fleeing one-eyed demon wolves and drowning them. Meanwhile, Lu Mai and Tang Yu didn't hold back either. Lu Mai unleashed her Tier 3 wind disc, Shredder, summoning massive tornadoes over 20 meters tall. The countless wind blades within the vortex shredded over 20 wolves into pieces. Tang Yu, Fiery and Bolt, showcased her explosive combat style. Her Tier 3 fire element spell, Fiery Fist, 9 palaces, imbued with her fire element spirit seed, unleashed destructive power far surpassing Lu Jun and Lu Mai. The ground shook as massive cracks appeared. Waves of fire spread out, and blazing pillars erupted, incinerating every demon wolf within a 100-meter radius into ashes. With the addition of 3 intermediate-level mages, including 2 at their peak, the tide turned. Not only were the demon wolves unable to breach the city defenses, but a counterattack began to take shape. From an aerial view, the once overwhelming black tide started to shrink. Under Lu Jun and the others' relentless assault, the side battlefield collapsed, and large numbers of demon wolves perished, clearing a path straight to the horde's core. At the main outpost, Hunter Commander Deng Kai observed the situation through binoculars and was stunned. Who are those people? So formidable. That's Tang Yu from the Judgment Court, along with Hunter Lu Mai and her brother, a subordinate reported. Deng Kai commanded sternly, no matter who they are, order all forces to advance. Break through the opening and strike hard. As Lu Jun continued his relentless slaughter, the White Tiger Pendant absorbed over 100 soul remnants. The shimmering blue light coalesced into a complete servant-level soul essence. Splitting a fraction of his focus, he guided the soul essence into his spiritual realm, a vast, platinum-colored nebula. Among its 49 glowing stars, 6 were distinctly larger and more radiant. When the new soul essence merged with a regular star, one immediately expanded, joining the central cluster. 7 stars now revolved in harmony, releasing a peculiar energy that expanded the nebula's boundaries. This process also nourished the sword seal anchoring the nebula, enhancing his primary magical weapon. A rush of information surged into Lu Jun's mind: metal element, basic level 4, vibration. This was a refinement of the Tier 3 golden radiance. Previously, his attacks could penetrate flesh and even bone, but against warrior-level defenses, they struggled to cause fatal damage. If he failed to land a decisive blow in close combat, he'd face lethal counterattacks. With vibration, his strikes gained a unique oscillation effect. Each slash now carried a repelling force, powerful enough to knock even commander-level beasts backward. When combined with his water element's triple defense cycle, his combat strategy became almost flawless. Beyond that, Lu Jun sensed he was close to advancing to intermediate level 2 in the metal element. Chapter 47, Warrior-level Demon Wolf. Lu Jun had been at the intermediate metal level for a year and 4 months. Although his focus had shifted toward water, psychic, and curse elements, he hadn't neglected his metal magic practice. After this battle, he might break through. Roar. Suddenly, Lu Jun's mind returned to reality as his psychic sixth sense detected a violent and powerful aura. Looking up, he saw a warrior-level wolf beast charging toward them. It was obvious the Demon Wolf tribe had realized the tide was turning and sent a warrior to eliminate a few people. This three-eyed demon wolf stood over 10 meters tall on its hind legs, exuding terrifying pressure. As it moved, sonic booms echoed, and the falling rain reversed in its wake. Even so, Lu Jun was unafraid. Alone, he could use flying sword techniques, unleash water element raging waves, and follow up with metal element attacks to take it down. Let alone with 3 people. However, his calm dissipated as 3 smaller warrior-level wolves emerged from the central wolf pack. With a larger warrior leading, the 4 wolves formed a triangular assault formation, moving with an overwhelming presence. Hiss. The 2 companions beside Lu Jun gasped. "I'll try to block them with rock barriers," Lu Mai said. She quickly controlled her star map and released the earth element beginner spell Mud Wave, transforming a stretch of land into a swamp. The leading warrior's speed only slightly slowed, while the 3 smaller warriors experienced a more noticeable deceleration. Lu Mai frowned but didn't stop her actions. She didn't expect a beginner spell to do much but merely aimed to control the situation. Soon, her apricot-colored star map expanded beneath her feet as dense earth elements surged around her. Rock barrier, mountain shield. With a heavy slam of her hands onto the ground, towering 15-meter-high walls rose in succession, attempting to trap the 4 wolves in a narrow space. The 4 warriors slammed into the yellow barriers, breaking one with a loud thud. However, 2 more rows stood behind, successfully enclosing them. The large warrior howled and leaped, its 4 limbs radiating green light. Its immense body leaped skyward, effortlessly clearing the 15-meter walls. Its enormous physique and terrifying leap made everyone tense. Shadow element intermediate, Triple Shadow Spike, Thorn Piercer. At the critical moment, Tang Yu unleashed her magic. She had been preparing for this, and now, several shadowy light clusters formed into massive spikes, traveling stealthily through the night sky. Buzz. The giant warrior's body froze midair as the shadow spikes pierced it, causing it to fall powerlessly. The enclosing walls slammed shut, tightly sealing the four wolves inside. Yet the earth fortress trembled as the warriors struggled within, loose stones falling from the vibrations. With their strength, they'd likely break free soon. But with Lu Mai and Tang Yu's two intermediate spells maintaining control, there was ample time to prepare. Two simultaneous commands rang out: Wind Element, Sky Snare. Fire Element, Blazing Fist, 9 Pillars. The fortress trembled violently as flames erupted from within, 9 fiery pillars shooting skyward. The blazing flames expanded in layers, forming a 30-meter-tall inferno. Simultaneously, whirlwinds engulfed the flames, creating a fiery tornado. The combination of wind and fire unleashed a destructive force, intertwining green and red flames like a soaring fire dragon. Lu Jun didn't intervene recklessly, knowing that water magic wouldn't complement their wind-fire combination. Instead, he activated his gold element star map. With a thought, his black gold flying sword rose, releasing a platinum radiance as it streaked across the night sky. The light condensed into a massive sword shadow that grew larger and faster, falling like a platinum meteor. Boom! The sword struck the fiery fortress, shattering it instantly. The resulting shockwave dispersed the firestorm, and the collapsing fortress revealed its broken interior. The metal element spell's newly advanced vibration ability activated, creating web-like fissures across the ground, raising massive slabs of earth. Even Lu Jun and his companions were lifted slightly off the ground before stumbling back down. Tang Yu hesitated. They should be dead, right? That magic equipment of yours is something else. But Lu Jun remained cautious. No, not yet. His psychic perception detected 3 fading life forces among the flames, struggling like candles in the wind. The blazing fire would eventually consume them. However, the leading warrior's life force was still strong. Despite its massive injuries, the giant demon wolf had avoided a fatal blow. From the shattered flames and debris, the three-eyed demon wolf emerged. Its body was heavily injured, with one leg crippled and its skin charred and torn. Yet, it remained defiant, growling with relentless fury. Lu Jun sneered, prepared to act. He cast his water element intermediate spell, Tidal Wave, Raging Waves, Expulsion. A massive 30-meter-wide torrent surged forward, crashing into the charging warrior. Crash. The heavily injured warrior had no strength to resist. Swept up by the raging flood, it was churned and crushed relentlessly. Its struggles grew weaker as the mystical flood drained its energy and magic, leaving it powerless. When the torrent subsided, the water-carved riverbed revealed the massive wolf's lifeless body. Its residual spirit was absorbed into the white tiger pendant on Lu Jun's neck. Lu Jun felt the demon's last bit of strength transfer to him, gathering as a 20% boost ready to be unleashed. 4 warriors down. Including the ones before, we've taken out more than 10. The flank is almost cleared, let's push forward. Tang Yu sighed in relief, her beautiful face covered in sweat. Exhausted, she said, finally, we're making progress. Even Lu Mai was nearly out of energy, her 2-element star clouds almost drained. Lu Jun surveyed the battlefield littered with corpses. In the distance, their allies Lin Yuxin and Yang Zhuo were also fighting hard. As the 3 groups converged, they pressed toward the wolves' core territory. He noticed a disturbance among the demon wolves on a distant mountain, their morale completely shaken. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, followed by a dignified voice: "Those who dare invade Bo City shall be executed, no matter the distance." From the rainy night sky, a massive shadow descended, slamming into the mountain. It was the decapitated corpse of the winged azure wolf, a commander-level demon beast over 30 meters long, half the size of Godzilla, slain and tossed like nothing. Howls of despair spread through the wolf pack, and the demon wolves scattered in all directions. The battle was over, and cheers erupted among the mages. Chapter 48, wrapping up. Zhong Kong's figure slowly descended from the sky, landing at the forefront amidst the cheers of the crowd. Everyone had a smile on their face: Tang Yu, Lu Mai, Lin Yuxin, Yang Zhuo, Principal Zhu, Deng Ke, and even Lu Jun noticed the presence of people from the Mu clan's faction Mu Zhuoyan and Mu Ningxu. Yes, Mu Ningxu was here too. This time, Lu Jun's actions disrupted the original trajectory. She didn't leave for the Imperial Capital University after Mo Fan's duel but instead stayed to fight alongside Bo City. At this moment, regardless of identity or status, everyone celebrated together. The pure and sincere emotions moved all who witnessed it. Seeing this scene, Lu Jun felt a bit dazed. Had he truly changed the future? Shattered the script and achieved a perfect ending? Gradually, he smiled as his thoughts wandered. How great it was to battle against demons. He had survived the most critical tribulation of his life and safeguarded his hometown. Next was the academy. Surely, battling humans would be equally thrilling. Speaking of which, Lu Jun had never fought against human mages. Over the past 3 years, he had fought only in the wilderness, battling Black Vatican heretics and demonic beasts. Quickly, he returned to his senses. Noticing the rain easing and clouds dispersing in the night sky, he exhaled deeply. This indicated that the Black Vatican had fully abandoned their plans and withdrawn Wuku, the rain summoner. The situation was settled. Even so, Lu Jun remained vigilant. He couldn't definitively confirm that the Black Vatican wouldn't act again. Thus, before the operation began, he had Tang Yu send out intelligence, specifically instructing her to deliver it solely to her uncle, the Judgment Master of Hangzhou. This ensured a safety net in case of unexpected changes. Besides, Zhang Kong wasn't ordinary. At the peak of the advanced level and wielding forbidden ancestral techniques, he could deal with someone like Wu Ku, a lower-tier super mage, if necessary. This was the fallback strategy. Only after careful consideration did Lu Jun take action. Now, as his gaze swept across the crowd, he noticed Mu He among the Mu clan members. Mu He was smiling, seemingly sharing in the joy of the victory. Lu Jun almost laughed aloud. Knowing Mu He's true identity and then seeing him forced to disguise himself as a brave mid-tier mage helping Bo City resist the demons while failing his mission was amusing. His smile likely masked his internal anguish. As the night rain ceased, a faint light emerged from the horizon, breaking the darkness like the dawn. The crowd stood in awe, gazing at the sky, unable to recover from their emotions. They didn't pursue the retreating wolves into the wilderness. Chasing desperate foes was unwise, especially given their exhaustion. Besides, demons couldn't be eradicated entirely. Humanity occupied less than 1% of the world. Protecting Bo City was achievement enough. Zhang Kong, unscathed but soaked, looked at the retreating green-black tide covering the mountains and valleys. He muttered, "This battle has earned Bo City at least 10 years of peace." Until new wolf packs migrated to the South Ridge, the city would remain secure. Once the initial excitement passed, the group began tallying casualties. Sadness replaced many of the smiles. Most casualties occurred at border outposts, where soldiers perished during the first wave. Later reinforcements minimized additional losses. Still, the aftermath remained troublesome. As daylight brightened, countless black dots approached from the distance, heavenly eagles speeding toward them. These rare mounts, trained by the military, signaled reinforcements. Each eagle carried a mid-tier mage. Zhang Kong was busy coordinating with the reinforcements and accounting for losses. After some time, he approached Lu Jun and Lu Mai with a heavy heart. Sweeping his gaze over them, he solemnly said, "I've already heard about Bei Yang. We will investigate thoroughly." Pausing, he continued sincerely, "We owe you both gratitude. None of us expected the Black Vatican to be so deeply hidden, nor did we anticipate the wolf packs nearly toppling Bo City. There's no need for thanks. I was just protecting myself." Lu Jun waved his hand nonchalantly and joked, "I'm a hunter, you know what that means. Let's talk about real rewards instead of empty words." "Ha ha ha, you brat." Zhang Kong laughed heartily. "If anyone's deeply hidden, it's you. Even the Black Vatican doesn't know where they slipped up. 2 elements at the mid-tier. Impressive. Don't worry, there will be rewards. Bo City won't let its heroes bleed without compensation. Here's a hint, it's at least this much." He held up 2 fingers. Understanding, Lu Jun realized the reward exceeded 20 million yuan. Combined with his savings, he could now afford a high-quality spirit seed for his sister. As military forces stayed behind, most civilian mages began withdrawing to Bo City to reunite with their families. Cheers and laughter filled the air. At some point, Zhang Kong called Mo Fan and Lu Jun to a meeting in the Silver Trading Building. Mu Zhuoyan, Mu Ningxu, and the Mu clan members were present as well. Looking at the 2 young geniuses, Zhang Kong's expression twitched. "So, you're telling me you consumed the Holy Spring and advanced to the mid-tier?" Mo Fan chuckled sheepishly. "I couldn't let the Black Vatican take it. Besides, I was supposed to absorb it over a week, but given the circumstances, I had to improvise." "Fine." Zhang Kong waved it off. "Better consumed than stolen." It wasn't holding much energy anyway. The Mu clan brothers' faces darkened. Though the spring was nominally shared among Bo City's factions, it had long been monopolized by the Mu clan. Its loss hit them hardest. Bad news kept coming. Zhang Kong hesitated before adding, "After this battle, Bo City will be restructured into a military fortress." Due to internal Black Vatican corruption, the higher-ups decided on a complete overhaul. All leaders will undergo investigations. The Mu clan protested, but it was futile. While ordinary civilians would benefit from increased safety, Large factions like the Mu clan faced significant losses as their land was nationalized. Lu Jun observed silently. Bo City's development would now be limited, and the Mu clan would likely relocate. For most, however, things diverged greatly from the original trajectory. The rain was no longer a symbol of despair but a testament to unity and defense. Most buildings were intact, requiring only cleaning rather than rebuilding. Before leaving, Lu Jun and Lu Mai received their rewards, 30 million yuan in total, shared equally with Tang Yu. News outlets began reporting on Bo City's disaster. Lu Jun was invited for an anonymous interview, ensuring his identity remained protected from the Black Vatican. The disaster had gone viral online, sparking nationwide discussions and charity drives. Humanity's unity shone brightly. Lu Jun felt reassured. His performance likely caught the attention of Hua, the nation's leader. With this recognition, he had gained a solid backing. Chapter 49, heading to the Magic City in a small bungalow, Lu Mai paced back and forth, touching everything, looking around, her face filled with reluctance. She sighed, "You're going to the Magic City Academy, and I have to follow. To chase the pinnacle of magic, you have to be in a big city. But this house, let's not sell it. Keep it as a memento. Besides, we aren't short on money right now," she said, counting on her fingers. "If we ever fail in the hustle and bustle, we can always come back to our hometown and lay low. And if we succeed, we'll eventually retire from this chaotic world." Lu Jun quietly listened to his sister's rambling. A bittersweet feeling of parting and homesickness surged within him, leaving him restless. It had been a week since the Bo City disaster. Familiar faces like Zhang Xiao, He Yu, Mu Bei, Mo Fan, and Zhu Zhaoding had made their decisions to part ways, going off in different directions. Zhang Xiao and He Yu chose to enlist in the army, while Mu Bei followed his uncle Mu He to the ancient capital, looking lost. Zhu Zhaoding decided to apply to an academy, and Mo Fan resolutely took his family to the Magic City to make a living. Even Zhang Kong was being reassigned, and Tang Yu had returned to Hangzhou. Before their departure, both sincerely invited Lu Jun to join them, promising to provide high-level resources as a backup. He had to admit, Lu Jun was a little tempted. After all, advancing from intermediate to advanced was not the same as moving from basic to intermediate. To achieve it through his own efforts, he'd need either long-term exposure to Star River magical artifacts or a rare treasure called Star River's Pulse, which cost a whopping 1 billion. Lu Mai had already reached the peak of 2 elements and urgently needed such a resource to advance. Their current savings of 40 million meant it would take 2 to 3 years to save up, wasting valuable time. Someone like Tang Yu, backed by a powerful organization, was also at the intermediate peak. Once back in Hangzhou, she'd likely obtain a Star River's Pulse and advance to advanced in just a few weeks. At that level, she would truly step into the ranks of experts, standing out even on a national level. Lu Jun wasn't sure what the future held. He could only take one step at a time and hope to find a source for Star River magical artifacts, which were no longer available on the market. Currently, the siblings had 40 million yuan in total savings, theoretically enough to rent a Star River magical artifact. "Right, sis, you need 2 spirit seeds for your 2 elements, and I need metallic materials for my metal element magic. Ugh, why does money seem to vanish so quickly?" Shaking his head, he sighed and turned to Lu Mai. "It's time to go. The train tickets are already booked." Lu Mai sighed again, taking one last look at their small bungalow. Even Lu Jun couldn't help but feel nostalgic. This was their home for 18 years, a place where they had lived through thick and thin, relying on each other for the past 3 years. Creak. Thud. The courtyard gate closed, not knowing how long it would remain sealed. The 2 siblings set off, first heading to nearby Xiamen, and then to the Magic City. Lu Jun suddenly remembered something. Bei Yang seemed to have been executed after interrogation. Many Black Vatican members had been caught, but Yuang's whereabouts were still unknown. He made a mental note to stay vigilant in the future. The script had been completely rewritten, and perhaps Zhu Zhaoding would no longer have to act as a scapegoat. On the train, the siblings were each engrossed in their phones. Lu Jun was researching information about the Magic Pearl Academy, a top-tier magic university in the country, ranked either first or second. Globally, it was also considered a world-class academy. Any graduate from it would have at least intermediate-level cultivation. After careful consideration, Lu Jun decided to apply to this school. It was rich in resources and even had a cultivation holy land known as the 3-Step Pagoda. Due to the Bo City disaster, the Tanlin Magic High School students had missed their exams. The government arranged for them to repeat their senior year and retake the college entrance exams next year. Zhu Zhaoding and Mo Fan had chosen to wait another year. But for Lu Jun, waiting a year was a waste of time. He opted to enter the university through a special admissions program, prioritizing faster growth. Special admissions required unique qualifications. Officially, He was a dual-element mage of water and curse, though in reality, it was metal. His rare dual-element talent and intermediate-level cultivation were enough to qualify. Additionally, Lu Jun had his eye on Pearl Academy's principal, Zhao. The man was a hidden boss and a forbidden spellcaster in the water element, only revealing his true strength later in the story. If Lu Jun could gain his favor and become his disciple, he'd have the world at his feet. The principal's water element cultivation insights would be invaluable. Wow! Lu Jun, look! Lu Mai suddenly exclaimed, handing her phone to him with a bright smile. Little brother, you're famous. Lu Jun was momentarily stunned. On the screen was a Dian video. The footage was shaky and dim, seemingly captured through a light barrier from within Bo City's safe zone. From this perspective, it showed the Silver Trade building, with a familiar scene unfolding. Lu Jun stood proudly on the rooftop, controlling the golden flying sword, slaughtering enemies. Then, a blue tidal wave swept away all the sins of the world. Each of his attacks elicited cheers from the crowd in the video. A man even roared, "Yes! Yes! Yes! Destroy the Black Vatican for us!" A strange mix of emotions surged within Lu Jun: pride, gratitude, and vanity. Perhaps it was the acknowledgement from the people he protected that truly made this a unique accomplishment, one he had never experienced in his past life. Curious, he clicked on the comments to see what the online world was saying. "I'm a Bo City resident, and I was there that night. It was amazing. Who exactly is this mage? Flying swords. I'm tearing up. Could it be that ancient myths and magic were already intertwined 2,000 years ago? I want to become a mage like this, slaying demons and protecting people. Dream on, kid. These magical tools aren't easy to get. It's probably someone from a major family. Does anyone know this mage's profile? I want to follow him, a true hero who protects the people. Hey, I know. He later participated in the battle against the demon beasts, performed outstandingly, is very young, and quite handsome, but I can't say any more." Lu Jun scrolled through several videos, all praising him. Even Fifth Young Master's brief report sparked widespread attention. Ultimately, netizens affectionately gave him a nickname, Sword Immortal of Bo City. Ha ha ha. Lu Mai burst into laughter, shaking with glee, slapping her thighs as she exclaimed, "What a ridiculously cheesy nickname, Sword Immortal. I can laugh about this for an entire year." Lu Jun's face turned red. After thinking about it, he decided it wasn't a big deal. His identity was protected by the authorities, so he likely wouldn't be exposed online probably. Once the buzz died down, it would sink into the depths of the internet, as most trends do. He then opened Zo, curious about how people there were discussing him. Unsurprisingly, the most popular article was one speculating about his identity. The article quoted Fifth Young Master's report, detailing his reasoning and actions. It noted how he first detected the unusual behavior of the giant-eyed rats in the sewers, then contacted the Holy Spring Guards after discovering part of the spring had been stolen. Acting decisively, he sounded the alarm and took command of the situation. The article also included a series of interviews, combined with footage, painting a picture of fiery passion and heroic deeds. The author concluded that someone capable of noticing the abnormalities underground had to be a member of the urban demon hunting team, possessing vast experience and calm judgment. The final claim was made with absolute certainty: there is no way this person is young. The author dismissed online fantasies of a youthful hero, criticizing those perpetuating such romanticized and false notions. Chapter 50, Pearl Academy. Seeing this, Lu Jun smelled something familiar, a seemingly logical analysis that was, in fact, entirely wrong in both process and result. He happily put away his phone. Great. Zo's operation had thrown everyone off track, and no one was focusing on him anymore. This article had a huge influence. Not long after, Lu Jun's communicator received several private messages of support, such as from Yang Zhou, Lin Yuxin, and others who were defending him. Lu Jun, however, was indifferent. For now, it was still crucial to develop cautiously. Otherwise, he would have already used a heat to create an account, ride the wave, and sell goods to earn back some of the Star River's essence. Why did that thought make him feel a bit tempted? Forget it, Lu Jun decided against it. He wasn't an internet influencer looking to make a fortune. Besides, selling goods would be too degrading. Soon, the train arrived at Magic City. The siblings immediately began searching for an apartment. Since Lu Jun was going to school, Lu Mai looked for apartments near Pearl Academy. Eventually, they chose an apartment called Jini Uan. It was a bit expensive, but very close to the King campus, and the environment was good. Jini Uan apartments? Lu Jun's face became strange as he mentally flipped through his memories and realized the oversight. Isn't his the place where Mo Fan, Mu Nu Zhao, and I Too stayed a year and a half later? The last two were supporting female characters with notable roles in the original story. I-Tutu had a powerful background. Her father was a big shot in the military department, while Mu Nujao's Mu family was one of Magic City's 4 great families. Upon entering, it was supposed to be one apartment, but it turned out to be 2 connected units, each with its own living room. The presidential suite, indeed. Seeing her brother's expression, Lu Mai asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" He shook his head. "It's nothing. I'm just wondering if this place is too big. But this is the only rental available near the school." Lu Mai said with a twitching mouth, "The students at Pearl Academy are so rich. The poor live poor lives, the rich live rich lives. The former's students mostly live in dorms, while the latter's noble offspring generally rent nearby upscale apartments." Lu Jun wasn't lacking money, so there was no need for him to squeeze into a dorm. Besides, he needed privacy for his mid-level 4-element cultivation, and his sister also needed a place to stay. "Then this one it is." Lu Jun nodded. The future was still far off. For now, it didn't matter that they rented the place. Having settled on the apartment, the siblings parted ways. Lu Mai went to buy spirit seeds, and Lu Jun headed towards Pearl Academy. Pearl Academy had 2 major campuses, the King Campus and the main campus. The King Campus was primarily for low-level mages, with both new and old students mixed. Only those who reached mid-level and passed the assessment could enter the main campus. The main campus was the real Pearl Academy, with inner and outer divisions. When Lu Jun applied, he had taken a glance at the rare majors offered by Pearl Academy. They included Black Magic's Curse Division, Dimensional Magic's Summoning Division, and Space Division. As expected, the Curse Division was highly prized and powerful. Following the notice, he arrived at the designated training ground. He had to admit that the Academy's environment was quite beautiful. It was June, summer, and the shady paths were filled with female college students in short skirts, white legs on full display, dressed coolly, with fair skin, beautiful faces, and outstanding temperaments, youthful energy. When Lu Jun entered the examination room, he was a little surprised to see only one professor, an older man wearing glasses. Director Zhao had personally come to the exam room. "You must be Lu Jun," Director Zhao said gently. "I've heard about the events in Bo City. It is an honor that you are applying to Pearl Academy. There's no need for an assessment. Welcome to Pearl." Lu Jun was stunned. How did he get into Pearl so quickly? "What?" Director Zhao chuckled. "Do you want to go through the process again, have an assessment?" Lu Jun quickly shook his head. "No need, no need. Thank you, Professor." The professor kindly added, "My surname is Zhao. Just call me Director Zhao." Lu Jun immediately corrected himself. "Hello, Director Zhao. You're welcome. You can come back in September. That's when the new semester starts at Pearl Academy." The two chatted for a while, and Lu Jun finally left. On his way, he was thinking that he was being treated differently from Mo Fan in the original story. But that was to be expected when Mo Fan entered Pearl Academy. A year had already passed since the disaster in Bo City, and the buzz had long died down. Mo Fan even played the role of an underdog, hiding his talents, so naturally, no one recognized him. At the same time, Lu Jun breathed a sigh of relief, keeping his thoughts sealed tightly. The identity of the forbidden spellcaster had to remain hidden. If Director Zhao caught any hint from his thoughts, he would be in serious trouble. What Lu Jun didn't know was that after he left, Director Zhao continued to watch his retreating figure, deep in thought. The water element aura is quite strong. He must have obtained a spirit seed. Moreover, there are several hidden auras. His secrets are not small. In the end, the old professor shook his head, deciding not to investigate further. Every student was treated the same, as long as they hadn't committed any major mistakes. After finishing his business, Lu Jun went to Lujiazui, the most prosperous area, where many major organizations, such as the Hunters Alliance and the Magic Association, had their headquarters. Most of Magic City's top mages gathered here. It was also where Lu Jun had bought his spirit seed last time. The Magic Association of Magic City was located at the landmark Oriental Pearl Tower, which is why it was also known as the Oriental Magic Association, second only to the Magic Association in the Imperial capital. From a distance, Lu Jun saw his sister's graceful, attractive figure. A middle-aged man was standing next to her. On the surface, he seemed kind, but his eyes were greedily scanning her. Seeing this, Lu Jun furrowed his brows, displeased. He quickly walked over and inserted himself between the two, asking, "Sis, what's going on?" Before his sister could speak, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "Oh, is this Lu Jun? It's been so many years, you've grown so much. Have you awakened magic? How's your cultivation?" Unexpectedly, Lu Jun didn't show him any respect and bluntly said, "None of your business." Having been reborn, he didn't understand the need for polite compromise. If being polite disgusted him, he'd express it directly. He had to learn to reject others. The middle-aged man was immediately silenced, shouting, How could you be so rude? Lu Jun ignored him and looked at his sister. His sister also held back her disgust and softly said, "He's a relative from the Lu family, named Lu Dong. He's your real uncle, also my nominal uncle." Hearing this, Lu Jun remembered. Their family was complicated. His father and mother each had a child from previous relationships, but both were from the Lu family of Magic City, though the connections were quite distant. In the end, their parents' marriage had apparently sparked some gossip, so they moved to Bo City to live, where they didn't have to deal with it. Now, however, it seemed that these inexplicable relatives had come knocking. Lu Dong laughed and said, "That's right. I even held you when you were a baby. It's a pity that your stepmother died early, and your father married a widow from the family." His voice lowered, and seeing Lu Mai's frosty expression, he dared not continue. Chapter 51, Undercurrents stirring. After listening to the ins and outs, Lu Jun maintained his composure and asked Lu Mai, "Why is he looking for us?" Before Lu Mai could speak, Lu Dong feigned kindness and said, "Oh, it's nothing. I just heard you came to Magic City. If you don't have a place to stay, you can return to the family. We provide free housing." He then turned to Lu Mai, revealing his true intentions. "It's been over a decade since we last met. You've grown into such a fine young lady. You were adorable as a child, and now you're even more stunning. How about I introduce you to someone?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch Lu Mai's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun could no longer hold back. What kind of nonsense was this? Harassment disguised as introductions? Just because you're a distant relative, you think you can act so arrogantly and have ulterior motives? Buzz. Buzz. One of Lu Jun's eyes gleamed black, and the other white, as he launched an attack. A surge of psychic energy blasted into Lu Dong's mind. The combination of psychic element and curse element was executed perfectly. The mental shock shattered the barriers of Lu Dong's spiritual sea, allowing the mist of fear to take effect instantly, amplifying its power several times over, inflicting what could only be described as true damage. The principle was simple: one ability weakened defenses, while the other inflicted damage. As Lu Jun's spiritual energy invaded Lu Dong's mental world, he quickly assessed his opponent's strength. Lu Dong was a mid-tier mage. But more importantly, Lu Jun uncovered some sinister thoughts in his mind, making his gaze turn even colder. So what if he was a mid-tier mage? The psychic element restrained all human mages, and when paired with the lethal abilities of the curse element, it was even more effective than metal element or water element at mid-tier when dealing with mages. Before a spell could even be cast, it was already too late. Direct soul annihilation. In Lu Dong's sensory world, his vision darkened, leaving only Lu Jun standing in front of him. Suddenly, the young man reached out 2 fingers toward his eyes. Terrified, Lu Dong tried to move but was horrified to find himself immobilized. Even his star nebula was inaccessible, rendering him as helpless as a mundane person. Slash. The Lu Jun in front of him jabbed his 2 fingers into Lu Dong's eyes with lightning speed. Blood splattered everywhere as a piercing sound of flesh being torn apart rang out. The next moment, Lu Dong felt an unbearable, searing pain. His most vulnerable organs had been struck, causing him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. His vision was pitch black, and his hands, touching his face, were met with the sensation of warm, sticky blood. The terror overwhelmed him as he imagined the 2 empty sockets where his eyes should have been, with streams of blood running down his face. Lu Dong went mad. He tried to move his body but found himself paralyzed, as though experiencing sleep paralysis. Only his hands could move, and the relentless pain seemed to stretch on forever. Swinging his arms wildly in desperation, he tried to grab the young man before him, but there was only empty air. All around him, a cold, detached voice echoed, "Next time, watch where your eyes wander." "Oh, wait, there won't be a next time. Show your face in front of me again, and I'll make sure you disappear without a trace." For some reason, though he should have been blind, Lu Dong could still see a pair of blood-red eyes materialize before him, like the gaze of a demon from the abyss, sending his heart into spasms of uncontrollable fear. In the pitch-black nightmare, time seemed to stretch endlessly, and the torment dulled his senses. That voice rang out again, cutting through the darkness, "Remember this lesson. My sister and I severed ties with the Lu family long ago. We've never relied on the Lu family for anything, so don't try to involve us in your matters." When Lu Dong finally came to, the nightmare dissipated, and the world around him slowly became clear again. The siblings' figures were long gone, and the bustling noise of the Oriental Pearl Tower filled the air, as if carried by the wind. He panted heavily, drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the ground. He was back from that terrifying nightmare realm. Under the Oriental Pearl Tower, passers-by glanced curiously at the middle-aged man slumped on the ground, their expressions filled with confusion. But none stopped to help. After a moment, Lu Dong managed to gather himself, though his eyes still throbbed with phantom pain. When he closed his eyes and thought of the siblings, that pair of malevolent red eyes surfaced in his mind, haunting him relentlessly. His chest tightened in response, and his face contorted in fear. Clutching his chest, Lu Dong's expression twisted as onlookers, mistaking him for having a heart attack, quickly backed away. Not wanting to be the center of attention, he stumbled to his feet and moved toward a dimly lit alley. Leaning against a wall, he gasped for air, thoroughly shaken by his nephew's terrifying power. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was some time before he mustered the courage to pull it out and answer. A low voice came through the receiver. "Well? Did you make contact with her?" Hearing this, Lu Dong's mind was flooded with thoughts of Lu Mai, and his terror nearly consumed him. Trembling, he growled, "Lu Nian, I'm out. I can't do it. She's my niece, after all, and I can't bring myself to act. Just give up. It's too dangerous. I won't contact them again. Ever." The man on the other end paused, puzzled by Lu Dong's incoherent ramblings. Stroking his coarse chin, he pondered. Initially, he had been casually reviewing potential targets when he stumbled upon the information about Lu Mai. With no close relatives and an exceptional mid-tier cultivation, she seemed like the perfect prey. No one would notice her disappearance. He had instructed Lu Dong, who was eager to gain his favor, to approach and test the waters. But now, it seemed the situation wasn't as simple as it had appeared. For a mid-tier mage to be so utterly shaken, there was likely a high-tier powerhouse involved. Meanwhile, Lu Jun felt a heaviness in his heart. He had only intended to teach Lu Dong a lesson and show some claws, but in doing so, he had accidentally uncovered Lu Dong's thoughts and realized that Lu Nian was the mastermind. There were no coincidences in such probing. Fortunately, he had severed ties swiftly, otherwise, being targeted could have spelled disaster. Magic City's four great families: the Mu family, the Lu family, the Bei family, and the Dongfang family. The Lu family, in particular, was notorious for its unsavory characters. Among them were Lu Nian and his brother Lu Xing. Lu Nian was a madman who believed his experimental demon element was the path to salvation for humanity, unhesitatingly sacrificing others in his experiments. Mo Fan had fallen victim to his schemes a year and a half later. At this time, Lu Nian had just begun experimenting on innocent mages and was actively hunting for civilian genius mages. As for the demon element, Lu Jun had to admit, surviving its 1 in 10,000 odds bestowed an ability to merge elements explosively. Mo Fan's demon element, obtained under these circumstances, became his third cheat and played a crucial role in his rise. Lu Jun hesitated. Should I try to obtain the demon element? Ultimately, he dismissed the thought. The risks outweighed the rewards. His current path was progressing smoothly, there was no need to gamble recklessly. His sister, Lu Mai, walked quietly beside him. She said nothing about his actions, as she understood they were to protect her. Deep inside, a trace of sweetness blossomed in her heart. Chapter 52, Clear Sky Hunter Agency. When they returned home, Lu Jun spoke to his sister with disdain. In the future, for those shady relatives, you don't need to consider my feelings. If you don't like them, just act. After all, I'm not close to them. If they die, it's none of my business. He complained. As expected, the magic capital, Shanghai, has all kinds of monsters and freaks. In fact, Bo City wasn't much better. It was just that Lu Mai, being a mid-tier mage, had managed to suppress the greed of many. His sister nodded with a soft smile, her tone gentle. You shouldn't act so impulsively, casting magic in public. It's fortunate your psychic and curse fluctuations were subtle. If any experts were around, you'd surely end up in detention for 15 days. Ha! Against someone like that old scoundrel Lu Dong, you have to act on the spot, make him feel scared so he doesn't dare appear again. Lu Jun sneered but didn't mention Lu Nian's demonic magic. He only reminded her, be careful yourself. I think Lu Dong's intentions aren't so simple. I know, I'm not dumb. Oh, by the way, Lu Jun then asked, have you bought your spirit seed? Of course. Lu Mai took out a magical energy box from her arms. When she opened it, a golden yellow light illuminated the room, and a heavy, earthy aura spread through their apartment, filling it with dust. She seemed quite satisfied and said, the spirit seed is named Mountain, with a 2.5x multiplier. It has a special effect: gravity. My earth wave and rock barrier spells will be harder for monsters to break through. This spirit seed cost 22 million, which is still acceptable. Oh? Not bad. Lu Jun was surprised. But aren't you going to buy a wind element spirit seed? Lu Mai sighed helplessly. I had my eye on one born from the Kenling demon wind, but the seller didn't want cash. They wanted an equivalent quality spirit seed for trade, and were short on funds. That was true. The siblings, though they had 40 million, had already spent a lot renting an apartment, hiring a Star Cloud magic tool, and buying the spirit seed, leaving them with only 15 million. They still had to cover daily expenses. But it doesn't matter. Lu Mai smiled brightly and said, I found a way to make money joining the Magic Capital's urban management, which is essentially the city hunter team. Don't underestimate this job. I've looked into it, it's very different from Bo City. The Magic Capital is a huge metropolitan area with countless strange creatures lurking. Commander-level monsters often appear, making it extremely dangerous. As a result, bounties often start at 1 million. The city hunter team in the Magic Capital is incredibly powerful and ranks among the top in the country. Their entry requirements are strict, at least an advanced hunter certificate, which almost always requires a mid-tier mage to obtain. Hearing this, Lu Jun thought of something. Mo Fan had complained to him over the phone about how absurd the Magic Capital's city hunter team was when he first arrived. However, they were different. With 2.5 years of experience as hunters during their high school years, getting an advanced certificate was a piece of cake. Joining the Magic Capital's urban management team wouldn't be a problem. The Hunter system was a massive organization, no less influential than the Magic Association. The higher rank of Hunter Master, widely respected in society, required at least high-tier cultivation to achieve. Masters were further divided into 7 stars. Those with high star titles were often of super-tier cultivation, and the highest rank, Hunter King, was extremely difficult to attain. Across the Greater China region, only one was selected every 10 years. Of course, cultivation was just one aspect. Comprehensive skills as a hunter were equally important. According to Lu Jun, the Clear Sky Hunter Agency in the Magic Capital was one of the most famous hunter organizations in the country and had produced Hunter Kings. What's more, while others might not know, Lu Jun was aware that the old man in the Clear Sky Hunter Agency was secretly a forbidden mage. Joining this agency would provide his sister with a strong backing, significantly improving her safety. Joining a hunter agency? Wouldn't that impose restrictions? Lu Mai hesitated. Such organizations were like upgraded versions of the city hunter team, with many internal rules such as commissions and mandatory team actions. She particularly disliked the city hunter team due to the dirty, vile people inside. With her condition, she would likely be harassed to the point of frustration. Don't worry. I know a hunter agency with almost no rules, and they're currently recruiting. Lu Jun said mysteriously. The Clear Sky Hunter Agency was similar to the Akatsuki organization in Naruto, with members operating in pairs, maintaining a high degree of independence and mystery. The siblings didn't act immediately. They stayed home, waiting for Lu Mai to refine her earth element spirit seed, Mountain, which significantly boosted her strength. 3 days later, at a skyscraper in Lujiazui, within the Hunter Hall, a beautiful, mature assistant smiled at Lu Jun and his sister, handing over their certificates. You've been officially employed. As per your request, your working hours are scheduled for weekends and night shifts. Lu Jun glanced at the planned area, which was close to the Pearl District. For now, it was just the two of them. After all, his sister's cultivation was high enough to guard it alone. Afterward, he asked the assistant for the Clear Sky Hunter Agency's address and took his sister there. Passing Jing'an Temple, they walked down a flower-filled avenue with lush branches and leaves, eventually reaching an old street with a charming, Republican-era style. At the end of the street, they saw a swaying signboard at the alley entrance, creaking in the wind, Clear Sky Hunter Agency. When Lu Jun and Lu Mai stepped inside, they noticed a cute little girl with long twin tails sitting on a stool, holding a dossier. Her delicate face was frowning, and her bright eyes, which should have been lively, were red and swollen. This must be Ling Aling, the high IQ genius and one-star hunter master. Hello. Lu Mai took the initiative to greet her with a radiant and kind smile. Little sister, are the adults home? We're here for an interview. The little girl didn't move, completely ignoring her. After Lu Mai called out a few more times, the girl finally raised her head coldly and sneered, so eager to hunt monsters. In such a rush to die? Hearing this, Lu Jun was stunned. Something wasn't right. In his memory, Ling Aling, though sharp-tongued and straightforward, wasn't this aggressive or rude. Even Lu Mai, known for her good temper, showed a slight change in expression. Soon, an old man, seemingly aware of the commotion outside, hurried out and apologized. My apologies. This child recently experienced a family tragedy. Her closest relative died during a hunt. She's in a terrible mood. Lu Mai glanced at the little girl. Judging by her appearance, she was only in the 6th grade, so she decided to forgive her reluctantly. Meanwhile, Lu Jun pondered for a moment and then suddenly realized. If he remembered correctly, Cold Hunter King had recently passed away, a story that had been all over the newspapers and the internet. As his daughter, Ling Aling must be in a state of grief and rage, likely trying to find the culprit who framed her father and bring them to justice. Thus, Lu Jun chose not to offer any advice. After all, unless one has walked the same path, they shouldn't urge others to move on. Moreover, with Ling Yiling's intelligence, she would likely recover quickly. Chapter 53, Tang Yu's call. The Cold Hunter King of the Clear Sky Hunter Agency, one of the 2 hunter kings in the China region over the last decade. Lu Jun, familiar with the plot, actually knew the truth about the Cold Hunter King's death. It was caused by the Red Devil. The origins of this creature were incredibly complex, beyond what he could investigate at his current level. In the future, Mo Fan would ascend to the evil Saint King by devouring the Red Devil, a powerful supplement for his demon element, showcasing just how terrifying this entity was. Lu Jun even suspected that Lu Nian's original research was based on the Red Devil as a sample, which led to the creation of the demon element, making the two intricately linked. Strange, why am I constantly running into monsters and demons these days? Lu Jun muttered inwardly but remained expressionless on the surface. Ling Yiling, seeing her grandfather apologize on her behalf, felt guilty and realized her mistake. She took the initiative to say, "Sister, I'm sorry. I was wrong." Lu Mai saw the little girl's sincerity and waved her hand to let it go. "You're here for an interview, right?" The old man finally got to the point, speaking kindly. "My surname is Bao. From now on, just call me Old Bao." A lie. Lu Jun knew the man's real name was Song Kaiming, a former high-ranking official in the Holy City with significant international influence. However, Lu Jun was wise enough not to expose him. Forbidden curse identities had to be kept secret, and he couldn't explain how he knew anyway. Old Bao chatted briefly with the two, praising them. "You're both mages from Bo City, and so young yet already at the intermediate level. Remarkable potential. Excellent." After pondering for a moment, he made a decision, saying, "All right, you two are in. Welcome to the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. You two siblings can start by familiarizing yourselves with each other. I'll assign you as a team for now. Since you're only at the intermediate level, we'll hold off on the more challenging commissions until you reach the advanced level." Lu Mai was slightly surprised. He casually mentioned the advanced level as the threshold, indicating the high standards of this agency. It seemed her brother had indeed found an extraordinary place to work. After some small talk, the two bid farewell to Old Bao. On their way out, Lu Jun reflected on his recent days in Shanghai, feeling a mix of emotions. Unknowingly, he had already made connections with all the city's gatekeepers. Until the day classes started, nothing major happened. He just spent his time on patrol with the city's hunter team and continued training. Lu Jun also immersed himself in his cultivation. Aside from striving to break through to intermediate level 2 in the metal element, he focused most of his energy on the psychic and curse elements. In high school, his strength was sufficient, but at the university level, where experts were everywhere, relying on the metal element too often would risk exposing his secret. It was time to rely on the curse element to dominate. A few days ago, he combined the two elements to completely overwhelm an intermediate mage, leaving them severely traumatized. While part of this was due to his superior mental state, the combination of the two elements indeed had astonishing power. It was said that the African Medusa Mother, one of the first human mages to master the psychic and curse elements, created the powerful move Medusa's Gaze, proving the potential of these elements. In his apartment, Lu Jun sat cross-legged, conducting a peculiar experiment. His mind delved into the transparent stardust, where a translucent mass of spiritual energy writhed, constantly shifting shapes. The psychic element's basic level 2 spell, Spiritual Ripple, Mental Shock, was a mere interruption spell, capable of disorienting opponents for a moment. Lu Jun wanted to modify it into an offensive spell. This wasn't impossible, as most psychic mages simply followed the standard process of releasing magic, forming a crude outward flow of energy. Lu Jun pondered, what if he repeatedly refined his spiritual energy, tempering it into steel, and condensed it into a single thread as sharp as a needle? Once unleashed, wouldn't it be capable of obliterating souls? By concentrating his efforts, he hoped to turn this idea into a trump card, maximizing his destructive potential despite the limitations of his spiritual power. But how could he temper his spiritual energy into a needle? What external force could he use? Lu Jun had long conceived a plan using the metal element. In his spiritual world, a platinum star cloud shimmered with sharp energy, with a sword mark at its core exuding murderous intent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. For the first time, Lu Jun guided the power of the metal star cloud. Threads of platinum light crossed boundaries and entered the realm of other stardust. This was extremely risky, but his precise control, thanks to the psychic and curse elements, helped him succeed. The translucent psychic stardust trembled under the tempering of the platinum light, and a mass of spiritual energy began to take the shape of a rough sword. Despite the dizziness, Lu Jun concentrated on his operation and felt a surge of joy when he saw the results. It seemed viable. The psychic element's adaptability might be unparalleled among magic systems, effortlessly transforming under the abuse of the metal element. Time flew by, and 10 days passed. Since the day he encountered Lu Dong, the man hadn't come looking for him again, likely frightened off. Lu Nian also hadn't made a move. At this point, Lu Jun had painstakingly condensed a translucent, miniature sword. Although he hadn't managed to refine it into a needle as originally planned, compressing it into a psychic sword was still a notable achievement. He felt the danger of continuing further compression and lacked the confidence to proceed, fearing harm to the star cloud. It seemed he would have to wait until his mental realm improved before attempting further refinement. Not bad. I wonder how powerful it is. Lu Jun observed the crystal-clear sword floating in his spiritual world, surrounded by 7 stars, and nodded in satisfaction. The aura of danger emanating from it made him cautious about testing it on anyone, as it could potentially reduce them to a vegetative state. Meanwhile, the metal star cloud had also undergone significant changes. The experiments seemed to benefit not only the psychic element but also honed his metal element. As Lu Jun continued his routine of city patrols and secluded cultivation, a phone call broke the monotony. Seeing teacher Tang Yu on the communicator, he was surprised. Then, his memory clicked. At this time, Tang Yu was on an assignment for the Enforcement Union. She was investigating the drying up of rivers in Hangzhou's Zishui town while also hunting down a fugitive named Zhao He. The critical point was that the river's drying up was caused by the emergence of a fire elemental spirit seed. Mo Fan had originally obtained his rose flame from this incident. Huh? Lu Jun was taken aback. Tang Yu was contacting him instead of Mo Fan? After some thought, he realized it wasn't surprising. Given their lack of interaction, she had no reason to involve Mo Fan. Instead, she shared a camaraderie with him, having recently destroyed a Black Vatican scheme together. Oh no, her situation is dangerous. Recalling the detailed events of this incident, Lu Jun couldn't stay calm. He quickly answered the call. On the other end, a pleasant, melodious voice said, "Hello? How have you been? Interested in earning some money? I need a curse mage for a mission to deal with. Got it? Stay where you are. I'm on my way." Lu Jun interrupted before she could finish, immediately putting on his clothes and preparing to head to Hangzhou. Shanghai wasn't far from Hangzhou, 2 hours by train at most. In the spacious living room, Lu Mai opened her eyes and saw her brother rushing about. Puzzled, she asked, "Lu Jun, where are you going?" "Ah." At the door, Lu Jun, while putting on his shoes, paused and replied honestly, "To help teacher Tang Yu with a mission and rescue her. I can handle it alone." Hearing the name Tang Yu, Lu Mai instinctively felt something was off. However, knowing her brother's honesty and Tang Yu's role as an enforcement union member, she figured it was legitimate work. She didn't stop him but gently said, "Be careful. Let me know if anything happens." "Got it." The voice echoed from the doorway as her brother disappeared. Watching him leave, Lu Mai furrowed her brows and muttered, "Running off so quickly." Chapter 54, Poisoned Hangzhou, Zishui Town. The land was filled with cracked mud and abandoned fields, a stark contrast to the so-called Jiangnan water town. Inside a certain inn, Tang Yu removed the earphones from her farriers, slightly puzzled. She hadn't even mentioned her location. How did Lu Jun know where she was? Why was he in such a rush? 2 hours later, she realized how wrong she had been. From afar, she could already see the figure of the young man waving at her. Lu Jun, after receiving Tang Yu's call, rushed over without stopping. As soon as he entered Zishui town, he spotted the woman sitting by the inn's window, a captivating young teacher with a stunning S-curve figure. Phew, good thing nothing happened. He let out a breath of relief. After all, they had fought together before. If Tang Yu hadn't revealed her identity as an enforcer, the manpower in Bo City wouldn't have been mobilized so easily. This time, while pursuing the Magic Association's fugitive Zhao He, Tang Yu had nearly fallen into trouble. She was detected and unknowingly drugged with an aphrodisiac. Lu Jun had warned her before he left. She always failed to learn her lesson, still showing up as a glamorous beauty, standing out wherever she went. How could she effectively track anyone? He really couldn't understand her. But when Lu Jun saw Tang Yu's graceful figure approaching with a smile in her autumn-like eyes, his expression froze as he suddenly remembered a key issue. The root cause of Zishui town's water scarcity was the appearance of a fire elemental seed, Rose Flame, Mian, which was also the spiritual flame Mo Fan used as a mid-tier fire mage and carried through even into high-tier battles. Now that he was here, Mo Fan clearly wouldn't have a chance to get it. Lu Jun dismissed the thought. Since he was already here, it was only natural for him to take the seed. Besides, he urgently needed money. This seed could be exchanged by his sister for a wind elemental seed. Then, the two of them could focus on making money and saving up 1 billion yuan to buy the galaxy vein, Xing's Mi. After all, Lu Mai had already reached the peak of the mid-tier. Even if she took time to polish her cultivation, she'd achieve perfection and reach the high tier in less than half a year. Mo Fan, on the other hand, was currently penniless and couldn't afford the fire seed. Whether it was a year and a half later when he entered the Pearl Academy's Fire Institute or 2 years later when he ventured to Dunhuang's Scorched Plains, he could still find a suitable seed. There was no need to worry about him. Before long, Tang Yu arrived. Having fought side by side many times, she teasingly said, "Little boy, you didn't even ask any questions and came rushing over so quickly. Were you hoping to spend time with your elder sister?" Truthfully, Tang Yu had a favorable impression of Lu Jun. The young man was clean-cut and handsome, and his words and actions weren't sleazy. More importantly, he was talented and strong, decisive in combat, and had a sense of responsibility. The Bo City battle had left her somewhat impressed. Sometimes, when his eyes wandered briefly to certain places and then quickly retreated, his reaction seemed shy and adorable. "Sigh, Sister Tang, don't be so self-absorbed," Lu Jun sighed, exasperated. "Don't you realize you've already been poisoned?" "Huh?" Tang Yu froze. "What do you mean?" Lu Jun frowned and glanced around. "This isn't the right place to talk. Let's find somewhere private. Your hotel room should do." "Huh?" Tang Yu was briefly confused but eventually nodded. The two of them entered the hotel. As they passed the front desk, the staff first caught sight of Tang Yu, a mature and stunning beauty, and their eyes lit up. Then, they noticed the boy beside her, his face still youthful and innocent. The receptionist suddenly understood something, looking at Lu Jun with an expression of both envy and pity, as if they were imagining something inappropriate. Tang Yu noticed the look and felt her cheeks heat up, a delicate blush spreading across her face, making her even more stunning. What was she thinking, privately bringing a young boy to her hotel room? Now her reputation was ruined. She even began to wonder if Lu Jun wasn't as innocent as he seemed and had ulterior motives. Was he tricking her into the hotel room for? She glanced at Lu Jun's side profile. She did find his looks quite appealing. Of course, these thoughts only flashed through her mind as they stood silently in the elevator. The confined space made Tang Yu overthink, though her outward appearance betrayed nothing. Beside her, Lu Jun's face was equally tense. With a tall, elegant woman nearby, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafting over, and the two of them alone together, it was hard not to think of inappropriate things. He suddenly wondered if he had been too abrupt. Meeting up and immediately suggesting going to a woman's room. What was he thinking? Fortunately, the elevator doors opened, breaking the awkward tension. Lu Jun, having lived with his sister for so many years and occasionally encountering similar situations, quickly regained his composure. Tang Yu, no longer a young girl, maintained her poise. She gracefully opened the door and gestured with a smile. "Come in. I've checked the room thoroughly. It's absolutely safe and private." Inside, Lu Jun gave the room a quick scan. It was clean, with no odd personal items in sight. Seated upright in a chair, he looked straight at Tang Yu, who had casually sat on the bed. His expression turned serious. "Were you pursuing the cursed mage Zhao He, wanted by the Magic Association?" "Yes," she replied, puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Zhao He has killed many mages, though we've struggled to gather evidence. Right now, he happens to be connected to Zishui Town's water scarcity, so the tribunal sent me here. Since the target is tricky, I needed help. The nearest enforcer was too far away, so I thought of you." "The problem is," Lu Jun spread his hands, "you've already been exposed and poisoned. It's quite severe." "Huh?" Tang Yu didn't immediately refute him but furrowed her brows. "I was worried about this possibility, which is why I've been taking antidotes daily. I haven't felt any discomfort so far." Lu Jun fell silent, unsure how to explain without sounding bizarre. He hesitated before tactfully saying, "Could it be a slow-acting substance that doesn't harm the body?" "A slow-acting, harmless poison? That doesn't sound like poison anymore." Tang Yu was confused for a moment before realization dawned on her. Her mature face flushed red as she stammered, You mean that kind of drug?" "Impossible." "Wait. How do you know?" Lu Jun was stumped. He couldn't exactly say he had foreknowledge. Thankfully, Tang Yu didn't press him, mumbling to herself instead. "Right. Every female mage Zhao he targeted showed signs of violation before their bodies were found." Her expression shifted, growing serious. If she really had been drugged, it would be incredibly troublesome. There was currently no known antidote, leaving the victim to endure it on their own. And she didn't have any particularly trustworthy female friends nearby, let alone someone who could stay by her side while Zhao he lurked nearby. At this point, Lu Jun regained his composure and said, "Don't worry. I'll deal with Zhao he. As for the issue with Zishui Town, it's caused by a fire elemental seed. The Hunter Alliance is already aware of this and has dispatched several teams. I've also set my sights on this seed. To ensure safety, He added, "You should stay with me." Lu Jun had no choice. He possessed psychic abilities that could help suppress Tang Yu's condition, but he couldn't reveal that since, on the surface, he was known as a mage with curse and water elements. Tang Yu had likely called him here to counter Zhao He's abilities. Tang Yu felt conflicted. She didn't entirely trust staying with Lu Jun. He was a young boy in his prime, brimming with curiosity. Could he truly resist temptation? But thinking it over, she realized she had no better options. Compared to falling into Zhao He's hands or being left defenseless at the hotel, Lu Jun was undoubtedly the safer choice. If not for the age gap, she might have even considered him back in her younger days. Chapter 55, Curse Mage Zhao He. Inside the hotel room, Tang Yu gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, this old lady will follow you. Losing both love and money is better than being ruined by a scumbag." Lu Jun felt his scalp tingle as the young mature woman in front of him stared at him with a pair of resentful eyes. Could it be she thought he had come here to take advantage of her deliberately? Though, that wouldn't be bad. No, no, no. Lu Jun is a gentleman. A psychic mage uses their brain to control their body, not the lower half. He decided to change the subject to resolve the awkwardness, saying, "Let's not talk about it. I'll deal with that wanted criminal first." As Tang Yu covered her flushed face with her hands, she regretted what she had just said. What nonsense did she utter? Hearing Lu Jun's suggestion, she quickly nodded. The two left the inn and soon spotted their target, a young, handsome man dressed as a mountaineer. He looked ordinary, with nothing particularly suspicious about him. However, Lu Jun keenly detected the aura of curses emanating from him. Wait, someone's coming. Trailing behind him, Tang Yu suddenly noticed something and immediately reached out with her slender, fair hand to grab the boy's hand. She activated Shadow Escape, hiding them in a nearby forest. The two squeezed behind a tree trunk. Lu Jun first felt that his palm was wrapped in something warm and smooth like a piece of jade, soft to the touch. Then, a warm, curvaceous body pressed against him, like a heated stove. The tree trunk wasn't enough to conceal Tang Yu's curvy figure, so the two were tightly pressed together. Face to face, Lu Jun's shoulder felt the weight of two heavy, soft objects. A faint fragrance reached his nose as he stared at her fair, slender neck and pink, delicate earlobes. Lifting his eyes slightly, he saw an exceptionally exquisite oval face. Her bright, captivating eyes sparkled with electricity, her high, elegant nose exuded charm, and her lips were a vivid red. Her skin was flawless, even at this close distance. But Tang Yu's eyes were filled with panic. Their gazes met briefly before they looked away. She exhaled softly, her warm breath tickling his face, and whispered, "Don't look at me." She was thoroughly embarrassed, feeling like she had pinned an innocent young boy against a tree, preparing to pounce on him. Lu Jun was overwhelmed. The soft sensation spread across most of his body, like sinking into a pile of cotton. This was normal, it was a natural male reaction. To avoid embarrassing himself further, he decided to use a beginner psychic spell, Pacify. A cooling sensation swept through his body, calming him instantly. His mind became clear and tranquil. Tang Yu, on the other hand, had prepared herself mentally for what might happen. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Jun showed no reaction, not even the slightest movement. Her expression changed as she gave him a strange look. Somehow, despite the poison coursing through her, she felt a sense of safety around him. "What kind of look is that? Are you trying to provoke me?" Lu Jun's sharp intuition caught her meaning instantly. No man could tolerate such a gaze, so he glared back at her angrily. "PFFT." Tang Yu chuckled, finding his reaction amusing. But Lu Jun, feeling mocked, became flustered and angry. He reached out, wrapping his hands around her slim, flexible waist, feeling its smooth, elastic curves. Then, he rested his chin on her shoulder. Tang Yu froze as if struck by lightning. Her body stiffened, and their posture became peculiar. She seemed to be embracing Lu Jun, who buried his face and inhaled deeply. She couldn't stay calm anymore. A surge of emotion rose within her. But before she could curse him, he had already stepped back, withdrawing his hands decisively and without hesitation, as if he were heartless. This infuriating brat. Tang Yu felt utterly defeated. Did she really have no charm at all? Then, Lu Jun looked away and said, "They've started." Hearing this, Tang Yu took a deep breath, her chest heaving. The imminent threat made her temporarily suppress her anger. On the surface, Lu Jun appeared expressionless, but inside, his emotions churned. He had to admit there was a fleeting moment of temptation. Puberty had its undeniable influences. As for the scent, well, it was a milky fragrance. Usually, when dealing with Lu Mai, he occasionally had improper thoughts. But under her piercing gaze, those thoughts vanished instantly. Her elder sister's presence was overwhelming, with years of authority built up. He wasn't sure what she thought of him, and their ambiguous relationship remained unresolved. In contrast, interacting with other women felt much easier. Daily interactions were fine, but physical contact like this was something a pure-hearted virgin like him could hardly endure. Analyzing his emotions, Lu Jun calmed down. He sensed that Tang Yu beside him was also regaining her composure. The two turned their attention to the clearing, focusing on the matter at hand. Earlier, when they had hidden in the forest, two groups of demon hunters had passed by. In the dried-up reservoir ahead, they discovered a crack where a spirit seed lay. A fierce battle broke out, ending with the Dongfeng family's team of 4 emerging victorious. Among them was Dongfeng Jun, a man in traditional clothing, along with a cowboy, a scarred man, and a playboy. They seemed to be discussing how to divide the spirit seed. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a laugh echoed. Zhao He, the handsome man with an evil aura, stepped out of the forest. His oppressive presence surged as he sneered, "Apologies, but that thing belongs to me. As for your lives, if I'm in a good mood, I'll let you die quickly." "Who the hell are you?" Dongfeng Jun shouted, showing no fear. The 4 of them were all mid-tier mages, and with a 4-against-1 advantage, they held the upper hand. Besides, as a member of the Dongfeng family, one of the 4 major clans in the magic capital, he had never been afraid of anyone. "Ha, the Dongfeng family? It's not like I haven't killed members of your clan before. Oh, by the way, Dongfeng King tasted pretty good. Not just her body, but her meat too." Zhao He sneered like a devil. Hearing this, Lu Jun frowned. He knew that magic types like curse and shadow often led practitioners down a dark path if they couldn't maintain mental clarity. Before Dongfeng Jun could make a move, Zhao He burst into laughter and said, "Too late. I arrived before you all and already set up a trap. This, evil spider trap, is my gift to you." Lu Jun suddenly noticed a mass of black substance descending from the treetops, a sticky, web-like thing. It seemed like the claw of some living creature, coated in viscous black liquid. The claw, the web, and the dark shadow looming above revealed a terrifying and sinister spider phantom. Its many glowing eyes radiated greed, sending chills down one's spine. The mid-tier cursed spell, evil spider trap. The 4 were thrown into chaos. Their bodies stiffened, unable to see the black web binding them. They felt trapped by an invisible force. Their mental worlds were sealed, rendering them incapable of using their nebula. Such a curse could only be seen through psychic or curse mage soul visions, or by someone with spiritual attainment above the 1st level. Tang Yu turned pale and said, "This is bad. Those people are doomed unless a psychic mage intervenes." The evil spider trap was a spell with extreme advantages and disadvantages. Its strength lay in its ability to incapacitate even opponents of the same tier once ensnared, leading to a silent, inevitable death. Like now, Zhao He had used just 1 spell to subdue 4 capable mid-tier mages. However, its drawback was the long casting time. It required prearrangement or a combat situation to weave the trap effectively. Overall, it was a slow-paced magic type. Chapter 56, the rose flame in hand. Lu Jun's gaze remained steady, his heart calm and unhurried. Originally, he could have killed these 4 people outright with a soul attack. But things were different now. As a psychic mage, he had absolute confidence in saving them. These 4 demon hunters weren't inherently evil, and since he had the capacity, he decided to lend a hand. He wasn't a good person, nor was he evil. Tang Yu, the enforcer, wanted to save them out of her duty. However, her efforts seemed futile. The insidious nature of curse mages lay in the fact that even if the caster was obliterated, the evil spider's web they deployed remained intact. "Let's go. He's already noticed us." Seeing the outsiders trapped, Lu Jun spoke flatly. He stepped away from the soft and warm body near him and walked out of the dense forest. By the dried reservoir, the 2 opposing groups froze, each reacting differently. Those trapped within the evil spider's web from the Dongfeng family showed joy on their faces, their lips moving as though to plead for rescue. Meanwhile, Zhao He glanced over, sneering. "So, the rats in the gutter finally came out? What's the matter, no more sneaking around?" Tang Yu righteously replied, "Zhao He, you've violated the Magic Association's treaty and committed heinous crimes. Today, you will be brought to justice." "Ha." Zhao He's greedy gaze locked onto Tang Yu as he laughed. "I think I'll be adding 2 more crimes today. First, killing an enforcer, and second..." Before he could finish, Tang Yu interrupted coldly, "You mean with your despicable drugging tactics?" "Huh?" Zhao He paused in confusion. "You knew, and you still dared to come?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before he could react, the unremarkable young man beside her suddenly acted. Mist of fear. Lu Jun's eyes turned black and white. A strong psychic impact surged forward. Hidden within it was spiritual ripple, psychic impact. Amidst the faint, starry brilliance of his psychic domain, a translucent, crystalline flying sword emerged. It was the sword of the mind he had honed over the past 10 days. Previously, he had no test subject to try it on. Now, one had came to him. This human scum was perfect for a test. As a curse mage standing near the reservoir, Zhao He's expression shifted. His rich experience led him to focus his spiritual energy, bracing for the crimson nightmare that was about to descend. He sneered inwardly, "I've practiced curse magic for years and reached the first realm. Trying to use psychic magic against me? You must not know how to die." But contrary to his expectations, there was no eye of fear. Instead, he caught a flicker of strange, transparent radiance. As he puzzled over it, a sudden, excruciating pain tore through his mind. His gathered spiritual strength collapsed like paper, as if a flying sword had split his mental world in two. It felt as if a massive nail had been hammered into his skull, mercilessly stirring his brain. "Ah!" Zhao He screamed in agony, blood pouring from his 7 orifices. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and writhing in torment. His spiritual world visibly crumbled, one corner of his dual-element nebula destabilizing, and his magic energy drained rapidly. But it didn't end there. Darkness enveloped his vision, and a pair of crimson, sinister eyes loomed before him. His heart convulsed violently. Despicable. He thought. He called it mist of fear but used something else entirely. Lu Jun's face turned slightly pale. The move had drained most of his psychic energy. Additionally, summoning the Sword of the Mind meant another 10 days of refinement before it could be used again. To some extent, this was no longer just psychic impact. It bordered on the realm of self-created magic. Typically, this level of magic belonged to advanced mages, as it transcended frameworks and developed variants. The key factors were increased elemental affinity and elevated spiritual realms. For psychic mages, spiritual intent was their element, allowing such experimentation. This technique was devastating, as evidenced by Zhao He's state. It had utterly destroyed him in one strike. Zhao He was no ordinary mage, he had even reached the first realm. Satisfied, Lu Jun nodded. Against a typical mid-tier mage, this would have been an instant kill. This technique was a true trump card. Mental attacks were almost invincible. Magical tools like armor, shields, and defensive spells, water defense, mountain shield, light wall were useless against them. Only psychic magic tools or counterspells could resist them. They were almost unstoppable. Following the principle of eliminating threats, Lu Jun summoned his metallic gold sword and stepped toward the incapacitated Zhao He. Swinging the sword down, he decapitated Zhao He cleanly. Blood sprayed, and the head rolled to the ground. Specks of blood dotted Lu Jun's face, but his expression remained indifferent. This was his first time killing a person, yet it stirred no feelings within him. Compared to the brutality of fighting demons, this was tame. Still, something within him shifted. Breaking the taboo of harming others, he realized that when pushed, he could strike ruthlessly. Tang Yu, standing nearby, looked on in shock. She hadn't expected a student to act so decisively and effectively. Without her intervention, he had resolved the situation and taken down a notorious fugitive. Lu Jun turned to the fiery red pillar of rose flame within the reservoir's crevice. A layer of azure water covered his body as he used water defense to resist the intense heat. The air shimmered with distortion. Carefully, he channeled his metallic magic energy to guide the flame into a specialized container. Once the box was sealed, the rose-colored radiance dimmed. A top-tier fire element spirit seed, the rose flame, was now in his hands. Exhaling softly, Lu Jun turned to the 4 people still trapped in the evil spider's web. Above their heads, black-red demonic spiders loomed, their ghastly pincers drawing out translucent strands of soul energy. If left unattended, the 4 would soon lose their souls and die. These mid-tier mages were unconscious. Lu Jun focused his spiritual energy, creating ripples of translucent light. His eyes shone with white brilliance. Spiritual ripple, psychic wall. In the unseen psychic realm, 4 dull, lifeless mental lakes suddenly erected translucent barriers, blocking the black-red claws. Moments later, Dongfang Jun and the others awoke. Their dormant mental energies reactivated as they concentrated to fight off the curse. The massive demonic spider hissed angrily. Yet, under the combined efforts of the psychic mage and the mid-tier mages, the curse spell was broken. The demonic spider faded into the void, retreating to the dark plane. The soul web dissolved. Dongfang Jun and the others collapsed weakly. Hoarsely, they said, "Thank you, brother. The Dongfang family will never forget your kindness." Lu Jun waved dismissively, uninterested. His gaze lingered on the spot where the demonic spider had disappeared. He seemed deep in thought. Black magic's 4 branches were deeply connected to the mythical dark plane. It seemed the rulers of that realm deliberately scattered traps among humans. Scanning the 4, he noted that the spider had drained a significant portion of their souls. It would take a long time for them to recover, and even then, lingering effects were likely. Curse mages were of 2 kinds, those who tormented and those who devoured souls. The former inflicted pain, suitable for combat, while the latter's techniques were purely lethal. The Magic Association strictly prohibited soul-devouring curses. Surviving one often left severe, lifelong after effects. Curse magic was powerful, difficult to defend against, and remained a nightmare for even seasoned mages. Chapter 57. The temptation of going home. Lu Jun didn't engage much with Dongfang Jun and his group. He wasn't interested in forming connections with noble families. Saving them had been merely a passing act, with no intent for rewards or friendships. He quickly walked up to Tang Yu, speaking softly, "Let's go. The item is secured, and the culprit has been dealt with." However, after calling her a few times, the woman beside him only trembled slightly, not moving an inch. Realizing something was wrong, Lu Jun reached out to grab Tang Yu's delicate wrist. The burning sensation startled him, and before he could react further, a pair of soft hands tightly held onto his. "The drug is taking effect. Take me somewhere safe. I can control it myself." Tang Yu's breathing was faintly ragged, her enchanting eyes misty and unfocused. Her long legs struggled to remain steady as her fiery, soft body leaned against him. She had felt the effects earlier, back in the dense forest, which was why she'd been stirred by Lu Jun's actions. Lu Jun cursed inwardly, scanning the surroundings before gritting his teeth. He grabbed the mature woman's soft waist and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Activating the sky boots, he sped downhill like the wind. "Ugh!" Tang Yu groaned as her abdomen pressed against his shoulder. She dry-heaved involuntarily, shocked by his rough handling. She had considered many possibilities but hadn't expected this young man to carry her so crudely. But she had to admit magic equipment truly was fast. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jun had carried her back to the inn. The wind howled around them, leaving only after-images. No one even noticed them. At the reception desk, the same clerk from earlier looked at the couple in astonishment. A realization dawned on him, and he smirked to himself. "I thought it was an older woman chasing a younger man, but turns out it's something else." Giving Lu Jun a thumbs up, he thought, impressive. Turning the tables in just one day. Lu Jun, oblivious to the misunderstanding, quickly carried Tang Yu to the room, throwing her onto the bed and gasping for breath. Before he could use the psychic magic pacify, the wild woman suddenly wrapped her long legs around him like white pythons. His body was pinned, and he fell onto the bed face first. At that moment, Lu Jun felt like he had sunk into a scorching, soft cushion. Raising his head slightly, he was met with a pair of rosy lips pressing against his own. MMPH. His eyes widened in shock. "My first kiss? What a loss." Worse, this woman seemed intent on invading his mouth further. Still stunned, he barely had time to process before a force pushed him aside. Tang Yu had regained some clarity and shoved him away, her face flushed with embarrassment. For a moment, Lu Jun just lay there, dazed. Soon after, he felt another wave of heat as the woman lunged at him again, pinning him to the bed. Lu Jun froze. "If this continues, I won't be saving her, I'll be in trouble myself." Spirit ripple, pacify. Though he valued his integrity, Lu Jun remained calm and collected. He wasn't one to take advantage of someone's vulnerability. Activating his magic, his white glowing eyes locked onto Tang Yu, suppressing her chaotic state. Tang Yu's body trembled as if doused with cold water. Her mind settled, and the wildness in her gaze faded. She slowly backed away and sat on the sofa, her clothes slightly disheveled. Her short skirt had nearly rolled up to her waist, revealing the mesmerizing curve of her hips. For a moment, the room was filled only with the sound of their ragged breathing. Lu Jun cast another pacify on himself to calm down before asking, "How are you feeling now?" "Me?" Tang Yu frowned slightly, her expression pained. The fiery heat in her body clashed intensely with the cool clarity of her mind, creating a tormenting dissonance. The nature of psychic magic altered the usual mind-body connection, forcing her into an uncomfortable state. Seeing her dazed look, Lu Jun refrained from asking further, knowing she was in no condition to answer properly. Unfortunately, he didn't get to rest long before the woman's voluptuous body lunged at him again. The effects of his magic had worn off. "Stay calm." Lu Jun firmly gripped her shoulders and activated pacify once more. Tang Yu collapsed back onto the sofa, her eyes rolling slightly as she panted heavily. Observing her state, Lu Jun muttered to himself, "Is there a downside to using psychic magic? Overusing pacify might create a pathological dependency." But since he had already started, he had no choice but to continue. Moments later, Tang Yu sprang up again. Lu Jun, exasperated, prepared to cast his magic again when his phone suddenly rang. The sharp ringtone echoed through the quiet room, startling both of them. Frowning, Lu Jun used one hand to hold Tang Yu back while checking his phone with the other. Seeing the caller ID, his expression twitched. It was his sister, Lu Mai. Of all times. He considered ignoring the call, tossing the phone aside to cast another pacify. However, the incessant ringing made it clear that she wouldn't give up. Feeling trapped, Lu Jun thought bitterly, why does saving someone feel like sneaking around in an illicit affair? Glancing at the disheveled woman on the sofa, he fell silent. Actually, it really does look bad. Thankfully, the calls eventually stopped. Meanwhile, in Magic City, Lu Mai sat cross-legged, frowning at her communication device. Is he on a mission? I'll wait a few hours, and if there's no response, I'll go find him. Back in the hotel room, after much back and forth, Tang Yu finally calmed down. Her mature, alluring face was filled with exhaustion as she curled up and fell into a deep sleep, both physically and mentally drained. Seeing this, Lu Jun let out a sigh of relief. The frequent use of his psychic powers that day had drained his magic energy. However, he felt his mastery of magic had improved significantly. He was now at the peak of the beginner tier and might break through to the intermediate tier within a few months. Well, I guess this was a blessing in disguise. Smirking self-deprecatingly, Lu Jun considered leaving but decided to stay and watch over her, falling into a light sleep himself. When Tang Yu woke up hours later, she found her clothes in disarray, exposing a large expanse of her fair skin. Panicked, she quickly examined herself and, finding nothing amiss, sighed in relief. Looking at the young man sleeping on the bed, she felt a subtle warmth in her heart. Remembering the events of the previous day, her face turned crimson, and she covered it with her hands. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu scribbled a note of thanks on a sticky note and quietly left without waking him. Her thoughts as she left? I can't face him again. Shortly after she left, Lu Jun woke up and saw the note. Scratching his head, he thought, I guess I came out ahead. Got a spirit seed and only lost a bit of face. Worth it. Realizing the nature of his thoughts, he shook his head in shock. Am I turning into Mofan? Shameless and thick-skinned? Meanwhile, in a distant shelter, Mofan sneezed. Chuckling, he mused, haha, some beauty must be thinking about me. Chapter 58, smoothly covering up, Lu Jun got up and called his sister. As soon as the call connected, a lazy and pleasant female voice came through. Hello? Did you complete the mission last night? I didn't hear from you all day yesterday. I was a bit worried. Hearing this, Lu Jun first felt a warmth in his heart, then some guilt. He replied, it's fine. It's all taken care of. I'll be back tomorrow. Oh, by the way, I had a huge harvest this time. On the other end of the line, Lu Mai softly acknowledged, as long as you're okay, the harvest doesn't matter. This gentle tone was almost too much for Lu Jun to handle. Perhaps the intensity of the previous day hadn't completely faded, leaving his thoughts wandering. He couldn't help but say, Sister, our family is rich now. I obtained a top-grade spirit seed. Huh? Lu Mai was slightly surprised. That's impressive. But it must have been dangerous, right? Were you hurt? Her first reaction was concern for his safety. Lu Jun felt completely disarmed. What she said next made his back break out in a cold sweat. Over the communicator, her voice floated in, Tang Yu is a good person, willing to take you along to earn money. Back in the Bo City battle, we didn't get a chance to sit down and chat properly. I thought we wouldn't meet again after parting, but now that there's a chance, why don't you invite her over so we can thank her in person? Lu Jun fell silent. Sister, this is not the time to host a guest. The awkwardness from yesterday's incident was still fresh in his mind, and he didn't dare approach Tang Yu, not to mention he had no idea how she felt about it. Sigh. He said, Tang Yu is a magic court enforcer. She's busy. She left early this morning to report back. We can meet her another time. Lu Mai hesitated. Why not give her a call? See if she's free. Fine, I'll try. If she's available, I'll come back today. Lu Jun agreed, but after ending the call, he hesitated. Honestly, I don't want to call her right now. It's too awkward for both of us. Maybe after some time, when things cool down, we can go back to being friends. Even so, he decided to make the call. If he didn't, and his sister contacted Tang Yu herself, everything would be exposed immediately. In a Westlake apartment in Hangzhou, Tang Yu held her phone. Seeing Lu Jun's name pop up, her face instantly flushed. She hesitated but eventually chose to answer. The first thing the boy said caught her completely off guard. With a sincere tone, he said, if you're willing, I'll take responsibility. Also, I'm sorry. PFFT. Tang Yu had initially planned to maintain her dignity and avoid further interaction with him. However, upon hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh. Her heart softened as she thought about how he had came to save her. In the end, I should be the one thanking Lu Jun. We're both adults. Facing this awkwardness with maturity is better than behaving like a child. Unconsciously, her tone became gentler. Alright, I'm fine. You don't need to take responsibility. Nothing even happened. I should be thanking you for saving me. Anyway, what's the reason for your call? Hearing this, Lu Jun let out a sigh of relief. Tang Yu's demeanor was truly that of a mature woman, graceful and composed. He stammered, My sister wants to meet you. Huh? Tang Yu froze, her mind instantly jumping to the phrase meet the parents. She quickly shook her head, reminding herself that she was much older than Lu Jun, even older than his sister by a year or two. Although mages had long lifespans and could stay youthful, she still couldn't cross that mental barrier. Come on, stop overthinking. Tang Yu shook her head vigorously and replied in a calm tone, What's going on? Lu Jun explained, She just wants to thank you in person. Understanding his intentions, Tang Yu said, That's unnecessary. The rose flame spirit seed was rightfully yours. Just give her my contact on WeChat, and I'll talk to her directly. After ending the call, Lu Jun felt relieved. Looking at the time, he realized it was already noon. He thought to himself, dealing with two people is exhausting. I don't know how those so-called time management experts handle multiple conversations. That afternoon, Lu Jun took the spirit seed and returned home. The moment he walked in, he saw that Lu Mai had prepared dinner. She was lying on the couch watching variety shows, her long, well-proportioned legs resting on the armrest, her fair feet swaying lazily. He paused for a moment, feeling as if he had returned to the old days in Bo City. Walking further inside, he couldn't shake a strange feeling like a husband coming home exhausted while his wife had already prepared a feast. Without looking up, Lu Mai said, You're back. Eat first. By the way, why didn't you bring Tang Yu? Lu Jun was flustered. What does she mean by bring her back? He awkwardly replied, She didn't have time to come. I gave her your contact, though, so you can chat. Oh, right. He took out a magic-powered container and handed it to his sister. You should go to the Magic Association and replace your wind spirit seed with this. Lu Mai's eyes lit up as she accepted it. Being family, she didn't hesitate to help Lu Jun gather funds for special metals or the water spirit seed earlier. As Lu Jun watched his sister texting and laughing while chatting with Tang Yu, he sighed in relief. Although curious about their conversation, he wisely chose not to interrupt and successfully smoothed things over. The next day, the siblings went to the auction house, trading the rose flame spirit seed for a wind spirit seed called Demon Wind. Originating from the Kenling Mountains, this seed granted a 2.5x power boost. Its special effect, Feather Shear, caused wounds inflicted by wind blades to bleed uncontrollably, making it highly effective against large, resilient demons. With this addition, Lu Mai's dual-element magic reached its peak in the intermediate tier. Equipped with 2 spirit seeds, her combat power soared. While not on par with naturally gifted prodigies, she could now dominate most ordinary mages. With their combat strength significantly improved, both siblings were itching to hunt down wild demon beasts. Relying on Magic City demon hunting teams to gather 100 million seemed like an impossible task. However, Magic City was not like Bo City. They were not locals and needed to scout their hunting grounds. Furthermore, the threats in Magic City were not land-based demon beasts but the flood demons of the Long River and the sea demons of the East Sea. These two species were far more formidable than the one-eyed demon wolves, with their battle warrior emerging in droves and powerful monarchs supporting them from the shadows. Given the resources the siblings required, a single one-eyed demon wolf pack could no longer sustain them. Thus, they shifted their focus to Magic City before this. However, Lu Jun's metal element magic, which had been on the verge of breaking through for some time, needed an upgrade. Having worked on it for weeks, coupled with the constant nourishment from the White Tiger Pendant, the breakthrough was achieved effortlessly. 1 week later, evening Lu Jun was alone at home while his sister was out patrolling as part of the city's night watch. After being in Magic City for almost a month, she had encountered little trouble aside from a minor battle general-level demon. The corpse, combined with government rewards, was worth just over 1 million yuan. As his breakthrough approached, Lu Jun let Lu Mai handle the patrol alone. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, Lu Jun's body radiated platinum light as the platinum nebula in his spiritual world surged, expanding by an entire ring. Metal element intermediate tier level 2, division. He was ecstatic upon realizing this new effect. Sword light division allowed his gold metal flying sword to temporarily split into multiple blades, multiplying his killing efficiency. It was comparable to the lightning element's intermediate tier level 2 thunderstorm yaksha, which summoned multiple lightning strikes from above. However, his skill was significantly harder to control. Wielding a single flying sword with precision, adjusting its size and movements freely, already required intense mental effort. Managing multiple flying swords demanded a mind capable of multitasking, increasing the difficulty exponentially. If used well, however, it was exceptionally versatile. Fortunately, Lu Jun's high-level psychic element mastery gave him a significant advantage. With his current cultivation, he could summon 7 flying swords simultaneously without any issues. With his metal element, he could easily solo 200 or 300 servant-class demons. Against a battle warrior, it would only take a single strike. After completing his breakthrough, Lu Jun was in a great mood. Realizing there was still plenty of time left, he decided to meet up with his sister and continue patrolling. Midnight, as he stepped out of his apartment, walking along the street, he noticed a shadow wriggling in a secluded alleyway. Chapter 59, Assassination. The neon lights of Shanghai at night were extraordinarily beautiful. Even at around 11 or 12 o'clock, there were still people strolling near Jinyuan apartments, most of them couples from Pearl Academy. Lu Jun walked for a while before turning into a quieter side road, seemingly taking a shortcut to the city's demon hunting district. On this road, there were only a few people. His sharp ears caught 2 young men slightly older than him, apparently freshmen from Pearl Academy, enthusiastically discussing campus life. Buzz. Suddenly, a shadow in the corner of the alley moved. A faint dark glow silently emerged. A massive spike vaguely appeared, radiating an intense dark energy that distorted the surrounding light and shadows, creating severe visual warps. Shadow Element Intermediate Tier Magic, Shadow Spike. If the Curse Element's Intermediate Tier, Spider Trap, was a group control and damage spell, then the Shadow Element's, Shadow Spike, was the strongest single target control spell. Both ignored ordinary elemental defenses and took effect directly. Their effects were similar, subtle deployment and ensnaring the target, rendering them unable to escape or cast magic. The difference was that, Spider Trap, dealt damage and had a larger area of effect, while Shadow Spike was mobile and offered more flexible control. The dark glow vanished into thin air, hidden in the shadows, darting straight at Lu Jun's shadow. Just as it was about to hit, Lu Jun controlled his star tracks. A mist surrounded him, and several blue streams of water intertwined, surging and circulating around him. The tidal spirit seed stirred, refracting light and forcefully deflecting his shadow far away. Bang! The Shadow Spike missed Lu Jun's shadow and instead landed in a patch of shadows, dispersing into dark energy. A gray-robed man emerged from the shadows, his face filled with disbelief. He noticed? How could the shadow dodge this? Lu Jun turned to the corner of the street and mocked, "Haven't you heard of the refraction principle in middle school physics?" As for how he discovered it, with a cold snort, Lu Jun dismissed the question. Under the illumination of his psychic element, he didn't even need his sixth sense to predict danger. The ripples of intent in the hearts of those around him were within his perception, and murderous intent could never be concealed. The shadow element mage in gray robes was utterly baffled, listening to what sounded like nonsense. He couldn't comprehend a word. Seeing this, Lu Jun smacked his forehead. He almost forgot that in this magical world, the 9 years of compulsory education revolved around magic. Science, akin to content in online novels, was rarely taught. No point in explaining to this ignorant fool. He then turned to the 2 stunned freshmen and said, "Stop pretending. You're all exposed." Huh? The 2 young men gulped nervously, unsure whether Lu Jun was bluffing, still hesitant to reveal themselves. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, the sound of applause echoed through the alley. From the far end, a gray-robed man wearing a mask walked out, clapping as he spoke in a raspy voice. "Hee, as expected of Lu Jun, not only did you ruin our plans in Bo City, but now you've also seen through this assassination attempt." He glanced at the 2 freshmen and said coldly, "Jia Wanking, Fu Tanming, stop pretending. Since he's found us out, show your true selves." The 2 Pearl Academy freshmen exchanged glances and dropped their act, smirking as they stared at Lu Jun. At some point, the street had emptied of pedestrians, and both ends were sealed off. 5 enemies surrounded him, the shadow element gray-robed mage, the masked man, and 3 others who had disguised themselves as freshmen. "Oh, so it's the Black Vatican," Lu Jun sneered. He initially thought it was someone sent by Lu Nian. But seeing the Black Vatican members, he quickly understood. His eyes focused on the masked man. If he wasn't mistaken, this must be Yu Ang. The 3 Pearl Academy freshmen Fu Tanming, Jia Wanking, and Li Nan were minor characters in the original story. A year and a half later, they would join in besieging Mo Fan. At this time, however, they were just freshmen, like Lu Jun, and not yet upperclassmen. Their cultivation was likely at most at the first stage of intermediate tier in a single element. As for the shadow element mage, he seemed to be a more competent helper. Lu Jun didn't know why they targeted him instead of Mo Fan. But considering his prominence in Bo City, it wasn't surprising. The fact that they sent only this many people indicated they didn't think much of him. That was perfect. Since Yu Ang had slipped through his grasp in Bo City, Lu Jun could now finish him off to prevent future harm to Zhu Zhaoting or others. The Black Vatican was a scourge. The longer they lived, the more harm they caused. Looking at Yu Ang, Lu Jun taunted, "TSK, TSK, gray robes? A promotion and a raise, huh? Oh, and what happened to your face? It's downright hideous. Yuang's expression twisted in rage. It was this man who had caused the Bo City plan to collapse. As a result, he had been punished by the higher-ups and thrown into the pool of curses, where half his body was permanently rotted. To exact revenge, he had used forbidden techniques from the Black Vatican to forcibly enhance his cultivation, at the cost of his lifespan. Now, he had barely 30 years left to live. I'll rip your mouth apart, then throw you into the pool of curses to suffer eternal torment as the lowest black beast demon, enslaved forever. Yuang grinned hideously. Oh, and I heard you have a sister. She's quite beautiful, isn't she? One day, we'll capture her and let the brothers have some fun. Lu Jun's face turned icy. With just trash like you? Haha, of course not, Yuang sneered, raising his hand. The Blue Deacon lent me 3 cursed black beast demons. That's more than enough to deal with you. In the Black Vatican hierarchy, the Red Cardinal was at the top, followed by Blue Deacons, Great Clergy, and the lowest Black Robes. These ranks corresponded to high tier, intermediate tier, and basic tier mages. As a Grey Cleric, Yuang had considerable strength. Chanting an incantation, he conjured visible gray notes that floated around him, forming gray ribbons. The ribbons intertwined, weaving a gray gate engraved with symbols. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One by one, black beast demons emerged, filling the alley with dozens of them. Finally, 3 larger cursed black beast demons stepped forward. These creatures had deep green eyes, emaciated black bodies covered in black and red curse marks, and exuded a vile, cursed aura. Their aura was undoubtedly at the warrior level. Only intermediate-tier mages, tortured for long periods, had a chance to create such cursed beings. 3 battle warrior, each capable of slaughtering intermediate-tier mages, along with 5 intermediate-tier mages in support. This lineup was more than enough to demonstrate their seriousness. Even Mo Fan in the original story hadn't faced such treatment. Not bad. Tonight, I'll have a good fight. Instead of fear, Lu Jun cracked his neck and revealed a bloodthirsty grin. The threat to his family had ignited his fury. With a wave of his hand, a gold metal sword materialized. You're courting death. Yuang sneered, commanding the 3 cursed black beast demons to attack. One of the beasts moved. With a whoosh, it left only an afterimage, rushing at Lu Jun at blinding speed. Dust swirled where it had been, its velocity far beyond what human eyes could track. Character attributes: name, Lu Jun. Cultivation, intermediate tier mage. Metal element, intermediate tier level 2 dash, forging, control, quake. Metal fortified. Water element, intermediate tier level 1 dash, defense, violent waves, tidal wave. Spirit seeds. Psychic element, basic tier level 3 dash, spiritual ripples, curse element, basic tier level 3 dash, mist of fear, self-created magic, psychic sword, magic tools, azure cloud boots. Chapter 60, brutally killing the Black Vatican. The cursed black beast demon dove down toward Lu Jun from above. Its cruel gaze locked on the human youth below as it slashed its sharp claws, believing this boy would meet the same fate as the previous mages, severed at the waist and dying tragically. But in the next moment, Lu Jun tilted his sword upward, reacting just in time. With his eyes closed, he used his mental perception to map the environment, capturing subtle disturbances like the rustling of wind and grass. This was the spirit sense, a skill to sense things beyond the speed visible to the naked eye, a necessity when battling warrior-level creatures. In the past, Mo Fan nearly got instantly killed during his first encounter with a warrior. Lu Jun's movements appeared slow, but in reality, he counterattacked with precision. His gold greatsword blocked the claw strike at its sharp tip. As his eyes suddenly snapped open, platinum radiance erupted around him, intertwining and flowing toward his sword. With a low roar, he unleashed a skill. Golden radiance, shockwave. Boom. A massive shockwave erupted in front of Lu Jun, the gold greatsword unleashing a radiant crescent moon-like arc of platinum light. The impact carved a deep trench into the street, visible from afar. The cursed black beast demon first felt a sharp pain in its claws before being blasted back by an unstoppable force. Its body tumbled through the air, smashing into the ground and bouncing uncontrollably before finally crashing at Yuang's feet. Lu Jun remained motionless, deflecting the terrifying impact of a warrior-level creature's assault entirely with the rebound force of his gold element basic level 4 magic, shockwave. You idiot. This guy's magical equipment is no joke. Attack him together. Yuang cursed loudly. Seeing the cursed beast's nearly severed claws and its struggle to stand due to the platinum light's damage, fear flickered in his eyes. He had a bad feeling about this battle. At the same time, 2 other warrior-level demon beasts began flanking Lu Jun cautiously, wary after witnessing their companion's plight. As for Jia Winking and the other 4 intermediate mages, they clumsily began drawing their star maps, attempting to cast spells. Buzz. 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 However, before they could act, Lu Jun's eyes flashed black and white. A mental sword, forged within his spiritual stardust, shot out like a beam of light, instantly piercing the shadow element mage on his flank. Ah! The grey-robed cultist screamed, blood streaming from his 7 orifices as he collapsed, brain dead on the spot. Meanwhile, the cursed aura radiating from Lu Jun locked onto Li Nan, who was about to unleash intermediate ice magic. His face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down as his connection to his star nodes broke. In an instant, Lu Jun eliminated the most threatening shadow controller mage and disrupted another intermediate mage's spellcasting. Trading 2 basic elements for 1 controller was a massive win. Buzz. Buzz. Wind Disc, Tornado. Fiery Fist exploding heavens. Fu Tanming and Jia Wanking, 2 new students from Pearl Academy, finally cast their spells. Both were intermediate level 1 mages, boosted by forbidden techniques granted by the Black Vatican to infiltrate high-ranking institutions. A towering tornado, over 10 meters high, roared with violent winds and flying debris. Alongside it, a fiery pillar surged upward, radiating searing heat. Seeing this, Lu Jun sneered dismissively. Compared to his sister Lu Mai and Tangyu, these spells were nothing more than a mild breeze and small flames. Golden Radiance, Shockwave. Lu Jun countered with his trademark move, raising the vibrating gold greatsword high and slashing downward. A wave of platinum radiance spread out, sweeping across more than 10 meters. Boom. The fiery pillar and tornado collided with the platinum crescent, splitting apart. The shockwave shredded the red and green forces into 2 streams of hot air that crashed into the streets on either side. Explosions reverberated, collapsing walls and buildings amidst rolling dust clouds. Jia winking and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Cutting through magic with a sword? Is this magic? Lu Jun ignored them. His basic level 4 gold magic rivaled intermediate level magic in power, especially with the destructive capacity of the gold element. Taking a deep breath, he began tracing a blue star map beneath his feet. Surging water vapor rose, and half the sky reflected a tidal force. Tidal wave, surging flood. With a single punch, he summoned a massive river of vibrant blue water, stretching over 10 meters wide and 30 meters long, flooding the entire street. All 30-something black beast demons, including the 2 cursed ones, were swept up in the torrential flow, unable to resist the overwhelming force. The water flung them from one end of the street to the other, breaking their bones and draining some of their demonic energy. The Shadow Mage, who had been brain dead, also drowned in the flood, leaving no chance for revival. Yuang and his companions barely survived by activating their shields, panting heavily despite their efforts. The 2 cursed black beast demons tried to rise, but Lu Jun wouldn't give them a chance. Water vapor surged again, this time even more potent. Another flood swept forth, now tinged with a dark hue. Boom. Boom. The continuous roar of water echoed throughout the area as the tides expanded the street to twice its original size. Finally, Lu Jun activated his gold element star map, unleashing his vibrating gold greatsword once more. The sword split into 7 golden beams, slashing across the battlefield. Swish. Swish. The heads of the 3 cursed black beast demons were severed instantly, while Jia Wanking, Li Nan, and Fu Tanming were pierced through their chests. Splat. Splat. Blood and flesh scattered as their upper bodies exploded into pieces, drenching the street in gore. The scene resembled a slaughterhouse, the air thick with the stench of blood. Yuang stood in shock, drenched in blood, his legs trembling as a yellow liquid trickled down. He had wet himself in fear. Impossible. Impossible. Yuang muttered, horrified. Each time they tried to cast a spell, a sharp pain would shatter their concentration. Lu Jun approached with a sunny smile, spreading his hands. Didn't you say you were going to do something to me and my sister? Now that you're at my mercy, guess what I'll do? Standing over the kneeling grey-robed man, Lu Jun's pitch-black eyes unleashed a wave of mental terror that overwhelmed Yuang. Ah! Yuang screamed as if witnessing an indescribable horror. Staggering back, he turned and fled. Run, run as fast as you can. Find someone who can save you. Lu Jun hefted his greatsword, his murderous aura surging. Threatening his family had touched his deepest nerve. He wouldn't stop until the heavens trembled. Chapter 61, The Rampage of Full Magic in the Bustling City. Yuang staggered ahead, running desperately, while Lu Jun pursued him with green light flashing under his feet. The 2 of them caused a commotion as they dashed across the streets. Passers-by, witnessing the spectacle, looked utterly bewildered. But upon seeing Lu Jun's cold face and the long sword in his hand, no one dared to get close. Instead, they scattered in different directions or called the police. Ding. 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 Suddenly, the communicator in Lu Jun's pocket rang. After a moment, someone called him. Opening it, he saw it was his sister, Lu Mai. Holding his sword in one hand, he answered with the other, saying, "Hello?" From the other end of the line came an anxious voice, "Where are you right now? Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Lu Jun replied, glancing at Yuang's fleeing figure. "I was ambushed by the Black Vatican and am now chasing them toward their lair. Hurry and come over." "All right, I'm not far from you. I'll be there soon." Lu Jun ended the call, watching as Yuang fled toward a deserted industrial area. A cold smile curled his lips. When he caught up, Yuang didn't seem to head directly toward their base. Instead, he appeared to have lost his wits under the mist of fear, frantically seeking refuge at various Black Vatican strongholds. Bang, bang, bang. For example, at this moment, Yuang frantically knocked on the door of a shop in the bustling area, yelling hysterically, "Open up! For the sake of the Black Vatican, help a brother out!" Creak. The door opened, and a burly man inside cautiously asked, "Who is it?" The moment he saw Lu Jun walking toward them with a sword in hand, his expression shifted. Without hesitation, he threw a fire burst, a basic fire element spell, at Lu Jun. Whoosh! Lu Jun hadn't even spoken when the crimson flame surged toward him. He sneered, his wrist flicking slightly as he swung his gold greatsword upward. A golden brilliance ignited, and a platinum arc of light over 10 meters long swept through the flames, slashing them apart. The next instant, the arc struck the burly man, splitting him into two halves on the spot. Blood and internal organs spilled all over the ground. Standing to the side, Yuang was splattered with blood. His face went blank with shock, as if he couldn't believe that the savior he had just found was slaughtered like a mere chicken. Nearby, onlookers screamed in fear. Those who had been curiously filming the chase trembled, quickly pocketed their phones, and fled. They had realized they'd encountered a true maniac. Yet, there were still some bold individuals who continued recording. Lu Jun and Yuang's pursuit had already drawn the attention of many, and the uploaded footage went viral online. However, under some mysterious influence, all the videos were quickly deleted. Just then, Lu Jun's communicator rang again. This time, it was Tang Yu. Her voice was filled with urgency. "Lu Jun, I'm on my way. Don't act recklessly. Wait for the tribunal to arrive. I've caught a big fish and might be able to trace it back to a blue-clothed deacon." Ending the call, Lu Jun continued chasing Yuang. One by one, Yuang led him to multiple Black Vatican strongholds, and Lu Jun mercilessly slaughtered everyone there. Blood marked Yuang's escape route. For scum like them, Lu Jun believed in using extreme violence and brutal methods to subdue them. The Black Vatican members grew terrified, realizing they would have to consider the cost of their actions before committing any further atrocities. Yuang was enveloped in despair. He felt like he was being pursued by death itself. Room after room, he knocked on doors, only for bloodshed to follow in his wake. After Lu Jun killed around 50 people, Yuang finally fled to the abandoned factory that served as their main stronghold. The factory was a meat processing plant filled with the stench of raw meat. It collected scraps to make pet food, which fetched a decent price. Alternatively, the meat could have been used to feed the Black Vatican's demon beasts while disguising the rancid odor of the sewer. At the entrance, several black-clad members were chatting and laughing. Seeing Yuang stumble toward them, covered in blood, they froze in shock. "Deacon, what happened to you?" Yuang, as if seeing his saviors, screamed frantically, "Kill him! Kill him now!" When Lu Jun appeared in their line of sight, the factory workers' expressions shifted. They immediately blew a whistle and began forming star maps. From within the factory, a horde of black beast monsters rushed out, responding to the signal. Seeing this, Lu Jun sneered. He had finally found their lair. Activating his metal element star map, he flicked his wrist. The vibrating gold greatsword transformed into a pitch-black flying sword under an immense magnetic force. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the blink of an eye, the sword split into 7 platinum streaks of light, roaring through the air like dazzling meteors. The sharp sound of air being torn apart echoed above the factory. Slash. Slash. Under Lu Jun's control, the flying swords pierced through the black beast monsters like lightning. The sounds of flesh being torn apart resounded as the monsters fell in droves. Their corpses, skewered like meat on a stick, were pinned against the walls. The Black Vatican members and their beasts were slaughtered en masse. Blood soaked the ground, turning the factory into a slaughterhouse. In mere moments, Lu Jun annihilated all of them. Approaching Yuang, he looked down at him with disappointment and said, "Is this all you've got? I gave you a chance, but you're useless." Yuang, on the verge of a mental collapse, roared, "What do you want from me?" Lu Jun's voice was cold and calm. "Tell me, do you know where your blue-clothed deacon is?" Hearing this, Yuang froze momentarily but quickly seized the opportunity, nodding frantically. I know. You want information, right? Spare my life, and I'll tell you everything." Lu Jun, however, slowly shook his head. Grabbing Yuang by the hair, he began dragging him toward the factory. Yuang's scalp burned with pain, but Lu Jun ignored his cries. Inside the factory, the dense aura of curses grew stronger. As Lu Jun dragged Yuang closer, the source of the energy came into view. Hidden among the machinery was a large curse pool, its surface rippling with dark liquid that emitted a sharp, chemical stench. A curse pool belonging to the Black Vatican? Lu Jun chuckled. This was a creation of curse element experts, a production base for cursed monsters, cursed black beast monsters, and even higher level commanders. This particular pool was massive, capable of producing warrior-level cursed beasts. If he guessed correctly, this was the same location where, in the original story, Zhu Zhaoding was tortured and transformed into a monstrous creature. Within his spiritual world, Lu Jun's cursed stardust trembled with excitement. The pool's energy was a treasure trove for curse element mages. For others, it was deadly poison. But for a curse element mage, it was an unparalleled treasure. This was Lu Jun's true goal, to let Yuang lead him to the curse pool. If refined, it might yield curse material capable of elevating his curse element to unmatched heights. Chapter 62, Curse Material. The moment Lu Jun saw the curse material, he immediately thought of Mo Fan, who was now a mid-tier mage. Although Mo Fan no longer had Tang Yu's free awakening assistance, he had accumulated some money through the early hunting sessions with the high school city monster hunting team. A few days ago, he awakened the shadow and summoning elements and had even came to brag about it. These two elements were extraordinary key to Mo Fan's future power. In the future, Mo Fan's mastery of the shadow element would be elevated through the refinement of dark material, Night Bane, obtained from a killer hall assassin named Craftsman, and through the integration of the curse material, Lash Curse Spirit from the Magic City Research Institute. These steps led him to the pinnacle of the shadow element. The mysterious, eerie, and unfathomable methods were awe-inspiring. Curse material belonged to the category of dark material, which was unique to all dark magic branches, including the curse, undead, shadow, and poison elements. Obtaining any one of these materials was enough to ensure the success of that element. Looking at the curse pool before him, Lu Jun judged that the curse material contained within it was likely not as exaggerated as Mo Fan's Night Bane. However, it would be enough for his curse element to dominate as a mid-tier mage. Currently, Lu Jun's water and gold elements were already strong. Adding a formidable curse element would allow him to clear the Pearl University dungeon with ease. Ma Zulong, the Grand Mage of Demon City, is too far away. Pearl University likely has professors capable of handling this. When the time comes, I'll commission them to refine it. Lu Jun muttered to himself. He also thought of Bo City, which must have had its own curse pool. However, its level was far inferior to the one before him. He then looked down at Yuang, whom he had been dragging along, and smiled. I heard that the Black Vatican usually conducts its torture and interrogations right here. Yuang's face turned paler and paler as Lu Jun's smile deepened. In that case, I should test how tough your mouth is. Splash. The moment his words fell, Lu Jun shoved Yuang into the curse pool. The black, bubbling liquid began boiling. As it came into contact with human skin, it released an ominous, eerie aura that continuously corroded Yuang's body. Yuang screamed in agony, feeling intense pain all over his body. But Lu Jun wasn't finished. Ignoring Yuang's frantic struggle, he forced his head into the pool, his voice icy. Who dares to negotiate with me? Muffled groans. Bubbles rising. Yuang, submerged in the curse pool, felt unbearable pain on his face as the burning sensation was accompanied by suffocation. Every second felt worse than death. After a while, Lu Jun finally released his grip, allowing Yuang's head to surface for air. As Yuang gasped desperately, Lu Jun asked calmly, So? Have you thought it through? I. Yuang stammered, trying to speak. Before he could finish, Lu Jun's cold eyes flashed. The vibrating gold greatsword in his hand transformed into a dagger, which he ruthlessly swung downward. Slash. Yuang's scream echoed as a finger was severed. Lu Jun said indifferently, Too late. Yuang wailed as the excruciating pain from his hand overwhelmed him. Before he could recover, Lu Jun once again shoved his entire body into the curse pool. This time, he didn't stop at physical torment, he used mental attacks to strike Yuang's psyche. Both his body and mind were being tortured simultaneously. Amidst the agony, Yuang had a fleeting thought, who's the real Black Vatican here? This interrogation method is far too practiced. Elsewhere, the battle between Lu Jun and the Black Vatican had already drawn the attention of the Magic City Tribunal. In the pitch-black night, atop a tall building, a man with dark greenish-black hair stood alone. His hair, parted in the middle, clung to his sharply angled cheekbones. Paired with his pale face, he resembled an urban specter. His eye sockets were slightly sunken, his pupils deep and emotionless. Dressed in a vintage-style tang suit that accentuated his slender frame, the most striking feature was the pair of eagle-like wings extending from his back. The feathers, sharp and blade-like, had clear textures. The wings were currently folded but appeared robust and powerful. Nighthawk, report in. Have you located the target? This is Nighthawk. Location confirmed. Industrial District, Meat Processing Factory. With that, the tribunal's Nighthawk leaped from the rooftop, spreading his wings and soaring toward Lu Jun's location. When he arrived, the aftermath of the battle resembled a scene washed by a flood. Standing amidst the carnage was a tall, mature, and extraordinarily beautiful woman. The street was littered with corpses, some of them shriveled black creatures resembling monkeys. The air reeked of decay and sewage. Lu Mai acknowledged the mysterious arrival with a nod, recognizing him as a tribunal member, before turning and stepping onto a wind track to find her brother. The trail was glaringly obvious, with several slaughterhouses along the way. Nighthawk followed closely, flying above the streets. Passers-by, curious to witness the chaos, dared not approach. The gruesome scene would leave even the boldest onlookers sleepless for nights. TSK, TSK. They say this kid hasn't even entered university yet, and he's already this ruthless. Nighthawk's tone carried admiration, though he was well aware that the higher-ups were both amazed and furious. Lu Jun's actions were far too brazen and lawless. While most high-level mages exercised caution when killing, choosing to avoid public scrutiny, Lu Jun slaughtered in broad daylight, dragging bodies through the streets with no regard for subtlety. And yet, there was little they could do. After all, Lu Jun was righteously fighting enemies. Unsurprisingly, the videos of the incident caused an uproar online. While restrictions were imposed on general public access, magic forums and Pearl University's website weren't censored. After all, mages needed to face the reality of their world sooner or later. As a result, Lu Jun's name went viral on the Pearl University forums. Among incoming freshmen, he became a hot topic of discussion. Even though the academic year had yet to begin, many students had already joined chat groups to socialize. The videos circulated rapidly, with conversations buzzing non-stop. Everyone admired Lu Jun, albeit with a tinge of fear. His reputation as a new student spread far and wide, bolstered by rumors that some of the Black Vatican members killed were fellow incoming students. In these groups, Lu Jun earned the nickname Lu the Butcher. Senior students in the main and green campuses took note, especially after seeing the uncensored footage. Many were horrified, realizing they'd never seen such brutality. Those preparing for senior year rankings or struggling as freshmen began to memorize Lu Jun's appearance, mentally labeling him as someone to avoid provoking. While others might respond to insults with a duel, Lu Jun's idea of handling things seemed to involve choosing your grave plot. Even Pearl University's Dean Zhao observed the commotion with a knowing smile. This small shock was well-timed, serving as a wake-up call for students who lacked urgency in their training. Chapter 63, Capture and Reward. Lu Jun had no idea about the immense reaction he had caused. Before even entering the academy, he had already garnered the fear and apprehension of all the students at Pearl University. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. On the contrary, he wished for this to happen. By baring his fangs and building a reputation as a madman, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. In this world, the kind-hearted are bullied, while those with a fierce personality receive better treatment. When Lu Mai and Nighthawk arrived at the abandoned factory, they gasped at the sight of corpses lying around, their eyes wide open in death. As they walked inside, they saw a young man sitting in the darkness with one leg crossed, a black cursed pool next to him. His left foot was stepping on the head of Yuang, which was soaked in the pool. Upon seeing her younger brother, Lu Mai immediately stepped forward, giving him a gentle hug as she softly asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lu Jun awkwardly broke free from his sister's embrace and turned to the winged man behind her, saying, "You must be Nighthawk. I've heard the Inquisitor Tang mention you." Nighthawk nodded, forcing a stiff smile. The famed protector of Bo City, Lu Jun, it's an honor. Thanks to the battle at Bo City, which resulted in minimal losses, Lu Jun had become a centerpiece of the government's propaganda. Just a meaningless title. Lu Jun smiled politely. As he stood up, he kicked the lifeless Yuang aside like a stray dog. "I've already extracted the intel from his head. There's a blue-clothed deacon in the Magic City. The address is. If you don't believe me, you can have a mind mage verify it." Nighthawk immediately grew serious upon hearing this. He quickly made a phone call, summoning the Inquisition to dispatch and act on the lead. Noticing Lu Jun's surprised expression, Nighthawk smiled and said, "Of course, I trust a city protector like you. Besides, with such a commotion, tonight's events can barely be covered up. If we don't act now, by morning, the blue-clothed deacon will already be gone." Lu Jun nodded, feeling a peculiar sense of satisfaction, as if he were in a game. After defending Bo City, he gained a badge titled, Sword Immortal of Bo City, which sparkled gold when displayed. It granted +10 reputation and a 50% persuasion bonus when dealing with government mages. Shortly after, inquisitors began arriving to interrogate Yuang. Once the information was confirmed, teams of enforcers were sent out to eradicate the hidden rats of the Black Vatican. Even Nighthawk hurried off, claiming they had tracked down the blue-clothed deacon's whereabouts. The operation lasted from midnight until dawn. Lu Jun and his sister remained in the abandoned factory until Tang Yu arrived in a hurry. She scolded him, "Why act so recklessly? Couldn't you wait for backup?" It had only been a few days since they last met, but seeing Tang Yu's beautiful yet weary face touched Lu Jun's heart. He waved it off and said, "Thanks. The Black Vatican must be eradicated harshly, otherwise, they'll keep hunting us. TSK, you'll burn through all your lives at this rate." Tang Yu reached out and playfully ruffled Lu Jun's hair. Her enchanting eyes turned to Lu Mai, saying, "With a brother like him, you must be constantly on edge." Lu Mai gave a helpless but doting smile. "He's always been headstrong since he was little. What can I do?" Lu Jun, though enjoying the attention from his two elder sisters, felt something was off. How had they become so chummy in such a short time? They acted like old friends. Lu Mai soon turned to Tang Yu, holding her hand with a raised brow. "This is Sister Tang Yu. From now on, she's your god sister, so show some respect." Tang Yu chuckled like a mischievous fox, pressing down on Lu Jun's head and messing up his hair. She scolded, "Did you hear that? From now on, I'm your sister, and you better respect me." Lu Jun caught the underlying message. She didn't want him spilling anything about the Zishui town incident. It was an outright threat. He pursed his lips, wondering what kind of charm she had cast on his sister. As dawn broke, a wary Nighthawk returned, smiling at Lu Jun. "Well done. We captured a blue-clothed deacon. Following this lead, we might even uncover Salin." Lu Jun listened indifferently. Catching a red cardinal wasn't that easy. In the original timeline, countless blue-clothed deacons were apprehended, yet Salin remained elusive. Still, dealing with this deacon a year and a half earlier would prevent many unnecessary sacrifices. Nighthawk sincerely expressed his gratitude. "We truly owe you. The government will reward you. Did you know a blue-clothed deacon's bounty is 120 million yuan? A gray-clothed priest's is 20 million. You'll receive at least 20 million for the former and an additional 20 million for the latter, making it 40 million total." Hearing the substantial reward, Lu Jun's eyes lit up. The original novel set the same prices, though most people still considered them too low given the immense risks of fighting the Black Vatican. Seeing Lu Jun's greed, Tang Yu nudged him with a huff. "Don't get blinded by money. You're risking your life out there. Stay in university, study, and cultivate. Stop meddling in these matters." Perhaps the collaboration in Zishui town had brought them closer, but Tang Yu now treated Lu Jun like a younger brother, not romantically, but as family. He nodded dismissively. "Got it." Lu Mai, noticing Lu Jun's conflicted expression, covered her mouth and laughed softly. "This is good. Now someone can keep you in check. You're becoming harder for me to manage as you grow older." Lu Jun hurriedly grabbed his sister's delicate hand, reassuring her, "Don't worry. I'll be more careful next time." Feeling his warmth, Lu Mai blushed but said nothing more. Unbeknownst to Lu Jun, the nearby inquisitors watched with envy. Who wouldn't want two beautiful sisters to comfort them after a deadly encounter? To them, Lu Jun was a winner in life. Meanwhile, Nighthawk remained indifferent, seemingly unaffected by the situation. Lu Jun suddenly asked, "Have you extracted all of Yuang's information?" "Yes." "Why?" "Nothing." Lu Jun walked up to Yuang, who was already foaming at the mouth and dazed, and coldly said, "Cut the weeds and dig up the roots." Squelch. With that, a black gold flying sword shot out from his hand, piercing through Yuang's skull, splattering red and white matter everywhere. The others turned to look, chills running down their spines. The boy, who moments ago was an obedient little brother, now appeared ruthless and decisive. Then again, anyone daring to oppose the Black Vatican had to be a hardened soul. In the original timeline, Yuang had escaped death, later causing trouble by using Mo Fan's family as leverage. Lu Jun was determined to avoid that mistake. To him, only a dead member of the Black Vatican was a good one. Now, Zhu Zhaoding might have a brighter future. With that, the incident came to an end. Lu Jun packed up the cursed pool, and neither the Inquisition nor the government said anything against it. Even the higher-ups came to express their condolences. After all, a hero who fought against the Black Vatican deserved recognition, especially after surviving an assassination attempt. Chapter 64, Curse Element Myth. Here a few days passed, and the matter involving Yuang was resolved. However, in the streets of the Magic City, various versions of the story began to spread. Fortunately, the Inquisition stepped in and provided an official explanation, calming the public. The incident only caused a small ripple online, with only a few people analyzing some blurry videos and speculating. Hey, isn't his mage who killed members of the Black Vatican the same person from Bow City? Looks similar. I heard he's a new student at Pearl University. A real butcher ruthless. Didn't know that. Unfortunately, even with some discussion, it didn't stir up much of a wave. Within a few weeks, the heat from the Battle of Bow City had subsided. Of course, the people of the 9 provinces wouldn't forget this event. When the topic is brought up again at some point in the future, memories will quickly resurface. Lu Jun soon received funding from the city government, a total of 50 million yuan. Adding his previous savings of 20 million yuan, he realized he was not far from obtaining the Galaxy Vein. Indeed, in a world of magic, targeting the Black Vatican was the quickest way to make money. Even Lu Mai was shocked, openly stating that even if he managed to gather enough resources, he should still refine and hone himself further. After all, the Galaxy Vein was not a guaranteed breakthrough. It was best to reach a critical point before attempting it. Subsequently, Lu Jun packed up the cursed pool and brought it to Pearl University, hoping to rely on Dean Zhao to find someone to handle it. At the same time, he felt it was time to search for suitable metal magic. In the academy office, Dean Zhao adjusted his glasses and smiled warmly. I've heard about your deeds. Be careful. Although you haven't officially joined the university, I still want to say this Pearl is proud of you. Lu Jun, feeling flattered, replied, Thank you for your praise, Dean Zhao. Ha ha ha, no need to be so reserved. I'll have someone process your cursed material. It should be ready within a week at most, Dean Zhao said with a smile. Oh, and thanks for inspiring the students of Pearl University, he added jokingly. Hearing this, Lu Jun's forehead twitched. He had already joined several Pearl University group chats and forums, where he saw titles like Lu the Butcher being promoted. It made him feel utterly embarrassed. He would have preferred the nickname Sword Immortal Lu. He hadn't even officially enrolled at Pearl University, yet the students had already memorized his appearance and treated him as a dangerous adversary. Alright, wait for the good news, Dean Zhao concluded. Lu Jun left the academy and returned home. Both he and his sister focused on training diligently. After the recent events, neither of them dared to move around recklessly before the start of the semester. They decided to wait until the heat died down before taking action again. Their monster hunting operations were temporarily halted, though they continued gathering intelligence. Not long after, someone from the academy delivered a sealed glass container to Lu Jun, explaining its use. Cursed material, curse mark. Holding the container, Lu Jun observed the dark green, ominous mist swirling inside, pulsating as though it had a life of its own. Dark materials and cursed substances were somewhat similar to contract beasts, except they lacked sentience and behaved like instinct-driven microorganisms. They bonded with a mage through magic and grew alongside them. The effect of curse mark was straightforward and brutal. Any enemy hit by a curse spell would be marked. If the target didn't immediately use magic energy to erase the mark, it would deepen over time. During this process, the victim's body would be corroded by the curse, enduring increasing pain and ongoing damage. Once the mark accumulated to a certain extent, Lu Jun could choose to detonate it, dealing massive physical and soul damage. Even if the target didn't die, they would suffer severe after-effects, such as widespread necrosis, shortened lifespan, or deformed limbs. TSK, TSK, TSK. Isn't his cursed material even stronger than a top-tier spirit seed? My previously lackluster Fear Mist spell finally has a significant use. Plus, every curse spell accelerates the deepening of the curse mark, Lu Jun mused, delighted by the potential of his newfound power. Moreover, this was just with the Fear Mist. The Meteor spell, Evil Spider Trap, was even more terrifying, capable of marking multiple targets, providing wide area control, and dealing dual damage to both the soul and body. Even if the enemies managed to escape, they would still face a final killing blow. Without delay, Lu Jun went into seclusion to train with his curse material. Nearby, Lu Mai glanced at him, smiled faintly, and decided not to disturb him. Inside his room, Lu Jun opened the container, and a wisp of dark green mist rose, smoothly flowing into his spiritual world. It carried an overwhelming, ominous curse energy. Immersed in his training, the black and red stardust of his curse element suddenly merged with the dark green mist, rapidly expanding and infecting the 7 stars. With powerful energy, it began to corrode the barrier between tiers. 1 point. 2 points. 3 points. The barrier became increasingly fragile. Finally, with a slight push, the barrier shattered completely. Boom. The stardust expanded like an inflating balloon, quickly growing 7 to 8 times its original size. The 7 stars transformed into 49 stars in an instant. Lu Jun had advanced his curse element to mid-tier. A foreboding aura emanated from his body. His skin became slightly pale, and when he opened his eyes, they reflected dark green streams of cursed material, flowing like locked-away sentient beings. Chilling energy filled the room, turning it into a ghostly chamber shrouded in eerie green light. Raising his left hand, intricate dark green patterns spread across his pale wrist, representing the presence of curse mark. Dark magic, a burden of curses used to wield curses, Lu Jun muttered to himself. Using the curse mark had slight side effects, causing minor corrosion to his own body. However, the curse wasn't particularly aggressive, and the cost was negligible. His water element's Tide Spirit Sea also provided physical enhancement, helping him resist most of the negative effects. Lu Jun recalled the teachings of Zon Kong. Curse magic relied on mental strength. It wasn't meant to confront mages directly but to overcome the burden of curses upon oneself. The stronger the curses one bore, the stronger the curse mage became. Legend spoke of various curses. Scarecrow curse, a curse mage inflicting harm on themselves would reflect greater harm onto their enemies. Vampire curse, while fearing holy light, the user gained enhanced physical strength. Ghost curse, the user became a spirit existing in reality, immortal but invisible to others. Pharaoh's curse, the user transformed into a mummy, achieving eternal life at the cost of their humanity. Even the Zhu family's curse possession technique was essentially a form of curse. Similar to the Northeast region's Ma family spirit channeling, it involved inviting spirits to possess oneself, treading the line between good and evil. The cost of curse possession was relatively low among powerful curses, provided the user's mental strength was sufficient to control the beast souls and suppress their animalistic nature. This ability allowed the Zhu family to dominate, though inadequately trained members often exhibited erratic behavior. By comparison, Lu Jun's curse mark seemed trivial. Its power far surpassed his peers but was still inferior to experienced mages in society. Nevertheless, he was content. Chapter 65, Going to University. Time flew by, and September, the start of the academic year, had arrived. Lu Jun and his sister had been quiet for a month and a half. Since breaking through to the intermediate level in the curse system, he had been focused on mastering the star patterns. With 2 experiences under his belt, he could now barely release spells, though his casting speed was still slow. Currently, 3 of his systems had reached the intermediate level, leaving only the psychic system. He initially thought that developing a signature move, Psychic Sword, and refining it day and night would help him advance to the intermediate level first. Unexpectedly, the curse system took the lead. The metal system was at the forefront, boasting level 2 cultivation. The 7 black gold flying swords, which had grown to a size of 3 meters each, swooped down like fighter jets, capable of taking down a few warrior-level creatures with ease. Next was the water system, which, after frequent use, showed signs of breaking through to level 2. But that was fine. For now, he planned to focus his efforts on the psychic and water systems. Surveying his 4 systems, Lu Jun felt a strong sense of accomplishment. With so many systems to manage, he couldn't afford to favor one and neglect the others. For now, he decided to let the metal system rest a bit, as it was rarely needed in the university and would be too overwhelming for his peers. "Sis, I'm heading to school," he said, stepping out and calling to Lu Mai, who was deep in cultivation, striving to break through the solid barrier to the advanced level and aiming for a perfect advancement. Before long, Lu Jun arrived at Pearl University. Familiar with the campus after a few prior visits, he walked in with ease. The place was teeming with fresh-faced young men and women, each dressed stylishly and radiating youthful energy. A sense of excitement filled the air as everyone looked for their targets, eager to embark on sweet romances. Senior students volunteering to maintain order were equally enthusiastic, their eyes shining as they scanned the crowd for potential prey. Lu Jun, however, felt no interest. Failing to spot familiar faces like Zhu Zhaoting and Mo Fan, who were in the next cohort and wouldn't enroll until he was a sophomore, he sighed. By then, he might even be at the peak of the intermediate level, perhaps knocking on the door of the advanced level with the help of the 3-step tower. Among the sea of freshmen, he stood out for not carrying any luggage, as he lived off campus. This unique trait caught the attention of several senior girls. His striking appearance and sharp aura piqued their interest, but they found no excuse to approach him. As Lu Jun queued to enter the campus, someone suddenly shouted, "Holy crap, it's Lu Human Butcher." "Huh? Where? Quick, let's go." The crowd immediately broke into chaos. Students retreated layer by layer, leaving a large empty space as if they'd encountered some terrifying monster. Everyone scrambled to get away. Only Lu Jun remained standing, utterly confused. Once the freshmen had scattered, they maintained a safe distance, observing curiously and taking out their phones to snap pictures. One girl, her eyes sparkling, remarked, "He doesn't seem that scary. What a clean and handsome young man." Those videos were definitely exaggerated. Someone immediately retorted, "You shallow woman, judging by appearances. Guys like him handsome on the outside but twisted inside kill without hesitation." "Shut up." Another person scolded. "That's called righteous action. I seriously doubt your intentions. Exactly. He brings a sense of security. Having a boyfriend who can slay demons and monsters. Unbeatable. Realizing something was off, Lu Jun noticed people taking pictures of him. Activating his azure cloud boots, he swiftly vanished with a burst of green light, moving as fast as someone using wind track. Ah, he's gone, sighed the freshman, none daring to chase after him, fearing the infamous backlash blade. A moment later, Lu Jun found a secluded spot. Reflecting on the exaggerated reactions of the students, he thought, isn't it normal to have killed people? Oh, right, magic school students probably haven't done that. Meanwhile, under the shade of some trees, several groups of people stood watching the commotion at the gate from afar. Among them were two brothers, one with thick eyebrows and a righteous demeanor, the other an older, carefree youth. At first glance, they seemed like heirs of a prominent family, exuding a playboy aura. In truth, they were from the Eastern clan. The younger one was Dongfang Ming, while the elder was Dongfang Lai. Watching the scene unfold, the carefree Dongfang Lai laughed. Ah Ming, what do you think of this Lu Jun? Dongfang Ming's expression turned uneasy. I wouldn't dare mess with the Black Church, but with my innate talent, I won't lose to him in a magic duel. Dongfang Lai shook his head with a smile. I'm about to start my third year and plan to intern at the Judgment Council. The more I learn about these things, the more I realize that Lu Jun isn't simple. Take my advice, avoid provoking him, especially with underhanded tactics. Compete fairly if you must, that's my warning. Dongfang Ming turned his head away, but deep down, he felt apprehensive. He had seen the unedited version of that infamous video, without any censorship, and it was horrifying. For days after watching it, he couldn't sleep. From then on, he understood just how strong Lu Jun's mental fortitude was to carry on as if nothing had happened. Nearby, a group of stunning girls stood out with their fiery and sexy auras typical of fire element female mages. Among them was a gentle and elegant beauty with jet black hair styled in a woven, net-like braid draped gracefully over her shoulders, exuding the charm of a noble Jiangnan lady. Beside her, a short-haired tomboy, Huang Xinglai, chuckled. Ding Yumian, what do you think of this human butcher? These girls had been together since their youth class days. They were part of a special admissions program, similar to Mu Ningxu's case. Though affiliated with Pearl University, they were only officially enrolled this year. Unlike Ding Yumian, who relied solely on her innate talent, the others had family connections or wealth to get in. Ding Yumian's fire spells covered a range double that of others, surpassing even the raging waves of the water system. Ding Yumian observed quietly and shook her head lightly. He's confident, with an air of having everything under control. The others didn't find this unusual, as they knew Ding Yumian had keen judgment and often saw through the intentions of men trying to approach her, exposing them and driving them away. Huang Xinglai teased, so, he's a control freak, huh? A domineering guy? Makes sense for someone who dared to fight the Black Church. Such determination requires some level of obsession. Ding Yumian remained silent, but she felt it wasn't about control, more like composure. She recalled Grandpa Zhao mentioning his name once and kept it in mind. Now that she had met him, she realized he was shrouded in mystery, like seeing flowers through a mist. Usually, she only experienced this with psychic mages. Lost in thought, she didn't dwell on it. Meanwhile, Lu Jun remained oblivious to being noticed by a few well-known characters from the original story and didn't realize they were in the same cohort. Annoyed by the attention, he quickly picked up his books from the new class and left. Fortunately, he didn't live on campus, otherwise, it would have been unbearable. The next day was the freshman welcoming event, better known as the Summoning Beast Battle Tournament. That was when the real action would begin. Chapter 66, Beast Battle Competition? The next day, Lu Jun tidied his appearance and went to the Beast Arena. The so-called Beast Battle Competition involves summoning department students using their summoned creatures to challenge all of the freshmen individually, determining the distribution of resources. Conflicts between the summoning department and other departments have a long history. Dimensional mages are rare in number, yet the resources they occupy are equal to those of larger departments like fire, water, and wind, which inevitably creates imbalance. Thus, Dean Zhao waved his hand and initiated a challenge. If the summoning department freshmen could consecutively defeat 100 challengers, they would gain full resources. If defeated by the other departments, half their resources would be stripped away. As a result, every freshman enthusiastically participates, fighting for their own interests. Bloody incidents are not uncommon. Over time, the Beast Battle Competition has become the most significant event in the Azure campus. Many senior students from the main campus come to watch, and standout individuals often become the future key figures of the academy. Held annually, the competition is even broadcast online through media, drawing substantial traffic. Curious ordinary people interested in the academy's inner workings and casual mages often tune in, with tens of thousands watching simultaneously. Such scenes of human mages battling monsters are rare, perhaps only comparable to the Venice competition held every 4 years or the Hunter King competition held every 10 years. Currently, civilian communication devices cannot live stream in the wild. Any hunter knows that turning on a phone in the wild immediately emits magical waves, alerting monsters and practically inviting death. For the same reason, the authorities cannot track the frequent malignant killings occurring in the wilderness. There's no evidence after death. However, military technology has some capabilities. In the coming years, these will gradually become civilian use, opening new economic opportunities. Lu Jun even considered entering this field to make money in the future. Returning to the main topic, Lu Jun was determined to win this beast battle competition. Beyond securing resources, his ambition extended further. As a rare curse element mage, his fame had already spread. Obtaining substantial resources would only add to his success. Previously, he had used the curse department's resources to handle materials from the Black Church. If he could acquire the summoning department's resources, it would be a huge boost. Lu Jun also harbored a bigger ambition, to replicate Mo Fan's feat a year later by seizing all departmental resources for himself, ascending to the 3-step tower, and possibly reaching intermediate peak levels rapidly. Soon, he arrived at the Beast Arena. This grand structure was more magnificent than a football stadium. Usually used for major competitions, today, its duel grounds had transformed into a massive, enclosed barrier cage known as the Beast Cage. The Beast Cage was surrounded by tiered seating, densely packed with rows upon rows of seats, capable of accommodating around 10,000 people. Such a colossal arena could only be built by a wealthy institution like Pearl Academy. Students had already started entering the arena. From lunchtime onward, queues formed, creating an atmosphere of excitement. By 3 p.m., the arena was packed with students. Bright young faces and fair-skinned young women filled the seats, their eager gazes fixed on the stage. Meanwhile, drones equipped with advanced military technology began filming. These high-tech, stable, dynamic capture devices offered high-definition footage, a luxury only Pearl Academy could afford. Lu Jun couldn't help but feel envious. The Beast Battle competition hadn't even started, yet the live stream was already flooded with bullet comments. Judging by the viewership, fan engagement was incredibly high. Doesn't anyone work? Sigh. Pearl Academy's Beast Battle competition is great, but the timing is unpredictable. It's on a weekday this year, so I can only sneak a few peeks while slacking off. Same here. Same here. Get real. This is a top academy training elite mages. They can't turn a freshman trial into a nationwide entertainment event. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Besides, the bloodiness and horror of monsters are too much for many people with weak nerves. If they opened it to mass promotion, parents would start filing complaints. True, this niche format works well. Only people in our circle know about it. How many of you watching are mages like me? Haha, I'm on the city monster hunting team. I'm with the city guard. Wow, are you all mages? I'm just an ordinary person. Trembling here. So boring. There's no commentary. When does it start? Suddenly, I realize those game commentators weren't useless, they at least bantered to keep us entertained. You don't get it, bro. You need eyes to see beauty. Look at the Elite Academy girls, those legs, those faces. Damn, so jealous. More repetitive comments followed. The Academy's official teachers, while monitoring the recordings, chuckled at the amusing bullet comments. By now, Lu Jun had arrived at the designated location. As one of the 100 challengers, he went straight backstage and didn't need to sit with the audience. Due to his fame, sitting in the audience would undoubtedly cause a wide empty circle around him. His registration was handled directly, with no need for qualification assessment. He immediately secured a spot. When Lu Jun reached backstage, he saw the 10 students from the summoning department and the 100 from the combined departments. The crowd fell silent, showing respect and awe as they stepped aside. Among them, Dong Fangming and Ding Yuming didn't move, merely observing Lu Jun unbothered by being the center of attention. Lu Jun confidently declared, "I'll go first." The supervising teacher, Gu Han, hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Next to him, the healing department's beautiful teacher, Rania, smiled approvingly, saying, "This year's freshmen are impressive and spirited." Her words sparked dissatisfaction among other arrogant geniuses present, though they hesitated to confront Lu Jun directly. Instead, they watched coldly, hoping to test him. On stage, Dean Zhao began his speech, his tone calm yet resolute. "If your sole ambition is to become a mage respected by society, earning a substantial salary and enjoying a high-quality life, then I must responsibly tell you that you're in the wrong place. Mages graduating from Pearl Academy must have the ability to change the world and a mission to protect humanity as heroes. If anyone here seeks only the former, We can provide you with a graduation certificate and a letter of recommendation right now. You can go live that life. But don't occupy a precious spot at Pearl Academy. Wealth and fame we do not lack, what we lack are hearts eternally pursuing supreme magic. This belief defines the Academy. The students it nurtures are all capable of reaching super-tier levels. The students present were fired up, their youthful faces flushed with determination. In the live stream, comments flooded in, well said. College students should strive to revitalize humanity and fight against monsters. Dean Zhao is unparalleled. Dean Zhao's speeches, different each year, often inspired reflection and were highly popular online. The public loved him. Chapter 67, Attracting Attention in just a few minutes, Dean Zhao concluded his speech swiftly and decisively, without giving other leaders a chance to speak. He immediately started the Beast Duel, a decision much appreciated by the livestream viewers. There are too few leaders who get straight to the point. Or rather, incompetent leaders can only maintain their authority through vague rhetoric. Finally, the main event begins. Let's see some serious action. Let me see if there's a beautiful and powerful mage wife among the newcomers this year. Dream on. This isn't a normal university. Any female mage here could crush you with one hand. The summoning department was the first to enter. Most of them were male students, with a couple of ordinary-looking females mixed in. The audience's feedback came swiftly, disappointing. They don't seem that impressive. Rubbish. A beginner summoner can casually command a servant-level creature to wipe out 7 or 8 mages. They might look plain, but they absolutely dominate their peers. Backstage, Lu Jun took a deep breath. This was a stage that attracted countless eyes, but he had been through many storms and felt little fear. Instead, a touch of madness stirred in his heart. He wanted to put on a spectacular show. Calm and composed, he began walking toward the stage alone. Next to him, Gu Han asked in confusion, Lu Jun, wait. What about your 3 other teammates? The Beast Duel usually grouped students from different departments into teams of 4. There were 25 groups in total, with summoners being split among them to ensure balance, otherwise, the summoning department would dominate. But Lu Jun waved him off. No need. I'm a mid-tier mage. I can handle this alone. The others are optional. The moment these words left his mouth, the 100 students present froze, their faces darkening in anger. They were all elites, prodigies chosen from across the country and from among thousands of new students. Back in their hometowns, they were the top scorers, the cream of the crop. To be dismissed so casually was naturally infuriating. However, they managed to keep their composure. Lu Jun was notorious for being ruthless and wouldn't hesitate to strike. It was better to wait and see. If he wasn't as terrifying as the rumors claimed, they'd challenge him fairly. After all, no one thought Lu Jun would dare to commit murder in the academy. Expressionless, Lu Jun intentionally provoked hostility, setting the stage for what was to come. His strength spoke for itself, and with the Academy's protection and his ties to the Clear Sky Hunter Agency, even the Black Vatican didn't scare him. A few mere students? He could crush them without needing to be polite. It was better to compete boldly. As Lu Jun ascended the stage alone, the crowd first erupted into cheers, then gradually quieted. The students exchanged puzzled looks. What's going on? Why is there only one person? Where are the others? Even the veterans in the live stream, familiar with the Beast Duel rules, filled the screen with question marks. Soon, some students recognized Lu Jun, and the whispers spread like wildfire through the audience. Even some senior students watching were intrigued. The crowd fell silent, their wide eyes fixed on Lu Jun. Meanwhile, the live stream viewers were still confused. What's happening? Why isn't anyone saying anything? Who is this guy? I think I know. It's related to something that happened in Shanghai 2 months ago. Stop being cryptic. Spill it. Some local viewers began explaining, and the chat quickly warmed up. Gasps filled the comments as anticipation soared. They were tired of seeing group battles against monsters. A one-on-one fight with a monster? Now that felt like a brutal cage match. The summoning department head, unaware of the details surrounding Lu Jun, frowned and asked, "Just you?" Lu Jun replied calmly, "One is enough." Arrogant. The teacher snapped, turning to his 10 students with a cold expression. If you lose, don't just expect to lose your resources. Prepare for harsh training in the future. The summoners exchanged nervous glances. They all browsed the internet and knew Lu Jun's reputation. Teacher, are you trying to send us to our deaths? Even the Black Vatican feared him, especially since he could easily take on a dozen servant-level creatures. Dean Zhao smiled and nodded. Since Lu Jun is confident, let's begin. Left with no choice, one of the summoning students, a skinny boy named Ming, reluctantly stepped onto the stage. Lu Jun Ming. The two exchanged names. Lu Jun didn't recognize the boy, guessing he hadn't crossed paths with Mo Fan. Ming quickly began casting his spell, summoning his creature to the stage. A massive demonic wolf appeared with a deafening howl. Standing 3 meters tall at the shoulder, it was a spectral wolf beast, one of the most common summons in the department. Its strength was top tier for a servant-level creature. To be accepted into Pearl Academy, even beginner summoners had to be the best among their peers. The wolf's savage aura swept across the stage, its fishy breath sending chills through the audience. Most students had never seen a monster up close and sat frozen in fear. Those in the front rows trembled uncontrollably. Book knowledge could never compare to the visceral reality of a beast. Meanwhile, the live stream chat froze momentarily. Many viewers couldn't handle the shock and left, leaving only 2,000 to 3,000 veterans. The backstage teacher sighed. He'd seen this before. Monsters weren't like zoo animals. Modern viewers probably couldn't even handle footage of wild tigers hunting, let alone actual monsters. On stage, Lu Jun eyed the spectral wolf with interest. His hands itched for a fight. Though it was a different species, it was still a wolf. He hadn't fought one since leaving Bo City. The spectral wolf lowered its body, ready to pounce. But its sharp instincts sensed the man's calm exterior masked a bloodthirsty and violent aura. Around him, it smelled the vengeful souls of its kind, clinging to him like a shroud. The wolf froze, unable to move its limbs. Fear gripped its heart, and it refused to attack. Ming tried repeatedly to command it, but the beast remained paralyzed, leaving him embarrassed in front of the crowd. The summoning department head scowled, furious at his student's failure. Worthless. As a summoner, you can't even command your creature properly. The stalemate lasted several seconds. The live stream viewers, having recovered from their initial shock, began flooding the chat with complaints. What are you doing? Attack already. Hurry up. This is agonizing. Boring. I want to see blood. Lu Jun, seemingly hearing their cries, began tracing his star trails. His eyes glowed dark green as a curse magic aura surged around him. A level 3 beginner spell, Mist of Fear, Nightmare, activated. The spectral wolf saw a pair of sinister green eyes materialize before it, their baleful energy spreading through the void like a curse. Chapter 68, Small Tournament on the Arena Stage. The ghost wolf beast let out a miserable cry as its mighty body collapsed to the ground with a thud. A complex dark green mark appeared on its forehead, faint and incomplete, still growing. Even so, the beast suffered a mental shock, with intense pain in its heart, its body weak and limp, unable to rise. It was as if it were caught in a nightmare, transforming into a one-eyed demon wolf attacking a man repeatedly, only to be slain time after time by a great sword in various gruesome ways. Ming was at a loss, unable to react before the fear imbued by the curse spread through the contract into his spiritual realm, inflicting considerable damage on him as well, though less severe than the summoned beasts. Covering his chest, he gasped for air, his face pale. The teachers were slightly startled, and a few who recognized the technique remarked in amazement, a curse system. And it's been fused with some kind of cursed material. The gathered students broke into an uproar. Damn, what's going on? Lu Jun just took a look, and they both went down. That was a servant-level demon. As expected of Lu the Executioner, known for openly challenging the Black Order. He's really got some skills. The live stream audience was equally shaken, completely baffled, until someone explained the obscure concept of curse magic, leaving them enlightened. The name alone sounds dangerous. Ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance if they encountered this. Don't worry, if he's fighting the Black Order, he must be one of the good guys. The audience's discussions didn't disrupt the ongoing beast dueling tournament. A healing teacher, the beautiful Rania, came onto the stage to check Ming's injuries. Other than requiring some spiritual recovery, he wasn't seriously harmed. As for the ghost wolf beast, it had already fled back to its summoned plane. Lu Jun, still intrigued by his initial experiments with curse magic, hadn't even activated the mark of curse harvesting ability before the ghost wolf beast collapsed. The incorporation of cursed material had significantly enhanced this system's power. Of course, his spiritual level, enhanced by the mental magic system, also played a part. Below the stage, the remaining 9 summoning students exchanged glances, their faces dejected. Ming was among the stronger ones in their group, yet he had fallen without even grazing the opponent's clothes. The gap was just too large. Just as the summoners were preparing to give up, they heard Lu Jun's cold voice from the stage. Is this it? Don't come at me one by one, it's a waste of my time. Come at me together. These words enraged even the most indifferent summoning students. The audience burst into an uproar, most reveling in the spectacle, eager for the drama regardless of the outcome. Backstage, the 99 other challengers from various departments frowned. Dongfang Ming was displeased, muttering, I thought this guy might take down 10 in a row, leaving no chance for us. But now, with such arrogance, He's bound to fail. Ding Yumian remained calm, recalling the familiar fluctuations earlier. She couldn't quite make sense of it. Strange. It was clearly curse magic, so why was there a trace of mental magic? The live stream chat, meanwhile, was filled with playful remarks, spamming phrases like arrogant and so cocky. Someone expressed discontent. You're all classmates. Is it really necessary to strain relationships like this? They're college students, full of youthful vigor. They lead a loss eventually. Shut up. Do you think everyone is like you, timid and scraping by? Students of China should be ambitious and high-spirited like this. Luxun, I hope Chinese youth rise and don't listen to the self-abandoning words of others. Haha, it's ridiculous to talk about strained relationships. Mages don't play the workplace game of pretending to be polite. Soon, 9 summoning students stepped up and entered the beast cage. Roars, howls, and screeches echoed as one servant-level demon after another materialized. Each stood 3 meters tall, be it demon wolves, combat blade insects, or thick-skinned iron-armored rhinos. They prowled the spacious cage, growling lowly. Even a single one of these creatures would be terrifying, let alone 9. The gathered students held their breaths, cold sweat breaking out on the foreheads of those in the front rows. The live stream chat reflected the tense atmosphere, with the audience quickly changing their tone. I was wrong. Executioner Liu, run. Don't just stand there. It's unimaginable. Are the soldiers on the border facing situations like this too? The country really protects us well. I heard that just a few weeks ago, a whole clan of demons invaded Bo City. Thousands of monsters attacked. I didn't feel much back then, but now. Respect to the people of Bo City. We're doomed. Just give up. Humphrey, I knew this arrogant youngster would fall. Wait for the failure. Hey, weren't you the one encouraging him just now? Why did you switch sides? Clearly, the audience was ever unpredictable. Amid the flood of discouraging comments, only 2 messages with VIP tags floated by, offering simple encouragement, go for it. At home, Lu Jun's sister, Lu Mai, was idly lounging on her pillow, legs swaying, watching the live stream of the beast dueling tournament. Seeing the scene, she smiled wistfully, recalling their first monster hunt, which had a similar vibe. Although the 9 servant-level demons here were well-trained, and one had even advanced, she didn't see it as a big deal. For Lu Jun, this was child's play. She casually sent an encouraging message. Meanwhile, in Hangzhou, Tang Yu was also watching the live stream of the Pearl Academy's beast dueling tournament. She sent a supportive comment and smiled knowingly. Amid the chaos, Lu Jun's expression remained unchanged. Before the 9 summoners could command their beasts to attack, he raised his hand and clenched his fist. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Unnoticed by everyone, the beast cage had become filled with countless dark green threads, crisscrossing and forming a massive, horrifying spiderweb. Gradually, the once invisible threads surfaced, covering a significant portion of the arena. In an instant, the 9 servant-level demons and the 9 summoners were ensnared. Their bodies froze, limbs contorted unnaturally, eyes rolling back in terror. The summoned creatures were also immobilized, like puppets on strings. Each person and beast bore a dark green curse mark on their foreheads. The students in the front rows of the audience were stunned, feeling an ominous aura. Looking back at the restrained summoners on the field, they swallowed hard. Mid-tier curse magic, spider trap, web weaving. A wide area control skill, though it lacked the soul-draining capabilities of 3rd-level spells. Yet, with the enhancement of the curse material, Mark of Curse, this first-level spell was already formidable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lu Jun remained calm. He wasn't yet proficient in mid-tier curse magic, but it didn't matter. This system wasn't about taking the initiative but about weaving traps invisibly, waiting for the right moment. From the moment the 9 summoners entered the stage, he had been calmly aligning his curse stars. Both the curse and mental systems were highly concealed. Even a clumsy mage could weave a net within 10 seconds. By the time his opponents prepared to attack, they had already fallen into his trap. Chapter 69, All of You Are Trash. Lu Jun waited for a few seconds, letting the curse mark seep deep into the 18 targets. The dark green web crisscrossing the beast arena grew taut, leaving the summoners and their summoned beasts without any room to resist. Their spiritual stardust was completely sealed. In addition, the dark green curse marks on their foreheads spread to cover half their bodies. From their faces down to their necks and collarbones, eerie spider patterns emerged, grotesque and terrifying, exuding a menacing dark aura. Their skin burned painfully, as though their muscles were dissolving. Their organs convulsed, leaving them in unbearable agony, wishing for death. Fortunately, Lu Jun knew his limits. He used a torment curse rather than a lethal one, merely inflicting suffering without unleashing the full destructive potential of the curse marks. Lu Jun slowly spread his fingers, each fingertip faintly glowing with a trace of dark green light. Like a puppet master controlling strings, he manipulated everyone with ease. Snap. He snapped his fingers, gracefully turning his back on the arena and facing the audience. Bowing slightly like a magician at the end of a performance, he placed a hand on his chest in a grand gesture. In that instant, the curse marks on the 9 summoners and their beasts exploded. The ferocious summoned creatures collapsed, their massive bodies rigid as blood splattered across the arena. The 9 summoners themselves fell unconscious, their bodies manipulated by the spider webs into peaceful, death-like postures. Everything unfolded silently, as if a silent puppet show was performed in the shadowy, flickering light of the arena, resembling a monochrome scene from an old silent film. Lu Jun's shadowed face was indistinct, but against a grand backdrop behind him, he appeared eerie and nightmarish. The entire student body fell into complete silence. Breath held, they were immersed in the oppressive stillness, their hearts filled with terror. From Lu Jun's bow, they sensed no friendliness, only an intensification of his reputation as a ruthless madman. He was an untouchable taboo. Brutes were easier to handle, but if he was also a schemer weaving traps in the dark, one wouldn't even know how they met their end. Viewers in the live stream had an even clearer view. Military-grade special cameras captured the cursed soul threads, terrifying even those watching from the safety of their homes, making their hands tremble. The live stream chat exploded. 666. I've watched beast tournaments for years, but this is the first time I've seen a summoner group wiped out like this. So elegant. Truly elegant. Hey, where's the guy who said the curse student would lose? Get down on your knees and apologize right now. Apologize. Apologize. This is insane. The pinnacle of magic, standing above the world. What's the next line again? In Jinyuan Apartments, Lu Mai was also stunned by the spectacle. Then, she smiled indulgently. That little brat still loves showing off. Meanwhile, backstage in the arena, Dong Fengming was startled at first, then complained, what's wrong with this year's summoners? Even with an advanced stage servant beast, they still got wiped out. In truth, he knew that even though his fire magic had reached the intermediate level, achieving what Lu Jun had done was impossible unless he had an exceptional fire elemental seed. Ding Yumian shook her head, uninterested in Lu Jun's moment of glory. Her quiet personality was like a lotus in the dark, blooming silently, waiting for someone to approach and admire her, or perhaps fading away unnoticed. Guhan and Rania, along with other instructors, carried the 9 unconscious students off stage. After a check, they found no major issues. Their spiritual realms needed some time to recover, and the corrosive effects on their bodies could be easily treated by healing mages. The summoning department head remained silent. Lu Jun had truly humiliated him. Moments later, Dean Zhao stepped onto the stage, announcing the summoners' defeat and the transfer of half their resources to the victors. He also invited Lu Jun to say a few words, as was customary for the winner. Typically, winners would make some polite remarks, acknowledging their opponent's efforts and emphasizing their own struggle, demonstrating high emotional intelligence. Even the livestream audience had started leaving, uninterested in the usual empty words. Today's performance had already been worth the watch. Though short, it was spectacular. Many viewers began opening forums or platforms like Taiba and Hupu, preparing to rate the event and discuss Mingzu University, magic, and Lu Jun. But then, Lu Jun smiled, paused, and said something utterly shocking. My thoughts? All of you are trash. Dean Zhao chuckled softly, realizing Lu Jun intended to stir things up. He supported this attitude. Universities should embrace diverse groups and clashing values to foster new ideas. The summoning department head, who was about to leave, turned back with a dark expression and questioned, what did you just say? Young man, you need to understand that there's always someone better than you. Lu Jun responded with a bright, cheerful smile, oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not just talking about the summoning department. I mean everyone here, you're all trash. The statement spread throughout the arena, shocking the 10,000 students present. They erupted into whispers, their suppressed anger flaring despite Lu Jun's fearsome reputation. Damn it. How can anyone tolerate this? Beat him down. The summoning department head's face turned grim. His own response seemed clownish in comparison to Lu Jun's audacity. The live stream, which had mostly dispersed, reignited as viewers flooded back. Some clever users quickly took screenshots, turning the moment into a meme and uploading it online. The internet community, ever sensitive to such iconic moments, immediately recognized the significance of the scene. Classic. This is going to be a famous moment. So ruthless. I knew Lu Jun was destined for greatness. Everyone here is trash. Ha ha ha. He understands the art of entertainment. You shouldn't be a mage, go stream instead. The entertainment industry just lost a star. But seriously, this kind of mage shouldn't waste his potential streaming. Becoming a top-tier mage is the way to go. Live stream chat, Everyone here is my dad. Laughing.jpg. Alright, good son, I acknowledge you. The live stream's popularity surged, bringing back viewers who had left. Soon, new audiences from platforms and forums joined, causing the originally niche event to gain broader attention. At least in the Magic City, everyone now knew about the rookie known as Lou the Butcher, who had been making waves even before entering university. Who is this guy, and why is he in the same school as me? Lu Jun continued fanning the flames, saying, so many useless people hogging resources is a waste. Dean Zhao, if defeating the summoners means taking half their resources, what happens if I defeat everyone? Can I take all their resources? Dean Zhao pondered for a moment. There's no precedent, but it's not impossible. Great. Lu Jun turned to the audience, grinning wildly. I'll guard this stage today and take all your resources after I beat you all. The entire crowd of new students erupted in anger, shouting, arrogant bastard. If it's a one-on-one, I might fear you, but in a group fight, who's afraid of who? Exactly. Thousands of us can take turns. You'll run out of magic energy eventually. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense, with anger and defiance spreading like wildfire. Chapter 70, challenging all the new students backstage, Dong Fengming's expression was grim. He exchanged glances with several heirs of prominent families, their eyes cold. All of them were intent on making the arrogant Lu Jun suffer. That single remark, calling everyone trash, had included them all. It was intolerable. Sure, Lu Jun was impressive, having faced off against the Black Vatican and instantly defeated the summoning department. But could he withstand a sea of people? Watching the live stream, Lu Mai's delicate lips parted slightly in surprise, her beautiful eyes widened. Was this really her brother? So brazen. However, after glancing at the live chat, she couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed entertaining. Her brother clearly understood how live streams worked, creating a massive spectacle with a who else but me kind of charisma. Whether Lu Jun won or lost, as long as his performance wasn't terrible, his reputation would spread far and wide. As for the new students, they weren't particularly surprised. In fact, they thought this kind of behavior aligned perfectly with Lu Jun's persona. It wasn't enough to make him a public enemy like Mo Fan would be a year later. There was a saying, a good person can perform 1,000 acts of kindness, but if they make a single mistake, the public will condemn them as irredeemable. Meanwhile, a bad person can commit countless wrongs, yet doing one slightly less bad thing earns them recognition for improvement. In Hangzhou, Tangyu murmured, isn't that a bit exaggerated? She wasn't usually interested in battles between first-year students. If it weren't for Lu Jun appearing first, she wouldn't have bothered watching at all. But Lu Jun had already grabbed attention by single-handedly taking on demons. Then, his 1-on-9 match against the summoning department made it impossible to look away. Now, challenging all the students in the Magic City University was even more sensational. The spectacle just kept escalating. Even someone like Tangyu, who rarely watched live streams of ordinary people, found herself drawn in. At this moment, inside the Beast Arena, Lu Jun summoned the shocking metal greatsword. Standing calmly in the center of the arena, he said, who's coming first? Step up one by one, instead of just talking big. He was confident. At first glance, his challenge seemed suicidal after all. Mo Fan only faced 200 people a year later, while Lu Jun was taking on thousands. However, the math wasn't as simple as it seemed. First of all, Lu Jun didn't need to defeat all the thousands of students. Defeating a portion of the brave ones would suffice, the rest would crumble without even fighting. Secondly, he could use 4 elements, curse, metal, water, and psychic. The latter two could be disguised, unlike Mo Fan, who could only use 2 elements. Moreover, his magical energy reserves were several times greater than Mo Fan's. His metal element was at mid-tier level 2, his water element was nearing mid-tier level 2, and his curse element was at mid-tier level 1, giving him a significant advantage in stamina and resources. Besides, the metal, curse, and psychic elements were particularly effective against human opponents. The metal element could end a fight simply by putting a sword to the opponent's neck, while the curse and psychic elements were devastating enough to incapacitate even mid-tier mages. Unlike Mo Fan, who struggled against mid-tier mages and had to use multiple mid-tier spells to defeat tough opponents, consuming a significant amount of energy, Lu Jun could finish fights with ease. Am I paving the way for Mo Fan so that he has no road left to walk? Lu Jun muttered to himself. By the time Mo Fan attempted his arrogant challenge of all elements a year later, Lu Jun would already be the established Demon King. What a beautiful image. Lu Jun didn't care about the implications. Nurturing 4 elements was too challenging, progressing step by step would take forever. Besides, Mo Fan probably didn't need power as urgently as Lu Jun did, and their paths were already diverging from the original story. At this point, Lu Jun had already dealt with Yue and inadvertently put himself in a dangerous position. If he wasn't careful, he could truly become a target of the Black Vatican. He needed to strengthen himself as quickly as possible, which was why he had made this bold and reckless move. After Lu Jun finished his taunt, the new students fell into an awkward silence. Although they were indignant, no one stepped forward. Everyone understood that Lu Jun couldn't possibly defeat thousands of people, but they also knew that whoever went first would just be cannon fodder, paving the way for the final victor. Losing would also be humiliating. They all wanted to be the last straw that claimed victory, so they waited for someone else to make the first move. The livestream audience grew impatient. Is this it? Is this the best the Magic City University has to offer? Haha, no wonder he dares to taunt them. Turns out it really is a group of weaklings. Disappointing. One of the top universities in the country, and not a single brave soul? Please, keyboard warriors. If you're so good, why don't you step up? Lu the Butcher didn't just fight the Black Vatican, you all saw his performance just now. Fun fact, this curse mage is also a star among the freshmen. The gap is just too wide. Backstage, Dong Fengming and several other mid-tier mages from prominent families exchanged glances, each hoping someone else would step up first. Meanwhile, Ding Yumian remained calm and indifferent. To her, Stardust magic tools and similar resources no longer held much significance. She had no interest in joining the chaos. The label of trash others placed on her didn't bother her in the slightest. She was at peace, untouched by worldly disputes. Eventually, a brave soul stepped forward. He was one of the 100 outstanding representatives backstage and a member of the Bei family's collateral line. A tall and handsome young man named Bei Zhangfeng sneered as he looked around. You're all waiting for someone else to make the first move because you're afraid of failure. How can you achieve greatness with this kind of cowardice? A warrior draws their blade against a stronger foe. Don't you realize that the first person to step up will gain the most fame? People only remember the first to act. Bei Zhangfeng shook his head. This battle had escalated into one person challenging thousands, and no matter the outcome, they had already lost. Even if someone managed to defeat Lu Jun later, they would just be dismissed as lucky. Only the first challenger would leave a lasting impression. With that, he strode into the Beast Arena. When the audience and livestream viewers saw someone finally step forward, the atmosphere grew heated. Not bad. This kid's got guts. He's a real man. Definitely better than the rest of those spineless cowards. Please, he's just cannon fodder. Couldn't resist the bait. Lu Jun watched Bei Zhangfeng approach and listened to his impassioned speech. Since none of you are willing to go first, I will. I might lose, but if I'm willing to risk it all, I can bring down the Butcher. Failure may be a part of life, but today, I won't surrender. To whoever wins after me, you've earned it. The other students were stirred by his words. One of them shouted, Brother, after you're done, I'm next. Young people were naturally hot-blooded. Spurred by Bei Zhangfeng's speech, they were all eager to step up and fight. Seeing how his opponent had roused the fighting spirit of the entire freshman class, making his challenge even more difficult, Lu Jun wasn't upset. Instead, he grew more excited. This was going to be fun. What's your name? Lu Jun asked. Bei Zhangfeng. Hearing this, Lu Jun smiled. He recalled the original story. There had been a Bei Zhangfeng in Mo Fan's year, likely a relative of Bei Zhangfeng. Very well, Bei Zhangfeng. I'll remember your name. Now, prepare to be eliminated. Chapter 71, Defeating 100 opponents. The moment the referee announced the start of the match, Bei Zhangfeng immediately controlled his star track. A surge of icy energy spiraled around him as he tried to seize the initiative. Lu Jun, however, with his dark green, ghostly eyes, merely used the entry-level mist of fear, conserving his mana. Even so, Bei Zhangfeng's vision went dark, and a pair of dark green snake-like pupils suddenly appeared, biting at him ferociously. His heart skipped a beat, seized by fright, and a shallow curse mark surfaced on his forehead. In an instant, his star track was disrupted. Without hesitation, Lu Jun, wielding his golden greatsword and activating his azure cloud boots, turned into a blur and crossed over 100 meters in a split second, arriving before Bei Zhangfeng. Caught off guard, Bei Zhangfeng had no time to complete his star track. His brow furrowed as he hastily summoned his shield magic tool from his spiritual world. A 3-meter-tall ice crystal shield enveloped his body, offering complete protection. Buzz. 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 Lu Jun's attack landed. The golden greatsword crashed down with terrifying impact, shattering the ice crystal shield instantly. The heavy sword pressed forward toward Bei Zhangfeng. At that moment, Bei Zhangfeng froze in terror, instinctively squeezing his eyes shut and bracing himself for death. However, in the next instant, a sharp gust of wind grazed his face, stinging his skin. His neck felt icy, as though a cold blade rested against it. A voice whispered in his ear, "You've lost." Next. When Bei Zhangfeng opened his eyes, a thick, pitch gold black longsword was mere inches away from him. The blade shimmered with a faint platinum glow, an unsettling sight. His expression was dazed, filled with disbelief. He was a mid-tier mage. His mid-tier eyes spell hadn't even been unleashed, and yet he was defeated in a single clash. Shouldn't there have been a back-and-forth struggle, followed by a regretful yet honorable defeat? That was how the script was supposed to go. Though he had anticipated losing, he hadn't expected to lose like this. He had accounted for Lu Jun's curse magic, intending to rely on his shield magic tool to buy time for spellcasting. Yet, it proved futile. Miscalculating this step had led to total failure. Paired with his earlier bold proclamations, his decisive defeat created a stark contrast, leaving him red-faced. In the live stream, viewers burst into laughter. "They just cracked me up. All that bravado, and now this? I thought he'd put up a fight. Turns out, he's a joke." Big talk before the match, total silence after. Sword versus magic? Is this even magic? This isn't science. Nearby, Gu Han declared Bei Zhangfeng's defeat, unsurprised by his dismal performance. Dean Zhao nodded approvingly. Freshmen entering university were often too rigid in their spellcasting, sticking to stationary magic duels. Against a practical combatant like Lu Jun, they were easily overwhelmed. Using minimal mana to inflict maximum damage, a classic hunter's approach. Lu Jun's mastery of restraint and his swordsmanship were remarkable. Though Bei Zhangfeng had failed, his performance had ignited the fighting spirit of the freshmen. They had all noticed that Lu Jun had shown mercy, refraining from causing serious harm. This encouraged the freshmen, who were now eager to challenge him. Lu Jun understood that if he had struck down Bei Zhangfeng mercilessly, it would have deterred many challengers. But such underhanded tactics didn't suit him. Competitions should be conducted openly and fairly. Soon, another student stepped forward. An older-looking male with a rugged face and a gruff voice declared, "I'll go next." However, within moments of entering the ring, this big brother retreated to his seat. Lu Jun didn't even bother using his mist of fear. The opponent was a fire element entry-level tier 3 mage. When a fireball flew at him, he extinguished it with a casual swing of his golden greatsword. Then, before the opponent could react, Lu Jun charged forward, forcing him to surrender. After this big brother lost, even more freshmen surged forward. Seeing both entry-level and mid-tier mages being effortlessly defeated, they thought, there's no difference. If they can go, I can too. After all, in past beast battle tournaments, only a select few, about 100 prodigies, had the chance to shine. They were the ones under the spotlight. Now, the previously overlooked students had a chance to step onto this stage. How could they not be excited? If Lu Jun were defeated, they could at least boast, "I contributed to his downfall." A massive line of freshmen formed, each eager for a turn. Meanwhile, Lu Jun remained silent. His actions were unremarkable, swinging his sword, breaking spells, and defeating opponents. His swordsmanship had reached a state of simplicity and efficiency. Regardless of frost, flame, or thunder, he slashed through everything with unstoppable momentum. 10 opponents. 30 opponents. 50 opponents. In just 30 minutes, over 100 challengers were eliminated. The battles themselves were so brief that the time spent waiting to step onto the field was longer. The live stream chat exploded with praise. "Damn, one sword breaks all spells. Incredible. Hi everyone, I'm a LVL1 basic mage. I saw how easy it looked to slash through spells, so I tried it with an iron sword. I'm now in the IQ. This has to be scripted. No way it's real. It looks simple, but it's anything but. Dogo, insightful as always, commenter above." Backstage, Dongfeng Ming could no longer sit still. He recognized that sending entry-level mages was pointless. They were nothing but cannon fodder, incapable of even draining Lu Jun's mana. Only mid-tier mages could pose a real threat. After observing for so long, Dongfeng Ming had formulated a plan. Lu Jun's terrifying abilities boiled down to two aspects: his curse magic interruptions and his evil spider trap setup. Dongfeng Ming had solutions for both. As for the black gold greatsword, while impressive, it consumed mana and required close range to be effective. Victory was within his grasp. Dongfeng Ming felt confident. He would end Lu Jun's streak and gain fame by stepping over him. Just as another eager freshman prepared to step up, Dongfeng Ming calmly declared, "I'll go first." The student paused, recognizing Dongfeng Ming as a scion of the Dongfeng family and a freshman representative known for his prowess. She ceded her place. The other students had no objections. Their interest was piqued. Bei Zhangfeng's performance had been underwhelming, but now, a proper mid-tier mage battle was about to unfold. When Dongfeng Ming entered the ring, he saw Lu Jun standing tall with his sword in hand. The dim light shrouded Lu Jun's face, making his features hard to discern, yet his imposing aura was palpable. For a moment, Dong Fengming was taken aback but quickly composed himself. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Jun's current aura was the result of countless experiences, slaying demons, killing men, defeating hundreds, and dominating a prestigious academy. All of this had cultivated an indescribable presence. Dong Fengming stepped closer, brimming with confidence. Lu Jun, I've seen through your weaknesses. This farce is about to end. I will be the one to stop you. Lu Jun didn't bother responding. Raising his sword, he asked indifferently, state your name. You. Dong Fengming was slightly irritated by Lu Jun's indifference. He smirked and replied, Dong Feng family, Dong Fengming. Oh? Lu Jun's expression shifted slightly. The name rang a bell. He recalled that Dong Fengming was the apprentice adjudicator Mo Fan encountered 2 years later, defeated in 10 minutes. If things followed their course, Dong Fengming would become one of the top 100 fire element mages in the main campus 2 years later, possessing the innate talent rapid casting, which allowed him to have the casting time for all spells. Finally, Lu Jun was intrigued. At last, a worthy opponent had arrived. Chapter 72, Ding Yumian takes the stage. The battle began. Both contestants simultaneously initiated their star orbit, casting elementary spells. In less than half a second, a fiery red flame burst from Dong Fengming's hand, forcing Lu Jun to halt his cursed spell mid-cast. Although Lu Jun excelled at interrupting spell casting with his curse magic, there was still a critical time gap involved. As long as magic required the manipulation of star orbits, there was always a subtle delay that could be exploited, even if it wasn't apparent to onlookers. Previously, Lu Jun's higher spiritual realm allowed him to execute a 1-second star orbit, crushing numerous freshmen. However, against Dong Fengming's natural talent, he was at a disadvantage. Talent, it truly was a vast chasm. Boom. Lu Jun flicked his wrist, and with a sweeping slash, he extinguished the incoming fiery mass. A burst of crimson flames erupted in midair, sending waves of heat radiating outward and filling the air with the stench of burnt ashes. Dong Fengming's flames were still ordinary mortal fire, far from being infused with spirit seed, as they would be 2 years later. However, Dong Fengming smiled, seemingly confirming his suspicions. As long as his casting speed was fast enough, his magic would remain uninterrupted. Viewers in the live stream chat burst into laughter. Finally, someone who can actually fight. The earlier opponents couldn't even cast a single spell. If I didn't know better, I'd think this was supposed to be a battle between elite mages from Pearl University. To outsiders, it looked more like a street brawl. This doesn't make sense. How is Dong Fengming casting spells so quickly? You must be new. That's called natural talent rapid casting. As Lu Jun's heavy sword defeated opponent after opponent, the beast battle arena drew an ever-growing crowd eager to witness the spectacle. Boom. 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 Undeterred by the commotion, Dong Fengming continued casting half-second elementary flame bursts, each one blazing forth with incredible speed. Flames danced in both his hands, resembling twin revolvers or pea shooters, as a relentless barrage of fireballs streaked toward Lu Jun. Lu Jun rotated his massive dark gold greatsword, sweeping it around himself like a black whirlwind. Each fireball that approached him was obliterated, their remnants scattering in a sea of embers. Flames raged all around him, but none could penetrate his defense. He knew deep down that dealing with an opponent like Dong Fengming required more than brute force or skill. It was all about leveraging his summoned metal element in advance. Thud. Thud. Lu Jun propelled himself forward with the aid of a green wind track underfoot, his heavy sword slicing through the air as he charged at Dong Fengming. From above, it looked as though a shadow was carving a path through a sea of fire, dispersing flames to either side like walls splitting apart. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, a gust of wind surged beneath Dong Fengming, propelling him backward at a speed that matched Lu Jun's charge. It was none other than a wind element spell wind track. The two circled the beast battle arena, one chasing and the other retreating, as Dong Fengming deliberately restricted himself to only casting elementary spells. Lu Jun suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression cold and calculating. He clenched his fist, and almost instantly, a dense green spiderweb materialized in midair around the arena, forming an intricate trap that ensnared Dong Fengming. Caught off guard, Dong Fengming exclaimed, "When did you set up the spiderweb trap?" His mind was in turmoil. He had been casting elementary spells non-stop, leaving no room for his opponent to cast even an elementary spell, let alone an intermediate one. Lu Jun responded calmly, "I set it up at the very beginning of the challenge." Dong Fengming was left speechless. He couldn't accuse Lu Jun of breaking any rules. After all, leaving behind environmental advantages during continuous battles was entirely plausible. He had simply overlooked this possibility. With Dong Fengming's defeat officially announced by referee Gu Han, the audience was a mix of disappointment and exhilaration. What a shame. He is clever but still fell short by one move. Don't worry. Lu Jun's been using intermediate spells and fighting for so long, his mana consumption must be significant. Another 100 challengers will wear him down. Quick, quick. Don't let him rest and recover his mana. On the field, Lu Jun exhaled deeply. Battling intermediate mages with natural talent was like comparing heaven and earth. In hindsight, Mo Fan only defeated Dongfang Ming because of his carelessness. If Dongfang Ming had restricted himself to elementary spells like he had here, Mo Fan wouldn't have been able to finish the fight quickly, jeopardizing the mission to escort the totem black snake. Similarly, Lu Jun knew that if he continued to drag this out, he would eventually win, but it would leave him severely drained. Opting for a timely resolution, he had used the spiderweb trap to end the match decisively. Without pause, new challengers stepped forward, throwing themselves at Lu Jun like moths to a flame. 200. 300. 400. In no time, Lu Jun had defeated 500 opponents. His black gold greatsword pierced the ground as he leaned on it, panting heavily. His muscles ached, his body was exhausted, and the mana in both his metal and curse element nebulae had noticeably dwindled. Killing 500 pigs would be exhausting, let alone 500 mages. Hours passed. Outside the beast battle arena, the sky had turned dark, and inside, the lights were fully illuminated. The battles continued endlessly. The live stream chat was a revolving door of viewers. Conversations had slowed, but the stream's popularity soared as it spread beyond its initial audience. Many office workers tuned in after their shifts, marveling at the ongoing spectacle. He's still fighting even after I've finished work. Which opponent is it now? Can someone keep count? It's the 503rd. Alright. Keep going, keep reporting. On the field, Huang Xinglai stepped up to challenge Lu Jun. She was also an intermediate fire element mage but lacked innate talent. Unsurprisingly, she met the same fate as Bei Xingfeng and was swiftly defeated. Returning backstage, Huang Xinglai fumed, that guy is insufferable. Just because he has a rare curse element, he thinks he can monopolize all the resources. If only I had a spiritual magic tool, I wouldn't have to tolerate such arrogance. She turned to a stunningly elegant woman and clung to her arms, pouting, Sister Ding, you're the only one here with psychic magic that can counter Lu Jun. Please help us. Yeah, please, Sister Ding. Those resources are critical for our cultivation, the other female students pleaded, their voices full of desperation. Ding Yumian sighed. She had no intention of intervening in such matters, but she couldn't resist her friend's entreaties. Resources were vital for mages, after all. Fine, she relented, I'll take the stage. Moments later, as the referee announced her entry, Lu Jun was resting against his sword, only to see a graceful woman with long black hair stride onto the stage. Her figure swayed with each step, and her braided hair fell like a gentle cascade, exuding an aura of elegance and refinement. Unlike her fiery and assertive peers, she had an air of calmness and warmth. Lu Jun instinctively sensed her strength, a subtle, almost intangible danger. He narrowed his eyes and asked, Your name? Ding Yumian, she replied with a soft smile. You seem exhausted. Would you like to rest and recover your mana before we begin? Chapter 73, Battle of Water and Fire. Hearing this name, Lu Jun gasped. Ding Yumian, famous beyond measure. How could she be in the same year as him? What bad luck. Before the beast battle competition, he hadn't done any investigation, treating everyone as beneath him. And indeed, it seemed like that was the case. But who would have expected someone like Ding Yumian to appear? If he'd known she was around, Lu Jun would never have been so arrogant as to challenge the entire school. As for why he feared her so much, the fact that she was a mind system calamity bearer explained everything. Unlike Mu Ningxu, whose evolution was gradual, Ding Yumian was born in a peak state. Her base spiritual realm was already at the 6th level, and she was of the most elusive and mysterious mind system. It was said that as a child, any fluctuation in her emotions would affect the entire school. When she harbored suicidal thoughts, anyone within her range of influence would follow suit without hesitation. This even caused a disaster until Dean Zhao arrived and took her away. Since then, she had been hidden and protected at Pearl University, secretly nurtured and taught to control her emotions. Very few were aware of the details. Lu Jun thought about it for a moment and roughly understood. Ding Yumian, though young, became the 10th-ranked expert on the main campus fire list 2 years later. Her enrollment was just 1 year before Mo Fan, coinciding with his own year. His lips twisted bitterly. Setting aside her supposedly mid-tier peak-level mind system, Ding Yumian's second element, fire, was equally formidable. Her natural talent, attack range amplification, allowed her to obscure her mind system abilities, making her a force to be reckoned with in combat. If Lu Jun could fully unleash his metal system abilities, perhaps he could defeat her. But under so many watchful eyes, revealing his true power risked exposure. For now, he had to hold back. Of course, The same applied to Ding Yumian. The identity of a mind system Calamity bearer would not be revealed, putting them on roughly equal footing. Ding Yumian didn't immediately attack. Instead, she gently allowed Lu Jun to recover to his peak state. This action won her the favor of viewers in the live stream, boosting her impression scores significantly. Good, good. Those people earlier were just looking to take advantage of others. No sense of Pearl University's dignity. It's all scheming and backstabbing. Wow, this female mage has such a great temperament. Truly, beauty and kindness go hand in hand. My wife. Hugs and kisses, muah. Such a heavenly being, and yet a strong opponent. Lu Jun was indeed moved by her actions. Ding Yumian seemed to be a very gentle person. Her ultimate fate in the original story was too heartbreaking, manipulated and exploited by corrupt individuals, forced to use her suicidal abilities to fight against demons. In the end, for the safety of the entire magic city, she chose death, detonating her spiritual core like a psychic nuclear bomb to temporarily repel the invading sea monster empire. A mind system prodigy with the potential for forbidden-level magic was reduced to a disposable tool. Afterward, the corrupt individuals took all the credit, manipulating public opinion. Look at that. In such circumstances, why wouldn't people like Zhang Kong, Mo Fan, or Lu Jun strive to protect themselves? In the beast battle arena, Lu Jun remained silent, calculating internally, and calmly said, "Thank you for your kindness, but as I said, I will defeat them all. Since I intend to take their resources, I will do so openly, defeating each of them personally without shortcuts. If I lose, then I will accept it." These words stirred the live stream audience and the new students in the spectator stands, earning their admiration. Utterly foolish. One should use any means necessary. But why am I so envious of someone like him? Probably because I can't do it myself. Enough said. Lu Jun is a real man. It's over. Even though this is a resource battle, I can't bring myself to hate him. Hearing this, Ding Yumian was momentarily stunned, gazing at the man before her who stood with his sword in hand. Her heart stirred, wondering if she might be wrong. Someone like him seemed worthy of victory. In the end, she grew serious. Since they were already standing on the battlefield, she would give it her all. That was the highest form of respect for a competitor. Then be careful. Flame fist, heaven-shattering. Ding Yumian warned him before controlling her star map. She didn't even need to use her mind system's primary tier psychic wall for self-protection. Her robust spiritual realm easily resisted any fear-inducing effects. In an instant, she completed her spell. Flames roared as her serene demeanor transformed into that of a domineering fire queen. Her figure was surrounded by crimson flames. A massive fan-shaped sea of fire erupted from her position, soaring into the sky and covering an area comparable to a water mage's violent waves. Ding Yumian found it odd that her mental state was unusually calm. The opponent hadn't used any cursed system magic. Why? Moments later, she saw a towering wave of cerulean light surging from Lu Jun's direction. It was 3 times larger than her flames, sweeping toward her. Violent waves, expulsion. Empowered by a spiritual seed. The audience, both in the arena and online, was stunned by the dazzling spectacle. The battlefield was divided in two, one half blazing red and scorching, the other humid and glowing blue. Whoa. This is real magic wielding the power of destruction. Those 500 people defeated earlier were just playing around. Impressive. They've clearly left the primary tier mages in the dust. As the water and fire waves collided, a deafening roar filled the arena. Hiss. 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 Where the blue currents met the crimson flames, violent reactions occurred. Clouds of pinkish steam rose, shrouding the arena in a thick white mist. Thankfully, the protective barrier prevented the steam from scorching the audience. Yet in the clash, Lu Jun's water magic proved slightly stronger, visibly consuming the unending flames. The remaining tide, carrying steam, surged toward Ding Yumian. It was the power of a spiritual seed innate talent couldn't compare. Frowning, Ding Yumian hastily manipulated her star track, releasing 3 consecutive fiery bursts. With her innate amplification, she barely neutralized the tide before it reached her. Still, the cerulean water washed over her, draining some of her fire and mind system energy. She felt fatigue creep over her body. Her soaked gown clung tightly to her graceful figure, outlining her delicate curves. Her long legs were wrapped in wet fabric, and her chest area turned semi-transparent, faintly revealing 2 mounds with cherry-like peaks. Alas, no one saw this mesmerizing sight, as the battlefield remained enveloped in thick, scalding steam. Realizing her state, Ding Yumian's face turned hot. She ignited her crimson flames, evaporating the water from her gown. The fleeting beauty vanished in an instant, but just as she sighed in relief, her spirit trembled. From within the mist, she sensed the silhouette of a man. Lu Jun stood there, sword raised mid-strike, yet his gaze was frozen on her, seemingly dumbstruck. At that moment, Ding Yumian's mind exploded. Remembering her earlier state, her face turned bright red. She had been completely seen. Her mind wavered uncontrollably. As her emotions surged, the carefully contained spiritual power of her mind system began to leak. Before Lu Jun could say anything, a vast and boundless mental force swept over him, his face instantly paling. Chapter 74, Mental Realm, Second Stage, Intermediate Realm. Buzz. 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 Ding Yumian's eyes widened as her forehead radiated light. Her jet black hair fluttered, and her figure gently floated 3 feet above the ground. Her dress swayed ethereally as an endless wave of spiritual energy surged outward, distorting the surrounding air. The scorching white mist was forced back, revealing a vacuum-like zone. The one who bore the brunt was Lu Jun. He felt an immense pressure that instantly darkened his vision. Even with the combined forces of his cursed nebula and spiritual stardust, his condensed mental wall shattered effortlessly. Crack. Crack. Lu Jun's straight posture began to bend under the overwhelming pressure, as if he was on the verge of kneeling. His head buzzed incessantly, and even the floor beneath him started to crack. For the first time, he truly felt the terror of a calamity bearer. Although they were the same age, Ding Yumian's cultivation level was leaps ahead of his. In retrospect, Mo Fan's future challenge against her would undoubtedly have been met with mercy. Her spiritual element hadn't even been fully utilized in that match. Gradually, Lu Jun's consciousness became hazy. His flushed face reflected his struggle, as if he were being drawn into the vortex of her emotional resonance. Just as he was about to be assimilated by Ding Yumian's overwhelming spirit. Get out. Suddenly, a deep-seated defiance erupted within him. In his mental realm, his metal element nebula and water element nebula both began exerting themselves. Under the crushing pressure, it seemed as if his essence, energy, and spirit were being tempered, growing sharper. From Bo City to the present, slaying demons, hunting the Black Vatican, and battling 500 foes, hadn't he always proved himself against his peers? Lu Jun's determination was unyielding, as firm as steel. The indomitable aura that had swept through the new student competition earlier re-emerged. As his will stabilized, the crystal-clear sword in the center of his spiritual element, polished under the external onslaught, shot into the sky, slashing at the intangible crystal barrier. The already fragile screen shattered. Pop. A crisp sound echoed in his mind. In the next moment, within Lu Jun's spiritual realm, a translucent stardust broke through its barriers and rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a vast nebula with 49 radiant stars. Spiritual element, intermediate stage. Mental realm, second stage. In the dark expanse of his spiritual universe, 4 distinct nebulae, platinum, azure, emerald, and translucent, shone brightly. Their vivid colors intertwined, making the realm appear teeming with life, as if nurturing countless living beings. Yes, with a breakthrough in his spiritual element and the resulting feedback, Lu Jun's mental power surged, shattering his long-standing bottleneck in the first stage and reaching the second stage. His consciousness became significantly clearer. The enhancement was akin to obtaining the effect of a double spirit seed. Combined with the curse element's innate curse imprint, his strength became even more terrifying. The spiritual element also benefited, giving rise to his self-created magic, spiritual sword, which might even inflict severe mental damage on advanced mages. Of course, despite his excitement over this breakthrough in his 4-element intermediate cultivation, his priority was still to wake Ding Yumian. The spiritual waves emanating from her were growing stronger by the second. Although Lu Jun's breakthrough allowed him to resist for now, it was only a matter of time before he succumbed again. Clenching his teeth, he pushed through the transparent, distorted waves surrounding him. With great difficulty, he approached Ding Yumian, who was suspended midair. Gazing at the straight-haired, dignified woman in front of him, he reached out with an effortful hand and lightly tapped her shoulder. Even through the fabric of her clothing, her silky smooth skin seemed tangible. At the same time, Lu Jun transmitted his thoughts directly into her spiritual realm. Control your emotions. These words jolted Ding Yumian awake. Instantly, the surging spiritual energy withdrew, and her floating body fell, staggering forward and leaning onto Lu Jun's solid shoulder. Moments later, the almost embracing duo separated. Ding Yumian, as if startled, took a few steps back but did not lose control again. Her flushed face betrayed her embarrassment as she softly apologized. "I'm sorry, I almost hurt you. I didn't mean it." Lu Jun felt the immense mental pressure recede like a tide. Relieved, he exhaled deeply and looked at her meaningfully before remarking, "Your spiritual element is terrifying." Hearing this, Ding Yumian grew nervous. Her secret had been exposed. Dean Zhao had specifically instructed her never to reveal this, as the consequences could be dire. To her surprise, Lu Jun seemed to anticipate her worries. With a faint smile, he said, "Relax. I won't snitch on you." Besides, you now know my secret too. We both hold leverage over each other." He wasn't joking. If she lost control again, even Lu Jun would be in trouble. So he sought to reassure her. Though he was tempted to joke, "Ding Yumian, you wouldn't want the Holy Council to know you're a spiritual calamity bearer, would you?" He refrained. Hearing this, Ding Yumian remembered how Lu Jun had resisted her spiritual element magic earlier. Including the curse element and water element he already possessed, he had a total of 3 elements. This was clearly abnormal. Her unease faded slightly, but her cheeks remained flushed. Today's series of unexpected events had overwhelmed her. Her body was exposed, her secret was uncovered, and they had even embraced. She felt mortified. In just a short period, she had established an unexpectedly close connection with a stranger. For someone with her serene and reserved nature, this was overwhelming. Exhausted, she took a deep breath and said, "This was my fault. I concede. We'll talk later." "All right," Lu Jun nodded, agreeing. However, his mind was racing. Reflecting on the intense mental pressure earlier, he realized he had always struggled with finding ways to temper his mental strength. Many mages of the spiritual, curse, and dimensional elements relied on prolonged combat to naturally improve their cultivation. Treasures that could accelerate this process were exceedingly rare. Now, he realized a spiritual calamity bearer was the perfect sharpening stone. At this point, the white mist around them began to dissipate. Their clash had only lasted a short while. Outside the arena, the thick mist had obscured the battle, leaving the spectators to speculate wildly. Who would have thought? Apart from his powerful curse element, Lu Jun also hid another element. Was that a spirit seed? His water element is 3 times stronger than a regular mage's. A freshman with 2 elements at the first level of the intermediate stage, both highly refined, plus a super magic tool. TSK, who among his peers could rival him? A spirit seed, huh? Even many seniors in the main campus don't have one. Am I the only one shipping this pair? Same. He's confident and straightforward, and she's gentle and understanding. They're a perfect match, golden boy and jade maiden. Classic red-blue CP vibes. They're opposites attracting water and fire. Imagine the fanfiction potential. 100,000 words easily. Ugh, fangirls, leave. Don't ruin this serious mage duel. When the mist cleared, the spectators saw Lu Jun with his sword resting on Ding Yumian's neck. The female mage conceded. The students sighed but weren't surprised. They grew excited instead. Not bad. He finally revealed his water element. Dong Fangming and Ding Yumian clearly wore him down. Let's keep the momentum going. Watching Ding Yumian's graceful retreating figure, Lu Jun turned inward, examining his spiritual realm. With 4 nebulae now in his arsenal, his spiritual element's advancement to the intermediate stage allowed him to unleash spiritual impact 100 times, enough to disrupt a mage's star paths repeatedly. This breakthrough significantly bolstered his ability to duel the entire freshman cohort. Standing tall, Lu Jun surveyed the audience and said indifferently, "Next." Chapter 75, The Fierce Battle of a True Man. After Ding Yumian stepped off the stage, her emotions quickly returned to calm. She gave herself several mental boosts pacify to restrain the vast amount of spiritual power she wielded. Her close friend, Huang Xinglai, noticed nothing unusual and only expressed regret. "You couldn't even beat him?" It seems, besides his curse-type abilities, his water-type skills are also formidable. In the backstage area, nearly all of the 100 participants had been defeated. After that, Lu Jun swept through the competition with unstoppable momentum, taking down each challenger with a single strike. 600. 700. 800. 1,000. Several more hours passed, from the early evening when the sun set to the late hours of the night. Even the office workers preparing to sleep couldn't help but check the live stream occasionally. The barrage of comments continued non-stop as spectators entertained themselves with bets on how long he could last. 10 hours. His stamina is insane. Any girl who marries him is truly lucky. Unbelievable, I respect this. He deserves to be at Pearl University, a man destined for greatness. The new students in the audience had become somewhat numb. They watched as Lu Jun, panting heavily, discarded his sword. He stood motionless, relying solely on his mental impact to knock out dozens of low-level mages. His spiritual realm had reached the 2nd stage, and whether it was the mind control effects of the mental or the mist of fear of the curse, the potency of these techniques had significantly increased. Once the mental exhaustion round had passed and his physical stamina recovered somewhat, he stood up again, ready for more battles. With a single swing of his sword, he continued eliminating challengers one by one with overwhelming force. This repeated cycle, relentless and enduring, continued. One after another, talented challengers were carried off the stage. The onlookers couldn't help but wonder, "Lu Jun, what reason keeps you going?" At home, Lu Mai, his older sister, had briefly glanced at the livestream before returning to her meditation. She had hoped to break through a higher level barrier quickly. When she woke up from her deep meditation later, it was already night, and it was time to rest. She casually opened her phone and was shocked to see the ongoing livestream. Lu Jun had been fighting for 10 hours. She stared at her brother, who stood in the middle of the arena drenched in sweat and showing signs of dehydration. Despite his exhaustion, there was an undeniable aura of determination and masculinity emanating from him, captivating everyone around. Similarly, Tang Yu, who had just completed a mission in Hangzhou, returned home, tired. She opened her phone and was stunned by the sight of Lu Jun's battle. She bit her lip, deeply moved, her emotions stirred. 1,000 challengers. If this had happened in the past, it would have undoubtedly been the work of a killing god. Others watching the live stream, whether common folk, students, or even those with darker intentions, were all moved. They recalled the brutal battles Lu Jun had fought before entering Pearl University. It wasn't the madness of a person that was feared, but the persistence of one who, once determined, would chase you to the ends of the earth. Huff. Huff. Lu Jun was breathing heavily. His gold, mind, and curse energies were nearly depleted, and most importantly, his consciousness was fading. His body was numb and unresponsive. He could clearly sense that he was reaching his limit. If he continued, his body would collapse. Even with the energy infusion from magic and physical training, there were still limits. But Lu Jun would not give up. He had an obsession, perhaps even madness, with the thrill of battle. His eyes burned with passion, his mental and physical energies rising steadily, treating the fight as a trial of his own limits. At that moment, the water-type nebula responded to his fervor. As he swung his sword to cut through a bolt of lightning, his physical strength surpassed its limits. The blue nebula suddenly surged with magical energy, coursing through him, nourishing his withered body, like a tide tirelessly refining him. Crash. Lu Jun paused, his body faintly echoing the sound of waves. His cells greedily absorbed the magical energy, growing stronger. His pale skin even began to glow with a faint blue light. Though still exhausted and barely aware of it, he was sure that his physical vitality had improved. The Tide Spirit Seed, having undergone a refining process, had previously strengthened his body, and now, with the infusion of nebula magic, it showed signs of further physical enhancement. But Lu Jun had no energy to think about this. His focus was entirely on the battle. Perhaps it was his faltering appearance that made many opportunists believe they could defeat him. The number of challengers increased once more. The new students watching from the stands responded with disdain. Honestly, after witnessing his relentless fight, everyone was in awe, with no more words left to say. But what others chose to do was out of their hands. 1,200. 1,400. 2,000. Several more hours passed into the early morning, and half of the new students had taken their turn on stage. The arena lights stayed on all night. Many of the older students, unable to keep watching, returned to their dorms to train. Yes, train. The older students knew that watching Lu Jun's incredible struggle had made them feel an urgent sense of competition. If they didn't work harder, when Lu Jun entered the main campus, they would be left behind. Of course, they were also inspired, feeling a surge of adrenaline. Anyone watching the livestream seemed to have been given a dose of motivational energy. They quickly turned off their phones and got back to training. Meanwhile, the professors at Pearl University were dozing off. The summoning department head was clearly exhausted, having stayed up all night watching. The day broke, and the workday began. Office workers woke up, and when they checked their phones, they couldn't believe their eyes. The battle was still ongoing. The news spread rapidly across websites, accompanied by the "everyone here is garbage" meme, now made into the "who's left" image. The new students gazed in awe at Lu Jun, whose body, though seemingly about to collapse, stood resolutely in the center of the arena, an impenetrable wall of despair. He had become an invincible war god in Pearl University's Beast Arena. Lu the Slayer? No, this was the first true Iron Man in history. Everyone silently prayed, unsure whether they wanted Lu Jun to continue fighting or for someone to challenge him and end the nightmare. At this moment, Lu Jun's 3 nebulas were depleted, leaving only the water-type nebula. He was now fighting barehanded, using his water-based shield and armor formed of shimmering water currents, enduring the assault of low-level magic as he charged forward. The challengers were stunned. His physical strength, bolstered by his water-type spiritual seed, made him seem like an adult fighting a child. Lu Jun had no idea how long he had been fighting. He kept pressing forward, exhausting every bit of potential, his eyes bloodshot as challengers appeared one after another, quickly defeated and carried off. Finally, he heard the drowsy referee beside him speak, "Is anyone else stepping up? If no one else comes in a few minutes, we'll call it over." The entire arena of new students fell silent, staring at Lu Jun beneath him. There was no throne, No corpse, but there were piles of corpses all around, forming his throne. Chapter 76, The Fame Spreads Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Done. The Beast Arena tournament is officially over, and Lu Jun has earned resources for the entire department. Lu Jun, dazed, heard the teacher's verdict and was jolted back to reality. He forced himself to gather what little strength he had left. Looking around, he realized that most of the new students were familiar faces. After all, he had personally defeated a total of 2,500 people, 2/3 of all the new students. Pearl Academy's top student? It's right now. When he said he was invincible at Pearl, he truly meant it. Every single new student had received a beating from him. The Pearl Forum was active through the night, with some people jokingly saying, even a dog passing by would get punched by this Lu Jun slayer. With Dean Zhao's arrival, the entire crowd fell silent. No one protested Lu Jun's takeover of all the department's resources. There were no angry outcries like in the original story with Mo Fan, no one shouting in defiance, or any public dissatisfaction. Mainly because Mo Fan had only defeated 200 representatives, and some battles had even been a bit tricky. Most new students resented him, isolating him. Whoever went up next would want to step on him. But Lu Jun, well, he had personally eliminated every one of them. It wasn't a fair group battle, there was no excuse for any complaints. If anyone dared to challenge him, they wouldn't even need Lu Jun to lift a finger, the crowd would swarm them. There'd be no argument like, where were you when all this was happening? Those too scared to take the stage had no place in Pearl anymore. Shameful. Dean Zhao smiled and said, everyone has had a long night and is exhausted. The winners are even more so. After such a fierce battle, I won't waste your time. He paused before continuing, I am pleased to see the future of humanity. This sentence sent shockwaves through the entire venue. It was clear that Dean Zhao held Lu Jun in extremely high regard, not just Pearl's future, not just China's future, but humanity's future. After some thought, the students and viewers in the live broadcast began to deeply understand this sentiment. Damn it. While the Beast Arena was ongoing, no one thought too much about it, but now that it was over, they were struck with realization. Was this human? A day and night long battle was played out in real life. Still, as the saying goes, no amount of praise is too much. The various memes and pictures from the battle spread widely. Many people didn't know who Lu Jun was and had no interest in learning, yet they were playing with the memes. This was rather unexpected, as the Beast Arena in Magic City was a relatively niche livestream event. To have it cause such a stir was surprising. Fortunately, Lu Jun, the Slayer, and the City Swordsman were not associated with one another, each was treated as an independent figure. For now, Lu Jun was seen as a promising new student, which saved him from many complications. Even so, his fame skyrocketed. If someone ever discovered that both identities belonged to the same person, it would undoubtedly create a massive media uproar. After Dean Zhao's remarks, he swiftly dismissed all the students. Everyone sighed in relief, glad that it was finally over, and left the arena. The discussions continued, and the impact only grew. In the Beast Arena, Lu Jun's tense body relaxed as exhaustion suddenly hit him like a crashing wave. His fatigue overwhelmed him, and he could barely move. His vision blurred, his body ached all over, and he was about to collapse. No one noticed his condition. To the new students and teachers, he had already become a god, invincible, unable to be defeated or worn out. People revered him, as he had single-handedly fought through a one-on-one battle royale, defeating the Black Church and winning the Beast Arena tournament. Even the livestream audience was oblivious. Only Lu Mai and Tang Yu, who had been paying close attention to Lu Jun, noticed something was off. They furrowed their brows. At that moment, Lu Jun felt as though he was on the verge of fainting, his vision spinning. Thoughts raced through his mind, I can't keep up this image of heroism for much longer. Fortunately, before he collapsed, Ding Yumian, who had been about to leave, happened to glance back at the arena and immediately sensed Lu Jun's exhaustion. She hesitated for a moment, then shook her head at her urging friend, turned, and gracefully walked toward the Beast Arena. Just as Lu Jun was about to fall, he suddenly felt his shoulder being supported by something soft. A woman had stepped in and caught him, the scent of her fragrance filling the air. Ding Yumian's gentle voice echoed, "Are you okay?" Lu Jun froze in surprise, looking at her in disbelief. He hadn't expected Ding Yumian to be the one to help him. From a distance, her friends were dumbfounded, their faces lit up with gossip-driven smiles. Of course, everyone knew about Lu Jun's reputation as a real man. His strength and endurance far outshone Mo Fan's, and his fame was 100 times greater. Countless college girls had been charmed by him. Whether they were older or younger students, his resilience and willpower were unmatched. When Ding Yumian walked forward, many hesitant girls regretted not acting sooner. The live stream audience and new students couldn't stop shouting, "Kill me now, I can't take it." How can someone be this strong, handsome, and also get a beautiful woman by his side? Damn it, this is outrageous. Hee, you know the drill. The red and blue team always has their XP. I said it, didn't I? This is battlefield romance. People with power always attract each other. Ding Yumian's face turned slightly red from all the attention. She wasn't used to the spotlight, and she wasn't sure why she reached out to help Lu Jun. Perhaps it was because of the earlier incident and her guilt, or maybe it was from her genuine admiration for him. Lu Mai, watching from her apartment, saw this scene with a blank expression before quickly heading downstairs and driving her luxury car straight to Pearl Academy. Meanwhile, Ding Yumian softly asked, "Where do you want to go now?" Lu Jun struggled to speak. He thought for a moment but couldn't find the strength to respond. He didn't live at Pearl Academy, his apartment was nearby, but he couldn't make it there in his current state. His head was spinning, and he had truly reached his limit. Moreover, Lu Jun sensed Ding Yumian's anxiety. Her calm nature seemed to make her uneasy, especially now when she probably wanted him to go back to the dorm. But Lu Jun thought, after what happened earlier, when he had gotten a glimpse of her soaking wet, any further stimulation could cause chaos in Magic City. He winced. Ugh. Can you take me to the school gate, and then call me a cab? His arm was too sore to lift. Ding Yumian bit her lip. Calling a male acquaintance for help would create misunderstandings, wouldn't it? Is that too much trouble? Lu Jun sighed. Then take me to the Out of Beast Arena, and I'll figure it out from there. Ding Yumian, with her kind heart, reluctantly nodded. It's fine. Your magical energy is depleted. You need to rest soon. I'll take you there. Hearing this, Lu Jun fell silent. Since she wasn't concerned, there was no need to be stubborn. The two of them walked slowly to the Beast Arena. Lu Jun leaned heavily on Ding Yumian, the sensation of her soft body against him making her cheeks flush. That warm, comforting feeling was intoxicating, especially after the intense battle. No wonder throughout history, heroes were always drawn to the warmth of beautiful women. But Ding Yumian said nothing. She could see that Lu Jun was doing his best to hold it together, but it was clear he was exhausted. Chapter 77, The Gentle Home. Before long, the two slowly walked out of the Beast Battle Hall. The freshmen were dispersing, yawning as they returned to their dormitories to cultivate. The path was somewhat congested, but thanks to Lu Jun's well-known reputation, no one dared to approach him, leaving a wide-open path in his vicinity. By the time they left the Beast Battle Hall, the spectators had thinned out. However, just as Lu Jun was about to ask Ding Yumian to make a call, a sleek, black off-road vehicle drove up the campus road. Its engine roared low, resonating through the quiet morning campus. The dense crowd of students along the road parted to make way for the vehicle, exclaiming in curiosity. Despite the abundance of luxury cars at Pearl University, seeing one drive into the campus was rare. This ordinary-looking off-road vehicle, being allowed entry, hinted at an extraordinary background. Lu Jun's sharp eyes immediately recognized the car, his brows twitching slightly. It was a vehicle his family had purchased for city demon hunting duties. Could his sister have arrived so quickly? Under the watchful eyes of many curious freshmen, the off-road vehicle came to a halt in front of Lu Jun and Ding Yumian. The driver's door opened, and first to emerge was a pair of long, shapely legs wrapped in sheer black stockings, with feet encased in tall black boots. Following that, a mature and charming woman stepped out of the car. She wore a black suit skirt with matching stockings, paired with a white blouse and a long black trench coat. Her alluring face and crimson lips radiated confidence, while her tall and curvaceous figure exuded an overwhelming aura. Beside her, Ding Yumian seemed like a delicate little girl in comparison. Lu Jun's eyes widened as he observed this version of his sister. Lu Mai usually dressed plainly at home, where her fair and smooth legs were often exposed. Having grown accustomed to seeing them, he never gave it much thought. Now, the addition of sheer, seductive stockings provided just enough concealment to enhance their allure. Unbeknownst to him, the students around were already in shock, their eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. Ding Yumian's presence alone was enough to draw admiration, but the sudden appearance of a domineering and mysterious elder sister pulling up in a luxury car and stopping in front of Lu Jun was like a scene straight out of a dream, movie, or novel. Simultaneously, some students reveled in schadenfreude. Ding Yumian, on one hand, and the off-road driving goddess, on the other. Surely the two women would clash. The onlookers relished the idea of a drama-filled love triangle. Bring on the bloodbath. Lu Jun felt a twinge of guilt as his sister's sharp gaze swept over him. Though there was no reason to feel guilty, nothing inappropriate had happened. He had planned to have Ding Yumian call Lu Mai to explain everything calmly. Yet, here she was in person, witnessing the supportive gesture between him and Ding Yumian firsthand. Under ordinary circumstances, people of opposite genders would not act so intimately unless they were close. But that guilt quickly subsided, replaced by a sense of warmth and security. This showed that Lu Mai had been keeping an eye on him. At his weakest moment, her presence made him feel safe. Ding Yumian, on the other hand, felt somewhat uneasy. Her keen psychic senses picked up on a faint hostility from the woman before her, a mix of protective love and possessive control. She realized she had been misunderstood. The woman's deliberate outfit and demeanor were clearly intended as a display of dominance. Big sister. Lu Jun disentangled himself from Ding Yumian's support and stepped forward to embrace Lu Mai, his hands wrapping around her slender waist and resting on her full, rounded hips. Exhausted, he collapsed into her arms. He buried his face into her shoulder, taking a deep breath, his cheek resting against her softness as he felt sleep overtaking him. When Ding Yumian had supported him earlier, he had been tense, mindful of the differences between men and women and their unfamiliarity. Yet, in Lu Mai's arms, he felt completely at ease, letting his guard down entirely. Seeing this, Lu Mai's heart ached. Whatever discomfort or displeasure she had felt earlier evaporated at the sight of her brother in this state, replaced entirely by love and concern. She hugged him tightly and smiled warmly at Ding Yumian. "Thank you so much. It's no trouble." Ding Yumian shook her head, though she felt slightly strange and awkward. Still, her kind-hearted nature dismissed it, and she didn't dwell on the situation. Together, they helped Lu Jun into the car. The sleek black off-road vehicle slowly exited the campus grounds. Those observing from the shadows were dumbfounded. Such harmony. What a masterstroke. Back home, Lu Jun had already fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. Getting out of the car, Lu Mai carried her brother in her arms, carefully laying him on the bed. She then fetched some warm water and gently wiped his body with a damp towel. She pursed her lips, softly muttering, "Honestly, why push yourself so hard?" 3 days and nights had passed since the Beast Battle tournament ended. Though it was mainly discussed within circles of junior and intermediate mages within the university, its online buzz remained strong. At least within the confines of the Magic City, Lu Jun's name had become widely recognized. Of course, it didn't yet compare to national-level events, so it wasn't a major disruption to his daily life. On the campus forums, someone started a thread assigning scores to prominent freshman talents like Bei Zhengfen, Dong Fangming, Huang Xinglai, Ding Yumian, and Lu Jun, all intermediate mages. Junior mages weren't even in contention. Posts rolled in rapidly. First up was Bei Zhengfen, who received a score of 7. Bei really made me laugh, but he does have courage. Exactly, ignorance is bliss. If he hadn't stepped up first, all the freshmen might have frozen on the spot, too embarrassed to act. Lu the Butcher, who wouldn't be afraid? He's actually taken down fellow students and even black church members. Scary stuff. Any of you keyboard warriors willing to try? Bei Zhengfen, failure is a recurring theme in life, so I thought I'd just leave first. Then came Dong Fangming, scoring a high 8. Our Dongfang family heir, how about that? Didn't lose face against Lu Jun. Not bad for a family scion. Born with talent. Sigh, such an advantage. For ordinary mages, it's hopeless. Pay to win meets insane luck. How do you even compete? When it came to Ding Yumian, she earned the highest score among Lu Jun's opponents, 9. MVP of the losing side. Anyone disagree? She's amazing. Women truly hold up half the sky. The only one to go toe-to-toe with Lu Jun using intermediate magic. One of the twin stars of water and fire. Honestly, Ding Yumian is already incredibly strong. She just happened to meet Lu Jun powerful and gorgeous. The best of both worlds. Beautiful mage slurp, slurp. Wife material slurp, slurp. Ha. She's already taken. You probably don't know, but after the Beast Battle tournament, she personally helped Lu Jun off the stage. Hey. Helped him? Alerted, which him are you talking about? What? I'm dying here. This hurts so bad. Can't sleep at night. And that's not the juiciest part. Lu Jun has another beauty, a goddess in a luxury car. Both of them left together, side by side. True, I saw it too. But this rumor's getting out of hand. Ding Yumian didn't get in the car. The thread quickly devolved into gossip. Perhaps any figure who reached a certain level of fame couldn't escape being the subject of rumors. In the girls' dormitory, Huang Xinglai angrily pointed at her phone and said to Ding Yumian, "These people are too much. They're spreading lies when there's nothing between you two." Who knew that brat Lu Jun already had someone else? Her friend, upon learning the truth, was indignant on her behalf. Ding Yumian, however, calmly shook her head and continued quietly reading her book, exuding an air of grace and elegance. Having had a few days to reflect, she'd regained her composure. Chapter 78, Close Scare. Inside the Jinyuan apartment, Lu Mai sat at the bedside, her long, fair legs elegantly crossed. As she scrolled through a post shared on the Pearl University's official website, she chuckled lightly. This brat is just too charming. She glanced at the boy asleep on the bed. If it weren't for the healing teacher saying that his magic energy depletion and exhaustion were normal, she would be quite worried. She continued scrolling through the posts, engrossed in them. Finally, she came across Lu Jun's evaluation, her eyes lighting up as she quickly read it. 10 points. Definitely 10. Lu Jun, you are my god. 10 is just the system's limit, not your limit. You are a god among gods. Fought for a day and night, what a real man, defeating 3,000 freshmen, Lu Jun, the slaughterer. Lu Jun, all of you are trash. Who else is there? Some people have been on Earth for too long and forget their roots. Alien face middle.jpg. Strongly recommend a blood draw, there isn't a drop of blood in the stimulant. Besides these simple praise posts, there were also long analyses, praising him from various perspectives. The Beast Battle Tournament failure left me with mixed feelings. I participated, but I was defeated easily. One person defeated thousands, the gap was too huge, and occupying most of the resources seemed natural. In the extraordinary world, an individual's excellence often matters more than the collective. What moves me is that Lu Jun was still willing to show off. At least he treated us as opponents. Actually, he didn't have to do this. It's extremely tiring to kill 1,000 pigs alone. The risk is high and failure is likely. If you ask us why we don't resent the man who took the resources, it's probably because of this. Many hot comments below strongly agreed. Exactly. Lu Jun's courage, even going head-to-head with the Black Church before enrollment, I think this kind of person should get all the resources. With his hatred for evil and upright character, he'll become a good guardian mage for humanity. Seeing this, Lu Mai sighed. She knew Lu Jun's true nature, he wasn't bad, just the way he was. This is the importance of character design. But looking back, Lu Jun's battle in the city, the clearing of the Black Church in Magic City, each of those was a righteous act, even more so than many adjudicators. As they say, actions speak louder than words. Pretending to be a good person for a lifetime, that's what makes someone good. While Lu Mai was thinking, a light groan came from the bed. Turning her head, she saw Lu Jun waking up. His consciousness surfaced from the dark, his whole body sore, his head feeling dizzy. He opened his eyes to see an unfamiliar ceiling. No, it's his own. He was a bit disoriented. Sensing someone beside him, he turned his head to see a shapely bottom, tightly wrapped in short denim shorts. Seeing this, Lu Jun paused for a moment, then looked up to see a graceful back, a slender waist, a perfect figure, and 3,000 strands of black hair cascading down. The side of Lu Mai's face was stunning. He realized it was his sister, Lu Mai, with her back to him. Lu Mai turned to him and gently asked, "You're awake? How do you feel?" Though he couldn't see her full bottom, for convenience, she naturally placed one long, beautiful leg on the bed. From the side, he could see her white thighs, slender calves, and perfect feet. Ah! Lu Jun quickly blushed, his voice soft, a bit tired, but I'll be fine after resting. Lu Mai reproached him, a bit? Don't act tough. You're nearly exhausted. Don't do this next time. He hurriedly nodded, knowing he had troubled Lu Mai. His clothes were changed, dirt and sweat wiped off, realizing he had caused her trouble. After a moment of silence between them, Lu Jun smelled the fragrance of shower gel nearby. He felt warmth enveloping him, his thoughts drifting. What he didn't know was that Lu Mai's face was slightly flushed. While he slept, she had been taking care of him. When he was unconscious, she could be calm, but now that he was awake, she felt a little awkward. Changing the subject, Lu Mai said, "You must be hungry after sleeping for 3 days and nights. You can't eat something too stimulating. I made porridge for you." With this, Lu Jun snapped back to his senses and tried to sit up. Hey, Lu Mai pressed gently on his shoulder, urging him back to lie down. She whispered, "Just rest. Let me feed you." Lu Jun had an awkward look. In fact, with his body rejuvenated by 2 rounds of the tidal spirit species cleansing, he could move freely and had no issues. But, stealing a glance at Lu Mai, he saw her beautiful eyes looking down, her black hair falling gracefully, her neck pale and delicate. Her warm, caring demeanor made his heart race. So, Lu Jun shamefully kept his thoughts in check and obediently agreed. Lu Mai sighed in relief, calmly getting a bowl of hot meat porridge from the counter, ready to feed Lu Jun. She scooped up a spoonful, blew gently on it to cool it, but soon realized that feeding him while he lay flat was inconvenient and could easily cause him to choke. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She put down the bowl, stretched out her right leg, and patted her white thigh, saying, "Lay your head on my leg." Hearing this, Lu Jun's eyes widened. Before he could react, Lu Mai's hands gently lifted his head and placed it on her lap, leaning against her thigh. Lu Jun felt his head resting in a soft place, nuzzling it slightly. Slap. Lu Mai lightly smacked his shoulder, whispering, "Ah." Don't move. Lu Mai realized that her actions were a bit too intimate. Though her hand was as gentle as a caress, Lu Jun remained still, not wanting to upset her. Then, Lu Mai carefully fed him bite by bite, occasionally testing the temperature with the tip of her tongue. This was purely subconscious behavior. Afterwards, her face flushed bright red, but seeing that Lu Jun was unaware, she continued feeding him, indirectly causing that. This meal left Lu Mai feeling extremely embarrassed. But as she gently stroked his hair, she recalled the time when Lu Jun was just 7 or 8 years old, sick, and she had fed him like this, one bite at a time. She placed the empty bowl on the bedside counter and didn't realize that an entire bowl of porridge had been fed. And this brat, he actually fell asleep. Lu Mai's face turned slightly red as she half-hugged Lu Jun, who was curled up on his side, arms wrapped around her, making it difficult for her to move. The brother and sister maintained this cozy position until the afternoon, with Lu Mai remaining still. Finally, Lu Jun woke up again, his vitality restored, and his spiritual world shining brightly with 4 nebulae. Lu Mai naturally noticed his recovery. Annoyed, she pushed his head away and got up from the bed, nearly stumbling as her legs were sore from being pressed too long by Lu Jun. Even a mage's body couldn't avoid such discomfort. She had no choice but to lean against the wall and slowly walk out of the room. Seeing this, Lu Jun was completely puzzled. Chapter 79, Academy Resources. Lu Jun got up, stretched lazily, and went to wash up and brush his teeth before heading to the living room. His sister went back to her room, leaving behind a table full of sumptuous dinner. The only downside to the Jinyuan apartment was that the 2 suites were separated, so they couldn't be together all the time. After finishing his dinner, Lu Jun sat on the sofa and focused on his spiritual world, organizing his cultivation. 4 nebulae: white gold, azure, emerald, and transparent shone together. After a day and night of fierce battle, his mental and spiritual cultivation had solidified. Next, he planned to master the intermediate level mind magic and get better control over his cursed skills. The intermediate level mind magic was called Mind Ripple. Like the basic Spirit Ripple, it lacked direct destructive power, but the difference was that it had evolved from single target to a group effect, greatly increasing its power. Take Mind Control, for example. It was an upgrade of the basic comforting spell, capable of calming agitated slave-level demons or even battle general-level demons over a large area. At this level, going out to hunt demons made every mind magician an invaluable asset. Besides calming, Mind Control also allowed for stimulation of demons, taunting them or even controlling them. Lu Jun remembered that, 2 years later, Mo Fan's expedition to Dunhuang was made smoother with the help of the mind magicians in Xia. Many powerful battle general-level demons were pacified, avoiding unnecessary battles. It was worth noting that the international mind magicians were divided into 3 factions: the illusion system, the beast taming system, and the combat system that interrupts others' magic. Original text: his past mind sword belonged to the combat system, and his style leaned towards this faction. Now, he could explore the beast taming system. Of course, true beast taming wasn't that simple. Just like the royal family of England, which was a grand family of dragon tamers, or China's Tanying forces, who employed numerous mind magicians and special medicines, only powerful factions could truly support a mind magician. This meant that, without the backing of a great force, these mind magicians were useless. Just dabbling in this will do. Demons are not trustworthy. Only the contract summoning system is truly reliable. Lu Jun shook his head. His original intention was to control several battle generals temporarily during battle, using them as shields and cannon fodder and discarding them afterward. With his spiritual cultivation at the 2nd stage, his mind magic should surpass Xin Zia's. Additionally, Lu Jun had gained an unexpected benefit from the beast fighting tournament, the unique power of the water system's tidal spirit, which had noticeably strengthened his physical body. This made him ponder. Improving his physique might not necessarily require the cursed or poison systems. Why did his physical strength improve? He guessed there were 2 reasons. One was that the water system was very gentle, and magical energy could be absorbed by the human body under certain conditions. The other was the tidal spirit's uniqueness. Legends spoke of the demon god's tidal divine eye, which could summon the highest tides of the ocean, leading to the highest understanding of the water system. Swimming was an excellent way to improve physical fitness. Under the pounding and cleansing of the ocean tides, the body could absorb magical energy, possibly honing a body on par with a demon. This wasn't like the cursed or poison systems, which were shortcuts. Breathing in water? Could it actually be achieved after all these years of joking around? Lu Jun looked puzzled, though he realized this required high-level magical mastery, at least advanced control abilities and profound theoretical knowledge. Pearl Academy was precisely the type of place for this. Every department accumulated ideas and practices from previous generations. The magic theory was rich, allowing one to avoid many detours and innovate. Looking at the fusion magic and all-system magic from 8 or 9 years later, the accumulated knowledge in the magical society was sufficient. They just needed a catalyst to trigger a massive breakthrough. Lu Jun didn't stay at home for long. After resting with his sister for a few days, he returned to school. Actually, Pearl Academy had already started for a week, but considering his situation, he had been granted a half-month leave, which also helped to cool down the public interest. While at home, he browsed through posts and videos online. Several audience members had filmed the live battle and uploaded it. After careful editing, they turned the one-day and one-night battle into a fast-forwarded version with music, making it an exhilarating spectacle that went viral with millions of views. Fortunately, many people were unfamiliar with Pearl Academy and the Beast Fighting Tournament, so it didn't cause too much of a media uproar. Now that the heat had died down, Lu Jun went straight to Dean Zhao's office to claim his reward. On the desk sat an old professor with glasses, who smiled and said, "You've come. Please, take a seat." Dean, about those resources." Lu Jun rubbed his hands nervously and asked. "Of course, it's all ready," Dean Zhao replied with a smile, adjusting his glasses. "We've researched it, and the resources for the King Campus are mostly Stardust magic tools, but the price varies by department. You may not even need them, and converting them would be troublesome." Lu Jun nodded. That was true. He didn't even need the Star Cloud magic tools now, his White Tiger pendant was enough. The reason his cursed and mine magic systems had progressed so quickly to the intermediate stage was largely thanks to the White Tiger pendant's subtle influence. Though it had little presence on a day-to-day basis, its later functionalities were vast and still needed further exploration. Dean Zhao continued, "That's why I'm planning to let you train in the 3-step tower for 7 days, and you can choose a mid-tier powerful magic tool from the Academy's vault. Additionally, how does 5 million funds sound?" "Sounds good." Lu Jun was delighted. Like Mo Fan, his magic tool quality would be higher, and the funds were more than sufficient, probably because he hadn't chosen the summoning system's magical beast bloodline. The Academy's vault contained a variety of magic tools, some issued by the Education Ministry, others collected or forged by the Academy, and donations from outstanding alumni. There were plenty of valuable items. As for the 3-step tower, it was something Pearl Academy took pride in. Usually, only the top 50 in each department could train in it for a day or two. The tower was said to have been built by a super space mage, who was also a master of forbidden spells and formations. The tower continuously absorbed the free elements of the world, creating an ideal cultivation environment. It was like a heavenly blessed land. Inside, 1 day of training was equivalent to a whole month outside. Of course, Lu Jun wasn't in a rush. Now that he had just broken through multiple systems, he wanted to consolidate his cultivation to its peak before entering to breakthrough again, ensuring the best results. However, both the 3-step tower and the Academy's magic tools were, to some extent, a way for the Academy to balance the books and reallocate resources, ultimately benefiting all new students. Lu Jun realized this loophole, knowing that a year later, after Mu Jiaonu made a large donation, the Academy would effectively double its resources. Then, he followed Dean Zhao to choose magic tools. There were various options like armor magic tools, slashing magic tools, wing magic tools, and special magic tools. He even saw the spirit necklace, the magic tool Mo Fan had originally acquired. Without it, Mo Fan would have been in constant danger, facing mind mages and demons without survival. Unfortunately, Lu Jun's budget wasn't high enough. He could only admire the higher-tier tools like the super-tier and high-tier magic tools and couldn't choose them. Even mid-tier wing and armor magic tools were beyond his reach. Chapter 80, A Date with Ding Yumian. Magic tools are indispensable assistants for magicians. Among various types of magic tools, wing-type and armor-type tools are the most expensive. The former allows for flight, requiring rare and specialized materials, while the latter provides full-body protection, demanding extensive resources and high production costs. Ultimately, Lu Jun picked a shield-type magic tool after much deliberation. It could withstand the full power attack of any warrior-level creature, even those in their advanced stages. Its name was Black Tortoise Shell Shield, a water elemental magic tool that could be stacked with water barrier spells. It was crafted from the material of a battle general level sea monster called the Black Tortoise, known for its exceptional quality. This tool was sufficient to safeguard Lu Jun within the intermediate level realm. Why did he choose a shield-type magic tool? The reason was simple, his circumstances had changed. As a multi-element intermediate mage, his arsenal consisted of attack, control, and support spells but lacked defensive capabilities of the same tier. While his water barrier and old heavy sword were invincible against servant-level foes, they were somewhat insufficient at the intermediate level. The advantage of magic tools lay in their ability to be summoned instantly, often saving lives in critical moments. Once Lu Jun advanced to the high tier, The water curtain sky screen of the water element would suffice for defense. Hence, his choice of a shield was based on his current stage of cultivation. He already possessed a movement-type tool, the Azure Cloud Boots, which were more than adequate for the servant level and battle warrior level stages. After seeing Lu Jun make his choice, Dean Zhao smiled warmly and said, "Work hard. You have a bright future ahead of you." "Thank you for believing in me, Dean," Lu Jun replied gratefully. Moments later, he held a smooth, jet-black tortoise shell in his hands. Its surface was adorned with swirling, crystalline patterns resembling whirlpools. Unable to wait, Lu Jun immediately refined the black tortoise shell shield on the spot. In his spiritual world, besides the 4 nebulae, 2 imprints were now visible, one of boots and one of the shield, representing his 2 magic tools. Seeing this, Lu Jun felt content. Just as he was about to leave, Dean Zhao suddenly called out, "Wait a moment. There's one more thing." Lu Jun turned around, puzzled. "What is it?" "It's a personal matter." Dean Zhao hesitated briefly before speaking gently. "You're aware of Ding Yumian's secret, aren't you?" Hearing this, Lu Jun's brow twitched, and he felt a chill run down his spine, as though he were a delinquent boyfriend meeting his girlfriend's father. It was awkward. However, he quickly shook his head, reassuring himself that he hadn't done anything to wrong Ding Yumian. With an awkward smile, he said, "Dean, I promise to keep it confidential." "Don't be nervous," Dean Zhao chuckled. "That girl Ding Yumian has also told me about your secret. I trust you will keep each other's secrets." He paused and added, "I'm suggesting that you two get to know each other better." "Huh?" When Lu Jun left the office, he had obtained Ding Yumian's contact information. His expression was peculiar. Dean Zhao's words made it feel like he had been granted royal permission to court her. An illusion. It must be an illusion. However, Ding Yumian was indeed someone worth befriending. As a psychic afflicted with disaster syndrome, she was destined to become a forbidden curse magician in the future. She had no major troubles and kept her condition well hidden, making her an excellent ally. Moreover, Lu Jun knew that when his metal element was exposed in the future, he would inevitably clash with the Sacred City, which stood above the 5 major continental magic associations. Allies were invaluable. The original timeline's outcome for Ding Yumian was too tragic. Imagine if characters like Kinur and Ding Yumian from the original series had survived and grown to their full potential. They could have rivaled archangels at the very least. If he, Mo Fan, Mu Ningxu, Ding Yumian, and Kinur formed a team, there would be no need to compromise for humanity's safety. They could crush the Sacred City and take control themselves. Dean Zhao probably had a similar idea. He was aging and didn't have much time left. By introducing Ding Yumian to a talented ally like Lu Jun, he could create opportunities for the future. After some hesitation, Lu Jun recalled the beast fighting tournament incident and decided to call Ding Yumian. The phone connected quickly, and a gentle, magnetic female voice came through. "Hello? Who's this?" Feeling a little nervous, Lu Jun hesitated before saying, I'm Lu Jun. Dean Zhao introduced me to you." As soon as he finished, he wanted to slap himself. That sounded ridiculous. On the other end, Ding Yumian was silent for a while before letting out a soft laugh. Her voice was pleasant and melodious. "Alright, I know what this is about. Meet me at the Luck-In coffee shop near the Pearl Academy King campus. I haven't even apologized to you yet." "Alright then," Lu Jun sighed. "See you at the coffee shop." Not long after, he followed the school's navigation system and arrived at the cafe. Turning a corner, he saw a woman in a white dress sitting gracefully under a parasol. Her long, slender legs were elegantly crossed, and the hem of her skirt revealed glimpses of her fair skin. She exuded an air of gentle sophistication. It was undoubtedly Ding Yumian. Several male students at nearby tables were sneaking glances at her, some even looking eager to approach her. "Hello," Lu Jun greeted her as he walked over. The surrounding male students froze in fear and quickly scattered, leaving a wide open space. His intimidating presence was fully displayed. Before leaving, some of them cautiously snapped a photo of the two sitting face to face. Excitedly, they posted it on the school forum with the title, "Confirmed. Lu the Butcher and Ding Yumian spotted on a date." The post quickly gained traction. Ding Yumian, who had initially frowned slightly at the surrounding attention, smiled when she saw everyone retreating at Lu Jun's arrival. She teased him lightly, "Your intimidation works wonders." Lu Jun, surprised, responded with a laugh, "It still can't compete with your charm." Both of them blushed slightly at the exchange. It was odd. This was supposed to be a simple meeting to apologize or share thoughts, but it felt more like a date. Discussing each other's deepest secrets inherently involved bearing one's soul. It was even more intimate than romantic relationships, touching upon matters of life and death. Lu Jun sat down, took a deep breath, and transmitted his thoughts telepathically. "What's your current situation?" Though he already knew, he couldn't reveal that. It was better to let her speak. Ding Yumian was slightly taken aback, her beautiful eyes studying him. After some hesitation, she used telepathy to reply, "Are you familiar with disaster syndrome?" "I understand," Lu Jun said, nodding. "So, you're a psychic disaster victim." She smiled bitterly. "You don't seem surprised." "I had my suspicions based on your psychic abilities," he explained. "Aren't you afraid?" Ding Yumian's smile remained, but it seemed hollow. Deep down, she was in pain, haunted by past mistakes and the inevitable loneliness brought by her condition. "Afraid? Afraid of what?" Lu Jun leaned on the table, his hands clasped under his chin, and spoke calmly. Ding Yumian lowered her voice. "For example, my loss of control could easily obliterate your soul. My psychic magic is omnipotent, it could manipulate your thoughts or even read your memories. And then there's the Holy Quartz Tribunal that will eventually come after me." Chapter 81, The External Plugin comes online. Ding Yumian's words carried an undertone that sent shivers down one's spine. The reason humans are considered intelligent beings lies in the awakening of self-awareness. If someone could freely browse through the darkest and most disgraceful corners of your memories and control your consciousness, it would undoubtedly be the greatest fear imaginable. Life and death pale in comparison. Even Lu Jun's psychic element could only serve as a safeguard at best. It could not completely prevent the invasion of one's memories unless cultivated to an extremely high level of mastery. Not to mention the infamous Holy City. For defectors targeted by the 5 great magic associations and the Inquisition Court, there was no escape from judgment. These entities represented the supreme will of the entire human race. Any rational individual, upon learning this, would instinctively stay far away. Yet, Lu Jun merely smiled, his demeanor calm and composed as he said, "What if I'm destined to end up on the Holy City's Inquisition Court blacklist? I'm dual element at every tier and have an unusual magic element." He didn't reveal the existence of his metal element, but judging from his innate dual element, Ding Yumian, with her keen intelligence, would likely deduce it sooner or later. Over time, as their cooperation deepened, she would naturally come to know. Lu Jun wasn't overly cautious. First, sincerity invites sincerity. Since she had revealed her deepest secret, there was no reason to doubt her. Second, the two of them were currently well hidden. As long as they were careful moving forward, they would remain safe until 8 years later when the Sea Monster Empire invades. Hearing this, Ding Yumian fell into thought. No wonder Lu Jun had been able to fight continuously for an entire day and night. Some had speculated he possessed an innate talent, not in terms of magic power but in extraordinary stamina, with mana reserves many times greater than the average person. Thus, people didn't find it overly strange that one extra soul seed couldn't defeat Lu Jun. That was too far-fetched. Some even planned to create a ranking of innate talents, with Lu Jun undoubtedly in the top 5. However, now she understood. His stamina talent was essentially due to his dual element at each tier, 4 elements in total. Wait a moment. Could it be that Lu Jun was at the mid-tier with 4 elements? That would be terrifying. Even if she unleashed the full combat strength of her psychic element, Ding Yumian doubted she could defeat Lu Jun. Besides the water and curse elements he displayed openly, there was a hidden psychic element and an additional peculiar magic element. Was it tied to that super magic tool? Recovering from her thoughts, Ding Yumian chuckled self-deprecatingly. "In that case, we're on par, destined to be destroyed. What do you plan to do in the future?" she asked after a moment of silence. "Or rather, what do you think the meaning of life is?" "The future? Are you referring to the Holy City?" Hearing this, Lu Jun was taken aback. Seeing the white-dressed girl's expression of confusion and sorrow, he remarked helplessly, "What are you thinking? The meaning of life lies in living. If those old geezers from the Holy City dare disrupt my life, I won't hold back. I'll destroy them sooner or later." Speaking earnestly, he continued, "What are you so afraid of? If worse comes to worst, we'll storm the Holy City with a self-detonation act. If we die, we'll take a chunk of flesh from them too." Lu Jun had noticed Ding Yumian's psychological issues. In the original story, she had shown a strong tendency towards self-destruction. Her so-called calmness and kindness were merely extensions of her self-loathing nature. Now that he had interacted with her, this impression was even stronger. It was necessary to reverse her mindset. Ding Yumian was stunned. From childhood to adulthood, she had heard about how powerful the Holy City was, how supreme the 5 great magic associations were. Even the usually reserved Principal Zhao occasionally let slip his cautious respect. This had placed tremendous pressure on her mind. Reluctant to implicate others, she had leaned toward self-denial. Yet today, for the first time, she met someone audacious enough to declare his intent to grind the Holy City and the 5 great magic associations into dust. Reflecting on Lu Jun's actions since his enrollment, Ding Yumian thought he was truly deserving of the nickname Lu the Butcher. His personality and approach were consistent. For some reason, hearing such impassioned words from someone who had experienced similar struggles stirred a soft spot within her. It was as if a weight had been lifted, and her burdens eased. She pursed her lips into a smile. Overthrow the holy city? You're really bold to say that. Don't underestimate me. In this frank conversation, Lu Jun seemed to have completely let his guard down, revealing thoughts he had never even shared with his sister, Lu Mai. I know the holy city too well. Those people are nothing more than Western bandits, he said. We need to establish our narrative. I know some individuals with potential like us. If we unite and grow, we'll be able to stand as equals. Ding Yumian froze. For a moment, she wondered if this man had been plotting resistance since the moment his magic awakened. He truly had incredible courage and inspired an overwhelming sense of security. At that moment, she closed her eyes, an inner voice growing louder, resonating with Lu Jun's words. Her emotions surged, and she felt an uncontrollable urge to take the lead. When she opened her eyes, there was a newfound sharpness and determination in her gaze. You're right. We can neither give up resistance nor indulge in fantasies of never being discovered, hiding in the shadows and passively accepting others' protection. We must prepare in advance, even if it means mutual destruction. Lu Jun was visibly stunned. He had expected to persuade her over a longer period, yet she had changed her mindset so quickly. Surprised? Ding Yumian's red lips curved into a smirk. Her beautiful eyes locked onto Lu Jun's, her demeanor suddenly becoming bold and aggressive. You think you've figured everything out, that you understand me completely. But have you truly? For some reason, Lu Jun felt as though he had been seen through. Before he could respond, Ding Yumian extended her slender, snow-white hand, a smile lingering at the corners of her lips. Pleasure to collaborate. Hesitating briefly, Lu Jun reached out, lightly brushing her cool, smooth fingertips before releasing them. Pleasure to collaborate. So, Ding Yumian said with a playful smile, what's your plan now? Lu Jun felt as though the rhythm of the conversation was slipping out of his control. He didn't dwell on such trivialities and, after a moment of thought, said, we're still weak for now. But I know others in a similar position. For now, we should focus on strengthening ourselves. Ding Yumian covered her mouth and chuckled softly. So, what you're saying is, you were just spouting big talk to motivate me. Lu Jun felt a bit awkward, but his enthusiasm soon returned as he said excitedly, actually, I do have a way for us to grow quickly. Remember your outburst during the Beast Duel tournament? Yes. Ding Yumian seemed to revert to her original reserved demeanor, lightly biting her lip as she added, I remember. I'm sorry about that time. Finding her temperament somewhat unpredictable, Lu Jun said, it's okay. What I wanted to say is that your mental oppression had a great honing effect on me. I want to train under your mental pressure to artificially strengthen my spiritual realm. Hearing this, Ding Yumian was slightly taken aback. Such a method? Heart element mages were rare within the country, and thus resources and training techniques for them were scarce. Most relied on self-discipline. After some thought, she admitted it was a viable approach and nodded in agreement. All right. Set a time, and I'll make myself available occasionally. Chapter 82, Multiple Soul Frames. Lu Jun was delighted to hear Ding Yumian's agreement. His curse element and psychic element heavily relied on spiritual boosts. With the help of this psychic Calamity Mage, his progress would accelerate significantly. No need to worry anymore. It was like having an external plug-in. An add-on. A third-party module. Wait, what? He quickly shook his head to dismiss the thought. This type of training could only work with a psychic Calamity Mage. And Calamity Mages were already rare, much less a psychic one. Such cases were nearly impossible to encounter. As for Ding Yumian mentioning needing to allocate time, that was understandable. She had her own cultivation to focus on and couldn't dedicate all her time to him. But Lu Jun couldn't accept her help without reciprocating. Both parties improving was the essence of a win-win collaboration. Fortunately, he had some ideas. With his current spiritual level and control, he couldn't achieve them alone. Sharing them with Ding Yumian might aid her progress too. Suddenly, Ding Yumian said, I get the feeling you're thinking about something inappropriate. Ahaha. Lu Jun forced a laugh, inwardly marveling at her sharpness. He was a psychic mage and could hide his thoughts, yet she still noticed. Any other guy would probably crumble under this level of mind reading. He wondered who dare marry such a woman in the future. To change the subject, he said, it's easy for me to improve. But I do have some ideas about enhancing your abilities. Ding Yumian blinked, tilting her head slightly. Her smooth, princess-like black hair fell to her chest, giving her an adorably playful aura. Lu Jun felt his heart flutter momentarily but quickly pushed the thought aside, eagerly explaining his self-created spell, Psychic Strike, Enhanced. He introduced it as Mind Blade, a psychic construct that became significantly more potent once the psychic element reached the intermediate level. Moreover, multiple mind blades could be stored simultaneously. However, he admitted that he wasn't sure if she could master it. After all, the process heavily relied on the tempering qualities of the metal element. Ding Yumian listened with interest and said, "That's an interesting idea. No one's thought of this before." Before Lu Jun could guide her further, she focused her gaze. Suddenly, an overwhelming spiritual force erupted from her, and a faint, crystalline needle floated between her brows, radiating palpable danger. Lu Jun's heart skipped a beat as he felt a sharp pain between his brows. His sixth sense screamed of imminent danger. He stared at Ding Yumian in shock and exclaimed, "How did you do that?" Ding Yumian tilted her head, puzzled. "Once I grasped the concept, it just clicked. This move is impressive but not particularly useful for me. I rely on overwhelming spiritual power to annihilate souls. It's the same principle." Lu Jun was speechless. That was it? Just a few seconds, and she had already mastered it? Spiritual talent really was unfair. An idea struck him, reigniting his enthusiasm. With a psychic Calamity Mage as a partner, she could test his theories rapidly. Once perfected, she could then reverse teach him, allowing him to digest the knowledge seamlessly. This was the ultimate win-win collaboration. Unable to contain himself, Lu Jun asked, "Have you ever heard of primordial spirit, astral wandering, mind palaces, or multiple personalities?" Primordial spirit. Ding Yumian was confused. After Lu Jun elaborated on the concepts, she pressed her lips together and tactfully said, "I practice magic, not cultivation from novels." Realizing he might have overthought, Lu Jun scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. It did seem a bit far-fetched. Ding Yumian nodded lightly and reassured him, "Some ideas are impractical, but others can be tested. However, my cultivation is only at the intermediate level. There's a limit to what I can achieve now. Perhaps at the advanced or super level, things will be different." She hesitated before revealing, the concept of primordial spirit or multiple personalities actually aligns with the idea of soul frames. As a Calamity Mage, I've already mastered this. Lu Jun was stunned. Soul frames? Those didn't appear until much later in the story. Mo Fan, as the evil Saint King, possessed 8 soul frames representing various virtues and vices. Wait. His psychic memory unearthed a crucial detail. Ding Yumian was the only human known to possess multiple soul frames. Her exceptionally high soul quality allowed her to form multiple soul frames. Even after her eventual death, her soul persisted. If she wished, she could exist indefinitely, a phenomenon even more extraordinary than the primordial spirit's supposed immortality. Her vengeful soul frame led the sea monster army to assault Magic City, nearly razing the coastal regions. However, her benevolent soul frame betrayed her, leading to her self-destruction, a tragic end. "What's wrong?" Ding Yumian noticed his look of pity and called out softly. "Nothing," Lu Jun replied, his emotions complex. "No wonder your personality sometimes seems erratic, almost like you're schizophrenic." Ding Yumian blinked, then smiled brightly. "I do have multiple soul frames. Depending on the situation and people, I can seamlessly adapt." "So, do you really think you know me?" Multiple soul frames. Marrying her was like marrying several wives in one. What a peculiar thought. The two continued their discussion in the coffee shop from morning until afternoon, constantly theorizing about the psychic element, exchanging ideas, and refining their concepts. Lu Jun gained a deeper understanding of the abilities of a psychic Calamity Mage, unparalleled spiritual talent, multiple soul frames, and the soul-influencing power of Mind's Eye. By the end, both were mentally exhausted yet profoundly inspired. Ding Yumian's face flushed under the evening sun, her beauty unparalleled. For the first time, she felt truly understood by someone. Their shared pursuit of knowledge transcended worldly desires, filling her with an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. Meanwhile, Lu Jun thought of a single term: fellow seeker. Together, they explored the boundless unknown, supporting each other on their journey. As dusk fell, Lu Jun, his throat dry from hours of discussion, glanced outside and smiled. "It's getting late. Shall we wrap it up for today?" Ding Yumian, still in a daze, nodded slightly. They had talked for an entire day upon their first meeting. "Shall I walk you back?" Lu Jun asked, scratching his head. It felt impolite to leave without offering. "No need," Ding Yumian replied, adjusting her dress and smiling playfully. "I live in the girls' dormitory." "What, are you planning to visit?" The two had grown familiar enough to joke. "Haha, no thanks." Lu Jun shook his head decisively. "Take care on your way back." Ding Yumian hummed softly, waved goodbye, and said, "See you." He watched her elegant figure disappear into the darkness. Despite her simple attire, her curvaceous form left a lasting impression. One glance was enough for him before he turned and used wind track to leave. Neither of them realized how much their day-long conversation had stirred up the school forums. Not that it mattered. With their personalities, they would have remained indifferent, unfazed by gossip, and continued living openly and sincerely. Chapter 83, Mu Nuzhao visits Lu Jun walked back, pondering over the conversation he had just had. He couldn't deny that Ding Yumian's talent gave him great inspiration. In the future, he could follow her model to improve his spiritual system, potentially reaching a forbidden stage, which would have terrifying destructive power. It might even contain the secret to becoming an emperor. She had already confirmed some of his speculations as a subject, and after researching it, he might learn something. When he returned home, he was surprised to see that the lights in the Jinyuan apartment were still on. He suddenly realized he had become too immersed in his research with Ding Yumian and almost forgot that his sister was waiting for him. They still had a city monster hunting team mission, which Lu Mai had been handling. This is troublesome. Why is she still awake? Lu Jun nervously pushed open the door and saw Lu Mai sitting on the sofa in a black silk nightgown, her fair, smooth legs crossed as she hugged herself with her arms. Seeing this, Lu Jun swallowed, his gaze lingering. The black nightgown contrasted beautifully with her fair skin, making her look even more seductive. Lu Mai, who had initially been stern, saw him frozen in place, and snapped, "What are you looking at?" Hee hee, Lu Jun laughed sheepishly, quickly flattering her, "You look really beautiful. By the way, why are you still awake so late? You should rest, or your skin will suffer." But Lu Mai wasn't fooled by his flattery. She coldly replied, "First of all, I'm a mage, staying up won't harm my health. Secondly, why are you back so late?" "Ah ha ha," Lu Jun scratched his head awkwardly. "I had something urgent at the academy today, coordinating resources with Director Zhou." "Is that so?" Lu Mai pulled out her phone and showed Lu Jun a photo of him and Ding Yumian chatting in a cafe. The angle of the photo made it look like they were in a close, intimate position. Damn, Lu Jun thought, cold sweat dripping down. What if his sister misunderstood? He wished he could track down the person who took the photo and make them pay. As he examined the photo more closely, he saw that it was taken from the school forum, and he was stunned. "Sis, when did you join the school forum?" Lu Mai raised an eyebrow, crossing her legs. "Don't worry about that. Explain this then. While I'm working hard at night shift, you're chatting with some girl. Oh, and the girl from the beast fighting arena who was giving you a hug." By this point, she hadn't realized her tone had turned somewhat sour. Lu Jun couldn't find words to respond. Ding Yumian's secret must not be exposed. The more people who know, the higher the risk of it being leaked. He had to shut his mouth in frustration. Seeing Lu Jun's obedient and silent demeanor, Lu Mai felt inexplicably irritated, though she couldn't pinpoint the reason. She sighed and finally said, "It's normal to want to date in college. Just let me know next time." She stood up from the sofa and was about to return to her room. "Wait," Lu Jun quickly called out, then hesitated before saying vaguely, "It's not what you think. There's a big connection. I can't reveal the secret." He nervously waited, unsure whether his sister would believe him. Lu Mai suddenly paused. Hearing his explanation, she felt much better. She turned around, her black skirt swirling like a blooming flower, and with a slight smile, she said, "All right, I believe you. Go to bed early. I forgive you." At that moment, Lu Jun was momentarily stunned, his heart pounding. Who can resist this? Excited, he took a shower and went to bed, but he couldn't sleep that whole night, his mind racing with various scenarios. He kept thinking about Ding Yumian's beautiful silhouette, their day of endless conversation, the hotel night with Tangyu, and the moments shared with Lu Mai. The next morning, he woke up with dark circles under his eyes, sighed, and muttered, "I'm dead tired." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside the Jinyuan apartment. Lu Jun was puzzled. Who could it be so early in the morning? At the same time, his other sister walked out, her sleepwear falling off her shoulder, revealing her smooth, delicate collarbone and white skin. She yawned and asked, "Who's there?" Lu Jun, ever vigilant, expanded his mental power, using his spiritual system to sense the emotions outside. After interacting with Ding Yumian all day, he had gotten better at analyzing emotional cues like hostility, goodwill, and intent. When he realized that the person outside had a calm mind, he relaxed and opened the door, only to find a beautiful and noble woman standing there. She had delicate features and an alluring figure. He hesitated and asked, "Who are you?" "Hello," the woman greeted warmly, "I'm Mu Nuzhao from the Mua family. Apologies for the disturbance." Oh, it's her, Lu Jun realized. A supporting character from the original story. A year later, she would reach the intermediate level of dual systems and would specialize in combat, later transitioning to education work. She was currently his age and should be at the intermediate level as well. The Mew family was known for their heavenly fairy talent and their love for battle. Lu Mai, hearing the conversation, walked out and frowned, asking, "What is it? Another recruitment?" When Lu Jun was in a coma after fighting thousands of freshmen, many prominent families in Magic City came to recruit the siblings. Ordinary mages with such high potential were rare, and everyone wanted to recruit them. However, Lu Mai had rejected all of them. If they really wanted to join a powerful family, they would have done so in Bo City. Mu Nuzhao wasn't offended by the rejection. She smiled gracefully. "Yes, I'm here on behalf of the Mua family to recruit you." Lu Mai sighed and said, "Forget it, we're not interested." "It's fine," Mu Nuzhao replied, seeming to be satisfied with just completing her task. She wasn't persistent. Lu Mai and Lu Jun were taken aback. They had never encountered someone so indifferent to failure in such matters. Most recruiters were either arrogant or overly persuasive, but Mu Nuzhao had taken a completely different approach. "Surprised?" Mu Nuzhao smiled. "Actually, I wouldn't have come if it weren't for my family's request. It's useless to come here now. If you were interested, the previous 10 or so families wouldn't have been turned down. It's obvious you want to remain independent." She continued leisurely, "Compared to that, I'd prefer to maintain a friendship with you. I have high hopes for your future. If you ever want to rent the Star River magic tool or buy Star River veins, feel free to contact me. I'll use my connections to help you build a platform. I believe the Mew family's friendship is something you'll need." Hearing her words, both Lu Mai and Lu Jun nodded. This approach was much more pleasant than the others they had encountered. Lu Jun thought to himself, "Not bad." As expected, the Mew family is the most impressive among the 4 great families of Magic City. The Mew sisters were both sharp and capable, their leadership strong, and there were no spoiled children under their rule. "By the way," Mu Nuzhao winked at Lu Jun, "I plan to enroll in Pearl University next year. You'll be my senior." With her sister present, Lu Jun replied calmly, "That's a coincidence." Mu Nuzhao, skilled in reading the atmosphere, looked at them both, smiled, and said, "Well, I won't bother you two any longer. Here's my business card." With that, she left, graceful and free. The two siblings exchanged glances but didn't dwell on the brief encounter, returning to their rooms to cultivate. Chapter 84, Small Flood Season. Yangtze River flood warning. 3 months passed quickly, and it was now mid-semester. Since the day Muayo Zhao came to his door, Lu Jun started his regular school routine. Although his reputation attracted the attention of many students during school hours, as time passed, the heat gradually faded. The major family clans and various forces no longer sent people to visit, clearly understanding the siblings' intentions. Of course, no one had forgotten the night of the new student beast battle, but the taboo and admiration were hidden in their hearts, reflected in their actions. So, his school life was rather carefree. During these 3 months, Lu Jun focused on cultivation, staying low-key, waiting for the heat to pass, and finally mastering the 2 materia magic of mind and curse, becoming as skilled in them as in the metal and water system, reaching a level where he could cast spells in 2 or 3 seconds. During this time, he met with Ding Yumian 2 or 3 times, using mental pressure to sharpen his will. Though the process was painful, he was pleasantly surprised by the noticeable growth in his mental power, which had reached the peak of the 2nd stage. By the time the national selection for the Battle of the National Capital started in 2 years, he could reach the 4th stage of the Middle Realm, equivalent to a soul seed, enough to be counted among high-level strong players. It's worth noting that the captain of that year's national team, Ai Jiangtu, had only reached the 4th stage of spiritual power when he first appeared, and was a high-level curse mage. However, the curse was just one aspect of Lu Jun's strength. He still had 3 other systems. Today, as usual, he was practicing, shifting his focus from mind and curse to water magic, aiming to break through to the 2nd level. Outside the Golden Source apartment, light rain fell, filling the air with moisture, creating a comfortable environment for a water mage. The rain wasn't heavy at most, it could be considered moderate, far from the downpour in Bo City that night. But the problem was, the rain had been falling for 3 days and nights without stopping. This was highly unusual, as even in coastal areas with abundant water, by November, rainfall should have significantly decreased. Lu Jun finished meditating and stood up, looking at the overcast sky, furrowing his brow. He was not pleased by the environment suitable for cultivation. It was already autumn, harvest season, and a continuous fine rain had fallen, making it difficult for farmers to harvest in time, posing a disaster. Besides that, even with the city's excellent drainage system, urban flooding was beginning to occur, and many people chose to stay indoors. Lu Jun then turned on the TV, where reporters were covering various cities along the Yangtze River's first long river, reporting varying degrees of flooding and substantial losses. Experts speculated that a monarch-level demon had caused havoc in the Yangtze River, using ocean winds and flood season forces to bring continuous rain to the coast, resulting in tidal surges invading human territory. It was a disaster caused by a demon making use of heavenly power. Lu Jun shook his head. Monarch level was too far out of reach. Naturally, someone would deal with it. The original novel didn't mention this disaster, and it made sense. This year, Mo Fan had been focusing on cultivation, almost cutting himself off from worldly affairs, and with his low cultivation, he couldn't have been involved in such events. Over the past 3 months, Lu Jun occasionally called Mo Fan, but he never answered, seeming determined to finish his cultivation before coming back to the academy to show off. Unfortunately, the legendary story of Senior Lu couldn't be overshadowed. Creak suddenly, the door opened, and the sound of boots clicking was heard, accompanied by a rush of cold air. Lu Mai, holding an umbrella, returned. She had some water on her, took off her high boots, placed them in the shoe cabinet, shook off the umbrella, and placed it open in the entryway to dry. "How is the situation?" Lu Jun asked without turning his head. "Did you gather the intel?" His sister, with a serious expression, said, "There are too many demon tribes emerging along the Huangpu River, and there's also the task of resisting sea demons on Chongming Island. We're short on manpower. We don't need to gather intel, the Hunters Alliance is providing it for free. They're starting to mobilize civilian mages." In the past few months, Lu Mai had been stuck at the mid-tier for 2 magic system and had reached her limit. To obtain the Star River Pulse, the lowest price was 100 million, and she would need an additional 10 million for insurance. The siblings had been searching for wild demon hunting jobs and had investigated for a long time, finally finding an opportunity to intervene in the official operation. It was obviously safer that way. The Yangtze River's flood season was frequent, usually from May to October, with demon tribes often encroaching on the coasts and being suppressed by humans. This time, the manpower shortage was an unexpected result of the small flood season appearing in November. "Well, we can do it. After all, we're right by the Huangpu River. At most, there will be a commander-level demon. The monarch is in Jinling, 10,000 miles away. It's very safe." Lu Jun's eyes lit up. Because of the Black Vatican, he hadn't gone out hunting demons for a while. The soul fragments stored in the White Tiger Pendant hadn't increased at all. Now, with his 4 system of mid-tier magic proficiently mastered, it was a perfect time to hone his skills. Apart from the metal magical's basic tier reaching level 4, the other 3 magic system needed improvement as well. He was considering choosing the next basic tier level 4 spell in water magic to enhance his defensive power, ensuring everything would go smoothly. "When are we leaving?" "Now." Lu Mai changed into a new set of clothes and tied her hair into a neat ponytail, decisively saying. Lu Jun had originally considered bringing Ding Yumi in, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Ding relied entirely on talent for her improvement and didn't need combat training, and it was better to keep her hidden from the cursed disaster. Thus, on the surface, it was Mo Fan, Qin Yu, and behind the scenes, it was Lu Jun, with Ding Yumian in the deepest layer. The trump cards kept coming one after another. Water defense resolve when they went out, Lu Jun cast 2 beginner-level spells. The blue water cloaks around the siblings intertwined, absorbing the rainwater falling from the sky, leaving not a single drop of water on them. The 2 of them braved the medium rain, stepping on wind trails, swiftly arriving at the gathering point in the center of Magic City, not far from the Huangpu River that cuts through the city. They saw in the distance, amidst the rain, colorful spells thundering as military mages suppressed the demon tribe. Hunters had begun to arrive one after another, about 40 to 50 of them, all mid-level mages. At the front of the group, waiting for them, was an official member of the Judgment Council. To their surprise, it was Tang Yu. "Hey, long time no see." The woman with flowing long hair and an elegant figure, with a mature face full of charm, greeted the siblings. Lu Jun paused for a moment, puzzled, and asked, "How did you come all the way from Hangzhou?" "Sigh, you think I wanted to?" Tang Yu sighed. The Hangzhou Judgment Council pretty much covers the entire southeast, like firemen, going wherever there's trouble. I was supposed to be transferred to Jinling, but when I saw your names on the report, I applied to come along. Upon hearing this, Lu Mai and Lu Jun understood. Tang Yu then looked at the dozens of hunters present. Despite their small number, each was a mid-level elite, and with a high-level mage leading them, they could even take on commanders. She said confidently, "No time for catching up, we're short on hands, we need to quickly block a crossing at the Huangpu River's tributary, the Songjiang River." The main force was engaged with the commanders, so they only had to deal with the overflow of demons below the level of battle generals. In truth, if the superclass mages from Magic City were deployed, handling the situation would be much easier, but there's a cost issue. This cost isn't about manpower or hiring costs. It's a matter of overall systemic governance costs. Human civilization is extremely powerful, And when viewed solely from the perspective of the demon species, humans are the strongest race. However, humans occupy vast territories, surrounded by the demon empire, and every year numerous disasters occur, such as the Yangtze River flood season, the East China Sea backflow, Yellow River siltation, sandstorms in the capital, floods in the south, snowstorms in the north, all accompanied by demon invasions. This incident was just a small interruption in the endless uprisings, and across the nation, there were other various disasters, leaving manpower stretched thin. Thus, when the cost of governance exceeds a certain threshold and higher-ups feel it's too painful or not worth it, they will consider giving up, just like in Bo City, or Jinlin City. Chapter 85. Battle against the flood monsters. Lu Jun understood that with the significance of Magic City, any level of invasion must be defended at all costs. If the situation deteriorates, a super mage will inevitably intervene, leaving no doubt about their safety. Meanwhile, over in Jinling, a group of super mages had already been organized to lay a trap for the flood monster Monera. They were stretched too thin to assist for the time being. Tang Yu wasted no words, leading the elite hunters to a dam of the reservoir. In the intertwining wind and rain under the gloomy weather, the reservoir surged with waves, and the dam shook continuously. The water's surface was pitch black, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't just black, it was teeming with the shadows of massive crocodiles. These were the Huangpu crocodile monsters, a species with several commander-level leaders entrenched nearby. The government had considered eliminating them, but since the Huangpu River connects to the Yangtze River system, the monsters were endless. Clearing one batch only made way for new species to migrate in. Rather than allowing a stronger species to take over, it was better to leave the weaker ones behind since they were easier to manage. Using monsters to control monsters and maintaining ecological balance had always been the military's philosophy. As of now, the primary lineage of the crocodile monsters was in the Yangtze River. It was said to be ruled by a flood monster monarch that had refined its bloodline to the peak, a sub-dragon monarch and the mastermind behind the current chaos. The Huangpu crocodile monsters had been incited and were launching an invasion but were blocked by layers of water gates and dams, preventing them from easily entering the city. The crocodile monsters on the lake looked dragon-like in form, their tails covered in steel-like spikes, their skins thicker than reinforced steel plates. Even servant-level monsters were 8 to 9 meters long. The warrior-level ones, however, reached over 10 meters, resembling small flood dragons. Their numbers were astounding, 1 warrior for every 10 servants. The densely packed horde covering the lake's surface rendered the water almost invisible, their cold, dark scales overlapping like layers of armor. Moreover, water-based monsters were generally 2 to 3 times stronger than land-based ones, making this assault particularly troublesome. Boom. 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 The towering dam trembled violently. Even with its magically reinforced structure, cracks appeared on its surface under the repeated heavy impacts, scattering debris everywhere. A squad of over 10 military mages stood on the dam, using various spells to bombard the crocodile horde. Yet, they couldn't stop the surging tide of monsters. Their attacks disappeared into the black scale tides, insignificant amidst the chaos. They also had to dodge the high-pressure water jets spat out by the crocodile monsters. The leading military mage, exhausted, saw Tang Yu and exclaimed, "You're here. Quickly block the dam. We can't let them break through. If they scatter into the city's sewer systems or the streams in the villages, it'll be a nightmare to deal with." Tang Yu frowned as she stood on the constantly shaking dam, barely able to keep her footing. The dozens of hunters who arrived inhaled sharply at the sight of the lake. There must be at least 1,000 crocodile monsters here. A mid-level soldier added, "They're clever. Whenever we start drawing our nebula, they dive underwater, rendering most of our magic ineffective." Hearing this, Tang Yu turned and began issuing commands. "Water mages, gather here. Your job is to control the waves. When the crocodile horde dives, use violent currents to force them back up." Lu Jun stepped forward without hesitation, obeying the command. Gradually, over 20 others stepped out as well, either specializing or dual practicing in the water element. Otherwise, they wouldn't have volunteered for this mission against the flood monsters. Looking down at the roaring crocodile horde, Lu Jun felt exhilarated. The lazy campus life didn't suit him. Hunting monsters was where he belonged. Boom. 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 The next moment, Lu Jun depicted his star nebula. A dazzling blue radiance lit up the sky, and a 30-meter-wide river of water roared down from the dam like a waterfall. Simultaneously, over 20 water mages unleashed their magic. 20 torrents merged, forming a grand tidal wave that fell like the Kaiantang River's tidal bore, each wave more immense than the last. The skies darkened as water vapor filled the air. The entire Songjiang estuary resonated with the roaring of water. The lake's surface rose and fell chaotically, as millions of tons of water surged with immense power. Spirit seed? The military mage leader glanced at Lu Jun in astonishment. Among the group, his torrent stood out the most, even overshadowing the collective force of the others. As human magic descended upon them, the cunning and brutal crocodile monsters attempted their old trick of diving underwater. However, this time, things were different. To their horror, the water once their ally had turned against them. The turbulent currents lifted them high into the air. The smaller ones were dragged to the lake's bottom by the overwhelming force, their internal organs crushed under the intense pressure. Splash. Water element mages excelled in aquatic combat. If magic exerted one unit of power, water amplified it tenfold. The more mages there were, the greater the momentum. The lake boiled as if alive. Towering waves, over 10 meters high, lifted the massive crocodile monsters, flipping them belly up with no room to resist. Tang Yu shouted, "Wind, ice, and lightning mages, cast your spells." Immediately, the remaining 20+ mages completed their nebula. Tornadoes rose, lifting massive volumes of water. Ice chains stretched across the air, binding the crocodile monsters and smashing them onto the dam. By then, the dam had already been reinforced by earth mages. Lu Mai, upon arriving, had wasted no time in summoning her star constellation. Having acquired dual spirit seeds for wind and earth, she hadn't fought a serious battle in some time, and her hands were itching for action. The earth spell rock barrier, stone ridges, boosted by her 2.5x earth spirit seed, fortified the dam's surface with a layer of golden radiance. It gleamed with a crystalline sturdiness and a profound, weighty aura. One by one, the massive crocodile monsters were thrown into the air by the tornadoes and waves, only to be struck by ice and lightning, then slammed onto the dam with triple the gravity. They were crushed into pulp, thoroughly dead. Tang Yu didn't intervene, her fire element wasn't suited for aquatic combat and could hinder her companions. Witnessing this scene, she was stunned. It had been 6 months since Bo City, and she hadn't fought alongside Lu Mai in a while. The latter had even acquired spirit seeds. Noticing her gaze, Lu Mai pointed at Lu Jun and laughed, "My little brother helped me find them." "The one exchanged for flame rose?" Tang Yu understood and recalled the hotel incident, her charming face turning slightly red as she glanced at Lu Jun with a hint of envy. Lu Jun, clueless, continued channeling his magic. Why was everyone staring at him when so many others were around? Regardless, the arrival of the elite hunters turned the tide of the battle. Over 300 crocodile monsters were killed, including 200 drowned or crushed by the torrential lake currents. The water element's efficiency in killing was unmatched. Lu Jun pushed all other thoughts aside, his gaze fixed on the lake. Over 200 fragmented souls ascended, the blue glimmers merging into the white tiger pendant on his chest. The small white tiger vibrated with joy, eagerly devouring the long-awaited soul fragments. Chapter 86, Massive Harvest. Lu Jun was delighted. These 200 fragments were already pushing the limits of the white tiger pendant's capacity, otherwise, over 300 soul fragments would have been his. Of course, the vast majority were servant-level fragments, with only 2 or 3 belonging to warrior level. Combined with the warrior-level fragments stored in the pendants, Blood Lake, from the last battle in Magic City, there were only 7 or 8 in total, still far from the 100 required to synthesize a complete warrior essence. But that was fine. Lu Jun's servant-level fragments were now sufficient to synthesize 2 complete ones. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Inside the white tiger pendant's Blood Lake, over 200 dim flames began to fuse and overlap, forming 2 clusters of ghostly green fire, stirring a significant energy fluctuation. The result was 2 complete synthesized servant-level essences. As he progressed through mid-level across all elements, the snowball effect began. He only needed 5 more essences to upgrade another element's basic level 4 magic. And this was despite his poor luck. Not even a single complete servant essence had dropped. Remember when Mo Fan in the future reached mid-level across all elements? Within just a year, he managed to upgrade both his thunder and fire basic and mid-level spells to level 4. Lu Jun's heart burned with ambition. All 4 elements were starved for essences. Once all of them reached basic level 4, each basic spell would be equivalent to half a mid-level spell, significantly boosting his combat power. Re-challenging the new students at the entire academy would become much easier. If he could reach mid-level 4, hey, he might even dare to solo all the senior students in Magic City's main campus. Such opportunities to farm safely were rare. And Lu Jun wasn't the only one who thought so. Other elite monster hunters felt the same. Everyone here was at least a senior-level hunter, armed with dual mid-level elements, representing the cream of Magic City's city guard corps. Roar, roar, roar. The crocodilian horde, having suffered a crushing defeat, realized that staying in the water was a death sentence. They roared furiously, climbing up the steep dam walls with astounding speed and agility.